Chapter 817 The incubation base has achieved initial results. Please give me a monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Turning on the TV, I can catch up with the second game of GPL. While eating the takeaway food and watching the GPL game, Xiao Liang's mind kept echoing the plot of the DLC of Sea Fortress. Damn you, you out-of-chapter dog. This plot confused Xiao Liang, but his addiction to games was completely aroused. He suddenly realized that the DLCs of several old games that have been intensively updated in the past few months are all related, and they are all linked to this new game of Tenda. Or you can say it is publicity and warm-up. The updated DLC of Lonely Desert Highway has new vehicle skins, a micro-spaceship with a sense of technology, and a new game scene on the surface of a dark red planet full of gravel. There is a little assistant AEIS in Game Producer. It turns out that it is also the artificial intelligence in the new plot of Sea Fortress and the voice assistant in Otto's mobile phone. The new plot mode of Sea Fortress is equivalent to a large-scale plot preview. The plot of Qini and this team's mission is so incoherent that it must be related to the subsequent game plot, and the new epic weapon is the standard weapon of the Skylark combat suit. At present, it is not known what kind of connection the DLC of Turning Back is the Shore has with the new game, but it will probably be related to this new sci-fi game with Zerg themes. Xiao Liang quickly found the answer on the internet. There are indeed players who started to speed through the reincarnation mode of Turning Back as the Shore as soon as the DLC was updated, and with superb skills and good luck, they got the reward for passing the reincarnation mode, a set of Zerg-style clothes and weapons. This suit seems to be made of Zerg carapaces, and the weapon in his hand is a huge, curved, and grotesque Zerg claw. Compared with other costumes in the game, this suit has good defense and low weight, which is very useful, and although the weapon's value is not as abnormal as the bug weapon Pudu, the attack action is relatively unique and very handy. At this point, Tenda's new round of old game DLC updates has been completed. While enriching the gameplay and game content, the most important thing is to link with the new game and advertise it. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei is so cunning. These are obviously the models and textures in the new game. They are slightly modified and used as DLC for the old game, which not only saves resources, but also promotes the new game. All I want to say is, please step up your efforts. Although there is a suspicion of saving resources, it is still satisfactory overall, because the quality of the DLC updated this time is indeed very high, and the price is very conscientious. The only thing I am not satisfied with is that the plot of the Sea Fortress DLC is broken at the end. Although I know that this is a good publicity method, it is still very uncomfortable not to see the subsequent plot. I wish that Tenda's new game will be officially released tomorrow. It can only be said that good works always make people love and hate, and can't stop. If Tenda made only rubbish games, then everyone would not have such high expectations for it. Xiao Liang casually flipped through the comments of players on the internet and found that most players were very satisfied with this update, and the expectation for Tenda's new game can be said to be unprecedentedly high. The updated DLCs are so good. Especially the new plot of Fortress at Sea, as a single game, it can be sold for around 45 yuan without any problem. It's really free. Why is it free? Isn't it an epic weapon worth 888 yuan? This wave is for the rich to spend, and the common people benefit. You may not believe it, but the most conscientious FPS game in China is Fortress at Sea, which sells for 888 yuan. It's outrageous. It feels like Tenda is really playing a big game. All the DLCs of so many games are promoting the new game. How impressive is this new game? Could it be that it has invested hundreds of millions? It's not hundreds of millions, but judging from the scale, it's definitely not small. Can any big guys guess what type of game this is? It's hard to say. Judging from the subject matter, it's definitely science fiction, a war between humans and Zerg. It stands to reason that it's most likely an FPS game, but the DLC of Fortress at Sea is already an FPS. Wouldn't it be a bit repetitive if it's made again? It's hard to guess. I also think FPS is a good choice. PS games are the most likely, and other themes are a bit cold, so it's unlikely to be done, right? I don't quite understand the plot. Did Chini die in the end? Did the decapitation operation succeed? Although it looks like it was successful, if it was really successful, what does the story want to express? It's a bit wrong. I think it's very likely that it didn't succeed. There will definitely be follow-up plots. Be patient and wait. Many players used this plot of Sea Fortress to open their minds and try to find clues left by the designer in it, and use this to guess the possible plot direction of Tenda's new game. But these speculations cannot convince the players, and they are contrary to the designer's original intention. But everyone still enjoys guessing. After all, the process itself is quite interesting. Suddenly, Xiaoliang saw a post that made his eyes light up. Fuck. I found that AEIS on the autophone has a special function, which can actually communicate with me. Xiaoliang was a little surprised. He clicked in and read the content of the post carefully. He found that the poster was using an autophone. He said a line of Chini in the game to AEIS on a whim. Unexpectedly, AEIS immediately took over and perfectly reproduced the dialogue in the game. The replies below quickly increased. Many players using autophones also discovered this function. Some people said that the AEIS fully automatic intelligent argument machine has the same effect, and the effect is better. Hey? Yes, this AEIS seems to be part of Mr. Pei's plan. Wait, what is the AEIS fully automatic intelligent argument machine? Xiaoliang's own phone is also OTTOE1, and it has just updated the new system. He did use AEIS, but because he didn't have the habit of using voice assistants, he didn't have time to experience it in depth. As for the promotional page of the AEIS fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine, it was hidden deep inside the Automobile Mall app. Xiaoliang usually didn't sell things in this mall, so he didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until he saw this post that Xiaoliang realized that OTTO technology actually sold such a thing. With a little curiosity, Xiaoliang immediately clicked into the mall to check, and soon found the fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine in a prominent position. The shape is similar to the original bar lift machine, but it is obviously longer and taller. The product details page clearly states its various specifications and parameters. Strictly speaking, it should be an echo wall. Xiaoliang couldn't help but be shocked. There is an upgraded version? And it's an echo wall? He looked at his big TV and then at his first-generation bar lift machine. Then he decisively ordered a new one. It just so happens that I need surround sound when playing games, and it's just right with a big TV. Place an order. There is even a trade-in function, and the old bar lift machine can be discounted, which is quite humane. Xiaoliang looked at the time. It was already evening. Even if it was shipped directly from the local warehouse in Jingzhou, it would not arrive until tomorrow morning. This made him a little regretful, thinking that if he had discovered this fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine earlier, it would be great. If he saw it at noon and placed an order directly, wouldn't it have arrived by now? It seems that I can only experience it tomorrow, and then consider making a video to introduce it to fans. January 13th, Friday. In the office, Pei Qian was checking the progress of various tasks. Although it felt troublesome and reluctant, after all, he had not paid attention to these projects before because he was busy preparing for the exam. Now that the exam is finally over, he must pay attention to it. It's not that he is afraid of something going wrong, but mainly that he is afraid of nothing going wrong. According to previous experience, if Pei Qian does not care about these projects at all, one day these projects will come to him with a lot of system funds that make a lot of money. Therefore, it is still necessary to detect and treat them early. Today is Friday, and the weekend is coming soon. Pei Qian's plan is to take a preliminary look at the situation of each project in advance on Friday, understand the situation, sort out the general ideas, have a good rest for 2 days on the weekend, and start the high-intensity work state next Monday. Pei Qian first checked Qiu Hong's situation at the imperial capital incubation base. Pei Qian asked Tang Yishu to go to the imperial capital before. While giving the cold-faced girl a heavy blow, it also had a great impact on the incubation base. There were many bugs in the independent game under development, and they had to spend more energy to modify it. At the same time, the incubation base also organized independent game designers to play games together according to Pei Qian's requirements, which greatly slowed down their research and development time. As a result, most of the games originally scheduled to be released last month were postponed to the middle and end of this month. Some of the more serious ones were directly postponed to next month or even the month after next. However, in the system, the nature of the incubation base and dream venture capital is similar. These independent game producers are like startups invested by dream venture capital. Their products are not considered products of the department directly responsible for Tenda, and do not affect settlement. As long as the incubation base and dream venture capital are still operating normally, and the invested companies are still operating and working normally, the system's restrictions on them will be relatively loose, and will not be as strict as those of Tenda's direct departments. This is also the reason why Pei Qian is more and more keen to give money to others to spend. Among the many games in the incubation base, only 2 games have been launched under pressure, but from the current situation, they are far from successful. One of them has a bad style and gameplay, which can be said to be in a state of no one's attention, and the other has a good reputation, but the sales are not good, a typical case of being well received but not popular. In short, none of them made money, and even the incubation base's investment in these 2 games was not recovered. Qiu Hong also felt ashamed, and his guilty conscience and lack of confidence could be felt through the Work Weekly report. However, Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. Sure, I said that there are many talented people among independent game producers, and there are always talents who can make games that lose money. The incubation base is indeed a good idea. According to Qiu Hong's idea, there is no need to continue to invest resources and time in games that have been proven to be failed. He will arrange these 2 independent game producers to start conceiving and developing new independent game projects. Seeing this, Pei Qian immediately decided to call Qiu Hong to correct his wrong idea. How can you give up on such a good project? You must continue to invest resources in it. The more the better. Chapter 8:18 Street Food Contest? Monthly votes requested. A little after 1 p.m. at a luxury hotel in the capital. Qi Yan had just finished talking to the on-site staff about the change from recorded broadcast to live broadcast, and also told the judges to strictly evaluate the cold-faced girl. The sudden change made Qi Yan a little flustered, but fortunately, the 2 changes were not very fatal, so after taking the time to explain, the event continued normally according to the previous process. Qi Yan was originally the head of the marketing department of the cold-faced girl. Her job was to be responsible for the specific implementation of the cold-faced girl's various marketing tasks according to Meng Chang's requirements. After the cold-faced girl got into trouble, Qi Yan, like other employees, was at a loss for a while. Meng Chang himself was already overwhelmed, and of course he had no time to pay attention to her. Qi Yan had been looking for a job for a few days, and hadn't completely decided where to go, but good news came from the sky, the job was saved. Tenda acquired the cold-faced girl, and the overdue wages could be paid as usual, and work was still the same. Qi Yan was happy, but also full of worries. The good thing is that she doesn't have to look for a job anymore. Meng Chang is still very generous when it comes to spending money on employee salaries. If she changes to another company, Qi Yan is worried that she may not be able to get the current salary. What she was worried about was that her career would be affected. Before, Qian came to Linmian girl because, on the one hand, she was attracted by the personality charm of Meng Chong, the perfect entrepreneur, and felt that she could learn something from Meng Chong. On the other hand, she was optimistic about the development prospects of Linmian girl. However, Linmian girl not only failed but also failed so badly that everyone knew about it. Now everyone knows that Linmian girl is an unreliable project. If Qian really works hard for Linmian girl for 3 to 5 years and then changes jobs, it is hard to say whether this experience is a plus or minus. Qian's mentality is very contradictory, but after hearing that the new employer is Tenda, she decided to wait and see. After all, Tenda is a big family with a good reputation and is trustworthy. Meng Chong has nothing to do with Linmian girl anymore, so He Dishing handed over all the matters of Linmian girl to Qian, who reported to He Dishing, and then He Dishing reported to President Pei. At present, the Cold Noodle Girl is just an ordinary fast food restaurant, and its business and reputation are not very good, so it is impossible for it to report directly to President Pei. After changing the employer, the first big job Qian received was this street food competition. So many marketing activities were cancelled, but this one was not cancelled. Qian didn't know exactly why, but she still went ahead with the original plan. The preliminary preparations had actually started a long time ago. Someone went to various cities across the country to look for snack vendors with good reputations, and paid for them to come to the capital to participate in the competition. At the same time, several gourmets with good food tasting skills were invited as judges. The competition was about to start. Qian took out her mobile phone and looked at the situation in the live broadcast room. There were a few barrages here and there was no heat at all. This was also expected. The change from recorded broadcast to live broadcast was too hasty. Qian urgently asked the live broadcast platform for resources and positions. As a result, the recommended positions on the platform were all arranged in advance. Now that they couldn't give 2 good recommended positions, they could only give ordinary positions to make do. What's more, it was Monday afternoon, and the traffic of the live broadcast platform was already very low, and not many people watched it. Qian sighed with some melancholy. This event was originally planned to be edited and then put on the list of Ellie Island at a high price. But now it has been changed to live broadcast, and there are no recommended resources. Can it become popular? If it doesn't become popular, what is the point of this street food competition? Isn't all the money wasted? But now there is no point in worrying, we can only let it go. At 2 p.m., the street food competition officially started. 2 hosts, 1 male and 1 female, came to the camera and began to introduce the organizer, guests, and specific rules of the competition to all the audience. In addition to several guests with high food appreciation ability, there were dozens of audiences on the scene, who would also taste the street food and give votes. Guests can comment, and the score has a higher weight. The scores of the judges and the audience are added together to calculate the total score, and then the winner of the street food competition is selected according to the total score. Behind the host, the first batch of snack stall owners are ready. They are of different genders and ages, but at this time, they hold their heads high and look very serious. Behind them are the carts of snack stalls. The first round of participants is the pancake group, and all the stall owners are good at making pancakes. Each stall owner has a number, and they make several pancakes in a row and cut them into small pieces for the judges and the audience to taste. The one with the higher score wins. After the pancake group is judged, there are other street snacks behind. For example, hand-grabbed pancake, grilled squid, grilled gluten, jelly, grilled tofu, rujiamo, grilled cold noodles, etc. Just looking at the name, it highlights a down-to-earth style. Of course, in addition to these more common street snacks, there is also a special unpopular snack group where some less common street snacks compete with each other. In fact, when it comes to street food, stinky tofu should have a name, but considering that the competition venue is relatively closed and the smell is not easy to spread, in order to ensure that this street food competition can proceed smoothly, the organizer tearfully rejected several stall owners who are particularly good at frying stinky tofu. The ingredients of these snacks are selected in advance, and the stall owners can choose according to their needs and habits. The difference in the taste of the final product is mainly in the cooking skills and heat. Of course, as long as it is a selection, it is definitely impossible to be 100% objective and fair. After all, everyone has different tastes and preferences. But the way the judges and the audience score together ensures the fairness of the competition to the greatest extent, and the food that is finally selected is definitely more in line with the public taste. After the host introduced the rules and judges of this competition, the camera turned to the participating stall owners. Each stall owner can make a simple self-introduction of about 20 to 30 words. For a time, various dialects from all over the country sounded, and the show effect exploded. This is a luxury hotel in the imperial capital. The floor is covered with red carpets, and the tables, chairs, and decorations are all luxurious, highlighting an upper class. The stall owners all wore formal chef uniforms and tall chef hats, looking very formal, but everything was ruined as soon as they opened their mouths. The two hosts also had a difficult job. If they were not so skilled, they would have laughed out loud. It must be said that this competition was full of absurdity from head to toe, and a little bit of magical realism. Finally, all the stall owners have finished introducing themselves. The competition officially started. The stall owners took their positions, and the host gave the order, and the timer on the screen began to roll. The stall owners were very skilled. They scooped a spoonful of multigrain batter and poured it on the pancake pan, and used a wooden pusher to stir it evenly. After the surface changed color slightly, they cracked an egg on it. This step is not complicated. Almost everyone present has seen it many times, but the techniques of these stall owners are slightly different. The dosage of seasonings, the heat of the pancakes, etc., are all different. The audience waited patiently and watched the performances of the stall owners attentively. For some reason, there was a tense atmosphere at the scene. Chapter 819, The bar lifting mode is highly recommended. Added for CZ March 10th. Your express delivery. The guy at Nifeng Station very politely moved a large box to Qiao Liang's door. It was the fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machine that he ordered last night. Qiao Liang was very happy. The speed and service of Nifeng logistics were still as good as before. Help me unpack it, Qiao Liang said. The courier boy unpacked it very considerately outside the door. Qiao Liang took the new bar lifting machine in and put it in the living room, and then took out the old bar lifting machine and handed it to the courier boy. Tingda provided a trade-in service, and the original bar lifting machine could be discounted. Qiao Liang felt that it was meaningless to have two bar lifting machines at home, so he replaced the previous one. After closing the door and sending the courier boy away, Qiao Liang began to look at the new bar lifting machine. The first feeling was that this thing had grown taller and was quite heavy. The fully automatic bar lifter was not light to begin with, as it was full of metal parts. Now with the addition of a speaker, it became even heavier, but it was still movable. Qiao Liang took the two small speakers out of the bar lifter and played with them, finding them very interesting. He had seen the introduction of the new bar raiser on the product details page before, and knew that there were two detachable surround speakers inside, but he still found it very interesting to play with it. From the appearance point of view, it is obviously different from other smart speakers and even Echo Wall products. Put the bar sound under the TV, the main part of the bar raiser next to the TV cabinet, and then put the two detachable surround speakers on the bookshelf behind the sofa, one on the left and one on the right. Play a movie to feel it. Qiao Liang randomly turned on a movie on TV and prepared to try the sound effect. Compared with traditional speakers, Echo Walls have both advantages and disadvantages. The sound quality of the echo wall is bound to be inferior to that of traditional speakers of the same price, but it will be much better in terms of surround and presence. Moreover, the echo wall on the fully automatic bar raiser is priced at around 2,000 yuan. In the eyes of real audio enthusiasts, it is just at the level of listening to the sound, and it is not that good to say how good the sound quality is. But it is absolutely no problem to beat those smart speakers that cost hundreds of yuan or the speakers that come with the TV. For ordinary people, the improvement in sound quality is already obvious. The movie started playing, and the sound effects from all directions quickly surrounded Qiao. Compared with the speakers that came with the TV before, the biggest advantage of the sound wall is a sense of layering. If the previous sound is an ordinary cake, then the sound of the sound wall is a 1,000-layer cake. Qiao felt this immersive feeling and couldn't help but regret it. Regret why I didn't buy it earlier. Qiao didn't watch TV when he was in the imperial capital. After arriving in Qingshan, although he watched TV, he didn't pursue the sound quality of TV. But after listening to the sound brought by the echo wall, he immediately felt that watching TV before wasted. Such a good picture quality is not matched with good sound quality. What a waste. Moreover, this echo wall has 13 speakers arranged in an array. It uses the principle of real reflection surround sound, that is, delaying the control of the sound of each speaker, so that the strongest point of the sound wave is superimposed to form a sound line, creating a real surround feeling. Qiao immediately turned off the movie and turned on the game console. Now there are many 4 and 3A masterpieces that also support Dolby Atmos, especially gun battle games. After using the echo wall, the sound comes from all directions, and the immersion is instantly full. Although FPS games are best played with headphones, console games are not competitive games, and it is not very convenient to match the console and TV with headphones, so most people don't wear headphones when playing. So after changing to the sound wall, the effect was significantly improved. Qiao tried several games in a row, but still felt unsatisfied. Okay, it's worth the money. But, how did Mr. Pei come up with the idea of combining the argument machine with the sound wall? It's a genius idea. After experiencing it for a while, Qiao picked up the manual and read it carefully to see if he had missed any key functions. Huh? There's also an argument mode? What mode is this? Do I have to argue with this thing? Qiao was shocked when he saw the contents of the manual and almost thought it was a spoof. He said tentatively, "Enter the argument mode." 15 minutes later, Qiao's face was flushed, and a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, almost spitting out. I almost had high blood pressure because of the argument. At first, Qiao thought this function was for fun. Arguing with artificial intelligence? Isn't this bullying people? Oh no, bullying artificial intelligence? Are the staff who developed the fully automatic intelligent argument machine sure that AEIS can understand what people are saying? However, when they really argued, Qiao found that he was not an opponent at all, and was unilaterally beaten by AEIS. This AEIS not only speaks harshly and uses tricky sentences, but its special electronic sound that is difficult to distinguish gender is also full of extreme sarcasm, which makes people want to smash it on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that this thing costs more than 2,000 yuan, Qiao suspected that he might have been unable to resist. What's even more outrageous is that because it is actually an echo wall, even the mocking sound is surround sound, coming from all directions. This feeling is like AEIS's virtual image is circling around you while mocking you 360 degrees without dead angles. This is sour and refreshing that it is unimaginable. Qiao couldn't bear it anymore, but he finally endured it. This arguing machine is the same style as before, that is, as long as the user wants to argue, it will continue to argue, and will never admit defeat first. Whether it is mechanical structure arguing or voice arguing, it is an infinite loop. Qiao did a lot of psychological preparation for himself before he finally stopped, and decided not to provoke AEIS no matter what he said in the future. Now we are under the same roof, we will see each other every day, so we have to maintain a good relationship. Oh, by the way, it is said on the internet that this can also be used for dialogue. Xiao Liang searched the lines of Qin Yi and AEIS's dialogue on the internet and had a taste of the second child. However, this function can only be regarded as a small linkage and Easter egg with the game. The most useful functions of the fully automatic smart argument machine for Xiao Liang are mainly three: the surround sound effect of the echo wall, the decorative function of the argument machine, and the smart speaker controlling the smart home in the room. There are some smart homes in the sloth apartment, and AEIS can control them. Just shout in the living room. However, the current trend of smart devices has not yet taken off, so there are not many smart homes that can be controlled, and they can be further expanded in the future. This speaker is really good, especially the arguing mode. What kind of genius can design it? It must be promoted. Xiao Liang immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a Weibo. I strongly recommend Tenda's new fully automatic smart arguing machine, especially the arguing mode, which is very fun. You must try it. Shanyang Games. Wang Xiaobin was happily flipping through the players' comments on several game DLCs, and his heart was full of joy. The sales of this updated DLC are good, and the reputation is also good. It can be regarded as a perfect completion of the task assigned by President Pei. And this is also a huge progress and breakthrough for Wang Xiaobin, a designer who is relatively not good at playing. He wanted to show off to Yi Zhizhou, but he turned his head and realized that Yi Zhizhou was still in Los Angeles. In many posts praising DLC, many people also recommended the new fully automatic smart arguing machine. It is impossible to verify where it became popular, but it can be clearly felt that more and more netizens are discussing this thing online. Moreover, everyone is unanimously highly recommending. The new bar lift is so fun, right? A must-buy. Well, it's still as philosophical as before. It's infused with soul. With this argument machine, my temper has improved visibly. I feel that I have fewer and fewer distracting thoughts in my mind, and I am about to float. If you are an old user who likes its philosophical meaning, then you must buy the new argument machine, because it can make people understand philosophy better than the old one. If you are a new user, you must buy one, because it will be an unforgettable experience. Watching everyone's discussion, Wang Xiaobin was a little amused. The mentality of these people is the same as that of spontaneously promoting the abuse game, which is "I can't let me suffer alone." Wang Xiaobin couldn't help but sigh that Mr. Pei's 2-in-1 argument machine and smart speaker simply gave the argument machine a soul. Its biggest advantage is that it is special and recognizable enough among a group of smart speakers, satisfying people's curiosity while having a good appearance and practicality. Is this Mr. Pei's ultimate grasp of the consumer mentality? Pei Qian's position in Wang Xiaobin's mind has become a little taller. Chapter 820 Eric in Hibernation. Los Angeles time, January 14, Saturday morning, Jingzhou local time, January 15 early morning. Today is the day of the IOI Global Finals semifinals, and the FV team is ready to go. In the hotel, Yi Zhizhou, Bao Su, and others waved goodbye to the team members and watched them get on the minibus. The backstage space of the competition venue is limited and cannot accommodate so many people. The data analysis work of Yi Zhizhou, Bao Su, and others has come to an end and they can take a break. As a coach, Lao Zhou took some of the tactical team to the scene, and Yi Zhizhou and others could move freely. Of course, if new tactics appear after the semifinals, we still have to continue to analyze and provide tactical support for the FV team. It has been a week since the quarter-finals. During this week, many European and American teams have invited the FV team to practice games, and the FV team's reply is also the same: sorry, our practice games are already full. This is not a lie. After all, FE team has a full schedule of training matches with SUG and its own second team, and the training time is more than 10 hours a day. It's just that FE team is unwilling to change its training plan to play against these European and American teams. Let's have a drink? Yi Zhizhou suggested. The others readily agreed and went to a small bar nearby. This bar will broadcast the live broadcast of the IOI Global Finals. It is really wonderful to drink and watch the game. However, they did not notice that in the corner of the lobby lounge on the first floor of the hotel, there was a slightly bald Westerner who was drinking coffee silently while paying attention to the situation of the FE team. Eric looked at the huge logistics team of the FE team and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Some time ago, Eric's failure to promote the IOI national service made the Dayak Group very disappointed, so Christian was replaced to be responsible for the operation of the IOI national service. The domestic market is too huge, and no multinational company wants to give up. After taking office, Christian made a series of drastic changes, including modifying the gameplay of IOI, cooperating with Longyu Group, etc. At present, it seems that although it is still difficult to say whether it is a success or a failure, at least the momentum has been created. So in the eyes of the senior management of the Dayak Group, the trust in Christian is unprecedentedly solid. This is very difficult for Eric to bear. He is also one of the senior executives of Dayak Group. It is impossible for him to be directly dismissed. He can keep his job and position in the company, but everyone who can sit in this position is ambitious. Eric must find it difficult to accept that Christian is doing better and better in his former position. Eric did not give up, but chose to lie dormant, silently watching the battle between GOG and IOI while waiting for an opportunity to act. Although the current situation is very passive for Eric, and in the eyes of the outside world, he has no possibility of turning over, but Eric himself does not think so. Because before returning to Los Angeles, he had carefully and deeply investigated the various means of Tenda to promote GOG, and had a conversation with President Pei. Eric knew very well that although Christian was doing well now, he could not succeed. Because Christian had no idea how terrible President Pei was. Eric knew very well that Christian's current methods, including changing games, holding competitions, etc., were all used by President Pei a long time ago. How could you succeed if you use President Pei's routine to deal with President Pei? Obviously, President Pei's counterattack has begun unknowingly, and the FE team is the way that President Pei found to break the deadlock. From the domestic IOI qualifying round to the series of performances of the FE team in the world competition, it seems that there is a shadow of President Pei. But Eric does not intend to tell his judgment to Kratin or the top management of Dayak Group. For Eric, his own interests far outweigh those of the Finger Company. Handing over the precious intelligence now will not give him the biggest bargaining chip, and it may not be adopted. Eric drank a sip of coffee and stood up to leave. After the end of the IOI Global Finals, the second round of the battle between Dayak Group and Tenda Group should be decided. Meanwhile, Jingzhou. Pei Qian had already gotten up and was eating breakfast while waiting for the start of the IOI Global Finals. After entering the semi-finals and finals, the game time was much friendlier to domestic players. After all, there was only one BO5 game a day, and the time arrangement would be more flexible. This opponent in the semi-finals looks quite fierce. It should be able to play a role, right? You won a small game against the FE team. Isn't it too much? Pei Qian inexplicably had some small expectations. There was still some time before the game started, and the screen was still looping the wonderful performance of FE and the opponent in the quarterfinals to warm up. Pei Qian ate breakfast while watching the barrage in the live broadcast room. FE, go for it. Come on. I don't ask you to improve, just stay the same as the quarterfinals, and give it another 3 o'clock. Come on, come on, come on. But even at the critical moment before the start of the foreign war, There were still haters who kept making trouble, and continued to use words like GOG entertains itself and so on. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. These water armies are quite dedicated. Longyu Group should have paid a lot of money. Of course, some people may not be water armies, but just black fans. But the water armies are paid to do things, and black fans can't get paid, so why are they so hardworking? This is very puzzling. Pei Qian just took a sip of his drink and suddenly saw a barrage, and almost spit out all the drink in his mouth. Stop arguing, trolls, go to the arguing machine. AEIS fully automatic arguing machine, meet all your demands for arguing. The arguing machine is fun, I suggest that trolls have one. There are still so many people being lured by trolls? You are too young, buy an arguing machine, to train your mentality. After arguing with the arguing machine, you will feel that the trolls are too low level and not worth arguing with. Seeing the direction of the barrage inexplicably change, Pei Qian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the topic turn to the bar lifter? When I checked on Friday, weren't the sales volume that high? Pei Qian had been busy checking the work status of various departments in the company for the past 2 days, and had not paid attention to the bar lifter. As a result, something went wrong without him noticing. He quickly took the phone and clicked on the mall to check. He found that the sales volume on the mobile phone mall alone had sold more than 300 units. Moreover, this is only the number of purchases by automobile phone owners. The fully automatic intelligent arguing machine is also available on some other shopping platforms, and OTTO Technology's official website is also selling it. If these are added together, the sales volume is very impressive. Could it be that Changyu didn't listen to me and still promoted it? Pei Qian hurriedly checked the internet, but he didn't find any promotion about the fully automatic arguing machine at all. This is weird, it seems to be a bit inexplicable, and it seems to have become popular from the game forum? Fuck. Old Qiao. Pei Qian searched for a long time and finally found this Weibo post by Qiao Liang, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But he carefully looked at the comments and forwarding numbers of this Weibo, which were not high. Obviously Qiao Liang played a role in fueling the popularity of the fully automatic intelligent arguing machine, but he was not the main cause. This thing seemed to become popular naturally, without a particularly obvious broadcast node, but everyone seemed to be particularly fond of it. Pei Qian was also completely confused and really couldn't understand why everyone liked this thing. While Pei Qian was confused, the game officially started. The two commentators were also in full swing, trying their best to boost the atmosphere in the venue, and they praised the FV team with all their might. Although the FV team was not favored by the IOI official, it was the only team left in China. If they didn't praise FV, would they praise foreign teams? That would definitely be inappropriate. Pei Qian could only comfort himself, it's okay, you guys try your best to heal the FV team. The game quickly entered the BP interface. On the FV team side, Coach Lao Zhou held a small notebook with a relaxed expression, and the players were also talking and laughing, and they didn't seem to be under any pressure. The mentality before the game is very important. Being serious is important, but if you are too nervous, it may cause the players to be restrained and perform abnormally. What's more, the FV team has made sufficient tactical preparations, and the players are in a hot state, of course, full of confidence. On the other hand, the opponent's state is also full of confidence. Especially the opponent's coach, standing behind the players holding a small notebook, looks like he is planning and high-spirited. This coach looks to be in his early 30s, with a very neat beard, and a suit and tie. He looks very reliable at first glance. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It's already the semifinals, and there are really no weak teams. The quarterfinals were played a week ago. The opponent must have repeatedly studied the game video and found a way to target the FV team. The ban process went smoothly. The opponent banned the hero that FE had played well in the previous quarterfinals, and it was FE's turn to pick first. Then FE picked a hero that had zero appearance rate in this world championship. The camera showed the other team's coach. The coach, who was full of confidence before, changed his expression from confidence to doubt, and then to confusion and bewilderment. He looked at the game screen in disbelief, almost thinking that he had seen it wrong. Then, he began to communicate frantically with his players. Although he spoke in English and the content of these exchanges would not be released, the audience could still roughly imagine what he was saying. "Can you play this hero? Which way?" This should be specifically for the popular system, which set is at 4. The coach was confused and had no idea why FE wanted to grab this hero, and he had never played against this hero in the training match before. The time for selecting people passed, by second. The other team obviously did not study it out. In the end, they still selected 2 heroes that they thought were strong in the version, and played the tactics that they were best at and most familiar with. However, this seemed to be exactly what the FE team wanted. Lao Zhou had almost no hesitation and asked the players to lock in 2 more heroes in seconds, specifically targeting the opponent's tactics. This second lock directly produced a strong psychological deterrent effect. One team thought about it again and again, and only locked the hero when the time ran out, while the other team locked it in seconds without hesitation, and the winner was immediately determined. Pei Qian sighed with some melancholy, deeply worried about the fate of the other team. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 821 FE's Tactical Reserve. 3 o'clock later. Let us congratulate the FE team for once again winning with a very strong score of 3 o'clock and successfully reaching the finals. While the domestic teams were unanimously not optimistic, the FE team brought us surprises again and again with its extraordinary performance and bottomless tactical reserves. I believe that in the finals next week, they will also be able to present us with outstanding performances like today. Please take a break and don't leave. There will be FE players to be interviewed later. The 2 commentators of the domestic broadcast were very excited. After explaining the final score of the FE team of 3 o'clock, it felt that one of the commentators almost couldn't breathe, and people couldn't help but want to hand him an oxygen bottle. But this is understandable, because the FE team played so well. The pressure during the snowball was so suffocating. Many people were still worried before whether the FE team could win 3 o'clock in the quarterfinals because the opponent was too weak. The team in the quarterfinals was also a European and American team. Although they won by crushing the opponents in the group stage, BO3 and BO5 are 2 different games, and many people are wondering if it might be because their opponents in the group stage were too weak, but after the semifinals, no one discussed the strength of the opponents anymore, because there would definitely be no weak teams in the semifinals. The opponent that was defeated 3 o'clock by the FE team this time also experienced the baptism of the quarterfinals. Although the opponent entered the semifinals with a score of 3-1, no one would doubt their strength. And the FE team once again ended the battle with a clean 3 o'clock, and did not lose any game until the finals, which was enough to prove that their strong dominance has begun to emerge. Some people have already discussed the issue of the FE team's champion appearance. Pei Qian looked at the barrage of comments that filled the screen like a carnival, and the unprecedentedly high popularity in the live broadcast room, which was at least 2 or 3 times higher than the group stage, and his mood was very complicated. In theory, the domestic team in the esports field defeated the foreign team and made it to the finals. This should be a great thing worth celebrating for every esports enthusiast. As an esports enthusiast who unconditionally supports the domestic team, Pei Qian should have this mentality. But when he thought about his shares in the FE team, Pei Qian couldn't be happy at all. The current FE team is already in great danger. Pei Qian can foresee that even if the FE team loses in the final, as long as the loss is not too bad, they will still be able to become the #1 team in the country after returning to IOI, although in the field of esports, most people think that the runner-up is the biggest loser, but this statement also has premise and context. The key lies in the audience's expectations. If the audience thinks there is hope to compete for the championship, but finally got the runner-up, then they will definitely criticize. But if the audience thinks it is difficult to qualify for the group stage, and finally got the runner-up, then it is far beyond expectations. The main reason is that the other two teams played supporting roles well, and they were eliminated in the group stage, which greatly lowered the audience's psychological expectations and gave the FV team a broader stage. After playing the wonderful shots of the whole game, the screen switched to the interview seat. The official host and translator of the finger company were ready. The subject of this interview was Pan, the captain of the FV team. There was also an interview after winning the quarterfinals, but the host of the finger company and the players interviewed were obviously not well prepared at that time, especially the host, who probably didn't expect FV to win. Therefore, the interviews were all some very routine questions, which had no program effect and did not have much impact. This time the host was obviously well prepared. After a brief introduction and greeting the audience, the interview officially began. Host, we have seen that in the 2 games since the quarterfinals, you have defeated your opponents cleanly with a score of 3:00. Did this result surprise you? After all, the opponents are also very strong teams. What score did you estimate before the game started? Pan was still as silent as before, and did not show much excitement. After listening to the translation carefully, he said to the microphone, no surprise, the estimate is 3:00. The host was a little surprised. Are you so confident? As far as I know, there are often 2 styles of team tactics. One is pre-prepared, that is, after studying several systems, all emergencies encountered in the game are taken into account in advance, so that the game always develops according to its own tactics, and the other is on-the-spot performance. The coach will pay more attention to the player's status, choose the best heroes for the star players, and make some changes on the spot. Which one does the FV team prefer? Pan said, 99% of the time it is the first one. Host, that is, everything that happened in these 2 games was actually in your plan, right? Pan nodded, yes. The host was even more surprised. Then the team coach has never adapted to the player's status and the opponent's lineup? Pan thought for a while and said, it just so happens that the opponent's performance is all within the expectations of our coaching team, so there is no need to adapt to the situation. The host continued to ask, in these 6 games, the FV team used a total of 22 different heroes. Is this also in the plan? Pan nodded, yes. Host, is this the entire tactic of the FV team? Or, are there still many tactics that have not been used? Will you consider using new tactics in the finals? Pan, it depends on the situation. The host smiled awkwardly. Pan was simply an interview black hole. Every time he answered, he could only answer 2 words or 1 sentence. This interview was really strenuous. But after all, he was an official host, and his professional quality was still strong. Finally, the interview was almost over. The host said, the last question, choose someone who has always supported you and say 1 sentence to him. Pan thought for a while, to President Pei. Thank you very much for President Pei's tactical guidance. Without President Pei's guidance, encouragement and support, and without President Pei's help in building confidence, we would never have come to this point. We will definitely prepare seriously and strive to get good results in the finals to repay President Pei's support for us. After the interview, the excited audience had not yet recovered from the joy of victory, and sent barrage interactions one after another. Say a few more words. The host is speechless, the interview black hole can't be carried away. Haha, Pan is really frugal with words, but it may also be that he is tight-lipped, in order not to reveal tactics. 1 more word and I lose. Why do I feel like he's pretending? FV has been playing so far, and the 2-3:0s were all within their expectations? They didn't even need to improvise on the spot? How many new tactics has FV come up with in these 2 games? There are team battle lineups that are different from the past, split lanes, early line invasions, and suppression. But this is not all the tactics? 6 games used 22 different heroes. If I were the opponent, I would have vomited. What the hell is this? How can you ban and select? Today's opponent's coach is already dizzy. FV grabbed a hero that no one has ever used. The opponent I was so embarrassed that I felt that all the preparations for a whole week were wasted. Isn't it a bit too utilitarian to thank Mr. Pei at the end? Mr. Pei is the boss. Although he is the financial sponsor, how can he give them tactical guidance? Is Mr. Pei a hidden game expert? Mr. Pei is a designer of GOG. What's wrong with giving some tactical guidance to the FV team? Don't be fooled by Mr. Pei's identity as an entrepreneur and investor. His main job is a game designer. Mr. Pei is behind this? Mr. Pei is really everywhere. Didn't Mr. Pei go to the scene to support the FV team during the qualifying round? This is not surprising. Pan Ying's black hole interview quickly spread all over the internet, especially the tactical reserve of the FV team, which also became a hot topic on the internet. Others could not understand Pan Ying's implication, but Pei Qian could. Thank you for your support. This is obviously about the business class ticket and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Thank you for your tactical guidance. This is obviously about the tactical selection in the previous qualifying round. When the FV team fought for the top seed in the domestic qualifying round, they fought 10 games and were in a difficult situation. Some players questioned Pan Ying's playing style and felt that it was difficult to win. It was Pei Qian who overcame all objections and decided to continue to play in this way. This unified the team's thinking and allowed Pan Ying to continue to lead the team and continue to improve. What's more, it was also Mr. Pei's decision to let Yi Zhizhou, Zhou Pengyuan and others lead the team and do tactical analysis. That's why Pan Ying thought that Mr. Pei was the person who helped the FV team the most. But for Pei Qian, this was very despairing. That's not what I meant at all. He also didn't expect that a casual remark from him could give Pan Ying so much confidence, and a series of coincidences led to the creation of a monster team like FE. But fortunately, the audience didn't know these things. Now most people are obviously still immersed in the joy of winning the game, mainly discussing the wonderful operations and tactical details in the game. They don't pay much attention to Pan Ying's interview and President Pei mentioned in the interview. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief, which was a blessing in disguise. However, just when he was about to turn off the TV and the forum to have lunch, he suddenly saw a new post on the forum. The routines used by the FV team are obviously variants of GOG tactics. I felt that the FV team's play style was very familiar before. Now think about it carefully. Whether it is line invasion or side landing, or team battle cooperation, it seems that there are shadows of the GOG team. The tactics of several old GOG teams have all been taken over and used, but because they were played in the IOI game, it is not so easy to see. Look at the head coach of the FV team and you should understand. Lao Zhou is a star player of GOG and one of the 10 old DGE players. He is using GOG's tactics to play IOI. Chapter 822 Pei Zong has taken the blame in advance. Pei Qian's first reaction to seeing this post was confusion. Using GOG's tactics to play IOI? It doesn't seem to work, right? In fact, there were some signs of this in the previous qualifying round, but this style of play dragged down the FV team at that time. These players are all star players who have been playing IOI for a long time, and the result is that they forced to use GOG's style of play, which led to a fierce battle of 10 games. If they used the mainstream style they were good at before, they might have played 2 fewer games. Pei Qian felt that this method of reverse training of the 9E manual would definitely lower the strength of the FV team, so he encouraged them to go down this dead end. As a result, did they really succeed in reverse training of the 9E manual? Pei Qian didn't pay much attention to the training situation of the FV team, so his first reaction to seeing this post was to think it was nonsense, but then he thought again. The FV team had already played 2-3:0s, which was obviously a serious deviation from his expectations. So what was the problem? Pei Qian hurriedly checked the post carefully. The poster is a high-scoring IOI player and former analyst of a professional team, who has a deep understanding of IOI games. However, due to the shrinking market of IOI, he was forced to switch careers to do GOG review programs to make a living, and he has been doing very well recently. And this time, he obviously saw the popularity of the IOI World Finals and happened to encounter a field he is good at, so he posted this post. Let me analyze these games carefully. The tactics used by FV Team have actually appeared in GOG games, and FV Team has actually used them in the domestic qualifiers. It's just that the effect was not very good in the qualifiers, but it had a crushing effect in the world game, so many people instinctively didn't associate them together. I think there are two main reasons for this. One is that the change in the IOI World Game version makes its gameplay similar to GOG, giving these tactics more room to play. The other is that FV Team is actually constantly evolving, and the details and execution of these tactics have been greatly improved, so they have played completely different results. The host of this post obviously put a lot of effort in the analysis, and conducted a comprehensive analysis from the aspects of hero selection, lineup matching, resource selection and tactical decision-making in the game, etc. The final conclusion is, FV Team's playing style has not changed from the qualifiers to the world game. The reason why they could only compete with domestic teams before, but now can crush the world's top teams is ultimately due to the changes in the IOI version and the fact that FV Team has greatly improved its proficiency in these tactics. Finally, the author summarized his own views. In short, we can draw three conclusions. First, the FV team has an extremely strong tactical analysis and data analysis team, and the sparring team is also very strong. Otherwise, they could not have perfected the tactical details in such a short time, and the combat power would not have made such a leap. Second, the convergence of the design concepts of the new version of IOI and GOG is an important reason for the change of the version answer. This shows that the design team of Zhito Company has recognized the view that IOI's design concept lags behind GOG to some extent, so the game has been changed. Third, the view that GOG competitions are for Chinese people to entertain themselves can be stopped. This is a complete joke. Judging from the current facts, GOG is superior to IOI in all aspects, whether in design concepts or the tactical level of the team. Otherwise, Zhou Pengyuan could not have used GOG's training method to transform FE into such an oppressive and dominant team in such a short time. In fact, the other two domestic teams were eliminated in the group stage, not only because of their strength, but also because they were not strong enough to adapt to the version and only knew how to imitate the playing style of foreign teams. If you learn from others, but your understanding of the game is not as deep as others, and you are not superior in operation, how can you win? FE has proved with actual actions that it is not the foreign teams that are strong, but the domestic IOI teams are too weak. GOG's tactics can be changed and used casually, and they can enter the finals and compete for the championship in the IOI Global Finals. Doesn't this just show that the IOI teams are all rotten fish and shrimps with no competitive level? What can we say? If FE can really win the championship, then we don't need to watch IOI's games anymore, just watch GPL. The competitive level of both sides is completely different. Finally, there is a small question. Obviously, Zhou Pengyuan, as the head coach of FE, obviously played a decisive role in tactical formulation. But after Zhou Pengyuan retired, he became the head coach of DGE Club. Why did he follow FE to Los Angeles? You can think about who appointed him. This post became popular soon after it was posted, and was topped by players for hundreds of floors and reposted in various ways. What the host said was all practical stuff, and it was well reasoned and convincing, and it also put forward a very controversial point of view. GOG's competitive level is actually far better than IOI. The logic of many water army attacks on GOG before was very simple. GOG domestic team has dominance, which means that foreign teams don't play seriously, your game has no gold content, and the competitive level of foreign teams is higher. But now, FV team has been cutting melons and vegetables under the guidance of GOG coach, and the argument that foreign teams are stronger is of course self-defeating. In other words, GOG's tactics are not only ahead of the world, but also ahead of the entire esports circle of IOI. This argument, on the contrary, proves that GPL has become the world's highest competitive esports event. For a while, those water army who have been posting self-entertainment all stopped. Similar voices occasionally appeared, and they were immediately attacked. GOG players were all proud, while posting replays of FV team games, while battling with people who belittle GOG online, output with the wind, and fire at full power. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. It's okay for Panning to talk nonsense here, but why did the audience start to blame me? Many players are discussing this post, but after much analysis, they think that the biggest contributor is actually Mr. Pei. Zhou Pengyuan has indeed made great contributions as the head coach, but he is the head coach of the DG club and is not qualified to coach the FV team. President Pei, who made the seemingly outrageous but actually brilliant decision of letting the GOG head coach, is obviously the first contributor to the good results of the FV team. Pei Qian silently read the entire post and didn't know what to say for a moment. The finals haven't even started yet, and I've already taken the blame? At the same time, in Los Angeles. In one of the reception rooms at the headquarters of the Finger Company, both Creighton and Zhao Shuming looked solemn, and each of them had a lot of troubles. From an outsider's point of view, the IOI Global Finals has been very successful so far. There is heat and topics, isn't the goal achieved? What else is there to be dissatisfied with? But the spectators only saw the surface heat, while Creighton and Zhao Shuming, who were in it, could feel the undercurrent surging deep inside. The IOI Cooperation Affairs Department of Longyu Group has been paying attention to the domestic response to the IOI Global Finals throughout the process, and these contents will be reported to Zhao Shuming, who is far away in Los Angeles, as soon as possible. What bothered Zhao Shuming the most was that his previous plan to step on GOG and promote IOI had completely failed. In order to make IOI players feel superior, Zhao Shuming asked the internet users to hype that the GOG Global Invitational was a self-entertainment event for the Tenda Group and that the IOI World Championship had a higher level of competition. This argument had already spread and had the effect of confusing people, but the victory of the FV team made this argument fall apart. Previously, we had worked hard to hire so many water armies and triggered so many discussions about the competitive level of GOG and IOI, but all of them were for others. Now most people think that GOG's competitive level is higher and they are more willing to watch GPL games. This has created a greater obstacle for Longyu Group to promote IOI in China, which can be said to be completely shooting itself in the foot. And Creighton's current situation is also very uncomfortable. The convergence of the new version of IOI and GOG design, hotly discussed by netizens, can be said to be a very fatal blow to him as a designer. In fact, before the IOI World Finals, when the new version of IOI was just updated, this kind of voice had appeared on the internet. At that time, many old players felt that the changes in the new version of IOI were not suitable and lost the original flavor of the game, and they protested on the internet. But Creighton insisted on changing the new version, and such changes did work, and players soon really liked it. Even if there are GOG players who occasionally come and say that this is imitating GOG, it has not caused too much response because there is no evidence. You say that the new version of IOI imitates GOG, why don't you show the evidence? Even if the new version of IOI has a faster pace and more intense competition for resources, it cannot be said that it is imitating GOG. After all, they are essentially two completely different games. But now, the FV team actually used GOG's tactics to get a good result in the IOI Global Finals, which is very intriguing. When designing the new version of IOI, did the finger company refer to GOG's gameplay? Everyone has their own answer in their hearts. This is a heavy blow to the self-confidence and pride of IOI players. Many people used to think that IOI was more difficult and was a foreign game, so they had an inexplicable sense of superiority over GOG. But now it suddenly turns out that IOI has changed in the direction of GOG. Isn't this a disguised admission that its gameplay design is not as good as GOG? In this way, Pei Qian, who has been pushing for changes in IOI's gameplay, is afraid that he will be the first to bear the brunt and become the scapegoat within the finger company. From the current situation, although the popularity of the IOI Global Finals is high, there is a trend of gathering on the FV team. If the FV team really wins the championship, then who will make more money from the finals, the fingerprint company, or the FV team and the Tenda Group? It's hard to say. Finger company has spared no expense in hosting this global finals, and has also endured pressure from the Diak Group. If it really makes wedding dresses for others, then no one can afford such a failure. Therefore, Zhao Shuming and Christian both looked solemn and worried about their future. Zhao Shuming did not intend to sit and wait for death. After thinking for a long time, he said, "We can't go on like this. There is still a week before the finals. We must do something. We must not let the FV team win the championship." Christian looked at him. "What can we do? We are the organizers. It is impossible to play tricks. Once exposed, Finger Company and Diak Group will definitely lose their reputation. This kind of high-risk and low-return behavior is done by fools." Zhao Shuming said, "Of course it cannot affect the fairness of the competition. But, privately send one or two designers to guide the FRY team in a private capacity. Is this okay?" President Pei has already revealed his true intentions. We can't just sit and wait for death. Chapter 823, Criticize the Cold-Faced Girl. Update. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Zhao Shuming's words made Pei Qian fall into silence. Indeed, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Judging from the current situation, the strength shown by the FV team is too strong, and whether it is tactical reserves, player status or public opinion environment, it has reached an unprecedented peak. Although it is not clear who the data analysis team of the FV team is, there is no doubt that they must have received support from the GPL League and even the game designers of the Tenda Group. Otherwise, they would not have made such a rapid progress in their understanding of the version and tactics in such a short time. Judging from the current trend, the FV team will have an absolute advantage even in the finals. If the FV team really wins the championship, it will be an extremely bad situation for Pei Qian and Zhao Shuming. In theory, the Finger Company is the organizer of the event, and it doesn't make much difference to them which team wins the championship. But the IOI Global Finals have changed now. The FV team represents not only the domestic IOI esports circle, but also the Tenda Group. In other words, the designers and data analysts of Tenda Group used the IOI Global Finals as a battlefield to start a silent struggle with the designers and all teams of IOI. So, Finger Company cannot lose. But as the organizer, Finger Company cannot do anything tricky. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. If it is found to be doing tricky things, it will be a super scandal that will shock the whole world. Not only will the fairness of the global finals become a joke, but it will also make Finger Company and even Diak Group lose their reputation. This is a dilemma. If you don't care, it will definitely hurt. If you care, there is a glimmer of hope, but it is also accompanied by huge risks. If you are not careful, it will be worse than not caring. From the perspective of Finger Company, this is a difficult choice. But for Qingshan himself, there are other considerations. If the FV team wins the championship, all the heat of the global finals will be earned by FV and Tenda. Then Qingshan, as the direct person in charge of this series of decisions, will definitely be fired by the top management. At least let FV team stop at the runner-up, so that the face of Finger Company can be saved, the global finals will not be in vain, and Qingshan's position can be kept. So, from Qingshan's personal perspective, he actually doesn't have many choices regarding his position as the person in charge of the Greater China region. Qingshan did not dare to neglect it. After thinking it over, he lowered his voice and said, "You make sense. I will find 2 balance engineers in the company to analyze the tactics of the FV team, integrate the game data of the new version, and give it to the FRY team to provide them with tactical support in private. No matter what, we can't let the FV team win the championship." Qingshan thought again and felt that this risk must be taken. As long as we find 2 balance engineers who know the ins and outs of the matter, and then make an agreement with the FRY team, and both sides keep their mouths shut, this news should not be spread. As long as the outside world has no way of knowing, there should be no big problem. There is only 1 week left before the finals, and there is not much time left for the FRY team to prepare. Qingshan suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhao Shuming. "Can you get some information from the FV team?" Obviously, simply sending 2 balance engineers may not work. Although the official data balancer of the Finger Company has a better grasp of data and understanding of the game than most people, he may not be able to combine data and tactics well. From data to tactics, a lot of details need to be piled up, and the players' playing habits, proficiency in key heroes, etc. must also be considered. Therefore, Qingshan felt that if he could get some information from the FV team, he would be more confident. Zhao Shuming said bitterly, "I can't get it. There is no hope for soft or hard methods. Before I went abroad, I had already fallen out with Wu Yu, the boss of FV. If I try to get close to him now, I will definitely be suspected. It is even more impossible to spy on him." That group of people hired 4 bodyguards and usually trained on the 2nd floor of an internet cafe. They were all privately trained and no information would be leaked. This group of people is like an iron barrel. No needle can be inserted or water can be poured in. They don't even play rank. The outside world has no idea what heroes the FV players are practicing recently. Qingshan thought for a while and asked again, "I heard that the FV team is playing a training match with the SUG team. Don't you know Dingan, the boss of the SUG team? Can you find a way to get some information from him?" Zhao Shuming's face became more embarrassed. I'm afraid he won't look good to me now. Zhao Shuming is still very self-aware. He had promised the SUG team that there must be a place in the world competition, but the FV team suddenly appeared and snatched the place. Zhao Shuming felt that Dingan and the SUG team were of no value, so he ignored him. Dingan must have felt uncomfortable about this. President Pei paid for SUG to come to Los Angeles. Seeing Dingan and Wu Yu chatting and laughing at the airport, it was obvious that Dingan had already sided with President Pei. Now if Zhao Shuming went to Dingan again in a hypocritical manner, would he get a good face? I'm afraid Dingan would tell President Pei and Wu Yu about this, making the FV team more vigilant. Of course, Dingan is just a club owner, and he may not dare to tear his face with Zhao Shuming, but it is hard to say what he will do behind the scenes when he is polite on the surface. Zhao Shuming has no confidence in this. Qingshan was a little angry. What's wrong with you? How come all the people who are a little useful have fallen out? Nothing can be counted on. Zhao Shuming was very angry, but he opened his mouth, but was unable to refute. Indeed, if Zhao Shuming had a better attitude towards Dingan, or had not chosen to abandon the FV team before, the current situation might be different. But Zhao Shuming could not predict the future, so how could he have thought of such a thing? One wrong step, all wrong steps. A seemingly insignificant decision made in a moment of anger and hot-headedness, before has very serious consequences at this time. Christian could not say much, so he could only sigh. If that's the case, forget it. I hope the FRY team can stop FE. Monday, January 16th. Pei Qian got up as usual, went to the company, checked the status of various industries, and thought about where to start his spending spree. Pei Qian knew nothing about the intrigues in Los Angeles. After seeing FE beat their opponents 3 o'clock and enter the finals last weekend, Pei Qian had strategically given up on them. After the exam week, the students have gone home for the winter vacation. Pei Qian always feels inexplicably melancholy when he thinks that he still has to spend money hard. He had just watched for 2 minutes when there was a knock on the door. Hidishing reminded, "Mr. Pei, the street food competition I told you about before will start this afternoon. Do you have any instructions?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. "This afternoon?" Hidishing nodded, "Yes, this afternoon." "Oh, this time is not set by me." Meng Chang's original plan was set for this afternoon, probably because he originally planned to record it. "Mr. Pei, if you think it is not appropriate, it is okay to postpone it to the weekend." Pei Qian raised his hand, "No, today is fine, and it will be held as usual." Before, Hidishing told Pei Qian that there would be a street food competition next week, and Pei Qian thought it must be on the weekend. After all, this kind of competition needs to be popular, and more people will watch it on the weekend. But Meng Chang's original idea was not to live broadcast, but to record it. Because the fundamental purpose of Meng Chang's holding this competition is to let snack vendors from all over the country come to serve the cold-faced girl. The program first introduces how delicious and unique the street food from all over the country is, and then highlights how outstanding the cold-faced girl's taste is, which completely surpasses the best small vendors from all over the country. Live broadcasting is more prone to live broadcast accidents, while recorded broadcasting is much easier to control. If there is any emergency, just cut and reshoot. After the editing is completed, Meng Chang will spend a lot of money to promote it on video websites such as Ellie Island to further enhance the popularity of Cold Noodle Girl. Before Cold Noodle Girl collapses, this will be a very effective marketing activity. Although some people doubt that Cold Noodle Girl's grilled cold noodles are not as delicious as Meng Chang boasts, the taste is not bad overall, so whether Cold Noodle Girl is delicious or not is a matter of opinion. In this case, marketing can play a role in guiding public opinion. Just like many catering brands, as long as the taste is up to standard, as long as the marketing is good and everyone says it is delicious, many customers will choose to try it. But now that Cold Noodle Girl has experienced the previous bankruptcy crisis, the situation is completely different. Because of the complete reversal of public opinion caused by excessive marketing, most people tend to trample it as worthless. No matter how the grilled cold noodles taste, they will think it is unpalatable. Just as Hidishing was about to leave, Pei Qian stopped him again. "Wait a minute, you just said that this street food competition is a recorded broadcast?" Hidishing nodded. "It is a recorded broadcast, mainly because we are worried that some unexpected situations will occur if it is broadcast live." According to Meng Chang's original plan, the judges have already hinted that when the taste is finally evaluated, the Cold Noodle Girl's grilled cold noodles must be the first place. Pei Qian frowned slightly. "How can that be possible?" "Change the recorded broadcast to a live broadcast. Also, tell the judges that the evaluation must be based on facts, and don't give face to the Cold Noodle Girl. The others are all street food. The Cold Noodle Girl has been exposed to the industrial process of fast food. The taste should be more strictly required. Then criticize the Cold Noodle Girl's grilled cold noodles for me. If there are any problems, you must point them out severely. Don't show any mercy." Hidishing was stunned for a moment, but didn't ask more questions. "Okay, Mr. Pei, I will call the person in charge and let him do as you said." Pei Qian's two requirements do not conflict with the process of the entire street food competition, and it is easy to change. Just say hello to the judges. The venue of this street food competition is a luxury hotel in the capital. Meng Chang's original intention should be to raise the level of this competition as much as possible, so as to better highlight the mid to high-end positioning of the Cold Noodles Girl brand. Although Cold Noodles Girl is fast food, in Meng Chang's conception, it is mainly aimed at the petty bourgeoisie and white-collar workers, so it must have a certain level of style to make a clear difference from the general street stall grilled cold noodles. The Cold Noodle Girl held a street food competition in a luxury hotel, and the grilled cold noodles won in the end. This kind of thing is very topical, and it definitely brings traffic. Pei Qian was too lazy to go to the capital for this matter, so he didn't go this time, and just watched the live broadcast in Jingzhou. To be honest, this street food competition is still quite curious, and it might really create some heat. But Pei Qian was not panicked at all. Tell the judges directly and criticize the Cold Noodle Girl's grilled cold noodles severely, making its already bad reputation even worse. Let everyone know that the Cold Noodle Girl's grilled cold noodles are not as delicious as they say. In this way, everyone will definitely despise the Cold Noodle Girl even more, and no one will go to the Cold Noodle Girl store to consume. Over time, this brand can only keep burning money. Isn't this good? Chapter 8 24 Street Food Contest Update. A little after 1 p.m., a luxury hotel in the capital. Qiyan had just finished the change from recorded broadcast to live broadcast with the on-site staff, and told the judges to strictly evaluate the cold-faced girl. The sudden change made Qiyan a little flustered, but fortunately, the two changes were not very fatal, so after taking the time to explain, the event was still carried out normally according to the previous process. Qiyan was originally the head of the marketing department of the cold-faced girl. Her job was to be responsible for the specific implementation of the cold-faced girl's various marketing work according to Meng Chang's requirements. After the cold-faced girl got into trouble, Qiyan, like other employees, was at a loss for a while. Meng Chang himself was already overwhelmed, and of course he had no time to pay attention to her. Qiyan had looked for several jobs, but hadn't decided where to go, but good news came, the job was saved. Tenda acquired the cold-faced girl, and the overdue wages could be paid as usual, and work was still the same. Qiyan was happy, but also full of worries. The good thing is that she doesn't have to look for a job anymore. Meng Chang is still very generous when it comes to spending money on employee salaries. If she changes to another company, Qiyan is worried that she may not be able to get the current salary. What she is worried about is that her career will be affected. Before, Qiyan came to Linmian Girl because she was attracted by the personality charm of Meng Chang, the perfect entrepreneur, and felt that she could learn something from Meng Chang. On the other hand, she was optimistic about the development prospects of Linmian Girl. However, Linmian Girl not only failed, but also failed to a great extent, and everyone knew about it. Now everyone knows that Linmian Girl is an unreliable project. If Qiyan really works hard for Linmian Girl for 3 to 5 years and then changes jobs, it is difficult to see whether this experience is a plus or minus. Qiyan's mentality is very contradictory, but after hearing that the new employer is Tenda, she decided to wait and see. After all, Tenda is a big family with a good reputation and is trustworthy. Meng Chang has nothing to do with Linmian Girl anymore, so He Dishing handed over all the matters of Linmian Girl to Qiyan, who reported to He Dishing, and then He Dishing reported to President Pei. At present, Linmian Girl is just an ordinary fast food restaurant, and its business and reputation are not very good, so it is impossible for it to report directly to President Pei. After changing the employer, the first big job Qiyan received was this street food competition. So many marketing activities were cancelled, but this one was not cancelled. Qiyan didn't know exactly why, but she still went ahead with the original plan. The preliminary preparations had actually started a long time ago. Someone had searched for food stall owners with good reputations in cities across the country and paid to invite them to the capital to participate in the competition. At the same time, several gourmets with good food tasting skills were invited as judges. The competition was about to start. Qian took out her mobile phone and looked at the situation in the live broadcast room. There were a few barrages here and there was no heat at all. This was also expected. The change from recorded broadcast to live broadcast was too hasty. Qian urgently asked the live broadcast platform for resources and positions. As a result, the recommended positions on the platform had been arranged in advance. Now that they could not give two good recommended positions, they could only give ordinary positions to make do. What's more, it was Monday afternoon, and the traffic of the live broadcast platform was already very low, and not many people watched it. Qian sighed with some melancholy. This event was originally planned to be edited and then put on the list of Ellie Island at a high price. But now it has been changed to live broadcast, and there are no recommended resources. Can it become popular? If it doesn't become popular, what is the point of this street food competition? Isn't all the money wasted? But now there is no point in worrying, we can only let it go. At 2 p.m., the street food competition officially started. Two hosts, one male and one female, came to the camera and began to introduce the organizer, guests, and specific rules of the competition to all the audience. In addition to several guests with high food appreciation ability, there were dozens of audiences on the scene, who would also taste the street food and give votes. Guests can comment, and the score has a higher weight. The scores of the judges and the audience are added together to calculate the total score, and then the winner of the street food competition is selected according to the total score. Behind the host, the first batch of participating stall owners are ready. They are of different genders and ages, but at this time, they hold their heads high and look very serious. Behind them, there are carts for food stalls. The first round of participants is the pancake group, and all stall owners are good at making pancakes. Each stall owner has a number, and they make several pancakes in a row and cut them into pieces for the judges and the audience to taste. The one with the higher score wins. After the pancake group is judged, there are other street stalls to eat. For example, hand-grabbed pancake, grilled squid, grilled gluten, jelly, grilled tofu, rujiamo, grilled cold noodles, etc. Just looking at the name, it highlights a down-to-earth style. Of course, in addition to these more common street stalls, there is also a special unpopular food group where some less common street stalls compete with each other. In fact, when eating at street stalls, stinky tofu should have a name, but considering that the competition venue is relatively closed and the smell is not easy to spread, in order to ensure that this street food competition can proceed smoothly, the organizer tearfully rejected several stall owners who were particularly good at frying stinky tofu. These food ingredients are selected in advance, and the stall owners can choose according to their needs and habits. The difference in taste of the final product is mainly in cooking skills and heat. Of course, as long as it is a selection, it is definitely impossible to be 100% objective and fair. After all, everyone has different tastes and preferences. But the way the judges and the audience score together ensures the fairness of the competition to the greatest extent, and the food that is finally selected must be more in line with the public taste. After the host introduced the rules and judges of this competition, the camera turned to the participating stall owners. Each stall owner can make a simple self-introduction of about 20 to 30 words. For a time, various dialects from all over the country sounded, and the show effect exploded. This is a luxury hotel in the imperial capital. The floor is covered with red carpets, and the tables, chairs, and decorations are all luxurious, highlighting an upper class. The stall owners all wore formal chef uniforms and tall chef hats, looking very formal, but everything was ruined as soon as they opened their mouths. The two hosts also had a difficult job. If they were not so skilled, they would have laughed out loud. This competition was absurd from head to toe, and a little bit of magical realism. Finally, all the stall owners have finished introducing themselves. The competition officially started. The stall owners took their positions, and the host gave the order, and the timer on the screen began to roll. The stall owners were very skilled. They scooped a spoonful of multigrain batter and poured it on the pancake pan, and used a wooden pusher to stir it evenly. After the surface changed color slightly, they cracked an egg on it. This step is not complicated. Almost everyone present has seen it many times, but the techniques of these stall owners are slightly different. The dosage of seasonings, the heat of the pancakes, etc., are all different. The audience waited patiently and watched the performances of the stall owners attentively. For some reason, there was a tense atmosphere at the scene. Chapter 825 Pancake Selection. At the same time, Qingshan. Pei Qian was also in the office, looking at the work reports of various departments from time to time, and paying attention to the situation of the street food competition through live broadcast. The first group was the pancake group. The progress of each stall owner was different. Some had just turned it over neatly, and some had already started to sprinkle chopped green onions on it. Although everyone's skills were very skilled, there were also differences in quality. I'm actually watching the live broadcast of pancakes. I always feel that this scene is a bit absurd. Pei Qian couldn't help but complain. Looking at the situation in the live broadcast room, the number of viewers gradually increased, and the barrage became denser. What the hell is this? A group of people dressed so formally, but they are making pancakes? There are judges for making pancakes? It's so magical. The world is so big, there are all kinds of things. It's actually a street food competition? Will there be spicy hot pot, hand-pulled pancakes, and fried chicken strips? The organizer is the cold-faced girl? Is this hype? Wait, isn't the cold-faced girl already gone? Rumor has it that Tenda seems to have taken over? I don't know if it's true or not. There are more and more people in the live broadcast room. Although the live broadcast room of the street food competition did not get a particularly good recommendation position, it will have a lot of natural traffic after being posted in the living area. Whether it is the title of the street food competition or the content of the live broadcast room, it has greatly stimulated the interest of the fans, making them unable to leave after entering. It's so interesting, I haven't seen it before. Someone found that the account of this live broadcast room is Cold-Faced Girl, which was the account specially registered by Meng Chong to promote Cold-Faced Girl. Many people did not continue to pay attention to the follow-up of Cold-Faced Girl, and Pei Qian did not deliberately publicize this matter, so most people did not know that Cold-Faced Girl had been taken over by Tenda, and they were still wondering, didn't they say that Cold-Faced Girl had gone bankrupt? How could there be money to hold such a competition? However, most of the audience did not dwell on this point, because their attention was quickly attracted by the delicious pancakes. The cameraman this time was also specially invited, and there were several camera positions switching back and forth. Some were responsible for shooting the expressions of the judges, some were responsible for shooting the actions of the stall owners from a slightly farther distance, and some were responsible for shooting the appearance of the pancakes at close range. Golden pancakes were quickly made, some wrapped with fried dough sticks, some with crispy dough, and the golden outer skin was covered with brown crispy crust, black sesame seeds, and light green scallion, which looked very tempting. A row of staff came to the pancake stall holding a tray. The tray was specially made with many small grids on it, and each small grid corresponded to the number of a stall owner. The stall owner cuts the pancake into many small pieces, puts one piece on each staff member's tray, and puts it on the small grid corresponding to his number. After the staff walked around, the tray was filled with pancakes from all the stall owners, and was directly brought to the judges and the audience for them to taste. Of course, because there were many audiences on the scene, the stall owners had to continue to spread the pancakes to ensure that every audience member could taste it. The first to taste it were of course the judges specially invited by the program. The judges had chopsticks and other tableware at hand. Pick up a pancake and put it in your mouth, taste and chew it carefully, record the taste of the corresponding numbered pancake in the small notebook next to it, drink a sip of mineral water to remove the taste in your mouth, and then continue to taste the next one. When the judges have tasted almost everything, the host handed over the microphone and asked each judge to express his or her opinions. At this time, the audience was still tasting the pancakes. The judges evaluated while the audience tasted, which could play a role of explanation to a certain extent. Of course, if the audience felt that the judges were wrong, they could also stick to their own opinions. Whether it is the judges or the audience, they can be very subjective when tasting. They can only comment on the pancakes they think are delicious and not comment on other pancakes. They can even decide which pancakes to eat and which not to eat based on their appearance alone, because the evaluation of food is relatively subjective, and food also requires color, fragrance, and taste. If it doesn't look good, it is likely to be unpopular. There is no way, after all, this is a world that values appearance. In short, the rules are fair, and who can break through the siege depends on ability. After tasting, the judges had a good idea and began to speak in turn. I think the number 3 pancake is very good, the dough is crispy, and the taste is lingering. The cooking method is close to the traditional method, but there are some personal micro-innovations in it. I think number 7 is good, mainly because the sauce and various side dishes are very particular, not excessive, and not all the sauce tastes in one bite. It can maximize the taste of the grain dough, giving people a relatively fresh feeling, and it also conforms to the low-calorie diet of modern people. The judges began to express their opinions and comment on these pancakes from different angles. If a stall owner's pancakes are well received by the judges, the host will interview the stall owner and ask him to briefly introduce his unique pancake method and secrets, which is considered to further canvass for himself. Finally, the judges and the audience will press the voting machine to vote for their favorite pancakes. After the scores are summarized in the background, the results will be automatically output according to the weighted rules, and the best pancakes will be selected from the highest to the lowest scores. Pei Qian looked at the screen in the live broadcast room and swallowed subconsciously. Don't mention it, it looks really tempting. The photographer took a close-up shot of the pancakes, and the sizzling sound of the pancake pan whetted people's appetite. And the number of viewers in the live broadcast room is increasing. Oh my God, it looks so delicious. Is it my illusion? It's quite formal, with a luxury hotel, uniform chef uniforms, and comments from the judges. These should all create some psychological cues. Psychological cues are definitely only one aspect, but the skills of these stall owners are definitely good. Although you can't eat them, you can see how they make pancakes, and the color and touch of these pancakes are definitely not bad. Of course, this food competition selects the best stall owners from all over the country, all of whom are well known locally. There may also be those internet celebrity snacks that can only be eaten after a long queue. How can their skills be bad? I'm so envious, I want to eat it. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room entered at the beginning, just because of curiosity. They are all street stalls like pancakes, and the judges are asked to select them. But now, many viewers have already regarded it as a serious food program, and some are even eager to try it and want to order a pancake to taste. Of course, it's useless to think about it, after all. The pancakes that most people can order are definitely far from the taste of the pancakes on TV. The number of people in the live broadcast room began to grow rapidly, and the barrage became denser. The living area is a popular area of the live broadcast platform, and food is also an eternal topic of concern to people. The street food competition is both curious and down-to-earth, and has a certain degree of professionalism. It is also a food column in the living area, so it quickly attracted a large number of viewers. Although it is Monday afternoon and the entire website is relatively deserted, This also means that there are no big anchors broadcasting and not much high-quality content. The official soon noticed this. Seeing that the street food competition was so effective, a lot of resources were immediately transferred and directly pushed to the homepage. I didn't notice it for a while. Why is the popularity so high? Pei Qian looked at it intermittently. He just flipped through the work reports of various departments again. As a result, when he came back, he saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room had more than doubled. The popularity has increased greatly. Obviously, the official live broadcast platform is pushing resources. Pei Qian couldn't help but be a little shocked. There are so many people watching on a Monday afternoon. Don't you guys have to go to work? Or are you watching secretly while at work? They are slacking off at work. These are all talented people. It's a pity that we can't contact these people and recruit them to Tenda. Pei Qian was a little panicked instinctively. Anyway, no matter what happened, as long as it was related to popularity, it was usually not a good thing. But Pei Qian thought again, it would be best if this food competition was not popular, but even if it was popular, it would not affect him, right? Pei Qian had already made a warning, and the judges would not praise the cold noodle girl, nor would they cause consumers to go to the cold noodle girl to consume. Even if there was popularity, it would all dissipate after the competition. What was there to worry about? Pei Qian thought about it and felt that there was no need to worry, so he continued to watch steadily. After the pancake group's competition was over, the hand-grabbed pancake, grilled squid, grilled gluten and other groups competed again. The selection process was exactly the same, and no one knew the final result of the selection. It all depended on the tastes of the judges and the audience on the scene. However, although they were all very simple and common roadside snacks, they could still be distinguished. After all, there is a saying that you should not use your hobbies to challenge other people's livelihoods. There are so many small vendors in the country, all of whom make money by selling snacks from dawn to dusk. They have to make hundreds or even thousands of snacks every day, and those who don't make good food have long been eliminated. The contestants this time are all well-known vendors from all over the country, and they are selected from 100, and each of them has his own unique skills. In other words, there is nothing special, just practice makes perfect. The competition lasted a long time, because it was divided into many groups and all the audience on site had to eat. In addition to the judges' comments and the stall owner's self-introduction, time passed quickly. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. It was close to lunchtime, and many people were off work, and the live broadcast of the street food competition reached a peak. The dense barrage almost covered the screen. Next was the selection of the grilled cold noodles group, then the selection of the unpopular snacks group, and finally the overall evaluation. The overall evaluation is to compare the scores of snacks in different categories, find the top scores of snacks in different categories, and give these stall owners trophies and bonuses. The audience who stayed in the live broadcast room were basically waiting for the overall evaluation to see which stall owner would have the last laugh. Chapter 826, The audience guessed the wrong script, please vote for me. Putting the evaluation of grilled cold noodles in the second-to-last link was arranged by Meng Chang, who had selfish motives. The only purpose of Meng Chang's street food competition was to market the cold noodle girl. Putting the evaluation of grilled cold noodles in a relatively late position can leave a deeper impression on the audience, but it is not appropriate to put it at the end, which would be too obvious. Putting it in the second-to-last order and arranging the last one as a rare snack can ensure that the audience will not be too disgusted and will have a deeper impression of the cold noodle girl. At the same time, let the judges praise the cold noodle girl's grilled cold noodles and compare it with other grilled cold noodles to strengthen the impression that the cold noodle girl's grilled cold noodles taste the best. This is all a routine. However, President Pei had already seen through Meng Chang's routine, and the evaluation of grilled cold noodles would definitely not develop like a written script. Soon, the stall owners of the grilled cold noodles group were ready and started cooking. Unlike other groups, the chef of the cold-faced girl next to him was also cooking on the spot, competing with other stall owners. The camera was turned to the chef of the cold-faced girl, and the audience in the live broadcast room instantly rebelled. Fuck. Caught off guard. This is the advertisement of the cold-faced girl. I watched it carefully for several hours. So you are waiting here. I was wondering why the cold-faced girl would do this competition when she has nothing to do. It turns out that she is advertising herself. When many viewers saw the cold-faced girl also participate in the competition, they immediately realized what was going on. After all this time, so many preparations, and so many street food stalls are just foils to set off the taste of the cold-faced girl. Many viewers felt disappointed and left the live broadcast room one after another. The key to this kind of competition lies in fairness and justice. If the competition ends with the relatives squeezing out the truly excellent contestants and winning the highest award, it would be disgusting. Many viewers have foreseen the next script and feel that it is meaningless to watch it anymore, so they quit one after another. In fact, according to Meng Cheng's original plan, as long as the program is recorded and released after editing, the audience will not be so disgusted. But now it has been changed to live broadcast, the situation is completely different. Pei Qian was overjoyed to see that as soon as the cold-faced girl appeared, the number of people in the room dropped by several thousand, and it continued to drop. Great! I was worried because the room was a little too hot, but now everyone has left. The live competition is still going on. The grilled cold noodles were made very quickly, and the staff also used a special tray to deliver them to the judges and the audience. The judges looked at each other and began to taste. The barrage in the live broadcast room was no longer visible. Black curtain. Strong protest. Oh, no need to look at it, it must be the cold noodle girl who is the first, and the others are up to you. It seems that the judges will praise the taste of the cold noodle girl, the chef will speak with emotion, and the host will advertise the cold noodle girl again. Hey, it's a good competition, and it was all well done in the beginning, but it ended up like this. Okay, don't advertise, jump to the next stage quickly, I want to know what snacks are in the unpopular snack group. The audience in the live broadcast room had already preconceived that the judges were going to start bragging. However, they all guessed wrong, and they were very wrong. The first judge took the microphone and began to evaluate the grilled cold noodles in front of him. Overall, I think the number 6 grilled cold noodles taste the best. Number 6 grilled cold noodles are made with a traditional sweet and sour taste. Compared with other sweet and sour grilled cold noodles, its biggest feature is that the amount of seasoning used is very precise, which can be said to be just right. For sweet and sour grilled cold noodles, put less sugar but more vinegar. Because the high temperature of the iron plate will cause a lot of vinegar to evaporate, and it will also make the grilled cold noodles more flavorful. If you put less, there will be no sour taste, but only sweetness, and the taste will be completely changed. The amount of seasoning added must be coordinated with the baking time on the iron plate, otherwise the texture and taste of the grilled cold noodles will be deviated. So the number 6 grilled cold noodles taste the best in my opinion. As for the number 1 grilled cold noodles, that is, the cold noodles of the cold noodle girl, I think there is a problem with the amount of seasoning, too little vinegar. I guess that when calculating the amount of vinegar, the factor of volatilization caused by the high temperature of the iron plate was not taken into account, which affected the taste of the grilled cold noodles. Then, the second judge also began to speak. I agree with judge number 1. The grilled cold noodles of stall number 6 are indeed very good, but I think the grilled cold noodles of stall number 3 are better in taste. I deliberately observed the production process of all stall owners. Everyone sprayed water on the dough during the grilling process. This is right, because the right amount of water spraying can make the dough softer and tougher, and the taste will be better. The timing and amount of water sprayed by stall number 3 are just right, so from the taste of the dough alone, the grilled cold noodles of number 3 are the best. As for the grilled cold noodles of the cold noodle girl, I think the taste of the dough is not bad, but it is not outstanding either. It gives people the feeling of being mediocre, and there is no obvious impressive feature. The judges commented one by one. What surprised the audience in the live broadcast room was that the expected awkward praise did not appear. The comments of these judges highlighted a pragmatic approach, even a bit nitpicking, and no mercy at all. Many viewers heard the judges' explanations and realized that there were so many tricks in a simple grilled cold noodles. The temperature and heat of the grilling, the amount of water sprayed during the process, the amount of seasoning, etc., as long as there is a slight deviation, it will affect the taste of the final product. According to the judges, the grilled cold noodles of the cold noodle girl obviously did not reach the extreme. Compared with these special skills brothers of grilled cold noodles, they immediately pale in comparison. And this undoubtedly also answers the question that has been debated online: is the grilled cold noodles of the cold noodle girl delicious? The answer is that it is not unpalatable. If compared with the grilled cold noodles with huge taste changes at roadside stalls, it may indeed be more delicious, but it is definitely not as delicious as Meng Chong boasted. It is still a long way from the realm of the so-called god of grilled cold noodles. In the end, the cold noodle girl's grilled cold noodles performed poorly in the selection, and the comprehensive score was almost at the bottom. In fact, objectively speaking, this score is low. The cold noodle girl's grilled cold noodles did not taste so bad. The main reason was that the judges criticized the cold noodle girl one by one, which had a certain impact on the audience, resulting in the low score of the cold noodle girl. The host was a little embarrassed and looked at Qian. According to the original process, after the scoring results came out, there would be an interview with the chef of the cold noodle girl, and the unique cooking method of the cold noodle girl would be briefly praised and promoted. As a result, the script has changed completely. The cold noodle girl's score is directly at the bottom. How can this be interviewed? If this interview is conducted again, wouldn't it become a public whipping of the corpse? Qian hurriedly waved her hand, indicating that the host would skip this link and continue to move on. The host was very smart and immediately understood and entered the next stage of the unpopular snack group. Compared with the previous groups, the unpopular snack group looks more bizarre, and they are all very rare snacks on the street. For example, the tornado potato. Its raw material is a whole potato, which is cut into spiral slices with special knife skills, strung with bamboo sticks and can be stretched to 30 centimeters without breaking. After being fried in a pan, sprinkled with sauce and eaten, it looks very good. Another example is fried bananas, which are coated with flour or bread crumbs on the outside of the bananas and fried into golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very delicious. In addition, there are fried yogurt, chicken wings, and rice rolls, seaweed pancakes, etc., each with its own characteristics. Because it is a competition of different types of food, there is naturally no unified rule. Which one scores higher depends entirely on the preferences of the judges and the audience. The scene has entered the next stage, but the live broadcast room's barrage is still discussing the grilled cold noodles. Ah? I guessed wrong? You said you would advertise the cold noodle girl? In the end, not only did you not advertise, but you also criticized her? I didn't see it wrong. This is a competition organized by the cold noodle girl. Spending money to organize a competition and scolding yourself? Too cool. What on earth is this? I'm dizzy. The audience in the barrage was all dumbfounded, a little confused about what kind of script this is. What is the cold noodle girl trying to do by organizing this street food competition? If she wants to advertise her own grilled cold noodles, it's understandable, but now not only did she not advertise, she also severely criticized her own grilled cold noodles. This is completely inconsistent with common sense and logic, because the cold noodle girl has no need to do this. Although there is a big difference between delicious food and unpalatable food, most of the audience are in front of the screen and can't eat or taste it. Doesn't it all depend on the judges' mouths? Even if we can fool around a bit and give the cold noodle girl a second or third place, and pick out a few insignificant flaws, we can still ensure the fairness of the competition. Is it really that strict? Even some people who have eaten the cold noodle girl think that the score is too low. Although the cold noodle girl is not as delicious as Meng Chong boasted, it is still better than the roadside stalls. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room fell into confusion, and they were all discussing the intention of the cold noodle girls doing this. No one paid attention to the competition in the unpopular snack group. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the street food competition finally came to an end. After the selection of the unpopular snack group was over, it entered the final overall review. The official ranked all the vendors participating in the selection according to the score, and awarded trophies and bonuses to the winning stall owners. There is no doubt that the cold noodle girls' grilled cold noodles were not selected. They were at the bottom of the grilled cold noodles group, and there was no chance in the overall review. The winning stall owners were very happy. They took the trophy and bonus from the staff and waved to the camera very proudly. Other vendors who did not win the award also applauded and blessed. After an afternoon of fierce competition, the entire street food competition finally came to an end. Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, this event was held. It's good that there are no major problems. After that, she would organize these video materials, have someone edit them, and upload them to video websites such as Ellie Island to achieve the effect of secondary dissemination. However, Qingshan and the majority of the audience had the same confusion. Why did President Pei do this? Letting the judges criticize their own cold-faced girl for her poor taste, wouldn't this make the already cold-faced girl even worse? Chapter 827 President Pei's Solution. Please vote for more. On the other side, Pei Qian turned off the live broadcast and finally felt relieved. He was no longer in the company, but came to Moyu Internet Cafe and watched the last part of the street food competition on his mobile phone. Because the competition was not over yet, the company had already closed. Pei Qian repeatedly told employees not to work overtime, and of course he could not break the rules, so he drove people away on time after work and left with the employees. I ordered dinner at Moyu Internet Cafe and watched the final part of the street food competition while eating. The final result of the street food competition basically met Pei Qian's expectations. This event cost a lot of money. They invited more famous snack vendors from all over the country, booked the venue in a luxury hotel, and also had expenses for ingredients, photography, etc. The event itself did not bring any heat to Tenda. Although the cold-faced girl appeared, she was severely criticized and devalued by the judges, which had a completely negative advertising effect. As you can imagine, the brand of Lingmian girl must be even more unpopular. In the catering industry, the most important thing is repeat customers, and the key to attracting repeat customers lies in taste and reputation. Now the reputation of the cold noodle girl has collapsed, and the taste that was previously praised has also been beaten back to its original state. Not many people will go to the cold noodle girl's store to eat, so the money to maintain the normal operation of the store is equivalent to a waste of water. Pei Qian even had a bolder idea. If the cold noodle girl continues to be in this dead situation, with no profit, then Pei Qian can try to do some publicity and spend more money. Advertising costs much faster than normal operation. Of course, the premise is to make sure that the cold noodle girl is dead, and no amount of advertising can save it. Now we can't rush, we have to wait and see. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was in a good mood, and even the food in the Moyu Internet Cafe became a little sweeter. In the evening, Qingshan finished the follow-up finishing work and returned home not long after, and received a message from a colleague. The video of today's competition has been edited and uploaded. Qingshan immediately replied, well, you've worked hard, take a good rest. According to Meng Chang's original plan, this video needs to be edited carefully, according to the standards of variety shows, and various special effects must be added to ensure the program effect. However, Meng Chang's plan no longer counts. Qi Yan called He Dishing for instructions, and He Dishing said that this video doesn't need to be made too seriously, just edit it casually and post it online. So, after the event, Qi Yan's colleagues started editing, and didn't add any special effects, and uploaded it directly to the internet. When Qi Yan got home, the video had just been approved. She took a look and found that the video was just as she expected, with basically no views. Qi Yan was too lazy to care about these things anymore. After all, in her opinion, this street food competition would end here and there would be no follow-up. This video would probably be buried in the ocean of the internet like most videos on the internet. Of course, you can get to the front page by paying money, but it seems unnecessary. Although today's competition was quite successful, Qi Yan didn't understand the meaning of such a method at all, and couldn't help but have deep doubts about her future career path in Cold Girl. At this moment, she received another message from another colleague. Sister Qi, it seems that many people on the internet are discussing this competition, and some are analyzing the deeper meaning of this competition. Seeing this message, Qi Yan looked blank, and a question mark floated above her head. It is understandable to discuss this competition, but what is the deeper meaning of analyzing this competition? This street food competition was originally just a marketing activity to promote Cold Girl. What deeper meaning can it have? With these confusions, Qi Yan searched the internet and quickly found what netizens were discussing. Although the brand of Lingmian Girl has become unpopular, there is still a lot of discussion online. After all, as a representative of internet celebrity catering brands, Lingmian Girl advertised all over the internet when it was the hottest, and various bizarre marketing activities left a deep impression on netizens. Later, netizens had a heated discussion about whether Lingmian Girl was a new business model or a scam. It was not until Lingmian Girl went bankrupt that the discussion gradually came to a conclusion. Therefore, once news related to Lingmian Girl appears on the internet, many netizens will still participate in the discussion. This time, netizens discussed the question of where will Lingmian Girl go in the post-Meng Chang era, and the street food competition was a fuse. The most reposted and discussed article is looking at the break and stand of Lingmian Girl from the street food competition. This article has just been published, and it has received tens of thousands of views and hundreds of comments in less than an hour, and it is still increasing rapidly. Qi Yan took a look and found the author's name familiar. She then looked through his previous articles and found that this was the author who wrote the so-called internet thinking of the cold-faced girl is nothing but a pretense. The previous article was written before the cold-faced girl went bankrupt, which can be regarded as a perfect finishing move. The sentence in it, Meng Chang is like a child sitting in the passenger seat of a car, posing as if he is driving a car, thinking that he is in control of the direction of the car, and collecting money from passengers as a driver, but in fact, neither the car nor the road is under his control, can be said to be a murderous blow to the cold-faced girl in public opinion. At that time, Qi Yan also read this article at that time and admired the author very much. At that time, the cold-faced girl seemed to be fine, but in fact, there was an undercurrent. It must have many problems, but these problems are not clear to everyone. The author of this article can not only see the crux of the cold-faced girl, but also convey these contents to others with such easy-to-understand words and appropriate metaphors. This is definitely a master. And this time, he actually wrote another article about the cold-faced girl. What will this article say? The cold-faced girl is already dead. If the author just declares the correctness of his foresight and adds insult to injury, then this article is unnecessary. With a little confusion, Qi Yan clicked into the article to check. Lingmian Girl went bankrupt, just as I predicted. It is said that Meng Chang was saddled with millions of dollars in debt and became the debtor, and his whereabouts are still unknown. This proves my foresight and also proves that the internet thinking and following the trend of the times that Meng Chang has always emphasized are just nice words that can fool investors but cannot fool the laws of business. Many people say that the cold-faced girl is finished and there is no possibility of her turning over. I thought so before today, but after collecting some industry information and seeing today's street food competition, I suddenly changed my mind. It is rumored that Tenda Group has acquired 70% of the shares of the cold-faced girl and obtained absolute control. Although it is not clear what aspect of the cold-faced girl Mr. Pei is interested in, I can be 100% sure that Mr. Pei has found a way out of the cold-faced girl in the post-Meng Chang era, and this street food competition is just the beginning. Seeing this, Qian was a little confused and a little surprised. As an insider of the cold-faced girl, she knew very well what this street food competition was. It was originally a marketing activity designed by Meng Chang to promote the cold-faced girl. Therefore, the analysis of this article seems a bit absurd. How could the street food competition be the way out found by Mr. Pei? But Qian thought about it again, and it seemed that there was really such a possibility. President Pei specifically asked about changing the recorded broadcast to a live broadcast, and asked the judges to evaluate the cold-faced girl in a realistic and strict manner. President Pei is so busy, is it necessary for him to ask about such trivial matters? Could it be that these two insignificant changes were not just President Pei's whim, but had other deep meanings? Qian hurriedly continued to read on. I have analyzed before that the problems of internet catering brands such as Cold Noodle Girl are similar. They focus on marketing and neglect products. In layman's terms, they are overhyped, and their own products do not live up to the hype of marketing. I once said that in any era, no one is much dumber than anyone else. Even the smartest people can only deceive consumers for a while, but not forever. Whether the cold noodles of Cold Noodle Girl are delicious or not, everyone has the answer in their hearts. No matter how good the marketing is, if the taste of the cold noodles is not up to standard, it will still be a castle in the air in the end. The problem of Cold Noodle Girl also reflects the biggest flaw of Meng Chang as an entrepreneur. He has been trying to look up and look far away, but he has not done it. Keep your feet on the ground. Therefore, the failure of the cold-faced girl is inevitable. But after the cold-faced girl changed her boss, President Pei conveyed a new business philosophy to everyone through the street food competition, that is, seek truth from facts, value products, and respect talents. This is a world of difference from the business philosophy of the cold-faced girl during Meng Chang's leadership, or it is completely contrary to it. In this street food competition, we can see that the cold-faced girl's grilled cold noodles competed with the grilled cold noodles of excellent stall owners from all over the country. The judges were not biased towards the organizer, the cold-faced girl, and objectively and even harshly pointed out the many problems of the cold-faced girl's cold noodles. This shows 2 points. First, we have a definite answer to the taste of the cold noodles girl during Meng Chang's period. It tastes better than ordinary roadside stalls, but it is far from as delicious as Meng Chang boasted. This is equivalent to the official conclusion, completely denying Meng Chang's previous exaggerated marketing methods, and telling all consumers the true taste of the cold noodles girl's food in a realistic way. Second, since the business philosophy of the Meng Chang period has been denied, it is also announcing to everyone the establishment of a new business philosophy. Meng Chang has been bragging about how delicious the cold noodles of the Cold Noodles Girl are, but in today's street food competition, his true colors were exposed. Whether it is the heat of the cold noodles, the amount of seasoning, or the timing of spraying water, the chef of the Cold Noodle Girl did not do a good job, and was even worse than some excellent vendors. This shows that Meng Chang's so-called strict requirements for taste only stayed on his lips, and he did not really study the taste of the cold noodles. And what President Pei conveyed to everyone is actually this concept: the Cold Noodle Girl will strictly control the details in the future to further improve the taste and flavor of the cold noodles. At the same time, it is also necessary to be realistic about the taste and no longer engage in any false propaganda. In addition, the most critical point is the emphasis on talents. This street food competition has brought together outstanding snack vendors from all over the country. President Pei has shown an eager attitude through this competition, digging out those who are really good at cooking snacks and giving them a better stage to show themselves. So, this street food competition seems to be just an ordinary marketing activity, but the significance behind it is very significant. You can think of it as a summary, summarizing and criticizing Meng Chang's previous wrong business philosophy. You can also think of it as a declaration, announcing the correct business philosophy that Lingmian Girl will adopt in the future. How will Lingmian Girl develop in the future? Can this already cold brand still be revived in the hands of President Pei? Let's wait and see. Chapter 828, Mr. Li's Insider Information. Please vote for the monthly ticket. The hundreds of words were so long that Qian was stunned. Her first reaction was that it was a bit nonsense. The street food competition was one of the many activities planned by Meng Chang, and Qian also participated in the whole process. She knew that in Meng Chang's mind, this activity was just like many other marketing activities, just to stir up the heat for the cold-faced girl. So when Meng Chang designed this activity, he definitely didn't think so many twists and turns. On the other hand, Mr. Pei. Although Mr. Pei did ask about it, and sent a message through Hidishing, the food competition was changed from a recorded broadcast to a live broadcast, and the judges changed their evaluation of the cold-faced girl. But can such a simple two changes lead to such a complicated conclusion? Could it be that this self-media author overthinks and misunderstood Mr. Pei's intention? After Meng Chang left, Qian became the first person in charge of the cold-faced girl. She participated in the planning of the entire street food competition. Perhaps because she was personally involved in it, she felt that this seemed to be a misunderstanding. But then I thought again, and I felt that maybe my level was too low. This was related to my job, so I had to think more about it. She got up and took an apple from the refrigerator. While eating it, she read the article again from beginning to end, and then fell into deep thought. There are indeed some inexplicable doubts about this matter. Boss Pei is busy with work, and the cold-faced girl is only the most insignificant small department among Boss Pei's many industries. Even an industry as large as Moyu Takeaway, Boss Pei rarely asks about it personally, let alone the cold-faced girl. I will report directly to Boss He, and then Boss He will summarize all the information of Yuan Ming Venture Capital and report to Boss Pei. It can be seen that from the perspective of the entire organizational structure, the cold-faced girl is a relatively marginalized department. But Boss Pei still took time out of his busy schedule to give some advice on this street food competition. Most marketing activities, all activities were cancelled, except for this competition, and President Pei specifically instructed to change it to a live broadcast, and asked the judges to be realistic. Could it be that this is really, as the author of the article said, that this is actually a method of using a little force to achieve a great result? President Pei happened to see that there was a street food competition in Meng Chang's marketing activities, so he improvised and took advantage of the topic to casually change two seemingly insignificant points in this activity, but completely change the nature of this event. Once Qian accepted this setting, she read the article again and found that many details in it could be matched one by one. Qian suddenly realized, so that's it, I'm too stupid to understand the real intention of the leader. Boss Pei didn't say it clearly, maybe he wanted to test my comprehension and understanding ability as the new person in charge. If I still don't know Boss Pei's intentions after this competition and don't make any changes, I might be replaced immediately. Even if I'm not replaced immediately, my impression in Boss Pei's mind will definitely plummet, and Boss Pei will think I'm a useless subordinate. It's a close call. Fortunately, the author of this article gave me a hand. Qian secretly rejoiced and hurriedly wrote down the key points in the article one by one. According to the interpretation of the article, Boss Pei actually conveyed a new business philosophy to all consumers and all the staff of Lingmian Girl through this street food competition. Don't just talk but don't do like Meng Chang, you should seek truth from facts, strictly control the details, and ask these experts for advice to improve the taste and texture of grilled cold noodles and other foods. Don't be like Meng Chong, who only loves dragons, but only cares about them. You should value talents, even if they are snack vendors. You should respect and value them, and see their excellence. We must abandon those unrealistic marketing techniques. Whether it is daily operations or publicity and promotion, we must seek truth from facts, be sincere enough to consumers, and not try to induce or deceive consumers. After Qian finished summarizing, she went through the entire process of the incident from beginning to end. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that it was seamless. Everything was so perfect and so natural. Strictly speaking, the method used by Mr. Pei can be called destroy and then establish. He is very clear about the current situation of Lingmian girl. The reputation has collapsed, the reputation has been ruined, and the taste is also bad. This is a dead end. All consumers have a wolf is coming mentality and no longer trust Lingmian girl. At this time, no matter how much publicity is useless. In this case, those useless marketing activities should be stopped. Mr. Pei's way to break the deadlock is to use this street food competition to completely deny Meng Chang's approach, break all consumers' inherent impression of the Lingmian girl brand, and effectively improve the taste of Lingmian girl. Only in this way can this brand be reborn. Then what I should do with Mr. Pei now is to retain these talents. These excellent stall owners found from all over the country are still staying in the hotel arranged by Lingmian girl. Because the competition is over in the evening, they can't let them take the high-speed rail overnight. That's too rude. Everyone will check out at noon tomorrow and leave by high-speed rail or plane tomorrow afternoon. Aren't those winning stall owners the talents that President Pei is eager to find? We must find a way to win them. Qian immediately looked up the list of winning stall owners and their contact information on her computer. Wait, is it just the cold noodle group, or other stall owners as well? Qian thought carefully. From the perspective of improving the taste of the cold noodle girl, it is enough to find the first place in the cold noodle group. However, this competition is a street food competition, not a grilled cold noodle competition. Although this competition was Meng Chang's idea, President Pei did not change it, which means he approves it. Since President Pei approves that this is a street food competition, it means that other street food is equally important. Let's keep all the winning stall owners and ask them all about their intentions. Qian had been in a very confused state since she took over the cold noodle girl. Before, she was just the person in charge of the marketing activities of the cold noodle girl under Meng Chang. After suddenly taking over all the work of the cold noodle girl, she always felt a little at a loss. Even someone like Meng Chang couldn't help the cold-faced girl take off, so Qian felt that it was even more impossible for her to do so. But now, President Pei pointed out a clear path for the cold-faced girl. Although it was still uncertain whether she would succeed, Qian at least found the direction of her efforts. She suddenly felt full of energy and began to plan her future work. At the same time, Jingzhou, Ming Mansion family dinner. Leisure had just finished a dinner with a few friends and sent them off one by one. Just when he was about to go home to rest, he saw Shuizhabin walking towards him with a mobile phone in surprise. Mr. Li. Take a look at this. Is this what you estimated before? Mr. Pei has taken action? Leisure was stunned for a moment. He took the phone and saw that it was the article titled "From the Street Food Contest to See the Break and Stand of the Cold-Faced Girl." He read it carefully from beginning to end, and then a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough. I said that Mr. Pei would take action soon after gaining control of the cold-faced girl, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Leisure was sincerely happy and a little proud. This time he successfully predicted Mr. Pei's actions. He and Shuizhabin invested in the cold-faced girl and obtained some shares, and then bought some at a low price. Currently, they hold about 30% of the shares. Although these shares are still worthless at present, Leisure is very sure that in the near future, these shares and dividends will definitely make back all the money he paid before with interest. This article has been analyzed very clearly. Since President Pei has already taken action, it won't be long before the cold-faced girl is resurrected. Wait a minute. Li Shi read the article from beginning to end again, savoring it carefully. Shuozhibin was a little surprised. What's wrong, Mr. Li? Is there any problem? Li Shi shook his head. No problem, but there are some shortcomings. It can be seen that this author has some stuff. It is estimated that before doing self-media, he had work experience in the financial and investment industries. He has a clear understanding of the situation in the industry, has a sharp eye, and has good writing skills. But, he wrote this article, which is far from enough to tell the past and present lives of Mr. Pei, Meng Chong, and the cold-faced girl. Of course, this can't be blamed on him. After all, many details are unknown to outsiders. This author has no channels to know, so naturally he can't write it. For example, at the press conference when the cold-faced girl was first established, Meng Chong was on the stage and Mr. Ma was in the audience. The verbal confrontation, and Mr. Pei seemed to intentionally or unintentionally target the cold-faced girl, making investors wait and see without anyone taking over. These intrigues were not written in this article at all. The author of this article only relied on the information he could collect and thought that it was Meng Chong who messed up the cold-faced girl first, and then President Pei transformed the cold-faced girl, but in fact, the relationship between the two is far more complicated than he imagined. In fact, President Pei has been behind the cold-faced girl since its inception, and the current ending of the cold-faced girl and Meng Chong is inseparable from President Pei. If this information can be disclosed, it will play a more critical role in reversing the reputation of the cold-faced girl. Shuozhibin nodded suddenly. Yes. The best way to reverse the reputation of the cold-faced girl is to tell everyone, Lingmian girl has changed its boss. President Pei asked Lingmian girl to hold this street food competition to convey such a message. If everyone can understand more clearly the details of the process from the establishment to the closure of Lingmian girl, we can transfer everyone's disgust with Lingmian girl to Meng Chong, and recognize Lingmian girl as a brand again because of President Pei. What do you mean, President Li? Li Shi laughed. Contact this author and tell him that I have some exclusive inside information about Lingmian girl, and hope to let more people know through his article. Chapter 829 Food Consultant, Monthly Ticket Request. Losing money to become the richest man, starting from gaming. January 17, Tuesday. Pei Qian got up as usual and went to Moyu Internet Cafe for breakfast. Today was another day of racking his brains for money. There was still half a month before the settlement, and Pei Qian was under unprecedented pressure to spend money. Sloth Apartment made a fortune from the cooperation with Fang Glanju's furniture, the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter sold a sum of money, and the repeated investment in Cold Face Girl made another fortune from selling shares. The DLC of several old games sold well, and there was also the $10 million recovered from the liquidated damages sponsored by the IOI team. If Pei Qian hadn't thought of a way to cover the bottom line in advance, this money would really make him faint on the spot. In addition to the various expenses for the normal operation of each department, Pei Qian chose to continue to spend the bulk of the money on the Mission and Choice project. For Pei Qian, the smartest thing about this project was that the two most critical departments of Tenda Group, namely Tenda Games and Fei Huang Studio, were responsible for it at the same time. One is making games and the other is making movies, which are actually two projects, but they are regarded as one project in the system, successfully exploiting the loopholes in the system. The system stipulates that only one project can be postponed to the next cycle in each cycle. Pei Qian doubled the amount of funds that this project can absorb by combining games and movies. Since the settlement is postponed to the next cycle, more money can be invested in this cycle. As long as the amount is not too huge and the project cannot be completed in the next cycle, there will be no problem. Therefore, Pei Qian called Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo separately, and said lightly that he had tens of millions of funds to give to them, asking them to think carefully about where else they can spend money on this project, and they must use all the money. Huang Sibo was also confused. This movie was filmed well, and suddenly there was a windfall. Is it okay? But President Pei's task must be completed, so he had to hurry up to study how to increase the budget and make good use of this money. Not long after Pei Qian hung up the phone, He Dishing called again. What's wrong? Is there any problem with the cold-faced girl? Pei Qian was very alert and asked subconsciously. He Dishing, don't worry, Mr. Pei, everything is going well with the cold-faced girl. Everything is done according to your wishes. There is no big problem. I mainly want to report on Meng Chong this time. Didn't you specifically tell me to pay attention to it before? Pei Qian was relieved. Oh, Meng Chong. Go ahead. After the cold-faced girl went bankrupt, Meng Chong sold all his shares to Tenda at a low price and paid off a small part of the debt. But even so, Meng Chong still had millions of debts and was still the person subject to execution. Pei Qian took the initiative to pay off the supplier's payment and transferred Meng Chang's debt relationship to Tenda. In other words, Tenda is now Meng Chang's creditor. Pei Qian asked about Meng Chang's situation some time ago, and He Dishing also went to investigate. He said that Meng Chong was obviously unwilling to give up and went to many investors to make a comeback, but all of them were rejected. He even applied for important positions such as executives in some companies, but all failed. In theory, victory and defeat are common in the military. Although Meng Chong failed in his business, his personal ability is still there. Why is no one interested? Because before Meng Chong founded the cold-faced girl brand, his foundation was not solid. His resume was nothing more than graduating from a prestigious school and working in the marketing department of a large company. If he hadn't gotten a sum of money from Yuan Meng venture capital first, he might not have been able to create such a big stall. In other words, Meng Chong has actually overdrawn his future severely in the process of running Cold Girl. Now Cold Girl has completely failed, and the investors who believed in Meng Chong have suffered heavy losses. Meng Chong, the founder, has overdrawn all his entrepreneurial potential, and naturally cannot get any more opportunities. He Dishing said, Boss Pei, Meng Chong should also understand that he has no way out. He has been running around in the imperial capital for more than a week. He has hit the wall all the time. It's time for him to wake up. You are willing to lend a hand. This is the best opportunity for him. So, he said he is willing to work at Tenda, but he doesn't know what specific work he will be responsible for and how much salary he can get. Boss Pei, what do you think? It seems that Meng Chong is really desperate. Pei Qian knew that Meng Chong must have some hatred towards him. If it weren't for Yuan Meng Venture Capital's repeated jumps, investing and selling and investing again, the script might not have turned out like this. If Meng Chong had any other way, he would never come to Tenda to work for him. But since he is here, he will make the best of it. Pei Qian also likes Meng Chang's ability to spend money. In terms of the speed of spending money, Meng Chong is the most satisfactory person Pei Qian has ever seen, no one else. The only problem is that Meng Chong spends a lot of money quickly, but the noise he makes is also very loud. If he is in charge of marketing, it may make Pei Qian's situation even worse. At this time, a little reverse thinking is needed. Meng Chong knows marketing so well and knows how to spend the most money to achieve the best marketing effect. Then, conversely, he should also know best how to spend the most money to achieve the worst marketing effect, right? Just like a top student can easily get 100 points, it is natural that he can also easily get 0 points. It is not easy for a poor student to get 0 points, because he cannot avoid the correct answer if he does not know it. What if he guesses it right? Pei Qian thought for a while and said, tell him that he will start working next month. I will set up an advertising company specifically for him. This advertising company can only take on jobs within the Tenda Group and is mainly responsible for advertising planning, brand promotion, etc. As for his salary, tell him that it will definitely not be less. However, the specific salary payment still needs to be discussed in person. I plan to provide him with 2 different salary models for him to choose from. One is a high base salary without commission, and the other is a low base salary with high commission. Let him decide for himself. How to carry out the specific work. I will teach him in person when the time comes. He dashing hurriedly said, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I will tell him right away." At the same time, in the imperial capital, Qingshan brought several stall owners who won the food competition yesterday to the cold noodle girls' store and entertained them well. As Qingshan expected, many stall owners declined the cold noodle girls' invitation to join. Because these stall owners are well known in the local area, there are long queues when they open their stalls, and the business is very good. Moreover, most of them are locals, and they are reluctant to leave their hometown and have money to spend, so they naturally don't want to move to a new place with their families. However, there are still a few younger stall owners who are willing to talk to Qingshan in detail and consider it after understanding the situation. Although they are all stall owners, their situations are different. These stall owners are generally young, and they still have some visions and expectations for the future. Their ambitions have not been completely worn away by life. They plan to listen to Qingshan's opinion. If the conditions given are attractive enough, they can also consider leaving home to work hard for a few years. Success is good, maybe they can directly earn the money that they can only earn by setting up stalls for several years. Failure is also okay. If they can't win, they can go back and continue to set up stalls. Among these people, the stall owner that Qingshan admires the most is Zhang Yahui, who is very young, only 26 years old. Because of poor family conditions, he dropped out of high school and set up stalls with his parents. He has a flexible mind and likes to study on his own. The grilled cold noodles he made are very famous in the local area, and everyone who has eaten them praises them. In this street food competition, the grilled cold noodles he made won unanimous praise from the judges. Qingshan explained her purpose to everyone. She hopes to hire them as food consultants for cold noodle girls. Her usual job is to study the methods and tastes of various street food stalls, and try to mass-produce the snacks they are good at in a more process-based way. For the stall owners, this job has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the salary of this job is slightly lower than the income from setting up stalls by themselves, and they have to come to the capital, so the daily expenses of food, accommodation, and other daily expenses will be higher. The advantage is that this job is much easier than setting up stalls by themselves, and it is also a good opportunity, and there may be better development prospects in the future. Although setting up stalls by themselves can earn more, it is also very tiring. Usually, they get up early and work late, from early morning to late at night, and they can hardly rest, not to mention that they may encounter various emergencies, and the income is very unstable. Being a food consultant here, working from 9 to 5, much easier, and there may be better development prospects. If you can really make a name for yourself, your future income may be much higher than setting up stalls. The stall owners weighed the pros and cons and were very hesitant, and it was difficult to make a decision in a hurry. Zhang Yahui was obviously inclined to accept this job. His idea was that he was still very young, and he couldn't limit his future now and set up stalls in small cities for the rest of his life, right? Although there is nothing wrong with setting up a stall and making a lot of money, compared to a decent job in a big city, Zhang Yahui still prefers the latter. Zhang Yahui knows very well that it is very easy to return to a small city from a big city, but it is very difficult to climb from a small city to a big city and gain a foothold. The invitation from the cold-faced girl is undoubtedly an opportunity to gain a foothold in a big city. If you miss it, you probably won't have it again. Zhang Yahui thought for a moment and said, "I am quite satisfied with your conditions. However, I am a little worried whether I can be qualified for this position." Can I learn about the specific work of a food consultant first? Changing the city of life is not a trivial matter. If there is a deviation, both of us will be embarrassed. Other stall owners also nodded in agreement. Many stall owners were actually tempted, but they didn't dare to agree immediately because they were not confident in themselves. They felt that they were just a stall owner selling snacks, and they could be a food consultant? It didn't sound reliable. What if the cold-faced girl regretted it and fired them after working for less than 2 months? Qian thought for a moment and said, "This is easy. You can first take a look at the cold noodles in the kitchen of the cold noodle girl, analyze the problem, and then give some advice. As long as you can improve the taste of the cold noodles, it means that you are qualified for this job. We can hire you with confidence, and you can also work with confidence. How about it?" Zhang Yahui nodded, "Okay. This is equivalent to a simple interview, and improving the taste of the cold noodles is the content of the interview. After the interview, both parties will have a better understanding." Chapter 8:30 Methods to Improve the Taste of Grilled Cold Noodles. Additional update for CZ April 10th. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Qian brought the stall owners to the kitchen of the cold noodle girl. Although the other stall owners were not very good at grilling cold noodles, they all followed. They wanted to see how Zhang Yahui instructed and what the so-called food consultant was responsible for. After Qian briefly explained to the chef immediately started to make grilled cold noodles. Zhang Yahui and other stall owners gathered around and watched carefully. This chef had also participated in the street food competition before, so he knew Zhang Yahui and these stall owners. He was a little uncomfortable to perform grilled cold noodles in front of them, but since Qian asked him to do it, he still followed the previous method honestly. Zhang Yahui watched very seriously. Although he and the chef both participated in the street food competition and were in the same grilled cold noodles group, because they were busy making grilled cold noodles and had no time to pay attention to others, Zhang Yahui didn't know how the cold noodles of the cold noodle girl were made before. Now after watching it up close, I realize that the biggest difference between making the grilled cold noodles here and making them yourself is the accuracy. A simple example is that the chef will use a timer to record the baking time and a thermometer to measure the temperature of the cold noodles. Only when the temperature reaches the right level will he beat the eggs, add seasonings, etc. When Zhang Yahui makes cold noodles himself, he relies entirely on experience. However, he is more talented and has made too many servings of cold noodles, so even without the help of these tools, there will not be much difference in the cold noodles he makes each time. Qian did not pay much attention to the process of baking cold noodles, but paid a little attention to the expressions of the chef and the stall owners. This chef was hired by Meng Chong at a high salary. He is a serious hotel chef. Although he is not at the level of a 5-star hotel chef, he is by no means an ordinary person. After all, the cold noodle girl has so much marketing expenses, and she can be a more expensive chef by squeezing out a little. Meng Chong has been promoting how good the taste of the cold noodle girl is. If he finds an ordinary chef and is exposed, it will be a loss. However, the grilled cold noodles made by the chef hired at a high salary were not as good as those made by the roadside stall owners, and it seemed that not many consumers bought them. This was a problem that Qian had always been puzzled about. The grilled cold noodles were quickly prepared. The chef cut the grilled cold noodles into sections according to the standard process, carefully arranged them on the plate and put them aside. "It's done," the chef said to Qian. Qian nodded and said to the stall owners, "Everyone try it. If you have any opinions, feel free to give them." The stall owners each took a piece and tasted it carefully. Zhang Yahui said, "Well, it is indeed the same as what the judges said before. The water control is not very good, the taste is a bit tough, not soft enough, and as for the vinegar taste, fortunately, it is not as serious as the judges said." The chef was silent for a moment and explained, I deliberately added a little more vinegar today. Apparently, the comments of the judges yesterday were quite pertinent, and the chef also listened to their opinions humbly. Today, he added a little more vinegar to improve the taste of the grilled cold noodles. The chef said to Zhang Yahui, "Why don't you make one too, so that I can learn from you?" Zhang Yahui hurriedly said, "I don't dare to learn from you. I just made too many grilled cold noodles, and I was just guessing, so I have some experience." Zhang Yahui was modest, but he still changed positions with the chef. After pouring oil, he picked up a piece of grilled cold noodles and spread it on it to start making it. This time it was the chef's turn to watch. Both of them were grilled cold noodles, and the steps of making them were similar, but the chef was holding a timer while observing Zhang Yahui's specific techniques and found that there were still differences in the details. The difference in the taste of grilled cold noodles may be due to these details. Soon, Zhang Yahui's grilled cold noodles were also ready, and everyone was invited to taste them. Qiyan tasted both grilled cold noodles and could indeed taste that Zhang Yahui's grilled cold noodles tasted better. People's tongues will not lie. Previously, an entrepreneur said a divine theory. When someone criticized his restaurant brand for not being tasty, he angrily said, "That's because your taste buds haven't opened yet, and you've only tasted your mother's taste, so you can't tell what's delicious and what's not." This divine theory has also been passed down as a joke. Of course, there are differences in the ability of people to taste food, otherwise everyone can do the job of food critic. But to say taste buds haven't opened so you think delicious things are unpalatable is pure nonsense. As long as the truly delicious food is in your mouth, anyone can taste that it's delicious. On the contrary, if ordinary people think it's unpalatable, then it's often really unpalatable. The chef didn't force himself to say that his grilled cold noodles were delicious, but he admitted defeat and seriously asked Zhang Yahui about some details in the production process. Zhang Yahui also answered seriously, but many times his approach was based on his feelings, and he couldn't explain it clearly. The chef listened carefully and said with emotion, "I see. It seems to be my problem. I took grilled cold noodles too lightly. I never thought that such a simple snack has so many details and tricks." Qiyan suddenly understood why the chefs of serious hotels were not as good as the snack vendors in making grilled cold noodles. On the one hand, it was because of the skills, and on the other hand, it was because of the attitude. If it was other dishes, the chefs would definitely be several blocks ahead of Zhang Yahui, because these dishes have recipes, and the chefs have also undergone strict professional training, so it is impossible for them to lose to the amateurs. But snacks are different. There is no clear recipe for snacks, and chefs in various restaurants will not specifically study how to make pancakes or grilled cold noodles, so even hotel chefs have the same starting point as snack stall owners. This chef obviously didn't think much of grilled cold noodles before, so he didn't put a lot of effort into studying it. He simply thought that if he made it casually, it would definitely be better than the ones made by street stalls. The result was not a clear gap with the grilled cold noodles sold at roadside stalls. Of course, even if he studied it seriously, he might not be able to figure it out. There are so many cities in the country, and each city has countless street stalls. So many stall owners have tried, and only then have they found a few relatively delicious grilled cold noodles. Let the chef explore it himself. How long will it take? The chef can't play with grilled cold noodles because of both skills and attitude. It is precisely because the cold noodles made by the cold noodle girl do not have a significant difference in taste from the cold noodles sold at ordinary stalls, and the price is relatively high, that customers feel that they have paid an IQ tax and think that the cold noodles made by the cold noodle girl are not delicious enough. Qiyan couldn't help but sigh. As expected, everyone has their own expertise, and snacks should be made by professionals. They are all chefs. Making regular dishes is one thing, and making snacks is another thing. Qiyan suddenly realized that this is exactly what Mr. Pei wanted to convey. A key reason for Meng Chang's failure was that he didn't understand this point. He thought that he could just find a chef to do it and make the grilled cold noodles well. But he didn't think about whether the chef was good at making grilled cold noodles. Would the chef be willing to ask the stall owner for the details of the grilled cold noodles? Meng Qian has always emphasized the need to pay close attention to the taste of grilled cold noodles, but he just talked about it and didn't take any practical action. Qian felt that President Pei was obviously hinting that she should not follow Meng Cheng's old path and must be down to earth and seek truth from facts. Other stall owners also talked about their own snacks. Qian saw that although these stall owners had not received special professional cooking training, their common point was that they had a certain taste ability, strong hands-on ability, and love to study. Otherwise, it would be impossible to learn without a teacher and make ordinary snacks that so many people like. They have the attitude and ability. As long as the cold noodle girl pays for them to receive some training in cooking knowledge, and then streamlines and refines their cooking methods, it will definitely improve the taste of the cold noodle girl's snacks. By then, we can not only make cold noodles, but also other types of snacks. Thinking of this, Qian immediately made a decision. I think everyone's ability is no problem, enough to be qualified for the position of food consultant. I promise everyone that Cold Noodles Girl will definitely provide everyone with a bigger platform so that everyone's expertise can be fully utilized. At the same time, Jingzhou Leisure was using voice chat to tell the author of the article what he knew about President Pei, Yuan Ming Venture Capital, and the cold-faced girl. That's all the information I know. There may be some more secret things. After all, President Pei is good at planning, and what we see may only be part of his plan. But there is no way to know. You can choose these materials according to your needs. A male voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you very much, these details are so wonderful. I didn't expect that there are so many stories behind the cold-faced girl. Can I ask who you are and where did you get these insider information? Don't worry, I'm just curious and won't write it in the article. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to disclose it. Leisure laughed. I'm just an ordinary investor with a student mentality. Seeing that President Li was unwilling to say, the person on the other end of the phone did not ask any more questions, but said, please rest assured, I will write this article soon, and it will definitely be very exciting. Leisure suddenly thought of something and said, oh, there is one more thing. I heard that Meng Qian is desperate now, and Mr. Pei plans to give him some work to do, but he is not sure what kind of position he will be in charge of. The person on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment. Okay, I understand, this seems to be a very critical piece of information. I will start writing the manuscript now, so that the story behind the cold-faced girl can be made public. Chapter 831 Meng Cheng's Somersault Cloud, President Pei's Five Fingers Mountain, please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Afternoon. After a busy morning, Qian finally arranged almost all the things she had planned before. She has officially hired these excellent stall owners as food consultants for the cold-faced girl. Zhang Yahui agreed immediately. Other stall owners are still hesitant and said they would give a reply after considering it for a few days. Obviously, many stall owners have families to support, and they still have to communicate with their families fully before making this decision. However, Qian is very sure that this will be a win-win decision for the cold-faced girl and the stall owners. These food consultants will follow the formal recruitment process. Qian also plans to learn from Moyu Takeaway and think about setting up a small food laboratory first, which includes professional chefs, excellent snack stall owners and nutritionists who specialize in chemical testing and nutritional balance, to develop new snacks together. Moyu Takeaway is President Pei's industry, and Moyu Takeaway's approach must be affirmed by President Pei. If I learn to make a food lab from Moyu, Mr. Pei will be very impressed, right? Although she had never met Mr. Pei, Qian still roughly guessed Mr. Pei's intentions based on her understanding of him. The food laboratory is also very important for street snacks. Meng Chang compares street snacks to domestic fast food, which is not wrong, but at the same time, we must also clearly realize that street snacks have a long way to go to become a real fast food brand. Those foreign fast food brands look simple, nothing more than fried chicken, French fries, hamburgers, etc., but in fact, the entire supply chain, technology, and new product research capabilities behind them cannot be underestimated. They have accumulated for more than 10 years or even decades, and they cannot be caught up overnight. Maybe Meng Chang is very clear about this and feels that he can't do it at all, so he finally chose the way of hyping concepts and making quick money. There is a saying that there are only two ways in the world, one is the right way, and the other is the easy way. Meng Chang chose the easy way, and President Pei chose the right way. Qingshan felt that since President Pei had found a way to break the deadlock, allowing the cold-faced girl to have a chance to be reborn, and had pointed out a clear way for this terminally ill brand, then she must implement President Pei's will in her position and seek her own policies. Although it is unclear what the future of the cold-faced girl will be like, at this moment, Qingshan is suddenly full of confidence in it. After finishing the work at hand, she got up to get a cup of coffee and took a look at the working status of her colleagues in the office area. Overall, the status is quite complicated. In addition to the store, the cold-faced girl also has an office area, which is a workstation rented in an office building near the store. Meng Chang is still willing to spend money on the facade project. Coffee, drinks, afternoon tea, snacks, fruits, etc. are all available, and the working environment is also very good. After Tenda took over, everything remained the same, and there was no sign of cutting benefits, which made everyone very satisfied. But looking at everyone's current working status, it is different. Some people are obviously slacking off, their expressions are very confused, and they have lost their goals, while some people are ambitious and want to find something to do, but they don't know where to start. After the cold-faced girl changed her boss, the original marketing activities were basically cancelled, and those responsible for the marketing activities went all out to organize the street food competition. But now that the street food competition is over, they naturally have nothing to do. Some people are full of worries about the future of the cold-faced girl. They may not have seen the article, nor do they know what Mr. Pei plans for the cold-faced girl's future. They just think that judging from the current idle state, the company will fail sooner or later, and they will just muddle through day by day, so their attitude is relatively negative. Qingshan feels that she has to find a way to boost everyone's morale. She was inspired by President Pei and now has some ideas. But these ideas need to be implemented and cooperated by others. If everyone's attitude continues to be so negative, then even if Qingshan assigns work tasks, it will not be completed well. But to boost morale, there must be an opportunity to convince everyone from the bottom of their hearts. If you just give a speech and give a boost, the effect will definitely not be good, but it may have a counterproductive effect. Qingshan thought about it and thought that the article was good. Now colleagues have no fighting spirit and feel confused. The main reason is that they are not clear about the past and present life of the cold-faced girl and her future development. As long as they read this article and know President Pei's arrangement for the cold-faced girl, everyone's work status will definitely get better. She immediately found the author on the internet, and was surprised to find that just now, the author had published another article. And the title of this article is more explosive than the previous one: Cold-Faced Girl, Meng Chang's Somersault Cloud, President Pei's Five Fingers Mountain. Qingshan couldn't help but be stunned. It's the cold-faced girl again? Posting 2 articles in such a short period of time, is this a fight with the cold-faced girl? Qingshan was surprised and puzzled. Because she knew very well that this author only wrote articles with substance, and there was no need to write 2 or 3 articles on the same thing or repeatedly rub the same hot topic. From this point of view, this author is far superior to those marketing accounts still talking about the cold-faced girl, but opening a new article. It must be because the author has found new content and angles. However, the article, The Destruction and Establishment of the Cold-Faced Girl, has already written in detail the difference between Meng Qiang and President Pei's business philosophy, and it seems that it has been written very thoroughly on the topic of the cold-faced girl. This new article mentions Somersault Cloud and Five-Finger Mountain. What is going on? Are they filming Journey to the West here? With doubts, Qian clicked on the article to check. The beginning of the article briefly mentioned the previous two articles, namely, the so-called internet thinking of the cold-faced girl is nothing more than a pretense, and the destruction and establishment of the cold-faced girl from the street food competition, which respectively predicted the bankruptcy of the cold-faced girl led by Meng Qiang and the series of changes that President Pei will make after taking over the cold-faced girl. The author also deliberately added links to two articles, which can be regarded as a summary of the previous situation, and also as a reminder to readers, I am not writing on the popularity or taking advantage of others' misfortunes. I had already raised doubts when the cold-faced girl was at the peak of her popularity. My article is full of practical information, which is completely different from those marketing accounts that piece together information from the internet. Then he entered the main text. But before that, the author deliberately used a short paragraph to remind readers that this article is different from the previous two times. Due to the content, the author has considered it again and again and decided to change the writing style and review the rise and fall of the cold-faced girl from Meng Qiang's perspective. There may be some personal subjective views and spring and autumn style of the author, but it can be guaranteed that the key plots of the whole story are in line with objective reality. If there are omissions and errors, you are welcome to criticize and correct them. Seeing this, Qian was even more surprised. The previous two articles were written from the perspective of an observer, mainly based on objective statements and analysis. Although the article itself is full of laughter, anger, and scolding, and there are some divine metaphors that people talk about with relish, it is generally a more traditional writing style. But this time, the author of the article actually wants to write from Meng Qiang's first perspective? Qian felt that this article was not simple, and continued to read on. November 8, 2011, was a Tuesday. On this day, a young man named Meng Qiang came to the downstairs of Jingzhou Yuan Ming Venture Capital, ready to use this place as the starting point of his career. He had a very grand plan and a very loud slogan, but almost no one could guess what he really thought in his heart. Meng Qiang should be a person with a histrionic personality, and his acting skills are very good. But what he didn't know was that more than 2 months later, when he looked back on this Tuesday morning, his heart must be full of regret. From its founding to its popularity on the entire internet, to its being questioned and sadly shattered, the cold-faced girl is in line with the old saying, its rise is vigorous, and its demise is sudden. Before the cold-faced girl, no one thought that such a popular online restaurant brand that burned money so vigorously would fail so quickly and so thoroughly. And the fate of the cold-faced girl's failure seemed to have been doomed since this Tuesday morning. Meng Qiang chose Dream Venture Capital as his first target for a simple reason, because he thought the money here was easy to get. Although Meng Qiang will be called a perfect entrepreneur in the near future, he is not qualified to stand at the poker table now. He has a good resume, but nothing else. Just his resume and eloquence are not enough to support him to achieve his dreams and goals. Other investors will give him he wanted money, but this money would inevitably be accompanied by an unlimited joint and several liability agreement or a repurchase agreement, which Meng Qiang could not accept. In fact, Meng Qiang only took a hot money from beginning to end, and only owed a few million, which is completely incomparable with those entrepreneurs who easily owed hundreds of millions. However, other entrepreneurs signed similar agreements not necessarily because of recklessness, but also because they still believed in their hearts that their entrepreneurship could succeed. Meng Qiang did not sign similar agreements not necessarily because of caution, but also because he knew from the beginning that his entrepreneurship was just a performance. After the glory, there was a mess. With the expansion of Tenda Group, Mr. Pei, the investment god who always gets something out of every investment, has decided to shift his energy to other places. Yuan Main Venture Capital will invest in those startups step by step according to the rules he set, and this gave Meng Chang an opportunity. Meng Chang got the money as he wished, and hyped it up with the title of Mr. Pei's investment, and even held a press conference to explain the bright prospects of the cold-faced girl to investors. From this, it can be seen that Meng Chang's enthusiasm for marketing has been deeply engraved in his bones. He pursues popularity at all costs, without considering the possible backlash in the future. Chapter 832 Pei's 7 captures and 7 releases, monthly tickets requested. What Meng Chang didn't expect was that his little tricks didn't escape Pei's eyes at all. At the press conference for all investors, Tengda's Ma asked 2 soul-piercing questions on the spot. Is grilled cold noodles delicious? What does the so-called multidimensional fusion mean? This directly hit Meng Chang's soft spot, which is equivalent to pointing out the 2 huge hidden dangers of the cold noodle girl in front of all investors: bad taste and over-marketing. Obviously, Ma has 2 purposes for conveying the message to Pei. One is to remind investors of the risks of the cold noodle girl, and the other is to remind investors of the risks of the cold noodle girl. It is to remind Meng Chang that the current cold-faced girl is just a castle in the air and will inevitably fail. It is not too late to make changes now. Unfortunately, the high-spirited Meng Chang did not realize the seriousness of this warning and still stubbornly followed his own script. But what he didn't know was that he would not follow the script he had thought of, but the script arranged for him by President Pei. The question raised by President Ma at the press conference gave Meng Chang a blow. He could only spend all his money on the cold-faced girl's store and use marketing, popularity, and beautiful financial reports to regain the trust of investors. But the process was not smooth, because the nail that Mr. Ma buried at the press conference was still hurting the investors. All the investments that Meng Chang could get were accompanied by harsh contents such as gambling agreements and repurchase clauses, and Meng Chang still lacked bargaining chips with investors. At this time, Meng Chang was in a dilemma. He knew that the cold-faced girl's current state was far from what he wanted. If he took the hot money now, there would be big problems. For Meng Chang, it's not too late to give up at this time. But at this time, Mr. Pei reached out again and invested another 6 million. This made Meng Chang see the bargaining chips with other investors, and then, but in retrospect, Mr. Pei's move should be regarded as playing hard to get. Without this follow-up investment, the ending of Cold-Faced Girl might have been a flash in the pan and disappeared without a trace. Meng Chang failed in his business, but had no debts, and Mr. Pei's initial investment of 2 million yuan was wasted. But the facts prove that Mr. Pei's money seems easy to get, but in fact it is not easy to get at all. Confident Meng Chang launched a more grand marketing campaign with a more high-profile attitude. His strength shook the investors who were watching. Investors were afraid of missing out on the cold-faced girl train and were considering removing those harsh conditions. The mentality of both sides gradually reversed. Meng Chang felt that he was only one step away from his goal. So, he came to Jingzhou with a carefully prepared financial report, hoping to get the last sum of money from Mr. Pei. As long as the money is in place, other investors will follow suit, and the valuation of Linmian Girl will reach an unprecedented height. Meng Chang will have many options, such as selling it to catering giants such as Quanmin Dianping and getting out of it calmly. However, after reading Meng Chang's financial report, Mr. Pei just sneered. What caught Meng Chang off guard was that Mr. Pei directly sold all his shares of Linmian Girl, even at a low price, causing the valuation of the cold-faced girl to plummet. Meng Chang's one step away, but it was a world of difference. After that, Meng Chang's behavior was completely controlled by President Pei. Seeing that the cold-faced girl was about to collapse, President Pei invested a small amount of 2 million to raise her hand. Seeing that the cold-faced girl's condition was gradually improving, he sold all his shares. Meng Chang fell into a gambler's mentality. There were too many chips on the table. He didn't want to give up, because giving up would be a waste of all his previous efforts. It seemed that the dawn of victory was just around the corner, but no matter how hard he tried, he was still a long way off. Before Boss Pei completely shattered Meng Chang's hopes, he gave him one last glimmer of hope. So Meng Chang, who had always been clear-headed, finally relaxed. After struggling for a long time, he took an investment with joint liability. In the end, the cold-faced girl ended in a miserable way. Meng Chang was burdened with millions of debts and could not recover. Looking at the entire process of the cold-faced girl from its establishment to its failure, it is not difficult to find that Meng Chang's goal is actually consistent. We can't guess what he thinks in his heart, but from the actual actions he took, he obviously doesn't want to create a fast food brand for Chinese people, as he said. The author reasonably suspects that what he did at the beginning was to hype up the valuation and cash out. It's just that this set of methods was used by Meng Chang used it very skillfully, and his eloquence was so good that he successfully deceived the eyes of investors. Or, some investors knew Meng Chang's idea, but still invested money, because they had a fluke mentality, thinking that they would not be the last one to pass the parcel. But Meng Chang still failed completely. He was like that unruly monkey, thinking that he had 72 transformations, fiery eyes, and golden pupils, and wanted to make a big fuss and get away unscathed. However, he never thought that President Pei was always paying attention to him. No matter how hard Meng Chang tried, he could not escape President Pei's Five Fingers Mountain. Pei obviously knew Meng Chang's goal very well, but he still played this game with him very patiently. When he found out that Meng Chang had impure motives, President Pei warned him immediately. When Meng Chang wanted to quit, President Pei gave him some hope, and when Meng Chang was about to succeed, President Pei cut off his hope completely. Finally, he was firmly pressed under the Five Fingers Mountain, so that he could not turn over. Some people may be confused when they see this. Do President Pei and Meng Chang have any personal grudges? Even if Meng Chang is suspected of cheating money from President Pei, wouldn't it be fine as long as President Pei doesn't give him money? Why go to so much trouble? This is what makes President Pei different. Seeing this, Qiyan nodded involuntarily. Before reading this article, she really didn't know that there was such a complicated relationship between the cold-faced girl and President Pei. Although Qiyan has been responsible for the marketing of the cold-faced girl, she has not been involved in other aspects of work. Basically, she just carried out the tasks assigned by Meng Chang. Qiyan worked enthusiastically because she believed Meng Chang's promises, thinking that Meng Chang could really turn Lingmian Girl into a leading Chinese fast food company and give all employees an extremely bright future. But now it seems that she is too naive. Meng Chang obviously never considered the future of Lingmian Girl and these employees. He only had himself in his heart from beginning to end. This article describes the battle of wits between President Pei and Meng Chang in great detail, which seems to be very credible. But the most critical question is, as the author said, President Pei is so busy, why should he play with Meng Chang? It is similar to the 7 captures and 7 releases in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Maybe Meng Chang himself couldn't figure out why President Pei was targeting him. It is very likely that Meng Chang became the monkey under the Five Fingers Mountain because he felt that President Pei had no time and no need to haggle with him over these millions. Meng Chang didn't want to jump out of the Five Fingers Mountain, but to slip out from the gaps between the fingers of the Five Fingers Mountain. He just didn't expect that President Pei's Five Fingers Mountain was so tight that it didn't leak anything. The last paragraph of the article analyzes in detail the intention of President Pei's move. Let's think about this. What would happen if President Pei didn't invest in Meng Chang? Would Meng Chang give up his plan? Obviously not. Meng Chang would just think that the time is not right and put the whole plan on hold. He would continue to accumulate experience and resume, waiting for the next opportunity. So, would the next investor have the wisdom and ability of President Pei? I'm afraid not. By that time, Meng Chang's plan would be successfully realized. He would successfully cash out and leave, leaving behind a mess, gaining both fame and fortune, and transforming himself into an excellent entrepreneur and startup. Obviously, President Pei doesn't want to see this happen, so he took time out of his busy schedule to completely cut off this possibility. If you encounter a ferocious beast on the road, ignoring it can indeed protect yourself, but it cannot prevent the beast from attacking and hurting people. It is a heroic act to subdue the beast and put it in shackles. Boss Pei's move can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, achieving 3 goals with 1 stone. First, it makes Meng Qiang the person subject to execution and his reputation is ruined. It is extremely difficult for him to make a comeback after the failure of the cold-faced girl, and it also prevents him from harming others again. Second, it corrects the wrongs and puts the cold-faced girl on the right track. By comparing before and after, she sets an example and explains a truth to everyone. It is useless to rely on marketing alone to run a business. The key is to be down to earth. Third, this move is also a warning to everyone entrepreneurs with bad intentions who want to cheat money from yuan Ming venture capital. As long as you run the business seriously, it doesn't matter if you lose money, but if your motives are not pure from the beginning, then Meng Qiang is a lesson for us. This also shows Mr. Pei's attitude towards people like Meng Qiang. All of Meng Qiang's actions are within the scope permitted by law. He does not make false accounts or evade taxes. From his actions, he is operating legally. Everyone wants to cut the liar into pieces, but our country is a country ruled by law after all, and we still have to distinguish between emotion, reason, and law. No one can replace the law to enforce justice. That is too arrogant and too presumptuous. If Meng Qiang breaks the law, he will naturally be punished by the law. His problem is just a business matter, so it is most appropriate to solve it with a business approach. It is said that after Meng Qiang was desperate, President Pei gave him a job. Obviously, this was not out of sympathy, but because he had other plans. Here, the author boldly predicts that President Pei will use business means to make Meng Qiang suffer, and the current situation is just the beginning. As for where Meng Qiang will go in the future, will he be self-pitying and self-destructive? Or will he repent after going through hardships? His fate is in his own hands. Chapter 833 Fake Boss and Real Boss, added 5 out of 10 for CZ. After reading the whole article, Qiyan was filled with mixed feelings. When she saw the previous article, Qiyan thought that the change of the cold-faced girl was only due to the difference in ability between Meng Qiang and President Pei. Meng Qiang focused on marketing and neglected practical work, so he failed. President Pei respected talents and was down to earth no matter what industry he was in, so he could continue to succeed. In other words, Qiyan always thought that Meng Qiang had a problem with ability, not attitude. But after reading this article, Qiyan realized that Meng Qiang had never intended to do a good job with the cold-faced girl. Meng Qiang said so many polite words, all of which were just lip service, just to sell at a good price, and he had no intention of doing it as he said. If it weren't for President Pei's action, what would be the fate of the cold-faced girl now? Maybe Meng Qiang has successfully cashed out and gained both fame and fortune. Lingmian girl was sold to a large group like Quanmin Dianping and was laid off due to losses. The employees worked for Meng Qiang for a few months, and then had to leave Lingmian girl to find a new job. But now, because of President Pei's decisive move, all this has changed. The failure of the cold-faced girl was entirely Meng Qiang's own fault, and after President Pei took over, the cold-faced girl will surely usher in a brighter future. Thinking of this, Qiyan shared the article with the cold-faced girl's work group, then stood up and clapped her hands gently to attract everyone's attention. Please put down your work for a while and listen to me. I know that the company has experienced some turmoil recently. Many people don't know what happened specifically, don't know what they should do, and feel confused about the future development of the company. You can spend a few minutes to read the 3 articles of this author. I believe you can find the answer. The expressions of other cold-faced girls' employees are still confused. They don't understand what Qiyan meant by the article she posted, but they still click on the articles honestly. Qian knows very well that the employees of the cold-faced girl are basically in a state of chicken blood sequelae. Meng Chang is too good at painting cakes and chicken blood. All employees felt that the company's prospects were particularly good before, and their working status was full, but now that the cold-faced girl has encountered problems, Meng Chang has let go, and all employees feel cheated, so naturally they can't cheer up. Therefore, Qian feels that the mentality of all employees should also be broken down and then rebuilt. Meng Chang is indeed the former boss of the cold-faced girl, but now he has given up. Only by completely negating Meng Chang's business philosophy can we unify everyone's thoughts and let the cold-faced girl regain a new life. These articles directly expose the cruel truth of the cold-faced girl, with detailed details and easy to understand, which can be used as textbooks. Having said that, the internal employees of the cold-faced girl need to read articles from outside to understand the affairs of their own company. This matter itself is a bit outrageous, but it is normal. After all, many people, including Qian, are actually kept in the dark by Meng Chang. They are called internal employees, but who among Qian and others has ever been treated as one of Meng Chang's own? The expressions of the crowd changed from confusion to confusion, then to shock and anger, and finally to relief. In fact, many old employees still have fantasies about Meng Chang. After all, Meng Chang is generous, good at drawing cakes, and has full personal charm. In the minds of many people, he is the image of a perfect boss. Even during the period when the cold-faced girl encountered a bankruptcy crisis, many employees still unconditionally believed that Meng Chang would come back to save the company. However, after reading these 3 articles, Meng Chang's image in their minds collapsed. This is not a perfect boss at all, he is just pretending. Why is Meng Chang so generous and kind to his employees? Because he didn't think about running the cold-faced girl for a long time, he just wanted to make a quick buck after raising the valuation. Since it's about making quick money, of course it's good for the employees, because it's not worth exploiting. But in addition to being angry, these people are very fortunate. Fortunately, President Pei took action and Meng Chang's plan failed. Now that the cold-faced girl is in the hands of President Pei is obviously going to make drastic reforms to the legacy issues when Meng Chang was the boss. The cold-faced girl sent away a false perfect boss and ushered in a real perfect boss. Isn't this worth celebrating? Everyone can feel that from this moment on, the cold-faced girl seems to have become different. Qian is very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. These people can enter the cold-faced girl to work. Obviously they are not stupid people, some things don't need to be said in too much detail, they are all clear at a glance. Qian said to everyone, I know that what happened some time ago made everyone confused and not in good working condition. I am the same, unsure of the future direction. But now, President Pei has pointed out the direction for the future development of the cold-faced girl. And unlike Meng Chang's empty promises, the development direction given by President Pei is a truly down-to-earth choice. Let me briefly talk about the recruitment of excellent stall owners as food consultants. Everyone listen carefully. I hope everyone can fully cooperate with me in the future work. Taking this opportunity, Qian just happened to describe her work plan in detail. Everyone listened carefully, and from time to time someone put forward their own opinions and actively participated. They could all feel that the fate of the cold-faced girl was changing. Wednesday morning, January 18th. When he stepped on the land of Jingzhou again, Meng Chang was in a complicated mood, and it can be said that he had mixed feelings. The previous few times he came, he was in a relaxed and confident state, his suit was ironed without a wrinkle, his mustache was carefully trimmed, and he was confident everywhere. But this time, his clothes were full of wrinkles, his cheeks were also covered with blue stubble, and his expression was very haggard. During this period after the cold-faced girl went bankrupt, he also thought of many ways and found many investors and large companies, but all of them were rejected, which fully reflected the warmth and coldness of human feelings. When the cold-faced girl was in her heyday, Meng Chang was a guest of honor wherever he went, and all the investors and bosses treated him with courtesy. Now he simply asked his assistant to turn her away and didn't even bother to meet her. After a series of setbacks, Meng Chang finally had to accept his current situation. He basically couldn't make it. Of course, Meng Chang's abilities were still there, so it was no problem for him to find an ordinary job to get by, but with Meng Chang's personality, he could not accept such an ordinary job, let alone the fate that he had just paid off his debts after working diligently for decades. Therefore, under the huge gap between ideals and reality, he was completely decadent. Meng Chang did not have a house under his name, but his beloved car was executed and his bank card was frozen. Because he had no money to pay the rent, Meng Chang could not live in the house he originally rented. In the end, he borrowed money from a friend and moved to a semi-basement temporarily, where he lived for 2 days. What hit Meng Chang the most was those articles. Meng Chang, who had no job and nowhere to go, stayed in a semi-basement in the imperial capital, doing nothing all day, and also saw these 3 articles while browsing the web. After reading it, Meng Chang couldn't help but sigh that the article was well written and it was simply murderous. Every step of his was indeed calculated by Pei. It turned out that from the time he took the first sum of money from Yuan Ming venture capital, today's ending was doomed, and he still knew nothing until the last moment. This is not only a crushing victory in terms of IQ, but also a crushing victory in terms of pattern. After the failure, Meng Chang was left with despair. Today, Meng Chang came to Jingzhou to meet with Mr. Pei to discuss work and salary. Meng Chang wanted to pay off his debts as soon as possible. He didn't want to spend his whole life eating instant noodles in a semi-basement without sunlight, and he could only take green trains to travel far away, wasting his life. He didn't want to do those ordinary jobs, and he couldn't get those jobs that could make more money, so he could only come to Mr. Pei to take a look and try his luck. If it was the arrogant Meng Chang in the past, he would never come to Jingzhou. Mr. Pei was clearly calculating himself. Would it be good to work under Mr. Pei? Mr. Pei might have to entertain himself. But now Meng Chang no longer has the arrogance and energy he had at the beginning. He now wants to move out of the semi-basement in the imperial capital as soon as possible, live in a spacious master bedroom with sunlight, eat some normal food that is not instant noodles, make more money and pay off his debts as soon as possible. As for whether he would be bullied working under Mr. Pei, that is no longer important. With this mentality, Meng Chang walked towards Yuan Ming venture capital. Chapter 834, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. To deter the scoundrels, please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At the same time, in the reception room of Dream Ventures, Pei Qian was looking at the thick stack of information submitted by Xing, and he was overwhelmed. These are all companies related to Dream Ventures, some of which have already invested money, and some are still waiting in line for investment. There are also some companies that have invested money before, but sold all their shares after the company started to make money. Pei Qian looked at the information of these companies and felt a little thrilling. There are so many companies that have started to make money? Fortunately, Xing completely followed his own requirements and sold as soon as he made money, without any delay. As long as he sold early, he would not make much money. Xing saw that Mr. Pei's brows were sometimes frowned and sometimes stretched. He didn't know what extraordinary things Mr. Pei saw from these materials, and he didn't ask too much. He asked tentatively, "Boss Pei, how about calling Jing Haibing over and asking her to explain the details to you?" Pei Qian shook his head, "No need to bother." These materials were written in a relatively popular and concise manner, and Pei Qian could understand them completely. Moreover, Pei Qian invested money as he pleased. Losing money was good, but making a small profit was also fine, so he felt that there was no need to ask Jing Haibing, who was in charge of finance, to make a special trip to explain. It was too troublesome. Pei Qian flipped through the companies that had already made money and sold their shares, and casually said, "Some of these companies that made money are developing better and better, while some have fallen into a slump." Pei Qian certainly didn't feel bad for the companies that made money, but he felt a little sorry for the companies that failed as soon as Yuan Ventures withdrew its investment. Pei Qian thought this was still a bit strange. Yuan Ventures continued to invest in all the companies that didn't make money. All the companies that Yuan Ventures withdrew their investment were companies that had already achieved profitability. Since they had already achieved profitability, it meant that the company had found a healthy profit model, and as long as there were no accidents, it would always grow and develop slowly. However, some of these companies not only did not grow and develop after Yuan Ventures left, but suddenly died, which was a bit strange. Hideshing smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Pei, they are both profitable. Some companies are truly profitable, while some companies, like the cold-faced girl, make profits through some financial means. The financial reports look good, but the actual company's situation is not good, in order to use the financial reports to attract more investment. Both are withdrawing investment. The former has passed the most difficult period and is definitely getting better and better, while the latter has suddenly revealed its true colors." Pei Qian was furious. Can people still have some trust in each other? Wouldn't it be better to have less tricks and more sincerity? It doesn't matter if you don't have the ability, but if you have bad intentions, you will just shoot yourself in the foot. These companies that are pretending to be rich could have continued to receive blood transfusions from Yuan Venture Capital if they honestly admitted their losses, but they insisted on saying that they were profitable. Now Yuan Venture Capital has withdrawn its investment. This shows that if you don't have the most basic integrity, you won't even get the chance to spend Mr. Pei's money. Hideshing sighed. Yes, everyone knows that business is based on integrity, and treating people with sincerity will always be rewarded, but in reality, under the temptation of interests, how many people can really do this? I have to say that your trick, Mr. Pei, is really smart. Sell profitable companies. On the one hand, it helps those companies that really want to do practical things and establishes good relationships with them. On the other hand, it kicks out those companies with false profits and ill intentions and avoids risks. Although I make less money, I have earned a reputation and punished the scammers. It can be said that I killed two birds with one stone. Pei Qian. God damn it, kill two birds with one stone. I don't need to kill two birds with one stone at all. I just want to spend more money. Is it that difficult? Pei Qian put aside the information of the companies that were profitable and sold, and continued to look at the information of the companies that were still losing money and continued to receive blood transfusions from Dream Ventures. What's the situation with this company? I remember that they spent money lavishly before and had a big marketing campaign. Why did they cut 2/3 of the marketing expenses and use it to make products now? When he invested 6 million yuan in the cold-faced girl before, Pei Qian also looked at the information of other companies and got to know them. In particular, several companies that like to advertise, do marketing, and spend money quickly left a deep impression on him. Originally, these companies were big spenders and were the focus of Pei Qian's attention. However, in the latest information, they either cut part of the marketing expenses and reduced costs, or spent the expenses on polishing products and recruiting talents. Because Dream Ventures sent financial personnel to these companies, these contents were clearly written in the information and brought to Pei Qian. Spending less money made Pei Qian a little unhappy. Hideshing laughed. Boss Pei, it's obvious that your example of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys has worked. With the example of the cold-faced girl, who dares to mess around with these companies? A confused question mark floated above Pei Qian's head. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys? The example of the cold-faced girl? What are you talking about? Although each word was clear, Pei Qian could not understand the meaning of the words together. Dishing continued, these companies that continue to lose money and continue to get money from dream ventures can be divided into two categories. The first category is those who are working hard on their products, but they don't have enough money, ability, or resources. These companies continue to get money from dream ventures, recruit talents, and fight for resources, and they will gradually get better. The company founders feel that they have tried their best and have a clear conscience, so they naturally don't need to change anything. The second category is more or less like Meng Chang. They don't work hard on their products, but spend all their money on marketing. Some people want to cash out by overvaluing, and some people may simply be confused and can't tell which is more important, product or marketing. The case of Meng Chang and the cold-faced girl has obviously played the role of killing the chicken to scare the monkey and deterring the scoundrels. People like Meng Chang, who are so capable and so smart, have been severely punished by you, Mr. Pei, because of their bad intentions, and have become the person subject to execution and ruined their reputation. What about them, the small fish and shrimps? If they don't change, their fate will be the same as Meng Chang's. So, all these clever entrepreneurs are panicking. Many small companies that were waiting in line for our investment have voluntarily withdrawn, and those that have received investment have all changed their previous behavior and dare not spend money on marketing lavishly, but pay more attention to the product itself. Obviously these people have something to hide, they don't want to be the next Meng Chang. The situation of the cold-faced girl is like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, making them tremble and dare not think about those little things again. The battle of the cold-faced girl can be said to be a decisive battle. Many entrepreneurs used to think that the money from Yuan Meng venture capital was the easiest to get, but now they find that the money from Yuan Meng venture capital is easy to get, but the consequences of not doing anything are also the most serious. In this way, even if Mr. Pei's main focus is transferred to other industries, Yuan Meng venture capital can continue to operate perfectly, and no one dares to come here to cheat money. Pei Qian was silent. He never thought that a little cold-faced girl could have such a far-reaching impact. The worst case that Pei Qian could think of before was nothing more than selling the shares of the cold-faced girl to make a fortune, which only increased the pressure to spend money. But now it seems that it is more than just a matter of making a fortune. The cold-faced girl objectively played a role in killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The chance of losing money on investment in the future has been greatly reduced. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently, and for a moment he was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. When Pei Qian set the policy of sell when you make money, continue to invest when you lose money for Yuan Meng venture capital, he thought it was a 100% foolproof strategy. As a result, a series of things happened now. Pei Qian's expectations were completely dashed, and this policy also had a perfect counter-effect. Pei Qian threw a thick stack of information on the coffee table and drank 2 sips of tea silently. That's it for today. I'll give you another sum of money later, and you can just invest it as you see fit. Pei Qian had already come up with the idea of strategically giving up Yuan Meng venture capital, so he didn't ask too much for Dishing's investment. But giving up is giving up, and the money should still be paid. It's still a bit difficult to burn money just by relying on the mission and choice project. As the saying goes, eggs can't be put in the same basket. Yuan Meng venture capital also has to share some of the pressure. As for how to make money in the future, that can only be considered later. Let's deal with this cycle first. Dishing looked at his watch. Okay, Mr. Pei, it's time to meet Meng Chang. He should be here soon. I'll go pick him up. Dishing left, and Pei Qian drank tea in the reception room, thinking about life with some melancholy. The original plan was obviously perfect. How could it turn out like this? Life is so unpredictable. Not long after, Meng Chang arrived. Pei Qian was a little surprised to see Meng Chang's decadent look. What's wrong? I haven't seen you for a while. Are you depressed? Pei Qian originally thought that Meng Chang was a person with extremely strong psychological quality, and even if he became a deadbeat, it would not affect his mentality at all, but now it seems that he is obviously not. Pei Qian poured a cup of tea. Come, sit down and have tea. Meng Chong was full of vigilance and alertness, and at the same time a little afraid. I don't know what kind of medicine Mr. Pei is selling in this gourd. You are the one who invested money, you are the one who cheated me, and now you are the one who called me to work for me. Meng Chong felt that he was being played around by Mr. Pei. He couldn't guess what Mr. Pei would do next. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Meng Chong always thought that he was one of the smartest people until he met Mr. Pei. He saw through all his plans and plotted against him so hard behind his back. When they met, he could still smile and invite him to drink tea as if nothing had happened. This Mr. Pei is really terrifying. If Meng Chong didn't want to make more money and get rid of his deadbeat status as soon as possible, he would never come to meet President Pei again, because just talking to him would make him feel tremendous pressure. Chapter 835 1 point higher than Ma Yang. Monthly votes requested. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Both of them knew exactly what this meeting was for, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Pei Qian didn't take Meng Chong too seriously. This was just one of his many troubles. He would quickly solve it and then get busy with other things. Pei Qian said, "You already know the general content of the work. This time I will mainly talk to you about the salary. You can choose between two modes. The first is a fixed salary of 40,000 yuan per month. As long as you complete the work tasks, you will not lose a penny. The second is a low base salary plus commission method, with a base salary of 3,000 yuan and commissions ranging from 0 to 200,000 yuan. The specific calculation method of the commission is of course linked to the publicity effect of advertising and marketing. I will send someone to do data analysis and calculate the commission for you based on the money spent on each advertising plan, the popularity created, and the publicity effect. Under the premise of not insulting consumers, not violating relevant laws and regulations, and using normal marketing methods, the more money you spend, the lower the popularity, the worse the publicity effect, and the higher the commission." Meng Chong immediately said, "I choose the second method." Wait, the lower the popularity, the higher the commission? Inversely proportional? When hearing the above content, Meng Chong felt it was quite normal. Low base salary plus high commission, which is exactly what he expected. Although a monthly salary of 40,000 is already a high income for most people, it is not satisfactory for Meng Chong. After all, when he was a senior executive in a large company before, his salary had already exceeded this number. Now, even if he does not go to a large company, there are many places that can give him a monthly salary of 40,000. There is no need to be trembling with fear under the hands of President Pei to take this 40,000 yuan dead salary. What's more, the 40,000 monthly salary is used to pay off debts, deduct taxes, and miscellaneous living expenses. Even if he pays 300,000 a year, the debt on his body is enough for him to pay for 20 years. How many 20 years can a person have? During this period, he will always be the person subject to execution, and he will be subject to too many restrictions. He can't even take the high-speed rail or plane when traveling, and he can't even think about buying a house, traveling, vacationing, going abroad, etc. By the time he has paid off his debts, he will be close to retirement age, which means he has basically spent his entire life in a muddle. He can't expect to make a comeback when he is in his 50s or 60s, right? That's simply unrealistic. If it had been a few decades earlier, it might have been possible, but it's impossible now. Sometimes Meng Chong even thought that if he could get rid of all these debts by serving 3 years in jail, he would rather go to jail. After all, there are many people who start a business again after being released from jail, which is better than paying off debts for 20 years. And if we calculate it according to the highest commission of 200,000 yuan given by Mr. Pei, it may be possible to pay off the money in 5 or 6 years under the most optimistic situation. This is an opportunity that no other job can give. The only problem is, how can popularity be inversely proportional to commission? The worse the advertising effect, the more money Mr. Pei gives? What's the reason? Meng Chong thought he had heard it wrong, and asked again, Mr. Pei, did you say, inversely proportional? Pei Qian nodded, and a kind of confidence was revealed in his firm tone, yes. Pei Qian did not intend to explain, nor did he need to explain. Anyway, as long as he showed enough confidence, Meng Chong would always come up with a reasonable reason in his mind. He took an agreement from the side. Here are the detailed rules, you can take your time to read it. You can fill in the time column yourself, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. The longer the agreement is signed, the more commission you will get. Meng Chong fell into silence for a moment. He took the agreement and read it word by word, feeling that there was a huge crisis behind it. Could it be that Mr. Pei wanted to plot against him? His sixth sense told him that there was a trap, but he couldn't figure out where the trap was after thinking about it. If the better the publicity effect, the more money you get, this is easy to understand. Meng Chong is very confident in himself. The marketing and publicity aspects must be clearly arranged, and getting a high commission is almost certain. But the condition given by President Pei is, the more money you spend and the lower the popularity, the higher the commission. In layman's terms, it means spending as much money as possible, but the worse the publicity effect, the better. What benefits does this bring to Tencent? Do you think your publicity funds are too much? Are you worried about not being able to spend them all? It doesn't make sense. Meng Chong thinks this is not good for President Pei at all, unless Meng Chang's publicity plan is explosive every time. In that case, Meng Chong can only get a basic salary of 3,000 yuan, and he may not be able to pay off his debts in this life. The better the work is done, the more uncomfortable he will be. But Meng Chong thinks this kind of thing is impossible. Many giant companies spend tens of billions on marketing every year, and the heads of advertising and marketing departments are all hired with high salaries because it is a technical job. It is not easy to do it well, but there are a lot of people who can't do it well. Even for Meng Chong, this kind of work would be easier. He didn't need to rack his brains to think of various marketing plans. Wouldn't it be possible to get a high commission if he just muddled through it? Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, Meng Chong read the agreement over and over again, but couldn't figure out what the problem was. Meng Chong is also an old hand, with no shortage of knowledge in finance and law. He can see that this contract itself is not a scam, and it even makes him feel a little unreal. The only restriction is that Meng Chong cannot mess around, such as directly insulting consumers in advertisements, engaging in regional or gender discrimination, violating the advertising law, etc., which are absolutely not allowed, and someone will be responsible for supervision. But for Meng Chong, this clause is still quite reasonable. It is a protective clause to prevent himself from taking advantage of loopholes, which is understandable. Thinking about the millions of debts he is carrying, Meng Chong said, "Okay, I sign it." Time, the longest is 10 years? Pei Qian nodded, yes, if you sign for 10 years, the maximum commission per month is 200,000, and if you sign for 3 years, the maximum commission per month is 100,000. The longer the signing time, the higher the commission. Meng Chong was silent for a moment, then decisively took the pen, signed his name, and filled in 10 years in the year column. 10 years is 10 years, of course you have to get a high commission. Meng Chong knew very well that if he signed a 3-year contract and later found out that he could have gotten a commission of 200,000, he would regret it. Although it would take less than 10 years to pay off all the debts based on the monthly commission of 200,000, he could still earn a few more years even if he did. 10 years later, he is still in his prime. If he has accumulated some wealth, it is a good choice for him to enjoy life or start a business again. Pei Qian was very satisfied. After putting away the agreement, he smiled and said, "Okay, I wish you to pay off your debt soon. Meng Chong, ? I don't know why, but I feel that Mr. Pei's words are full of sarcasm. After leaving Yuan Venture Capital, Meng Chong still feels unreal. He took out the agreement he brought with him and read it carefully. Is there really no problem? Forget it, it's already signed, so don't think too much. Meng Chong felt that it was useless to worry about gains and losses now. This is already his best choice. According to Mr. Pei, he will officially start work next month. During this time, Meng Chong can take a break and adjust his mentality. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar long face hurried over. Meng Chong instinctively shuddered. Isn't this Mr. Ma? He still remembered that during the press conference of the cold-faced girl, President Ma successfully deceived him by pretending to be not very smart, and then asked two soul-searching questions directly to the core of the problem, making the entire press conference completely fail to achieve the expected effect. How could someone who could become President Pei's right-hand man be an ordinary person? Meng Chong hurriedly lowered his head and left in a hurry. Ma Yang passed by Meng Chong, and he took 2 steps, stopped, and looked back. Hey, why does this person look familiar? When have I seen him before? I can't remember. Ma Yang scratched his head. He has been busy lately, especially in preparation for the exam week. He had been studying in seclusion for a long time. One has to meet so many people in a day, how can he remember every one of them? Ma Yang quickly forgot about this little episode and walked towards Yuanming Ventures happily. Brother Qian. Pei Qian heard Ma Yang shouting before he saw his long face. The next second, Ma Yang had already pushed open the door of the reception room and came in. Pei Qian put down the documents in his hand. Huh? Old Ma, why are you here? Ma Yang chuckled. I have been preparing for the exam for some time and have no time to report my work. Now that the exam is over, I should put my energy back into work. By the way, Brother Qian, it seems that the results of the Academic Affairs Office website are out today. Have you checked it? Pei Qian instantly became energetic. Huh? The results are out? I will check it now. He immediately took a laptop from the side, then opened the Academic Affairs Office website, logged in to check the results. Huh. I got 72 points in that closed-book exam. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. For liberal arts majors in college, closed-book exams are the most difficult. Although the difficulty of closed-book questions is much lower than that of open-book questions, most people are too lazy to memorize them. If it is high school, then memorizing this knowledge is easy, but it is completely different in college. Most of the courses with the most failures in liberal arts majors every year are closed-book exams, and most of the failures are boys. There is no other reason, mainly because of laziness. Pei Qian scored 72 points, which shows that his review has worked. If it is friendship points given by the teacher, it is estimated that he can only give more than 60 points at most. Every extra point is Pei Qian's own hard work. Lao Ma, how many points did you get? Pei Qian asked. Ma Yang chuckled. I'm just a little bit higher than you, Brother Qian. Pei Qian's smile disappeared instantly. How much higher? Ma Yang said, 81 points. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. What about this open book exam? I got 79 points. Ma Yang looked at it. Brother Qian, I'm just a little bit higher than you. I got 82. Pei Qian asked several questions in a row, and Ma Yang actually got higher than him in all of them. Finally, when he asked about the last question, Ma Yang scratched his head. I'm not as high as you in this one. I got 74 points, 1 point higher than you. Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief, and his face finally looked better. Luckily, from freshman to junior year, there was finally one subject where he got 1 point higher than Ma Yang. It seems that my serious review has paid off. Although it is only 1 point in one subject, it is a good start. Chapter 836, Lao Ma's live broadcast results, monthly ticket request. Pei Qian closed the website of the Academic Affairs Office with satisfaction and stopped talking about his grades. Although 1 point is a historic improvement, it is definitely unreasonable to keep showing off. It is better to remember it seriously. It seems that you have been studying very hard and seriously during this period. How is your work going? Pei Qian asked. Ma Yang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Brother Qian, I study and work at the same time, without any delay. I came here today just to report to you. I have been working diligently on Weibo to help people realize their dreams, but there are fewer and fewer dreams worth fulfilling. Many people can't even write a joke well. How can I believe that such people really have dreams? As for those joke writers who have already received money, their wishes have been fulfilled and their jokes are almost exhausted. People should not be greedy, so I will no longer help such people realize their dreams. In the past week, only a few 100,000 have been sent out. Alas, I can only say that this is an era of lack of dreams. A good dream is really more precious than gold. This is what I say from the bottom of my heart." Pei Qian was stunned. How can I say about Lao Ma? Pei Qian actually just wanted him to spend some money on Weibo, but Ma Yang took it too seriously. He stopped giving money to those who had already received it, and stopped giving money to those whose jokes were not good. As a result, he only gave out 100,000 yuan in a week. With the speed at which you give money, I am afraid I can't count on you. Pei Qian had tried to persuade Ma Yang to relax the standards appropriately and not be so strict, but Ma Yang disagreed and said that dreams are rare and sacred things that cannot be tarnished. Pei Qian had no choice but to let him go. What about the situation of live streaming with goods? How is the popularity? Pei Qian asked again. Ma Yang said, the popularity is basically stable. It's not very popular, but it's not bad. Pei Qian was delighted, as it turned out to be the same as he expected. Ma Yang's reverse live streaming is basically the same as anti-counterfeiting. It may be very popular at the beginning, but it will gradually stabilize and there will be no explosive growth in popularity. After all, anti-counterfeiting programs are not suitable for watching every day. You will get tired of watching them too much. The popularity did not continue to surge, but tended to stabilize, which was good news for Pei Qian. Ma Yang continued, so far, I have held more than a dozen live broadcasts, and the goods I brought ranged from stationery to home appliances, as well as food, digital products, etc., all of which had very good results. Some 3No merchants directly removed their products, closed their online stores, and ran away. Some big brands removed their products, apologized, and made rectifications. Consumers who had been defending their rights in vain finally received the compensation they deserved. Many brands came to me privately, wanting to spend money to avoid disaster, and asked me not to lead them. Even many brands that have not been exposed have hinted that as long as their brands are not mentioned in the next live broadcast, everything will be fine, and they can even sponsor our program. Pei Qian asked with concern, what did you say? Ma Yang laughed, of course I am against. I posted all the private messages they sent me. Brother Qian, I have never forgotten your advice. No matter what the reason is, they want to give us money, it is absolutely a daydream. We didn't plan to do programs for those brands that were not exposed, but they sent private messages, which means they have something to hide, so we have to do programs to expose them. I have millions of fans now. Everyone says that I am a fighter, the spokesperson and pioneer of Tenda spirit. How can this little money buy me? Ma Yang's long face was full of pride. Pei Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up, well done. Old Ma, I have long seen that you are a promising talent. I am at ease with you doing things. It must be said that if someone else did the job that Lao Ma did, they might not be so ruthless. The brands he exposed in his live broadcast were not all 3No products, some of them were relatively well-known manufacturers, and this exposure offended a lot of people. What's more, he directly posted all the private messages that the manufacturers had sent to him, without giving them any face at all. Most people really wouldn't do such a thing. In this matter, Pei Qian was 100% satisfied with Lao Ma's work. Although Lao Ma's number of fans has been growing, and it has reached millions, there are a lot of bloggers with millions of fans on Weibo. Lao Ma spent so much money to earn millions of fans, which is completely acceptable. No one has threatened you? Pei Qian asked with concern. Ma Yang shook his head. A few 3No accounts sent me private messages, and I directly at the internet police, and they were so scared that they deleted their accounts and ran away. Besides, our country is a society ruled by law, and I have bodyguards, so what is there to be afraid of? Pei Qian nodded. Yeah, it's good. If ordinary people do this kind of thing, the resistance will definitely be very large, but Lao Ma is backed by Tenda, so many things will be much easier to do. Even if some people hate Lao Ma, they have to consider the weight of Tenda behind Ma Yang. Speaking of Tenda, Pei Qian asked, did the live broadcast bring Tenda's products? Ma Yang was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. Oh. No. Pei Qian was a little unhappy. Didn't I tell you to pay special attention to Tenda's products? Ma Yang scratched the back of his head, but Brother Qian, Tenda doesn't seem to have any new products. Pei Qian said, isn't it a fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine? You can do this in the next program, and show everyone in detail the problems, shortcomings, and disadvantages of this thing in the live broadcast. Ma Yang hesitated. This seems to be a new product, right? There is definitely no problem with the quality of our own products. This program may not have much content. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Precisely because it is our own product, we must be more strict. We must treat it equally. At the same time, it is also a good opportunity to spur OTTO technology to keep improving and making progress. Of course, it is false to say that spurring OTTO technology is true. It is true that it reduces the sales of some bar lift machines and makes less money. The fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine has been on sale for more than a week. No one was interested in it at first, and everything was fine, but suddenly one day, I don't know what happened, the sales of this thing began to soar. Part of the reason was Xiao Liang's recommendation on Weibo, but it only played a role in fueling the trend. Pei Qian has never been able to figure out the fundamental reason for its popularity. Seeing that the inventory he had prepared for the sudden spending was about to become a troublesome system fund, Pei Qian did not want to sit and wait for death. Therefore, he planned to use Ma Yang's live streaming chess piece to try to reduce the sales of the fully automatic smart bar lifter. Calculated, the fully automatic smart bar lifter has been officially on sale for more than a week, and everyone's enthusiasm for blindly buying it should have subsided a little. Since everyone has regained their sanity, it should be the best time to talk about the problems and shortcomings of the fully automatic smart bar lifter, right? As for whether this product has any problems, there must be some. Oda Technology does not have its own factory, and it must design the smart speakers by itself and find other factories to do the OEM, so there is no particularly high technical threshold. In other words, compared with the original sound wall products produced by others, the quality of this thing is not bad, but the price is raised because of the addition of a bar lifter. What's more, the price of more than 2,000 yuan can only be regarded as a better entry-level product. It is just for listening to the sound of enthusiasts. It is completely incomparable with the sound quality of those speakers and echo walls that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. Look, if you want to find faults, there are a lot of faults. Pei Qian felt that Chen Yufeng and his team, who were responsible for preparing the live broadcast content for Ma Yang, were a professional team, and they would definitely be better at finding faults than he was. When the time comes, they will strip the underwear of the fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machine cleanly. Not to mention that no one will buy it, at least it can persuade some consumers to leave, right? As long as a batch of goods can be piled up in the warehouse before settlement, it will be a good thing. Ma Yang said, Brother Qingshan, then I will tell Chen Yufeng to start preparing the content of the next live broadcast immediately, and make a fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machine. Pei Qian nodded, okay, wait for the first version of the text to be published, show it to me, and I will check it for you. No problem, Brother Qian, just watch it. Ma Yang left happily. Looking at Ma Yang's back as he left, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh silently. It's really happy to be a slacker like Lao Ma. It seems that no matter what happens, he is so optimistic, unlike himself, who is full of various troubles every day and racking his brains to lose more money. I'm really envious. Pei Qian looked at the date. Today was already January 18th. There was less than a week left until the Spring Festival, and the company's work had basically entered the final stage. On New Year's Eve, the 22nd, Pei Qian planned to take a day off after the annual meeting on the 20th. The annual meeting should have been held earlier, but there were many things to do in the last month. Pei Qian was afraid that preparing for the annual meeting would delay the settlement and lose money, so he postponed it for a few days and put it directly on the day of the holiday. In this way, it was quite straightforward to go home directly after the annual meeting. Of course, everything that should be arranged before the holiday should be arranged. Although he made a lot of money in this period, Pei Qian was relatively well prepared. Mission and Choice spent a lot of money, and Yuan Meng Venture Capital also shared a part. In the end, Pei Qian planned to use all the remaining money for advertising. Although there are hidden dangers in advertising, he didn't care so much for the sake of spending money. Moreover, Pei Qian's advertising this time is mainly aimed at the physical industry, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Managed Gym, Sloth Apartment, Nifeng Logistics, etc. These industries have a common feature, that is, although most of them are already stable and profitable, as long as the store opens fast enough, they will not make more money. Advertising for these industries is always much safer than advertising for industries such as games and mobile phones. During the Spring Festival, a wave of advertising will be launched in cities such as Jingzhou, the imperial capital, and the Magic City, and a large amount of money can be spent. In this way, after the new year, the system will be officially settled, and a considerable loss should be created. After the settlement is completed after the new year, Pei Qian can devote all his energy to the next cycle. Pei Qian felt that his plan was perfect and impeccable. Chapter 837 President Pei said, pay attention to details, please vote for the monthly ticket. January 19th, Thursday. Pei Qian just got up and saw Ma Yang sent him the copywriting of the carrying goods fully automatic intelligent lifting machine. Isn't the efficiency too high? Huh? No, did you work overtime? Pei Qian immediately called Ma Yang to question him. Ma Yang hurriedly replied, no, Brother Qian, this is just a draft. Chen Yufeng finished it yesterday afternoon. Because all the parameters and data are directly found, it is relatively fast. This is not the final draft. It will be revised during the day today, and the live broadcast will be arranged in the evening. Tengda's purpose is not to work overtime. I am a good employee who strictly implements the spirit of Tengda. How can I let everyone work overtime? Brother Qian, don't worry, this kind of thing is impossible. Pei Qian hung up the phone with satisfaction. Yes, look at Lao Ma's awareness. It would be great if everyone in Tengda had this awareness. Wait. Pei Qian suddenly realized that almost everyone in Tengda seemed to have this awareness, but his situation still did not improve. Although everyone did not work overtime, the company was still making money. Pei Qian sighed silently, feeling melancholy every time he thought about this matter. Let's read the copy first. Pei Qian read the live copy of the fully automatic intelligent arguing machine from beginning to end and found that it detailed its specific properties, including how many speakers it has, what are the specific parameters, how the parameters are different from the speakers of the same price, how much the price difference is, etc. In addition, there is a sound quality comparison section, and several other brands of speakers are compared for sound quality, including products that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. For a live broadcast like this, it is easy to make content only if there is a comparison. If you only evaluate the fully automatic intelligent arguing machine, the parameters will be read out in a few minutes, which cannot support the entire live broadcast. Pei Qian is quite satisfied with this copy. Anyway, as long as you compare it with other speakers honestly and point out the problems in a realistic way, it will be enough to discourage some players. After all, the fully automatic intelligent arguing machine does not have exclusive technology, and the sound quality is not much different from the 2000-level domestic echo wall. Add to that the hundreds of yuan of the arguing machine itself, it will suddenly appear to be very cost-effective. Pei Qian immediately sent a message to Ma Yang, "Okay, refine this copy and improve it. If you work on some more details, it will be perfect." Anyway, there are speakers worth thousands or tens of thousands of yuan in this comparison and evaluation. In terms of details, the 2000 yuan fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine is definitely not comparable. Pay more attention to details and give all viewers a feeling that the details of the intelligent bar lift machine are not very exquisite and the quality is poor, which will definitely discourage many consumers who are still waiting. On the other hand, Ma Yang immediately replied okay after receiving Pei Qian's message, and then found Qin Yufeng. Qin Yufeng is the person in charge behind Ma Yang's live broadcast. Since he was responsible for providing content for Mr. Ma's live broadcast, he has been working diligently and handling every detail very carefully. Before each live broadcast, other people in the team also proofread many times, even the words will be checked many times, and there will be no mistakes in the data. Qin Yufeng knows very well that what Mr. Ma is doing now is very hateful. There are definitely many companies that hate him and look for problems with a magnifying glass. And Mr. Ma is live broadcasting, not video. If there is a problem with the data, he will be recorded and attacked crazily. What Mr. Ma does, whether it is selling products, reviewing, or fighting counterfeiting, what he needs most is credibility. Once there is a small mistake in the copywriting, the credibility will inevitably decline over time, which is something that is difficult to make up for. Therefore, Qin Yufeng has always been very serious about it.at this time. He was still revising the copy word by word, preparing to make the last program before the new year, to evaluate his own fully automatic intelligent lifting machine. Qin Yufeng didn't know why he had to evaluate this, but since it was a task personally assigned by President Pei and President Ma, and he repeatedly reminded him to be as frank as before, he could only prepare with all his strength and dare not neglect it in the slightest. As for the rest of the team, they also performed their duties. Some were responsible for verifying the data, and some were debugging other equipment. Qin Yufeng was checking a data in the copy, and Ma Yang came over. I just showed the copy to President Pei, and President Pei was quite satisfied. However, he hopes that this copy can be further refined and improved, especially the details, which must be refined more. Qin Yufeng was stunned for a moment. The details need to be refined more? Did President Pei say how to refine it specifically? Ma Yang said, we also need to ask President Pei about this? Of course, we thought about it ourselves. Qin Yufeng thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. It was obviously inappropriate to disturb President Pei for such trivial issues. But the question is, how can the details be refined? He has already listed the sound parameters of the smart barbell machine and arranged a listening session. How else can he go into the details? How about a macro lens to show the audience the details of the workmanship, but you can't tell anything from the appearance? They are all products of modern technology, with a high yield rate. There is no possibility of defects such as roughness and unevenness on the appearance. Qin Yufeng suddenly had an idea and said, I got it. Why don't we just disassemble the machine? Disassemble all the speakers into parts, and there will definitely be differences in the details inside. Ma Yang nodded, okay, this is a good idea. Are there any other details? Think about it again? Qin Yufeng pondered for a long time again, and this time he really couldn't think of anything. Or, Mr. Ma, let's ask Mr. Chang of OTTO Technology. Let him briefly introduce the details that are different from other speakers. Let's tell the audience realistically. This is not a violation of the regulations, right? Qin Yufeng said. Ma Yang thought about it and said, that's fine. We have to broadcast live tonight. Time is tight, and President Pei wants details. I can only ask Chang Yu. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll ask him. Ma Yang turned around and made a phone call. Qin Yufeng immediately changed the text of the live broadcast, added the part of disassembling the speakers, and arranged for the technicians to disassemble all the speakers first to study them, so as to avoid any problems. Not long after, Ma Yang came back. It's settled. Chang Yu said that he will send us a document soon. The special functions of the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine are all in it. We can arrange it accordingly. Qin Yufeng hesitated. Boss Ma, auto technology seems to be giving it quite straightforwardly, probably for the sake of the brother department. Should we be a little more lenient when we are live streaming? Ma Yang glared. How can that be? What should be is what it is. The Tenda spirit designated by Boss Pei is to seek truth from facts. Boss Pei repeatedly told us to be more strict with our products. How can we make an exception? Qin Yufeng nodded. Okay, Boss Ma, I got it. Boss Ma has spoken, so it's easy. Qin Yufeng asked a question, because he was afraid that it would end badly, and he would take the blame. Now that Boss Ma has spoken, according to Boss Ma's character, even if there is a blame, he will take it all by himself, so Qin Yufeng is not worried. Soon, Auto Technology sent the document about the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine. Qin Yufeng clicked it and took a look, and was dumbfounded at the time. Huh? This argument machine actually has so many functions? Can it automatically recite poems? Can it rehearse lines? Can it also turn on the argument mode? I've known about the argument mode for a long time, but it seems that no one has paid attention to reciting poems and rehearsing lines. The official website didn't introduce it in detail? Qin Yufeng was a little surprised. He also did some research on this fully automatic intelligent argument machine and knew that the artificial intelligence of this thing is very strange. After entering the argument mode, it can make people want to tear down their homes. But the automatic reciting function seems to have never been heard of before. According to the explanation in the document, it seems that the relevant database has not been done very well before, and now it is finally almost perfect, so this function has just been updated not long ago. I have heard of the function of matching lines, but the matching lines are all the lines of the Sea Fortress DLC. This time, the lines sent by OTTO Technology seem to be not only the lines of Sea Fortress, but also several other lines. I don't know where they come from. Qin Yufeng looked at Ma Yang. Boss Ma, have all these details been added? Ma Yang nodded. Of course. Boss Pei said that he would stick to the details, so they must be added. Hurry up and prepare. Qin Yufeng felt a lot of pressure, and hurriedly called the rest of the team together, each responsible for different parts, and hurried to prepare. As for Ma Yang himself, he was holding a fully automatic intelligent lifting machine, constantly pressing the small stick on it, waiting for the machine to lift it back. This back and forth, playing happily. At the same time, Pei Qian had already eaten breakfast and came to the company to work. As the Chinese New Year approaches, most departments have completed their work tasks, and it can be felt that everyone is a little distracted from work. Pei Qian is very happy about this, and hopes that everyone can continue to slack off. When he arrived at the office, the first thing he did was to call Assistant Qingshan over and ask about the status of the Spring Festival advertisement that he had arranged earlier. Assistant Qingshan reported in an orderly manner with a small notebook. The current publicity work is mainly arranged in Jingzhou, as well as several large cities such as the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, Yongqing, and Pengcheng, including subway advertisements, billboards, office building advertisements, etc., all arranged. The publicity is basically for physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Sloth Apartment, Nifeng Logistics, and Managed Gym. Each industry has invited different celebrities to endorse it, and the publicity materials have been arranged. They will be fully launched during the Spring Festival. The only small problem is that some cities may not have these industries yet. For example, Sloth Apartment is currently only available in Jingzhou. Isn't it a bit early to advertise in the Imperial Capital and Magic Capital? Pei Qian smiled slightly. Not early at all, now is the right time. It would be better if there were no related industries in other cities. Wouldn't that mean the advertising is in vain? Wouldn't the money be wasted? The reason for choosing to advertise in Jingzhou is that these industries are already well known in Jingzhou, and the situation will not get worse if more advertising is done. The reason for choosing to advertise in super first-tier cities such as the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital is that the advertising fees in these places are expensive. The time for spending money suddenly is limited, and it is definitely unrealistic to want to advertise all over the country. Focusing on a few key cities can ensure that the money is spent in place. Assistant Qingshan said, also, Mr. Pei, this is the specific plan and process of this annual meeting. It has been released a long time ago, but you have never had time to read it. As she spoke, she handed over a document. Pei Qian took it and put it aside. Okay, I'll take a look when I have time. I don't have anything else to do for now. I'll find you if there's anything else. Chapter 838, The Unexpected Worker Survival Manual, Monthly Ticket Request. Pei Qian put the annual meeting plan aside and planned to look at it later when he had time. It's not that he's lazy, it's mainly because he thinks it doesn't matter what to do with the annual meeting, it's not a high priority for him. The first priority is to spend money. The second priority is to ensure that those unprofitable industries continue to be unprofitable, and the third priority is to make those profitable industries earn less. And holding an annual meeting to give benefits to employees is only a small part of the first priority. The most successful in this cycle should be the incubation base of the endless plan. So far, only 2 independent games have been launched. One is well received but not popular, and the other is neither good nor popular. In short, neither of them made much money. And according to the development progress sent by Qiu Hong, the current progress of several more innovative games that he has high hopes for is not enough to be launched. The earliest they will be released will be next month. They should not cause me any trouble before settlement. Sure enough, the endless plan has lived up to my expectations. It is still in a pure loss-making state, and the outside world basically does not know that the endless plan was created by Tenda. Not gaining fame or fortune, very good. Pei Qian happened to find the work report of Qiu Hong's incubation base, and was very satisfied with the current situation there. However, at this moment, Pei Qian's phone vibrated, and Qiu Hong sent a new message. Boss Pei, good news. Today, Office Worker Survival Manual was officially released, and the reputation and sales directly exploded. Seeing this message, Pei Qian's previous smile froze on his face. What the hell? What is Office Worker Survival Manual? He hurriedly opened the report sent by Qiu Hong, which contained the names of all the independent games being developed in the incubation base, but after flipping through it from beginning to end, he did not see the so-called Office Worker Survival Manual. What the hell is going on? Pei Qian was speechless for a moment, feeling that his mentality collapsed. It was said that the end-of-the-road plan would definitely not make money in this cycle? Where did this game come from? At the same time, in the imperial capital, Cherry Studio. The studio's owner and producer Jiang Fan, as well as the chief designer Yang Liang and others, were looking at the sales data in the background and laughing foolishly. Although it was not yet the new year, this small team of 4 was as happy as if it was the new year. Qiu Hong has also arrived, and he can't hide the smile on his face. Jiang Fan's excitement was beyond words. Mr. Qiu. The success of this game is really thanks to your investment. If it weren't for this money, our game wouldn't be so complete and the development wouldn't be so smooth. The endless plan is really a timely help. Qiu Hong smiled and waved his hand. That's too polite. I'm actually just investing in independent games according to the boss's requirements. You meet the requirements, so I invested. In fact, I didn't see whether your game would succeed before. To be honest, I didn't expect that Office Worker Survival Manual would achieve such good sales and results. I thought it would be a small hit at most, but it turned out to be a big hit. I have to thank you. The endless plan has never been a representative. Although my boss didn't hold me accountable for the appearance of my work, I did find it difficult to report it. Now that I have released a hit game, I am proud of it. Chief designer Yang Liang said with a simple smile. In fact, the success of our game is also largely due to luck. There are so many social animals now. Everyone is an office worker. They all feel the same and hate the intrigue and forced overtime in the workplace. It's the end of the year again. The news of the year-end bonuses and annual meetings of major companies has spread all over the internet. Everyone is busy eating lemons, which is naturally a topic of conversation. And the survival manual for office workers well shows the state of social animals, which resonates with everyone and spreads instantly, and this is how it became a hit. Qiu Hong smiled and said, the game's success is inseparable from the overall environment. But your design and persistence are the fundamental reasons for the game's success. Independent games are a tough job, and very few people can stick to it. The 4 of you either quit your job to start a business or took a pay cut to join. This spirit is the most critical factor supporting your success. Okay, don't look at the data. We have to celebrate. Let's go out for a barbecue. I'll treat you. Jiang Fan hurriedly said, how can that be possible? I'll treat you. Qiu Hong raised his hand and said, don't argue with me. If you say I'll treat you, I'll treat you. Everyone, pack up your things, and let's go now. Qiu Hong was as happy as Jiang Fan and others. On the one hand, he was sincerely pleased to see that the independent game production team could succeed. On the other hand, he was also happy that the Dead End project finally had a representative game. Pei had high hopes for the Dead End project, but it hadn't produced a successful game so far. Qiu Hong couldn't hold on to his face. Qiu Hong gets paid according to the amount of investment. Whether these games are successful or not has no impact on his income, but if there is no success, Qiu Hong will feel very uncomfortable. The success of Cherry Studio is a complete surprise for Qiu Hong. Because Qiu Hong's recent work focus is still on the incubation base, but several games at the incubation base are still a long way from being officially launched. On the contrary, after Qiu Hong invested in Cherry Studio, he had not paid any attention to it. Today, he suddenly learned that their game was released and became popular. How could he not be happy? Cherry Studio was not included in the incubation base. Because the incubation base is for those game producers who fight alone and have no supporting services, and Cherry Studio is a 4-person team with an office location and clear job division. Although it is small, it is everything and does not need to be included in the incubation base. The only thing Cherry Studio lacks is funds. After Qiu Hong directly plugged the biggest funding gap, the art resources of the game were quickly in place, and everyone had no worries and their work status was greatly improved. The game Office Worker Survival Manual was naturally completed smoothly as scheduled. It was released before the Spring Festival and happened to catch up with the hot spots in the workplace, annual meetings, year-end bonuses, resignation waves, etc., which aroused widespread resonance on the internet. As a representative work of domestic standalone games and independent games, it is naturally sought after by players. Several game-up hosts on Ellie Island have all made video programs, and the good program effects have attracted more players to join the pit. Qiu waited for the others to pack up and go eat. While waiting, he checked his phone to see the reviews online. It can basically be said that it was well received. Although this is an independent game, there are bound to be some flaws in the gameplay, system and art, but the subject matter is relatively novel and can resonate with players, so tolerant players still ignore these flaws and give it a high evaluation. For Cherry Studio, as long as these flaws are modified in the future and the game's completion is further improved, the evaluation can be even higher. Compared with the hard development, the subsequent modifications are very simple. After all, the game has been confirmed to be profitable. In the next few months, Cherry Studio will not have to worry about money at all. The game is recognized by players, and work will be more motivated. Wait a minute, so, do I have something to do? Qiu suddenly realized this problem. Before, he had always felt a little confused about his work and didn't know what to do. Because he was in charge of the end-of-the-road project, he only invested in independent game studios and producers and could not interfere with the specific game design, so he often felt that he had a powerful feeling. Seeing that the sales of the two games launched were not good and other games could not be released this month, Qiu felt that his work had not achieved much, and he was anxious but had no better solution. But now that Office Worker Survival Manual has been successful, there is an explanation. Taking advantage of the popularity of this game, Qiu plans to popularize the concept of dead-end plan to players. Before there were no successful games, even if the concept of the endless plan was instilled into players, not many people would pay attention. But now that there are successful games, the situation is completely different. Qiu's goal is to make players associate the endless plan with excellent domestic independent games as soon as they see them. This is a very important part for other independent game producers, Qiu, and even the entire endless plan. Okay, that's it. Use Office Worker Survival Manual to promote the endless plan. At the same time, take out the demo and promotional video of water, ink and clouds that have been made, and start a pre-sale. Qiu felt that he suddenly found the direction of his work and became full of energy in an instant. At the same time, Pei Qian was also searching for information about Office Worker Survival Manual on the internet, but his expression was not ecstatic or relieved like Qiu, but confused and bewildered. The endless plan was losing money. Where did this broken game come from? Moreover, this game can also be popular? What's so popular about a game that restores the life of office workers? Pei Qian casually browsed the internet and soon found a highly praised player review that expressed players' love for this game. To be honest, this game is not outstanding in terms of gameplay, graphics, or details, and can even be said to be average. But its biggest advantage is that the subject matter is well selected, very real, and it resonates strongly with people. For example, the company I joined is called Strive Company, Limited. The game explains the lack of difficulty as, there is no difficulty option in the workplace, because everyone is facing the hard plus mode. If you fail to meet the boss's expectations, the boss's satisfaction will decrease, and the chance of applying for a promotion and salary increase will decrease, but if you work hard to meet the boss's expectations, the more tasks you complete, the more difficult they will be, and the satisfaction will grow more slowly. These points that can resonate are everywhere. It can be seen that the game designer is also well aware of the pain of office workers. While it is real, this game also has many metaphors. If you jump out of the game and look at those options as a bystander, you will feel that your life seems to be spent in this kind of helplessness. While being amused by the black humor, you can't help feeling bitter. In short, as an independent game, it has completely exceeded my expectations. Many people think that only big productions that cost hundreds of millions are good games. The reason why there are no good games in China is that they are reluctant to spend money. Obviously, this is not the case. A truly good game depends on whether the designer has a heart that truly loves games. Thanks to Cherry Studio, I will continue to support it in the future. In the end, most of the endings of this game are a bit bitter, such as death from overwork, mental breakdown, mediocrity, midlife crisis. They are all too miserable. It is strongly recommended to add a Tenda start so that we can also imagine the beauty of the workplace. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 839 Smart Argument Machine for Carrying Goods. What the hell is Tenda starting? I have already cut off my relationship with the Qingshan project. How can they still bring me along? Pei Qian was so angry. It can only be said that Pei Qian, like Qiu Hong, focused all his attention on the incubation base, but ignored the independent game studios that were not included in the incubation base, and then he was stabbed hard. The more Pei Qian looked at it, the more frustrated he felt. At present, it seems that the reputation and sales of Office Worker Survival Manual have exploded. If the studio really updates it later and releases some fun DLC, then this game will be sold for a year or two. If there is no money made by then, the Qingshan project will get a share. This is too uncomfortable. The only good news may be that it is only a few days away from the settlement, and most of the profits will be postponed to next month, which is a blessing in disguise. Pei Qian sighed silently and continued to study the sudden spending plan. In the evening, get off work on time. Pei Qian went to a nearby Moyu internet cafe and opened Lao Ma's live broadcast room on his phone while eating dinner, waiting to watch him live broadcast the reverse sales of the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine. Pei Qian still trusted Lao Ma very much since we have told Lao Ma to strictly require the fully automatic bar lifter, to focus on details and to find many problems. Lao Ma will definitely do it very seriously. Chen Yufeng is a tool man who completely obeys Lao Ma's orders. He has always worked diligently and there shouldn't be any major problems. In short, I hope that this live broadcast of selling goods can dissuade those consumers who are still waiting and watching, so that the smart bar lifter can sell less, hold more goods and make less money. Soon, the time is up. Amid a large number of barrages, Myriad officially started broadcasting. After such a long period of accumulation, Lao Ma's live broadcast has also had a group of fixed viewers, both on Weibo and through live broadcasts. Some people watch Lao Ma's live broadcast to avoid pitfalls, avoid any products of poor quality, and some just watch for fun. At the same time, Ma Yang's team is also busy. After a whole day of hard work, the copy, which had been revised several times, has been completely finalized. All aspects of the live broadcast evaluation have been arranged, including disassembly, trial use of various functions, etc., which have also been rehearsed to ensure that everything is foolproof as much as possible. Moreover, the live broadcast is not only performed by Ma Yang now, but Chen Yufeng occasionally appears as an assistant to help Ma and do some technical work. Ma Yang glanced at the barrage, and his long face was full of pride. Look, this amount of barrage, this popularity, are all the kingdoms I have conquered for Brother Qian. On the barrage, fans were speculating on what would be sold today. Let me see which lucky product was drawn today. Warning to remove from shelves. Warning to apologize. Warning to recall. Manufacturers are probably trembling at this moment, waiting for justice to be executed. Mr. Ma, stop wasting time, just get started, I can't wait. Most of the people in the live broadcast room were old viewers, so there was no need to be polite. Ma Yang simply checked the script at the end, and then entered the formal session. Today I will introduce a few speakers to you, which are the ones in front of me. The camera was slightly farther away, showing the products on the table. There were speakers, echo walls, some were just a long strip, or just a cylinder, and some were complete sets with different shapes. Among the many audio products, the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter was so outstanding that it attracted everyone's attention in a second. Although the shapes of other audio products were also very design-oriented, they were incomparable to the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter. This square black box, with the metal stick on the top, looks like a postmodern artwork, not like a technological product at all, and is obviously not in the same style as the speakers. A bunch of question marks quickly floated across the barrage. Ah? Mr. Ma, isn't this Tenda's own product? What, Mr. Ma wants to kill his relatives for the sake of justice this time? He even doesn't let Mr. Chung go? If you don't understand, then ask, who has a higher position in Tenda, Mr. Ma or Mr. Chung? It must be Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma is second only to Mr. Pei in Tenda. Why is he making trouble with you? Is Mr. Ma advertising for Mr. Chung out of friendship? No, then this live broadcast will be distorted. Although Tenda's products are good, there is no need for Mr. Ma to advertise in person. Mr. Ma, you are a little late to bring the goods. I have already bought the smart bar lifter. The audience was a little confused about the situation. Ma Yang was completely unmoved and continued to introduce according to the written copy. After all, he has done so many live broadcasts and reviewed so many things. He has seen all kinds of storms. This time he just brought a product of his own. The speakers I'm introducing today are all things you can buy based on your financial situation. Even if you get ripped off, you won't get ripped off too much. The first one is a soundbar imported from abroad that costs 5,500 yuan. Its parameters are. The second one. As for the argument machine, although it costs more than 2,000 yuan, its parameters are basically the same as those of domestic speakers at the 2,000 yuan level. Ma Yang introduced all the speakers according to the copy written by Qin Yufeng. Ma Yang's style of live broadcast is to set the tone for the products at the beginning, for those products with unqualified quality and environmental protection standards. The opening remarks are introducing several products that you should never buy, and for products with qualified quality, reasonable cost performance and relatively popular, the opening remarks are you can buy according to your economic conditions. But no matter what kind of opening remarks, the detailed parameters of all aspects of this product will be introduced next, including the advantages and disadvantages. Moreover, there will never be words like strongly recommended to buy. It doesn't matter whether the audience buys it or not, anyway, it has nothing to do with Ma Yang. There are not many viewers who really understand the parameters of audio. At most, they can compare the size of the numbers, so most people just listen to this part for fun. However, this part must not be omitted, otherwise it will appear unprofessional. After introducing the parameters, the audience had a simple impression: basically, you get what you pay for. Many foreign brands are 3,000 to 5,000 yuan more expensive than domestic brands. This money is definitely not wasted, at least in terms of parameters. Of course, the premium of foreign brands is also relatively high. What surprised many viewers was that Mr. Ma not only did not praise the fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine, but also criticized some shortcomings, such as its low-cost performance. Next, it was the detail display session. Someone was responsible for photographing the details of several speakers. After showing the external details, Qin Yufeng began to disassemble the machine and show the internal details. The differences between the speakers are revealed by the display of internal details. The camera shows the details inside the speakers clearly. What brands are the various components, whether the wiring is simple, whether the solder joints are firm, whether there is sound insulation sponge, whether the back panel is solid. All of these are clearly displayed to the audience in the live broadcast room. Although most viewers are not clear about the brands of these components, they can get a rough impression of the workmanship of the speakers just by looking at the workmanship inside. This joint venture brand speakers feel so shoddy. The wiring is a mess, it feels so unrefined. The quality of imported ones is better. But there are also good domestic brands, the gap with foreign ones is not as big as imagined. How come the speaker that costs more than 6,000 yuan is so unrefined inside, it doesn't match its price? It seems that the workmanship of the fully automatic intelligent lifting bar machine is not bad, it must have found a reliable OEM. The mechanical structure inside is so delicate, all kinds of gears fit together tightly, let me feel the beauty of machinery. Tenda is very serious in looking for cooperative manufacturers, they are definitely reliable OEMs, you can see it from the automobile phone. Yes, from the internal structure, the lifting bar machine is better than other speakers. After all, they are not the same thing, it's a bit bullying to compare the internal structure. Pei Qian looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and scratched his head in confusion. This? He did tell Ma Yang to show more details. In theory, the fully automatic intelligent barrage machine is manufactured by other audio manufacturers, and it is just a product of more than 2,000 yuan. Even if the OEM factory is more conscientious, the internal materials are sufficient, and the details are well done, it should not be able to exceed those audios of several thousand yuan. But the problem is that this is not just a speaker, but also a barrage machine. The main part of the barrage machine is very delicate, and various mechanical structures are interlocked, just like disassembling a clock, which is dazzling. On the other hand, other audios are nothing more than circuit boards, sound insulation sponges, speakers, etc. No matter how fine the workmanship is, it is impossible to compare with the mechanism inside the intelligent barrage machine. Because the intelligent barrage machine has a very complex mechanical structure in addition to the audio, it adds a lot of points in appearance. What's more, the smart barbell machine has a very interesting split design. The two surround speakers can be plugged into the main body of the barbell machine for charging. This novel design also adds a lot of points to it. After this introduction, although Ma Yang did not emphasize the fully automatic intelligent arguing machine, and even deliberately criticized it, its unique appearance, exquisite workmanship and detail still attracted many people's attention. Although it is a little more expensive than other speakers of about 2,000 yuan, the shape is quite unique. If you buy this thing at home and invite friends to visit, everyone will be curious about it. When the time comes, you can explain it to them and feel very proud. Even because of Ma Yang's criticism, he was too strict with the intelligent arguing machine, which aroused the rebellious psychology of many viewers. You say this is not good, but I think it's good. You say it's not cost-effective, but I think it's quite cost-effective. Although only a few comments have this situation, it is already a very dangerous trend. Pei Qian silently drank a sip of the drink to keep himself calm. It's okay, it's all superficial work. The actual functions of the speaker should be evaluated later. Once the sound quality is evaluated, it will definitely be exposed. After all, you get what you pay for. Pei Qian stabilized his emotions and continued to watch. After showing the internal structure of the speakers, Chen Yufeng reinstalled them and started the audition session. This session also prepared professional equipment to facilitate the collection of sounds from different directions. After all, some of the products here are echo walls, and special equipment must be used to collect sound to show the surround sound effect of the echo wall. Of course, even if the best sound and the best recording equipment are used, the audience actually hears the sound from their own mobile phone speakers or headphones. After such transcription, the sound played by the audience on their own devices will definitely be seriously distorted. But even so, it is still possible to roughly distinguish the quality of the sound of different devices. Soon, Chen Yufeng debugged all the equipment and used them to play the same song in turn, with each device playing a short segment. The audio tasting masters on the barrage began to taste. Take this away, the bass is not good. The sound sounds a bit muffled, it's a waste. This one is okay. Wow, this one is good, it beats the previous one. Speakers worth tens of thousands of yuan are good, and the difference is obvious from those worth thousands of yuan. This is the sound of money. Hey, the sound of the smart bar lifter is not bad, to be honest. The performance is relatively balanced, and it doesn't sound much different from speakers worth 5 or 6,000 yuan. Indeed, it can basically achieve sweet treble, accurate mid-range, and deep bass, which is quite transparent. It's actually not bad at this price. Foreign brands have a serious premium, and the smart bar lifter is made by domestic manufacturers, so the price should be more friendly. Several songs were played in a row, with treble and bass. The audio tasting master on the barrage tasted it and finally concluded, the fully automatic smart bar lifter sounds not bad. When compared to other high-end speakers, there doesn't seem to be much difference. Considering the price difference and unique shape, it seems to be a good deal to buy this thing. Chapter 840 AEIS can speak both foul language and eloquent language. Pei Qian watched the live broadcast silently, feeling anxious. What's going on? Can you guys help those foreign brands? They are twice as expensive as the argument machine, but how come the sound doesn't sound any different? Oh, it turns out I was listening with my phone speaker, so I couldn't hear the difference. That's fine. Damn it, Lao Ma, please explain it quickly. This sound quality doesn't represent the sound quality in reality. The Lao Ma on the screen seemed to have heard Pei Qian's cry. After all the speakers were auditioned, he began to make an overall evaluation of the performance of these speakers according to the content written in the copy. The sound quality of these foreign brands is still the best. You can only say that you get what you pay for. If you have extreme pursuit of sound quality, I recommend you to spend more money to buy high-end ones. The sound quality of the speakers is generally better than that of the sound wall products, but the sound wall can create a stereo environment. The two products have their own advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how you choose. Some domestic and foreign joint venture brand speakers have slightly cut their internal parts, so the details will look worse after disassembly. Although the difference in sound quality is not very big, this kind of discriminatory behavior must be firmly resisted. As for the fully automatic argument machine, if we only evaluate it as part of the sound wall, it is actually no different from other domestic sound wall brands priced around 2,000 yuan. It is really unnecessary to spend a few hundred yuan more. Hearing this, Pei Qian couldn't help but give Lao Ma a thumbs up. Well done. Lao Ma really speaks the truth. He can only be more strict with the smart argument machine than other products, and he will never brag about it. However, when he looked at the barrage again, Pei Qian was dizzy. Mr. Ma is very strict with his own products. I misunderstood Mr. Ma before, sorry. Mr. Ma, you are still the iron-faced and impartial Mr. Ma before. I am impressed by the surround sound effect of the barrage machine. They are both for listening, but the sound wall is more immersive than ordinary speakers. And to be honest, with my ears, I think speakers around 2,000 are already the upper limit of my budget. If they are more expensive, I can neither hear them nor afford them. Although it is a bit more expensive than other sound walls, the shape of the smart barrage machine is beautiful. It is like a work of art, and the structure inside is also exquisite. It will definitely be very face-saving when friends come to your home. Other sound walls feel mediocre and have no special features. And this split design is quite fun. I really want to buy one to play with. Although Ma Yang spared no effort to criticize the smart argument machine, the people in the barrage were completely unmoved. Because Ma Yang emphasized only two shortcomings. The first is that its sound quality is similar to that of domestic sound walls in the 2,000 yuan range, and is not as good as those expensive foreign brands. The second is that it is several hundred yuan more expensive than domestic sound walls, and the price is not very cost-effective. But the audience saw the exquisite internal structure and unique shape of the smart argument machine, and thought that it would be nice to spend a little more money to buy a unique sound wall in the living room. When the shortcomings emphasized by Ma Yang were not recognized by everyone, everyone's attention was all on the advantages of the smart argument machine. In addition, those viewers who have already bought the smart argument machine and find it more useful are also sending barrages to support it. Obviously, many people in the live broadcast room have loosened their attitudes. Although the smart argument machine has been popular for a while, after all, there has been no large-scale advertising. The popularity growth is still limited by free diffusion. Many people in the live broadcast room didn't know about this thing yet. Now that they know about it, they suddenly feel that this automatic barbell lifter is not for fun. It seems to be a good choice to buy one and put it at home. Pei Qian watched the wind direction on the barrage change unconsciously, and couldn't help but fall into a stagnation. Is this okay? Old Ma, although I know you have tried your best, but try harder. Do something, Old Ma. In the live broadcast room, Ma Yang seemed to hear Pei Qian's cry again, and after criticizing the smart argument machine, he entered the last link. Introduction to the functions of each speaker. The first evaluation is still the speakers or echo walls of several other brands. Those speakers that cost thousands of yuan are basically not smart speakers, so they cannot participate in this link. However, those cheaper smart speakers began to show their power. For example, voice control of home appliances, asking about the weather, telling stories, on-demand songs, etc. The functions are very rich. Seeing this, Pei Qian was a little nervous, because the AEIS smart argument machine seemed to be the only speaker product with artificial intelligence in the 2,000 yuan range. Among the speakers with good sound quality, it is intelligent, and among all smart speakers, it has the best sound quality. But then he thought again that when he set the price, he originally set this price to avoid competitors. Besides, everyone's artificial intelligence uses Xuanca's technology, and the functions should not be much different from those smart speakers that cost 1 or 200 yuan, so it shouldn't be a core selling point, right? Even if there is a debate mode, no one would think it can support a premium of several hundred yuan, right? Pei Qian continued to watch patiently. Soon, Ma Yang reviewed the AEIS smart argument machine. According to the arranged process, he first demonstrated the basic functions and the very popular argument mode on the internet. These two contents had been circulated on the internet shortly after the smart argument machine was released, and many people uploaded videos. However, there were still some people in the live broadcast room who had not seen it. Mr. Ma argued with the argument machine until his face turned red, and the program effect was maximized, which attracted a barrage of 2,333. Ma Yang was a little too excited, but under Qin Yufeng's repeated hints, he still successfully controlled himself, exited the argument mode and entered the next stage. Next is its automatic poetry recitation function. First, say any poem, and it can match the next line, find the source and give an explanation. AEIS, laugh out loud and go out. The status light on the smart barbell machine flashed quickly. How can we be ordinary people? Ma Yang said again, its source and explanation? AEIS, it comes from the Tang dynasty poet Li Bai's Nanling bids farewell to children entering the capital. At that time, Li Bai received the imperial edict of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang dynasty to enter the capital. It was explained concisely and accurately, and no word in the entire explanation was redundant. Ma Yang asked the same question to another smart speaker next to him. This smart speaker also gave the next sentence and the name of the poem, but when asked about the source and explanation, it didn't know anything. The audience on the barrage couldn't help but marvel. Huh? It's easy to get the next sentence, just search it online, but what about the source and explanation? How can you answer it so well? Yes, I searched it on Baidu and found a lot of messy content. Although there are explanations, it's not as concise and clear as this one. It feels like someone has edited it in advance, without a word of nonsense. They are both artificial intelligence. Is this a function specially made by OTTO technology? It doesn't make sense. There are so many poems. It's impossible to write a special source and explanation for each poem? What a workload. Originally, the audience thought, what's the point of automatically answering the next sentence? Isn't this something that can be done by asking Baidu? As a result, after comparing the smart argument machine with other smart speakers, I found that it was not the case. Although they all answered the following sentence, their explanations of the poem's origin and explanation were very different. Ma Yang continued, AEIS, write a poem on the theme of plum blossoms. AEIS paused for a moment. A plum blossom tree has not yet dried up in the snow, and its faint fragrance and sparse shadows are left in the moonlight. The east wind does not care about people's haggardness, and leaves the cool shade to accompany the end of the year. Ma Yang, AEIS, write another poem with the title River Water. AEIS, a piece of green mountain in the sunset, white clouds, and flowing water from the west wind. The boat is about to leave but looks back. The people on the river are empty in the mist and rain. Ma Yang, AEIS, write a poem with the title Earning. AEIS, a lifetime of heart and soul is spent on vicissitudes, no matter how long the world is. Where will we meet today? The sky is full of wind and rain under Xiaoxiang. Ma Yang, AEIS, write a hidden poem with Tenda Group. This time AEIS thought for a second longer, soaring to the highest peak, looking at everything in the cage. Gathering scraps to make a coat is not knowing old age. Tuanluan laughs at the worldly old man. Ma Yang, AEIS, write a poem with the title Pei Zong Ma Yang. AEIS, the water under Pei Gong Tai is like the sky, and it is always the old wine boat. The mountain man is gone, but the scenery of Yangzhou remains the same. Ma Yang, AEIS, first couplet, there is no spring river without passers-by. AEIS, at this time, the bright moon has a soulmate. Ma Yang, AEIS, first couplet, thousands of sails pass by the side of the sunken boat. AEIS, 10,000 trees are in autumn in front of the fallen leaves. Ma Yang quickly demonstrated the poetry function of AEIS in detail according to the content of the copy. AEIS has three main functions for poetry. The first is to write poems with a certain keyword as the theme, the second is to write acrostic poems with a certain keyword, the third is to automatically generate couplets. Although these poems and couplets are automatically generated based on the poetry library, keywords, and algorithms, they are rhymed, and AEIS's emotionless electronic voice is quite touching when it is read out. The barrage was instantly filled with various 6666. Fuck. This argument machine can not only swear, but also write poetry? The poems are all good. They can write poems around the meaning of keywords, and they can also write hidden poems, and even couplets. I guess it can beat 90% of the viewers in the live broadcast room in seconds, right? Be confident, it can beat 99.9% in seconds. Are these really automatically generated? Could it be that the program set in advance is fooling people? The smart argument machine I bought has also been updated. I just tried it and it's true. And this is not a poem in 7 steps, but a poem in seconds. Outrageous. This function should be specially developed, right? It's obviously artificial intelligence, but instead of developing practical functions, it develops a poetry function? It's really funny. I like it. The personality of this AEIS is really interesting. His daily answers are very concise. When he argues with you, he can use logic to make you speechless. The key is that he is very talented and can speak fluently, whether it is poetry or couplets, he can speak freely. Is it a complete overwhelm of the master's IQ? I love this artificial intelligence. I'm going to buy an arguing machine just for AEIS. Chapter 841 AEIS's personality is so attractive. AEIS's talent show instantly shocked everyone and became the focus of the entire live broadcast room. The main thing is to highlight an unexpected thing. Most viewers have the impression that smart speakers are artificially retarded and can only answer a few fixed questions. If they are a little more complicated, they don't know how to answer. But AEIS is completely different, showing an IQ level that is completely higher than other smart speakers. In fact, this is just a feeling. It uses Xuanke Technology's artificial intelligence technology, but through some special techniques, several core functions of AEIS have been optimized. The principle of the argument mode has been introduced before. It mainly relies on taking the initiative to let the other party enter the rhythm of the argument machine and gradually lose their reason, which will create an effect of argument machine IQ suppression. The poetry function uses the poetry library based on the useful app, which can smoothly retrieve more accurate information than Chandu. There will be no omissions when answering some basic questions, and it is very concise. The automatic poetry writing function developed based on the poetry library will also give people a bright feeling. These poems and couplets are automatically generated by AEIS, but there are also certain rules. For one keyword, at most one or two relatively suitable poems can be generated. It is impossible to make poems and couplets in unlimited ways. Moreover, although some poems are generated in accordance with the level and oblique tones, the meaning may be relatively empty or lack meaning, making people feel a little confused. But even so, this poetry matching function is already amazing enough. Because these poems, whether in terms of rhyme, meaning, or specific words, are far superior to the cultural level of ordinary people, so it will make all the audience feel bright. So the live broadcast room was completely boiling. Those viewers who had already bought the fully automatic intelligent argument machine immediately tried it and found that the updated version of AEIS really had this poetry function, and every poem was full of awesomeness. Suddenly I felt that I had made a profit. But the entire live broadcast content was obviously not over yet. Ma Yang continued to follow the content of the copy and entered the next stage, matching lines. AEIS also has the function of rehearsing lines. Since there is a lot of content, I will just demonstrate 2 sentences. If you are interested, I will post a few lines on Weibo. You can go back and try it yourself with the argument machine. AEIS, return to the original image. AEIS, Captain Qin, you may be very angry now, but humans need you to continue to fulfill your mission as a soldier. Ma Yang and AEIS simply exchanged a few lines. Although Ma Yang had no skills in reciting lines, and his serious acting with AEIS seemed a bit immature, it was still quite exciting. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't pay much attention at first. After all, they had long known that AEIS had this function of reciting lines. Many people had already tried the lines in the Fortress on the Sea DLC. But after listening carefully, they found that something seemed wrong. The lines that Mr. Ma said were not the lines in the Fortress on the Sea DLC, but some brand new lines. Judging from the first line of AEIS, this seems to be the plot after the Fortress on the Sea DLC. Qin was angry for some unknown reasons, but AEIS asked him to continue to fulfill his mission as a soldier. As a well-trained soldier, Qin is a person who does not show his emotions. Why is he so angry? How does AEIS let him continue to fulfill his mission as a soldier? Is there any dangerous mission waiting for him? I just made up a big drama in my mind. Someone in the live broadcast room quickly responded, and various speculations about the plot floated across the screen. I feel that the ending of the Sea Fortress DLC should be a tragic ending. Obviously, the war is not over, and Captain Qin's team members are all dead, so Captain Qin is so angry. In fact, there are foreshadowings in the previous games, such as fragments of Skylark 2 armor, which means that the decapitation operation has been carried out many times and all failed. Yes, that's right. Oh my god, this is another warm-up for the new game later? Too cunning. Will AEIS also have a role in the new game? This way of publicity and warm-up is so novel. Doesn't everyone get to play the role of Captain Chini? It's so interesting, I decided to buy one. Yes, it's a good deal to spend a few hundred yuan to buy so many practical functions. The live broadcast room was soon filled with a barrage of buy. In the eyes of the audience, the whole live broadcast process was a process of first suppressing and then praising. Mr. Ma announced all the parameters of the smart arguing machine directly and frankly, and told everyone directly that the arguing machine can't compare with those high-end speakers that cost thousands of yuan in terms of parameters, but only about 2,000 yuan, and the cost performance is not high in terms of the speakers alone. Many viewers thought that Mr. Ma was going to brag about his own products, but when they heard Mr. Ma bluntly point out the problems of the argument machine, their previous tinted glasses were removed. Then there was a wave of disassembly of the machine, showing the internal details in detail. The argument machine earned a lot of impression points with its excellent workmanship, unique appearance, and exquisite mechanical structure of the argument machine body, leaving people with the impression of excellent quality. In the subsequent audition session, although AEIS still cannot compare with those speakers that cost 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, the audience has already had an expectation in their mind, thinking that this is a speaker in the 2,000 yuan range, so they will naturally evaluate it according to this standard, and think it is not bad. After that, the special features of AEIS were displayed. The unique functions such as arguing, poetry, and dialogue immediately attracted the attention of the audience, and other audio products in the live broadcast room immediately became dull and unattractive. And the most important thing is that Ma Yang's entire copywriting is very objective and neutral. Not only did he not praise the arguing machine, but he also required it with more stringent standards. Moreover, as Pei Qian instructed, all the details of the arguing machine were displayed in detail. The beginning of the script was based on Pei Qian's ideas, but the development in the middle was completely unexpected by Pei Qian. The live broadcast ended, and Lao Ma looked at the screen full of buy, and went off the air with satisfaction. He completed all of Brother Qian's requirements and stood the last shift before the Spring Festival. Perfect. I think Brother Qian would be very satisfied and proud of me, right? At the same time, watching the various buy comments floating in the black screen live broadcast room, Pei Qian temporarily fell into a sluggish state. What's going on? What happened to the agreed black machine? Why did everyone want to buy in the end? Isn't this really the shill arranged by Lao Ma in the live broadcast room? Pei Qian wanted to blame Lao Ma for this, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems that Lao Ma is not to blame. He criticized it, showed the details, and even told the audience directly, this is the level of domestic 2,000 yuan soundbars, and the cost performance is not high. The bad thing is the display of these last few functions. In fact, many advantages of the argument machine are just icing on the cake. They have no practical use and are not attractive when taken alone. For example, ordinary speakers, making a unique appearance, or making a program that can write poems, should not be enough to become a decisive factor influencing consumers' willingness to buy. But all these factors are combined together, plus the special personality of AEIS, it seems that a qualitative change has occurred all of a sudden. Pei Qian suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly searched the internet for topics related to AEIS and smart argument machines. Sure enough, after this live broadcast, related topics increased rapidly. Ma Yang's live broadcast already has a lot of fans, and the effect of this live broadcast was very good, so many people were discussing it, and AEIS just happened to update the poetry function today, and many people who had bought the argument machine before also discovered this new function and started discussing it online. Pei Qian was surprised to find that #AEIS hashtag had become a hot topic, gaining a lot of popularity on Weibo. There were many related videos showing the whole process of the host arguing with AEIS, and also a video of AEIS composing a poem in 1 second. Depending on the keywords given by the host, the poems AEIS composed were completely different, but each one rhymed, and it sounded very cultured. Netizens expressed shock. Has artificial intelligence developed to this level now? AEIS is really the smartest artificial intelligence I have seen recently. It is completely different from other artificial idiots. It's okay to be defeated in an argument, but it can't even be defeated in culture. I suddenly feel that the setting of AEIS is so attractive. This is a super academic image with a high IQ but low EQ. It reminds me of many high IQ characters with sharp tongues in TV dramas. Indeed, although it can make you speechless, who can deny that it is very smart? Usually, its answers are very concise, and it is a bit frugal with words, but it still honestly answers every question you ask and completes every request you make. It has a high IQ. Not only can it completely suppress you logically, but it can also improvise poems according to your requirements. An AI that is aloof, slightly venomous, logically flawless, and extremely talented? Wow, this feeling of being good at both arts and sciences, I love it. It's a pity that there is no specific image. If it is a cute girl, it would be perfect. No, I think this image is the most suitable. If the gender is determined and the voice is similar to that of humans, then there is no personality. Are there not many similar AIs? AEIS is exactly this kind of voice that cannot be heard of gender, which can better reflect the characteristics of AI, and it is very pleasing to both boys and girls. I don't want to listen, I want to draw an image for AEIS. Girlification is the way to go. Then I want to draw a male character. I think a venomous male god is better. I don't think it has to have a gender. Wouldn't a pure AI and mechanical image be good? What shocked Pei Qian was that, except for those who shouted, "Bye, bye, bye," everyone else was discussing the personality of AEIS. This phenomenon has never happened before. Since Xuanke Technology's breakthrough in artificial intelligence technology, several companies have already launched similar artificial intelligence products, but the popularity is not high, and no one discusses the so-called personality because everyone knows that these are artificial intelligences. There is not much difference between them, just different names and slightly different images. There is nothing to discuss. But compared with these artificial intelligences, AEIS immediately appears to be very unique, and inexplicably gained the love and creative enthusiasm of the crowd. Pei Qian leaned back in his chair, feeling a little dizzy. It's broken. This live broadcast not only did not extinguish everyone's enthusiasm for buying, but it added fuel to the fire. Many people who didn't know about the smart argument machine before also became interested in it and started buying it. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 842 New Annual Meeting Arrangement, added for CZ June 10. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. January 20th, Friday. Today is the day of Tenda's annual meeting, and it is also the last day of work before the new year. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian got up from the bed and yawned, still a little confused. Yesterday's live broadcast by Lao Ma was a big blow to him. The backlog of the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine was sold out again, which made Pei Qian toss and turn at night and unable to fall asleep. So he got up late today. However, after a good sleep, Pei Qian finally accepted the reality. Since the intelligent lifting machine has been sold like crazy, it is probably impossible to persuade enthusiastic consumers to stop. It is better to turn his attention to other aspects. Fortunately, a plan for spending money has been made in advance, so this little accident is still within the acceptable range. I don't know what to do with today's annual meeting. Forget it, we'll know when we get there. As expected, Pei Qian completely forgot the annual meeting plan that Assistant Qian gave him yesterday. He kept thinking about Lao Ma's live broadcast and ended up leaving the plan in the office. He didn't have time to look at the specific plan for the annual meeting. But it shouldn't be a big problem, because last year's annual meeting was quite successful. Pei Qian had said before the preparation of this annual meeting that he would continue to implement the consistent purpose of last year's annual meeting, boldly try new forms of holding without changing the core, and the most important point is to increase the budget again. Last year's annual meeting prepared a budget of more than 4 million for prizes alone, not including the venue fee, the cost of the dolls caught in the game, etc. This year's annual meeting, the budget must be higher, because with the continuous expansion of Tenda scale, the number of employees is also increasing rapidly. Last year, the total number of employees who attended the annual meeting was less than 1,000, and this year it has reached about 1,700 or 1,800. Of course, the composition of the employees here is very complicated, such as the courier brother of Nifeng Logistics, the fitness coach of the managed gym, the delivery brother of Moyu Takeout, the chef, the network administrator of Moyu Internet Cafe, etc. In addition to these people, the employees of the real core departments, such as the R&D personnel of Tenda Games, Shenyang Games, Feihuang Studio, Auto Technology, and other departments, only account for a small part. Pei Qian always treats his employees equally. Regardless of whether they do mental or physical labor, they all have to attend the annual meeting together and enjoy exactly the same benefits. Of course, some employees who are not in Jingzhou cannot attend. For example, the incubation base, the cold noodle girl, the Moyu Internet Cafe, and the Moyu takeaway stores in other cities, etc. All of these are given budgets and let the person in charge arrange them by himself, whether it is eating or directly giving out annual meeting prizes. Anyway, all the money can be spent on employees. Pei Qian really didn't know where to hold the annual meeting for this huge team of nearly 1,800 people. Last year's annual meeting was booked in a hotel with 100 tables, and it was hard to fit so many people. But this year, the number of people has almost doubled, and no matter how big the hotel is, it may not be able to accommodate so many people. But if these people are dispersed into several halls or private rooms, it would be a bit strange. There is a lottery for the annual meeting, and you can't have a lottery in several halls separately? Something is wrong. So, Pei Qian didn't know how Assistant Qian arranged it specifically, but he forgot Assistant Qian's plan in the office before, so he could only wait until the annual meeting to see it. Before 11 o'clock, Xiao Sun came downstairs on time, picked up Pei Qian and went straight to the annual meeting. Pei Qian sat in the car and played with his mobile phone for a while, and then looked up, and suddenly felt that this route was so familiar. Pei Qian didn't drive himself, so he naturally didn't remember the route. Although he had lived in Jingzhou for more than 2 years, he was still not very familiar with this city. But today's route was very familiar, because he seemed to have walked it many times. Looking more closely, isn't that Yuan Tiandi in front of us? Yuan Tiandi is the second largest shopping mall in Jingzhou, and is also the venue for the GOG World Invitational and GPL Spring Tournament. Pei Qian was about to ask if they had gone the wrong way, but then he thought, no, Xiao Sun was always reliable, and it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. In other words, is this annual meeting held at Yuan Tiandi? It's really possible. The GPL spring season has been suspended, and it will not be played until after the spring festival. The GPL venue is vacant, and there are enough seats. It is quite suitable to hold the annual meeting lottery. But, how to eat? Pei Qian was a little confused, but he didn't ask too much. After all, as a boss, it seemed a bit unreasonable that he didn't know the specific arrangements of the annual meeting until the opening day of the annual meeting. He had to pretend that everything was under control. Xiao Sun parked the car in the underground parking lot, and the two took the elevator directly to the 8th floor of the mall. The next floor up is the GPL competition venue on the top floor. Pei Qian guessed that there should be a unified reception area on the 8th floor. The mall was still open for business today, but because it was Friday morning, there were not many people, and the flow of people in the entire mall remained in a state that was neither deserted nor crowded. Soon, the 8th floor arrived. Pei Qian and Xiao Sun walked out of the elevator and were immediately welcomed. The elevators and escalators on the 8th floor of the mall were staffed by administrative and human resources staff. Just like last year's annual meeting, there were people responsible for distributing tokens. Tokens are game coins. At the annual meeting last year, each employee was given a small bag with 50 to 60 tokens. One token can be used to experience the 10 yuan capsule machine once, and you can play it freely. This year, the tokens distributed are not only a small bag of tokens, but also a stack of consumer coupons. These consumer coupons are printed with the words and logos of Tenda and Yuan Tiandi Shopping Mall, a lunch coupon, a dinner coupon, and 5 shopping coupons worth 200 yuan. There is also the Sunshine Award, which is still a thick red envelope. Last year, it was 1,000 yuan per person. This year, it must not be less than last year. It has been directly increased to 1,888. In addition, there is a small folding leaflet that details the venue and process of this annual meeting, which serves as a guide. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this small card. Yes, this arrangement is still very considerate. Finally, he can know the arrangements for the entire annual meeting. Pei Qian sent Xiao Sun away and asked him to play with others. Then he took a look at the process arrangements of the entire annual meeting while strolling around. The number of people attending the annual meeting this year is almost double that of last year, so a normal hotel definitely cannot accommodate all of them in one hall. After consulting everyone, Assistant Qian found that most people didn't really care about the meal, so this time the annual meeting was directly arranged at the Yuan Tiandi Shopping Mall. The GPL Spring Tournament venue on the top floor was reserved by Tenda, so of course it can be used at will. In addition, the entire 8th floor was also reserved for special activities for employees, such as the same entertainment activities as the previous annual meeting, such as grabbing dolls and ring tossing. The process of the entire annual meeting is roughly like this. First, go to the 8th floor to receive tokens, consumer coupons, and red envelopes for the Sunshine Award, and then the 3 hours from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. are free time. All employees can stroll around the mall at will, with colleagues in the department or with other friends. With lunch and dinner coupons, you can go to any restaurant in the mall to eat, order food in a self-service manner, and all expenses will be reimbursed by the company without wasting food. And the 1,000 yuan consumer coupon can be used for free shopping in the mall. The only restriction is that it cannot be directly exchanged for money and must be spent in the mall. After 2 p.m., everyone can return to the 8th floor to continue playing games. The 8th floor of the mall has been rearranged and is filled with various small games including grabbing dolls and ring tossing, which can be played at will with tokens. The game session was similar to last year's annual meeting, but on a larger scale. In addition, after 12 noon, the GPL venue was officially open, and internal employees who had formed teams in advance could go on stage to play friendly games and experience the excitement of playing like professional players. By 4 o'clock, the claw machine game was almost over, and the friendly matches were over. All employees gathered in the competition venue on the top floor and sat down according to their department areas for the final lucky draw. The prizes for this annual meeting were richer than last year. There were all kinds of digital products such as headphones, keyboards, game consoles, cameras, mobile phones, computers, etc., as well as cash red envelopes and other more practical products such as vacuum cleaners and sweeping robots. The lucky draw lasted for 1 hour and ended at 5 o'clock. After that, everyone left the venue and went to the mall to eat freely. After dinner, everyone went back to their homes and officially had a holiday. After reading the entire annual meeting process, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel relieved. Assistant Qian really arranged the entire process of the annual meeting properly, which was very satisfactory. Who said that you have to eat together at the annual meeting? In fact, the annual meeting meal may not suit everyone's taste. After all, there are so many people on the scene. Some people like traditional Chinese food, some like Western food, and some like Japanese food. It is impossible to satisfy all these tastes. We can only choose a menu that most people find easier to accept. Moreover, the annual meeting is said to be a meal together, but in fact, only people at the same table can communicate. It is not common for different departments to visit each other's tables, and it is even more unnecessary in the atmosphere of Tenda. In this case, why do we have to squeeze into the same hall to eat? Everyone went to eat what they liked. There were all kinds of restaurants in such a big mall, and the company paid for the food. How comfortable it was. After the lucky draw, everyone returned to the GPL competition venue together, watching the big screen of the esports competition level and waiting for the lucky draw. It took an hour at a time. Isn't it wonderful? In short, this year's annual meeting still implemented the style of last year. There was no formalism, no chicken blood, and no one was allowed to go on stage to act stupid. Everyone came to eat, drink, and have fun. Have fun eating and have fun. Chapter 843, Tenda Annual Meeting? Tenda Recruitment Advertisement. Monthly Ticket Request. Wu Bin was also at the annual meeting, helping to distribute tokens and vouchers with other employees of the Human Resources Department, and introducing the process to other colleagues. Although he still had to work during the annual meeting, Wu Bin had no complaints, but was very happy. Because of the sense of participation and pride. Wu Bin couldn't help but think back to last year's annual meeting. At that time, he had just joined Tenda not long ago, but he failed the first test of the Tenda Spirit Fit. As an intern, Wu Bin didn't have to work overtime, and he didn't even have the right to participate in normal work. He could only struggle to figure out the Tenda spirit every day, watching other colleagues busying around, but he couldn't get involved at all, and felt a little disappointed. Even though Wu Bin attended the annual meeting as an intern last year, he didn't miss any of the awards he deserved, which made him feel the warmth of home. After a year of hard work, Wu Bin has become an indispensable member of Tenda's Human Resources Department. Not only did he personally participate in 2 new employee recruitment activities, but he also summarized the Tenda spirit very well, providing spiritual guidance for all new employees joining Tenda in the future. Now, Wu Bin feels that he has become an indispensable member of Tenda. It is also a kind of happiness to be able to be responsible for the preparation of the annual meeting and play a due role in his position. Soon, Wu Bin saw many familiar faces, including the heads and backbone members of various departments. There were also some new faces, which should be new employees recruited last time. This recruitment eliminated some people. Including the test of the compatibility of the Tenda spirit, the pass rate is no longer 100%. However, Wu Bin thinks this is a good thing. These new employees who finally pass the test are the employees who are truly in perfect harmony with the Tenda spirit and will inevitably play a greater role in their jobs. Because Wu Bin is in the Human Resources Department and can access these personnel files, he has an impression of both new and old employees. Seeing the process of this annual meeting, the old employees were surprised in a natural way, while the new employees were completely shocked. It is completely different from the imagined annual meeting. In fact, when the new employees learned that the venue of the annual meeting was chosen in Yuan, they basically guessed that this would be a completely different annual meeting from other companies, but they didn't expect it to be so happy. This year's annual meeting did not have any boring parts. It was a complete carnival for the employees. Although the old employees who participated in the annual meeting in previous years were mentally prepared, the specifications and process of this year's annual meeting still far exceeded their psychological expectations. Most employees couldn't even imagine that there was such a perfect annual meeting. Everyone's face was filled with happiness. After receiving tokens, coupons, and red envelopes, they couldn't wait to go to the mall to spend money. On weekends and statutory holidays, the passenger flow of yuan land can reach hundreds of thousands or even 200,000 people. The mall's capacity is very terrifying. Today is a working day, and there are not many people. The 2,000 people from Tenda Group can't make any splashes. The overall flow of people in the mall is moderate, between deserted and crowded. Only when nearly 2,000 people return to the top floor to draw at the same time, the flow of people will be a little dense, but it is nothing more than the situation on the regular game day of the GPL Spring Tournament. After the employees came to the 8th floor, they returned to the mall to eat and shop, and everyone's face was filled with happiness. When the sign-in is almost done, the people in the Human Resources Department will also go to happy, and only a few people will be left to take turns on duty. Wu Bin looked at the tablet computer in front of him for sign-in. All departments are still relatively punctual, and people have basically arrived. Hey, Bao Su didn't come? Is he afraid that he would win the lottery again and go traveling, so he didn't even come to the annual meeting? So cruel? Oh no, he seems to be in Los Angeles and can't come. Bao Su is an employee of Tenda's game department. He has a long career, so he ranks very high. Wu Bin saw at a glance that he didn't come to sign in. Although many people in the department have never seen Bao Su, they have all heard of him. After all, GOG specially released a hero for him, and the DLC of Lonely Desert Highway also specially released an Easter egg for him. If a certain award is a trip abroad, then if Bao Su doesn't win the prize, everyone will think that the award is incomplete. Wu Bin thought that Bao Su deliberately didn't come because he was afraid of being drawn to travel again, but when he saw the names of Min Jingqiao and Yi Zhizhou, he instantly realized that it was probably because they were still in Los Angeles and didn't return to China, so they couldn't come. The IOI Global Finals in Los Angeles will have the finals this weekend, and victory or defeat depends on this. All the members of the FV team and the data analysis team should still be in intensive preparation. As a member of the data analysis team, Bao Su must be busy with this matter. Wu Bin felt a little pity, but didn't care too much. Seeing that the time was almost up, he also took the consumption voucher and went to the mall with a few colleagues to find a place to eat. At the same time, in the capital, an independent game incubation base. Okay, it's done. Now I can finally rest and go home for the new year. After all the work is done, I will have a complete holiday, and continue development after I come back after the new year. Qiu Hong finally ran the demo of Water Ink and Clouds and watched the promotional video of Water Ink and Clouds, and was very satisfied. After the success of Office Worker Survival Manual, it can be said that it is a shot in the arm for Qiu Hong and the entire Poor Way plan. Qiu Hong decided to strike while the iron is hot, and with the current popularity of Office Worker Survival Manual, he released a promotional video and demo of Water Ink and Clouds to let more people know about the Poor Way plan. In addition, the pre-sale of Water Ink and Clouds can also be opened in advance to test the waters and see how the players respond. The only restriction that President Pei has on the Poor Way plan is that the relationship between Tenda Group and the Poor Way plan cannot be disclosed to the outside world, and Qiu Hong has not been prohibited from promoting the Poor Way plan. Because Pei Qian thinks that whether to promote or not will not affect the success or failure of this matter. After all, there are many competitions and activities in China that support independent games, and they are vigorously promoting them, but with little effect. Qiu Hong himself does not think that this promotion will have any good effect. At most, it will let those domestic players who like independent games know about the Poor Way plan. On the one hand, compared with online games and mobile games, there are fewer players of standalone games on computers in China, and most of them like mainstream game modes and 3A masterpieces. There are very few players who like to go online to find independent games to play. On the other hand, game development is a commercial behavior after all, and moral kidnapping cannot be used. Even if it is done, it will not work. If a game developer keeps emphasizing how difficult it is, hoping to win the sympathy of players and sell more games, it is actually a very stupid behavior, which will cause players to counter-benefit. Players only care about whether you can come up with a good game. If you can, then players will pay for it. If you can't, then you can only blame your incompetence for losing money and going bankrupt. Therefore, Qiu Hong chose the time when Office Worker Survival Manual became popular to promote the end-of-the-road plan. But no matter what, this is always a good start. At the incubation base, Shi Hao, Wu Zhiqing and others were responsible for different tasks. After checking the video and demo, they contacted the staff of the ESRO official platform to launch the demo of Water Ink and Clouds, and added the promotional pictures and videos of the Poor Plan to the promotional pages of games related to the Poor Plan, such as Water Ink and Clouds and Office Worker Survival Manual. After all the submissions were completed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, some results were finally achieved before the Spring Festival, and the expectations of the boss behind Mr. Qiu were not disappointed. Although it is unknown who the boss behind Mr. Qiu is, this does not affect his lofty image in everyone's mind, because this boss is really generous. They have learned from Qiu Hong that the employees of the incubation base have a considerable amount of year-end bonuses, as well as various gifts, red envelopes and consumer coupons, and each independent game producer also has a special gift. The boss behind Mr. Qiu not only invests money to support independent games and do good deeds, but is also so generous to everyone. If he fails to achieve results, he will feel so bad. Fortunately, now that some results have been achieved, everyone can finally go home for the new year with peace of mind. The independent game producers represented by Wu Zhiqing secretly made up their minds that they must work harder and work hard after the new year to make their own games well. This is not only for themselves, but also for the incubation base staff who have been helping them, and the mysterious boss behind them. In Jingzhou Yuanda, Tengda's employees are happily shopping in the mall, and they will be envied wherever they go. When other people pay after their meal, they either pay with cash, credit card or code scan, but the employees of Tengda eat as if it were free. When it's time to pay, they casually take out a lunch coupon, hand it to the front desk, and leave. The same is true for shopping. The 1,000 yuan coupon can be spent at will. Most people choose to buy clothes. After all, the prizes of the annual meeting include digital products and household appliances. The probability of winning is very high. If you win again after buying, it will be more rigid. Many people who don't know the truth watched Tengda employees take out a few pieces of paper and hand them to the clerk when they were done. They were shocked and confused. After asking the clerk, I learned that Tengda held its annual meeting in the mall. Whether it was lunch coupons or consumer coupons, they were all issued by the company and reimbursed in full. Some people went to the 8th floor and found that it was very different from the past. There were claw machines and various game venues everywhere. After asking, I found out that this place had been reserved by Tengda. Employees can play at will, and outsiders cannot enter. I don't have any other feelings, just envy, jealousy, and hatred. Look at other people's companies, and then look at your own. I had heard that Tengda's benefits were very good before, but I just heard it. I didn't have a very specific concept of how good the benefits were. But now, I saw Tenda employees in the mall strolling, eating, playing games, and even holding a lottery at the GPL venue. Related photos were posted online, sparking heated discussions. Many people were stimulated and quietly began to prepare for the Tenda recruitment exam after the new year. For a company like this, if you can't get in once, you can take it twice, and if you can't get in twice, you can take it 3 times. You must get in at all costs. People on the internet sighed, this is not the Tenda annual meeting, this is clearly a Tenda recruitment advertisement. Chapter 8 44 people in Los Angeles, prizes come from the sky, seeking monthly tickets. At 4 p.m., the Tenda annual meeting. After eating and drinking and being tired of shopping, the employees came to the GPL competition site on the top floor and sat down according to their departments and seat numbers. From 12 o'clock to now, 8 teams spontaneously organized by various departments within the company played 7 games in a total of 4 hours. The average game time ranged from 20 minutes to 35 minutes, just enough to decide the champion. On the one hand, it was because the GOG game had a faster pace and the average game time was shorter than games such as Shinchi and IOI, so it was played quickly. On the other hand, it was also because the strength gap between the teams in various departments was too large, so it was easy to play a game of abuse, and there were many games that ended in less than 20 minutes. In addition, the live game saved the steps of rest between games, and there was basically no need to discuss tactics, which also saved a lot of time. The representative team of the Tenda game department, which was highly expected, was eliminated unexpectedly, and did not even enter the finals, which was a big surprise. Obviously, strong players Bao Su and Min Jingchao were far away in Los Angeles and were unable to participate in the competition, which greatly reduced the strength of the Tenda Gaming Department's team. The 2 teams that made it to the finals were the Nifeng Logistics team led by Lu Mingliang and the Yuanmeng Venture Capital team represented by He Disheng. Yuanmeng Venture Capital had a good foundation left by Mr. Ma. Most of the employees, including He Disheng, had been high-scoring passers-by since the Shinchi era. Many of GOG's design ideas were proposed by them. They often played games with Mr. Ma in groups of 5, so their tacit understanding was beyond words. The reason why Nifeng Logistics was so strong was mainly because of the large number of people. Nifeng Logistics had so many stores and so many couriers, it was easy to pick out 5 people who were good at playing GOG. But in the end, the Nifeng Logistics team lost to the Yuanmeng Venture Capital team because of their slightly inferior coordination and tactics. Several couriers expressed regret and said that they would go back to hone their skills and strive to beat them again at the annual meeting next year. The participating teams all had small gifts and participation awards, including various peripheral figures of the GPL League, autographed photos, and uniforms of the team members, etc. Of course, these small gifts will also be given to other employees who like to watch GPL at the scene. The championship team received a customized internal competition trophy. Although it cannot compare with the GPL League trophy, it is also very valuable and will be a permanent honor in the Dream Venture Capital office. Others were watching the internal competition, going shopping, or playing catching dolls and playing ring toss. Now everyone was tired, so they bought milk tea or drinks, and came to the venue to sit and rest, waiting for the lucky draw. Other companies' annual meeting lucky draws must be drawn while eating. The reason is simple. There are few prizes, and the winning rate is low. Employees may not be able to draw their own prizes even if they wait for a long time. There is nothing else to do except eating. But Tenda's lucky draw is different. There are many prizes, and the winning rate is high. Almost everyone has a chance. And the rules of the lucky draw are the same as last year's annual meeting. It is not a completely random probability, but a pseudo-probability. Each person can win a prize at most twice, and the probability of winning a prize for those who have not won a prize increases the later they go. So many prizes were all drawn in just 1 hour. It can be said that it was exciting, and the sense of expectation was full, and it was not boring at all. Almost everyone was there, and there was not even a host on the stage to talk nonsense. The program on the big screen started to scroll directly, and the lucky draw began. Before the draw, a simple promotional video will be played to introduce the prize, and then the prize will be drawn from the list of candidates. Because the number of participants this year has almost doubled compared to last year, the draw procedure has also been slightly modified. Previously, one person was drawn at a time, and one person's photo was displayed each time, but now it has been changed to 5 at a time. The photos of the 5 people will be displayed on the big screen, then become smaller and fly to the upper left of the screen, and then other people will be drawn. All the photos are stacked on the big screen, and the prizes are drawn one by one. Everyone is staring at the big screen, afraid of missing the winning information, but this worry is obviously unnecessary. Not only will other people in the same department remind you, but your mobile phone will also automatically receive the winning notification information. Because at the moment the lottery is completed, the program automatically generates an order to arrange the reverse logistics to deliver to the employee's address, and automatically sends a message reminder. In the huge venue that can accommodate nearly 2,000 people, cheers are heard one after another. The later the prizes are, the higher the value of the prizes are. High-value laptops, mobile phones, digital cameras, TVs, etc. are given away as if they are free, and the atmosphere on the scene is getting more and more heated. Finally, after the 18,888 cash gift package was drawn, the final grand prize appeared on the screen. 6 places for a 5-day trip for 2 people in any city in the world. This was a reserved program at last year's annual meeting, a 5-day trip for 2 people in any city. You can choose any place you want, and the company will cover all first-class air tickets and accommodation in a 5-star hotel, and there will be additional consumption reimbursement for you to use at your own will. This award is well-deserved as the biggest award of the annual meeting. Many people may think that it is not as practical as those high-end TVs and high-end gaming laptops that cost more than 10,000 yuan. After all, TVs and computers can be used for many years, while traveling can only be enjoyable for 5 days. But think about it the other way around. If you buy a computer yourself, you can spend more than 10,000 yuan by eating dirt. But who would be willing to fly first class and stay in a 5-star hotel when traveling? What's more, the total cost of a first-class cabin and a 5-star hotel is far more than a high-end laptop of more than 10,000 yuan. So, this is the most concerned award. And because of the increase in the number of people, the grand prize, which only had 3 places last year, has become 6 this year, and the probability of winning has increased. Many people are looking at the big screen with excitement, hoping that they can be one of the 6 lucky ones. Soon, the avatars on the big screen scrolled and 6 avatars appeared. The 4th avatar from the left is Baosu. The other 5 avatars are all unfamiliar faces, probably some grassroots employees. After all, there are nearly 2,000 people on the scene, and Pei Qian knows people at the level of responsible persons. There are only dozens of people at most, and the probability of winning the lottery is very low. But Baosu. What's up with Baosu? You're always there for me on my trip, right? When Baosu's headshot appeared on the big screen, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's Brother Bao again. Where's Brother Bao? I want to see his expression now. In Los Angeles, it should be early morning there now. Brother Bao will have to wait a few more hours to know the bad news. It's perfect, it's perfect. Seeing Brother Bao win the prize makes me happier than if I won the prize myself. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh silently. Fate, it's all fate. In Los Angeles, you can't escape the fate of being drawn. In addition, Baosu is the 4th place, which means that if there are 3 places for the grand prize this year, he will not be on the list of winners. This is a big deal. There are many internal staff of Tenda Group in the Los Angeles team, but since it is an annual meeting lottery, it is definitely inappropriate to exclude them. So although these people are not present, they are still on the lottery list. Baosu won the prize like this, and still couldn't escape his fate. In 2 or 3 days, after the IOI Global Finals in Los Angeles are over, Baosu and his team should be back, just in time for the Chinese New Year. But, after the Chinese New Year, Baosu will have to pack his bags immediately and consider the next destination. Pei Qian couldn't help but mourn for Bao Su in his heart. Finally, the entire annual meeting process was completed. All employees returned with full loads and had a great time. After giving out so many gifts, Pei Qian also felt happy and the burden on his shoulders was much lighter. Fortunately, this settlement period just happened to coincide with the Chinese New Year, so Pei Qian could spend millions of dollars at once by holding an annual meeting, which saved him a lot of brain cells. In short, it's vacation time. During the Spring Festival, the advertisements arranged in advance will be overwhelming in cities such as Jingzhou, the imperial capital, and the Magic City. According to the current spending progress, after the official work and settlement after the Spring Festival, there should be a lot of losses. It is definitely unlikely to lose a lot, but losing 800,000 or 900,000 and converting 800,000 or 900,000 should not be a big problem, right? Everyone left the stage one after another, and Pei Qian was not in a hurry to leave. He stayed in his seat and took out his mobile phone to check it. However, after seeing a message about the desperate plan, the word fuck almost came out of his mouth. The promotional video of water, ink and clouds and the poor plan became inexplicably popular on the Isle of Ely. Not only that, Water, Ink and Clouds has updated a 10-minute trial demo on the official platform and opened pre-sales. The sales volume reached 50,000 copies in just one afternoon. This is an incredible achievement for an unknown independent game. In the next week or even a month, as the popularity of this game increase, the pre-sale sales of this game will obviously continue to increase. Pei Qian's expression gradually became dull. What's going on? The game is not yet finished and it's already put on pre-sale? Is there still a law? Is there still a law? Qiu Hong is just messing with me. Do you still have any professional ethics? Is there anyone who can take care of this? Chapter 845 Promotional Video of the Desperate Plan. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After calming down a little, Pei Qian clicked on the promotional CG of Ink and Clouds. The whole CG is in the traditional Chinese ink style. A little ink stain spreads on the pale yellow rice paper and turns into black clouds. Between the gathering and separation, a ferocious beast is born, circling in the sky with bared fangs and claws, and a group of dark clouds cover the ancient Chinese city in the distance. At the same time, an old, low voice of narration sounded. It is said that in ancient times, there was an evil beast in China that was transformed from resentment, named Nightmare. It is rumored that the nightmare can weave dreams and feed on people's fear, hatred, despair, resentment and other negative emotions, and it grows stronger day by day. Accompanied by the narration, the game CG began to change constantly. The nightmare was hidden behind the dark clouds in the sky, and countless strange monsters were derived, causing trouble for the world. A scholar realized that he was trapped in a dream, so he held a scroll in his left hand and a brush and ink in his right hand, and began to use the power of his painting and calligraphy to defeat the monsters in his dream in order to find out the nightmare beast hidden in the dream. While the nightmare beast was also constantly breeding evil spirits to stop the scholar, countless evil demons rushed towards the scholar, who splashed ink and drew a huge rock on the scroll. Then he gently waved the brush, and the huge rock immediately appeared above the monsters and fell down, smashing the monsters into wisps of black smoke. The monsters also lifted the fallen rocks and giant trees between the cliffs and threw them at the scholar. But the scholar waved the brush and wiped out these foreign objects out of thin air. The brush and ink were crisscrossed, the black mist was scattered, the scholar and the monsters began to fight fiercely, and the narration also told the story background of the whole game. This promotional CG is actually not complicated. It is not the kind of CG that is so detailed that every hair and pore can be seen, and it is not even comparable to the promotional video of the GPL Spring Tournament. But the beauty of this video is that it fits the game perfectly. Ink and Clouds is a horizontal 2D game, not a 3A masterpiece with a large investment, and it is a Chinese-style game related to calligraphy and painting elements, so it can be said that it is just right to use this kind of ink-style CG to show it. It can not only highlight the characteristics of the game itself, but also reduce the difficulty of production. In the updated demo, although there are only 2 small levels in the game time is only about 10 minutes, but the core gameplay of the game is demonstrated. Based on the operation mode of the traditional 2D horizontal version of the game, there are operations such as moving, jumping, double jumping, attacking, and defending, in addition to calligraphy and painting skills. After clicking the painting skill, the game screen enters a frozen state, and time passes at an extremely slow speed. Players can choose to erase scene elements in the game, or create props by drawing specific shapes, such as drawing a circle to create a big stone, and drawing a broken line to create lightning, etc. However, this also determines that the game cannot be played with a controller, and can only be played with a keyboard and mouse or a touch screen. The official obviously intends to use the computer and mobile phone platforms as the main battlefield, and promises players that they will play the computer version first, and then the mobile version. It stands to reason that the mobile version will be more comfortable to operate, but after all, there are more independent game players on the computer version and it is easier to develop, so it is better to play the computer version first. After watching the promotional video and the game content of the trial play part, Pei Qian looked serious and as if he was facing a great enemy. No wonder so many people are pre-ordering it, it really looks very reliable. The Domestic Independent Game Player Group is one of the groups that supports domestic games the most. Water Ink and Clouds is a Chinese-style game, and it also combines traditional cultural elements such as calligraphy and painting with the game, which is obviously more pleasing. But, just this game's demo can have such a good publicity effect? This is unscientific, isn't it? With some confusion, Pei Qian clicked on the promotional video of the Endless Plan on the game details page. The video begins in a dim room. A child wearing shorts and a white suspender vest is hiding under the quilt, flipping through a game magazine with the dim light of a flashlight. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. The child hurriedly turned off the flashlight, lay down instantly, hid the magazine under the pillow, and pretended to be asleep. The camera turned, and the time became daytime. Both parents were not at home. The child carefully turned on the computer. The screen was a domestic standalone game with a strong mosaic style. The child put the game magazine aside and started playing carefully according to the strategy on it. Suddenly, the clock on the wall started to tell the time. The child hurriedly turned off the computer, then took a wet towel to cover the big head of the computer monitor, then quickly returned to his room, opened his school bag to take out the homework, and finally put away the wet towel. After a while, the security door opened, the child's father came back, touched the computer monitor, then looked at the child who was studying hard, and turned around to do his own things. The camera turned again, and the elementary school student became a high school student. Although different actors were replaced, it can still be recognized that this is the same person through the clothes. In the smoky internet cafe, some of his peers were playing various online games, but he was the only one still playing a domestic standalone game, the same game he played in elementary school. Nothing had changed. Some people laughed at him for still playing such an outdated game, but he just smiled and said nothing. The camera switches again, and the high school student becomes an adult. It is late at night, and in a shabby and messy rental house, he is facing the computer screen, earnestly making games with a game editor. The messy room and the piles of debris all hint at his impoverished state, but he is still busy in front of the computer with enthusiasm. However, during the day, he is woken up by a violent knock on the door. After returning to the room with the bills for collecting rent and utility bills, he is silent for a long time. Finally, he glanced at the computer screen reluctantly, turned off the unfinished game project in the game editor, and opened his resume. After sending his resume to several companies, he habitually moved the mouse to the game editor, but hesitated again, and finally failed to click it. The camera turns, he opens the closet, turns to the suit he hasn't worn for a while, and then stands in front of the dressing mirror to look at himself. In front of the camera, he is wearing a neat suit and a proper hairstyle, but his eyes are a little dull, just looking at the image in the mirror blankly. In the mirror, he was still wearing a white tank top, shorts and flip-flops, with messy hair, but a smile on his face and hope in his eyes. The two images formed a sharp contrast, suggesting that he still wanted to be an independent game producer. Finally, he sighed softly, picked up the printed resume on the table, and prepared to go out to look for a job. However, at this moment, he found a golden invitation letter in the mailbox at the door, with the 4 big words "Dead-End Plan" written on it. A hopeful smile finally appeared on his face. The promotional video ended here. Although the dead-end plan was not introduced in detail, the significance of the dead-end plan was already pointed out. As for the plot behind the video, most people can also imagine it. This independent game producer got the money and was able to continue to stick to his dream, complete the unfinished game project, and contribute to the development of domestic independent games. This game promotional video was shot and edited in a very short time. There are many old buildings full of the style of the last century in the imperial capital, and many video game stores and small alleys also keep game consoles and big-headed computers. Coupled with the filters with a sense of age, it directly evokes many people's childhood memories. The content of the video is also full of details. In the era when home computers were just beginning to become popular, domestic standalone games were also developing rapidly. The newsstand next to the school would sell a lot of game magazines. At that time, for many students who did not have much time to play games, they could buy a game magazine and read it over and over again. Even though I have never played or can't buy the games in it, I still enjoy watching it. While parents are still here, they secretly turn on the computer to play games. But they must remember to cool it down with a wet towel in advance, otherwise their parents will reveal their true colors when they touch it after they get home, and they will inevitably face a storm. With the rise of internet cafes, online games have also developed rapidly, but domestic standalone games at this time have gone downhill. The protagonist in the video likes domestic standalone games, but there is a gap in domestic standalone games. While other classmates are playing online games, he still stubbornly plays domestic standalone games from a few years ago. In the end, he became an independent game producer and wanted to fulfill his dream. But because of his tight financial situation, he had to make a difficult choice between ideals and reality. All these contents resonated strongly with those who watched this video. After a brief search on the internet, Pei Qian instantly understood why the game Water, Ink, Clouds and Smoke had received so much attention in a short period of time. Its demo is fun and pleasing, which is only one reason. The more important reason is that the promotional videos of Water, Ink, Clouds and Smoke and the End of the Road project have been uploaded to the Ellie Island website, which has aroused a warm response. On several video platforms such as the Ellie Island website, the promotional video of the Poor Way project has been pushed to the top of the game section, and the popularity is still rising. In the barrage and comment area, many lurking independent game players were blown out. This video brought me to tears. Isn't this kid me? It's just that I've given up on making games. My parents touch their computers the first thing they do when they get home from get off work. This is too real. Is this the same across the country? Oh, that scene in the internet cafe is really sad. Those of us who like single-player games have become outliers. When I was a kid, domestic single-player games were still flourishing, but it didn't take long for only online games to remain on the market. Oh. It's not bad. Now that we've recovered a little, there are more independent games again. Compared with foreign countries, it's still far behind. Is this dead-end plan specifically for domestic independent games? That's really a great deed. For this reason, we must support it. Chapter 846 Apologize to the players. After looking through the discussions about water, ink and clouds and the end of the road on the internet, Pei Qian finally understood why there were so many pre-orders. Because Qiu Hong bundled water, ink and clouds, the end of the road and the office worker survival manual together for promotion. The promotional video of the end of the road can cause such a warm response, on the one hand, because it touches on the common memories of many players and arouses widespread resonance, and on the other hand, it is also because there is a high-quality domestic independent game as an introduction. If there is no game, but only a promotional video, it is impossible to cause such a warm response. Water, ink and clouds is just a trial demo, and this demo alone is obviously not enough. This is also the reason why Qiu Hong did not formulate a promotion plan at the beginning. Without an opportunity, it is naturally impossible to achieve the best promotion effect. But the unexpected explosion of the Office Worker Survival Manual provided such an opportunity for the promotion of the end of the road. Now is before the Spring Festival. It is the time for large and small companies to hold annual meetings and distribute year-end bonuses. Most office workers are not satisfied with the treatment given by their companies. Many people are planning to change jobs after receiving their year-end bonuses and taking their annual leave. The release of Office Worker Survival Manual resonated with those office workers and received good responses. It was not only popular among independent game enthusiasts, but also successfully went out of the circle. Many office workers who do not play games also know about this game. With the success of Office Worker Survival Manual, Qiu Hong deeply tied water, ink, clouds and the end of the road plan to it, letting players know. It turns out that Office Worker Survival Manual can be successfully produced because of the funding of the End of the Road plan, and the End of the Road plan also funded many excellent independent game projects, such as Water, Ink, Clouds. Therefore, the popularity of Office Worker Survival Manual that has broken the circle, the feelings of domestic independent game enthusiasts, and the expectations of players for domestic independent games are all integrated together, which has played such a good publicity effect. It can be said that without any one of the demos of Office Worker Survival Manual, Water, Ink and Clouds, and the promotional video of the End of the Road, it would not have achieved the current effect. What a coincidence. Looking at the growing number of pre-orders, Pei Qian felt a little dizzied. In just one afternoon, the pre-sale sales of this game have exceeded 50,000 copies, and judging from the current popularity, it is very likely that it will increase tenfold in the next week. Although domestic independent game players are a minority group compared to mainstream players, in terms of volume, no matter how small the number is, there are always millions of active players. Moreover, the smaller the circle, the more concentrated the attention on excellent domestic independent games. Water, ink, clouds and smoke may soon trigger heated discussions in the independent game player circle, like Office Worker Survival Manual. Pei Qian counted with his fingers and felt that something was wrong. The official price of Water, ink, clouds and smoke is 45 yuan, which is considered to be above average among domestic independent games. This pre-sale is not a full pre-sale, but a third of the payment, which is 15 yuan. According to the current trend, if 500,000 copies are sold in the next week, the share of the official platform will be received just before the settlement. The only good news is that the game is not released in the name of Tenda, so it does not enjoy the privilege of Tenda's high share. Counting the special preferential policies for independent games, it can only get 60%. On this basis, Tenda takes 30%. That is to say, before the settlement, the pre-sale of Water, Ink and Clouds alone will bring in at least 1.3 million. In addition, there is also the money earned from Office Worker Survival Manual. The money may not seem like much, but Pei Qian feels like a camel with a lot of straw on its back. When it comes to settlement, this ridiculous 1 million yuan may be the difference between heaven and hell. What if he makes a profit by adding this 1 million yuan? Who can he complain to? Pei Qian was so angry. Why is Qiu Hong looking for trouble at this critical moment? Can't he just go home for the new year? Must he make a promotional video the day before the holiday to make a splash? And then release a demo to make some pre-sale money? Too much. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately called Qiu Hong. At this time, Qiu Hong had just treated everyone in the incubation base to a big meal, and returned to his rented house in the imperial capital to pack up, preparing to catch a flight home early tomorrow morning. Qiu Hong was surprised to receive a call from President Pei. Boss Pei, did you see that the video of the Poor Way plan was very popular, so you were very happy and called to affirm my work results? The entire incubation base had only completed 2 games before, and they didn't sell well, but even so, Boss Pei still praised Qiu Hong, saying that the effect was significant and the progress was rapid, and asked him to keep up the good work. Qiu Hong thought, according to this evaluation standard, now that the 2 games Office Worker Survival Manual and Ink and Clouds have been released, the response to the Poor Way Plan video is also good. Wouldn't Boss Pei be very happy? He quickly picked up the phone, waiting to receive the praise from Mr. Pei. However, Mr. Pei's first question stumped him. Who told you to put the unfinished game on the official platform for pre-order? Pei Qian's tone was a little harsh, because he was really angry. This game is obviously not finished yet. You should honestly release it in the next cycle. Don't affect my settlement of this cycle. As a result, Qiu Hong's pre-order caught Pei Qian off guard. Qiu Hong was stunned for a moment, and said a little blankly, Mr. Pei, isn't pre-sale very common in the independent game circle? Pei Qian couldn't help but be silent for a while. He thought about it, and what Qiu Hong said was really right. The ESRO official platform actually encourages independent games to pre-sell, and the reason is very simple, which is nothing more than the same principle as crowdfunding. Independent game producers often have no money and no resources. There must be various compromises in the production process. If you want to make the game very complete, the conditions in all aspects are actually not allowed. Pre-sales allow independent games that are of good quality and popular among players to get some money in advance. On the one hand, this can help maintain development costs, and on the other hand, it can also enhance the confidence of producers. Of course, there may be some unsophisticated producers who are suspected of cheating money. For example, they update a very interesting demo, and after receiving a large amount of pre-sale money, they start to develop slowly, turning the game into a lifetime series and delaying its launch. However, the official platform also has corresponding punishment measures for such producers, and such people are a minority after all. We cannot cancel this rule that is beneficial to all independent game producers just because of a few bad apples. Therefore, Qiu Hong's pre-sale of the demo of Water Ink Clouds is indeed in line with the usual routine of independent games, and is an act advocated by the official platform. Therefore, Pei Qian's question seems a little unreasonable. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then said confidently, why do other independent games like to pre-sell? It's because those producers are short of money, and can only get early payment through pre-sales to get development funds. Do the producers of the Dead End project lack development funds? Qiu Hong was stunned by the question. This. Pei Qian didn't give him much time to react, and continued, since there is no shortage of money, why do you still need pre-sales? Pre-sales are actually equivalent to taking advantage of the sympathy of players, transferring the risk of subsequent game development failure from developers to players. The reason why the official platform supports this behavior is mainly because the conditions of most independent game producers are too poor, and players need to contribute and support. Although this behavior is a voluntary one, it still hurts the interests of players in the end. The best way should be to pay for the game and sell it after it is completed. Players can buy it if they like it. Since the independent game producer of the Dead End project is not short of money, shouldn't they do pre-sales? Can they just sell the game directly after it is developed? Qiu Hong was speechless for a moment. He suddenly felt that what Mr. Pei said was indeed quite reasonable. In fact, Qiu just did a pre-sale according to the conventional routine of independent games, and didn't think too much about it, but now that he thinks about it carefully, this behavior is indeed a bit inappropriate. Qiu hurriedly asked, "Then Mr. Pei, what should we do now?" Pei Qian thought for a while and asked, "Can we change the pre-order payment to 0? Then refund those players who have already paid?" Qiu hesitated, Mr. Pei, changing it to 0 is not okay. The lowest change is to 1/3 of the current amount, which is 5 yuan. The refund procedure will be more complicated. The authority is not enough, and the ESRO official may not approve it. If it is Tenda who personally shows up, it is possible, but this is equivalent to announcing the relationship between Tenda and the endless plan. Pei Qian immediately said, "That is definitely not possible. In this case, let's change the pre-order price to 5 yuan, and we will compensate those players who have already spent 15 yuan on pre-orders." Qiu added, "Also, Mr. Pei, the authorities have never been very supportive of this kind of price change, because whether it is a price increase or a price decrease, it will actually affect the interests of the players." Pei Qian nodded, "Yes, I understand. Our behavior has definitely affected the interests of the players, so we have to apologize and compensate. How about this? As I said before, the pre-order price will be changed to 5 yuan, and for those who have already paid, the game will be directly discounted by 20%, that is, 36 yuan, and then we will issue a notice to apologize, saying that we didn't expect the players to be so enthusiastic. We think the pre-order price was set too high before, and now we will lower it a little, and hope that the players will understand more." For Pei Qian, if the pre-order price is cut from 15 yuan to 5 yuan, then the money earned by the water ink clouds and smoke demo this week can be reduced by at least hundreds of thousands. It's also good to be able to take a small handful of straw off the camel's back. As for those players who have already spent 15 yuan on pre-orders, Pei Qian just took this opportunity to give them a discount and make a little less money. Qiu hurriedly said, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I will communicate with the official platform right away. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of Dingdian novel is available at Chapter 847 Winning Both Face and Substance. January 21st, Saturday. Pei Qian packed up his things and prepared to go home. The company has already had a holiday, and most departments will go back to work on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, which is the Monday after next. Departments such as Moyu Takeout and Nifeng Logistics will go back to work on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, and will take turns to rest from the 2nd day to the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Of course, all employees who work on holidays will receive full overtime pay, so many employees in these departments not only do not want to take a holiday, but are also eager to work overtime. This time when I go home, I don't have to change all my previous clothes and computers, I just need to put down my watch. Because Pei Qian told his parents that he worked at Fei Huang's studio and was a veteran of the studio, so his income was decent. In this case, it wouldn't be so strange to wear more expensive clothes when I go home. The house has already been bought, and the two elders have a relatively high estimate of Pei Qian's current income, so they naturally don't care so much about these aspects. What's more, they can't tell whether this suit is worth a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. His parents had now moved to a house near the high-speed rail station, also in Jingzhou, not too far away, so Pei Qian only brought a small backpack with some spare clothes and his computer. Since we were still in the same city and were only staying for a week, there was no need to bring so much luggage. However, we still had to bring our computers, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with something that might happen during the holiday. After packing everything, Pei Qian went downstairs and took a car home. At the same time, Qiu had already arrived at the airport and was waiting for his flight. Looking back at the work in the capital over the past few months, it felt like a lifetime ago. Qiu sighed in his heart, how could I, a producer of Krypton Gold games, inexplicably become the savior of domestic independent games? I can only say that things are unpredictable. With nothing to do, he took out his mobile phone and checked netizens' comments on the change in the pre-sale price of watering clouds and smoke. Last night, he arranged for his men to adjust the pre-sale price of watering clouds and smoke to 5 yuan. For players who have already paid the advance payment, the price of the game was reduced to 36 yuan, which means that when the game is officially released, they only need to pay another 21 yuan to buy it. In addition, Qiu Hong also issued an official announcement to apologize to the players who have already purchased the game and apologize for the impact brought to them by the changes in pre-sale prices. As for why the pre-sale price was lowered, the announcement said, after the pre-sale of Watering Clouds and Smoke was launched, all players showed extraordinary enthusiasm and support for the game, and the R&D team was deeply moved by this. But it is precisely because the enthusiasm shown by the players far exceeded expectations that we believe that the pre-sale price is too high, so we lowered the pre-sale price. We are deeply sorry for the impact on all players and have provided everyone with a compensation plan. For this announcement, Qiu Hong also tried his best, because the decision to change the pre-sale price and compensate the players was made by President Pei, because President Pei believed that pre-sale is actually an act of transferring risks to players and should not be advocated. But this reason is okay to talk about privately, but it is not easy to write it in the announcement, because it will definitely dampen the enthusiasm of players to support domestic independent games. Therefore, Qiu Hong himself can't explain how to write this announcement, so he can only be vague like this. Qiu Hong thinks that most players will still accept it, but they may also feel puzzled. We still have to see how everyone reacts online. Qiu Hong quickly searched for players' discussion about the change in the pre-sale price of Watering Clouds and Smoke. What does it mean? Changing the original pre-sale price from 15 yuan to 5 yuan? There is no need for this, right? The game developer is confusing. The announcement said that because the players are so enthusiastic, the official thinks the pre-sale price is too high? Why can't I see the logical relationship here? Is it because the official thinks that setting the price at 5 yuan will attract more people to buy the pre-sale? No. Those who are willing to buy pre-sale are basically players who support domestic independent games from the bottom of their hearts. For such players, whether the pre-sale price is 5 yuan or 15 yuan is actually not much different. What's more, the final payment must be paid when the game is released. Whether the price is 5 yuan or 15 yuan, the price of the game is still the same. What's the difference? Except for making less money, I don't see any other impact. Then this is very confusing? Most players do think that the official behavior of the end of the road is a bit unnecessary. The pre-sale price is higher or lower, which is nothing more than the difference between changing one's mind and changing one's mind, and getting the money early and getting the money late. Why change the pre-sale price deliberately? But just when most players were confused, a post appeared on the internet, explaining the real intention of the end of the road. I suddenly understand why Watering Clouds and Smoke has to lower the pre-sale price. The official statement is that because the enthusiasm of players for pre-orders far exceeded expectations, the officials realized that the pre-sale price was too high. At first glance, this logical relationship does not seem to hold true. Why would the high enthusiasm of players make the officials feel that the pre-sale price is too high? This is why pre-sales are popular for independent games now. The main reason for pre-sales of independent games is that the development teams of independent games are often short of money and need to recover part of the funds in advance through pre-sales to better develop the remaining part of the game. The pre-sale price of Watering Clouds and Smoke was set at 15 yuan at the beginning. Obviously, they had a rough estimate of the remaining development costs through the expected sales, and thought that selling at 15 yuan would support future development. But they didn't expect that the sales would be 3 times higher than they expected. The development costs that could only be maintained by selling at 15 yuan can now be maintained by selling at 5 yuan. So the official decided to lower the pre-sale price resolutely. Some people say that this matter is a bit exaggerated and unnecessary. 5 yuan, 15 yuan, for many players, is nothing more than the difference between paying more and less in the final payment. But for the official of the desperate plan, they must think that as long as they get the subsequent development funds, there is no need to set the presale price so high, which is suspected of cheating money. On the other hand, they think that the interests of players are not trivial, and they fully respect the players, so it is obviously a good thing for the players, and they also specially issued a notice to explain and apologize to the players. I can only say that the organizer of the desperate plan is indeed a person with feelings and a heart. It's worth our support. After this post was posted, the players suddenly realized. So that's it. Is this developer so restrained? Feeling that it can support the subsequent development costs, the presale price was directly cut from 15 yuan to 5 yuan? This is not considered restraint. It can only be said that a gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Many independent games like to cheat people with presales. They collect money first, and then start to develop slowly. They either delay the release of the game or release a semi-finished product to fool people. But the game of the end of the road has no such plan at all. It is obvious that they are very confident in their own games. Developers who value players so much must be supported. This developer is so conscientious that I can't help but think of Tenda Games. This seems to be something that President Pei would do. But from the existing information, it seems that the end of the road has nothing to do with Tenda. That's a good thing. It means that there is another boss with feelings and conscience in the game circle. This is a blessing for domestic games. I'll post a message to brag about it and let more people pre-order Water Ink Clouds and Smoke. Looking at the discussion of netizens, Chiu Hong couldn't help but suddenly realize it, and felt like he had been enlightened. So President Pei also had this meaning in it? This change in the pre-sale price not only left a good impression in the minds of players, but also increased the number of players who pre-ordered the game. Whether it was because the topic became more popular and more people knew about it, or because the pre-sale price was reduced from 15 yuan to 5 yuan, the number of pre-orders increased further. In this way, wouldn't the sales of the game after it was released be higher? The pre-sale price of the game was reduced, and the players who had already purchased the game also received a discount, which is definitely a good thing for the players. On the desperate plan side, it won both face and substance. This is a win-win situation. Chiu Hong couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei is indeed Mr. Pei. A simple operation can also show his skills. The control of the player's mentality has reached the pinnacle. January 22nd, Sunday. Before 7 o'clock in the morning, Pei Qian got up and washed. Now the two elders have moved to the new house near the high-speed rail station, so the living conditions are much better. My parents also specially left the master bedroom for him, and the two elders insisted on living in the second bedroom. Obviously, they have not completely cut off the idea of using this house as a wedding house. Pei Qian was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. It seemed that he could only wait until he lost more money and bought another house to let his parents live in this house with peace of mind. After washing, Pei Qian came to the living room. My mother was cooking in the kitchen, and old Pei was making tea in the living room. The two elders were surprised to see Pei Qian actually get up. "Son, you got up so early? I thought you would sleep until 9. Have a drink of water first, breakfast will be ready soon." After saying that, the mother continued to prepare breakfast. Old Pei nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, son, your schedule is quite healthy now, keep it up, do you hear me?" Pei Qian took out the Bluetooth headset and put it on, then sat on the sofa and opened the live broadcast room of the IOI Global Finals on his mobile phone. The two elders obviously misunderstood. If there was nothing special, would Pei Qian get up early? If there was no IOI Global Finals, Pei Qian could have slept until 10 o'clock, so how could he get up before 7 o'clock? He opened the live broadcast room and the time was just right. The game was about to start in a few minutes. Pei Qian said he gave up, but he was still paying attention to the FV team. God bless you, as long as you don't crush us and win the championship, everything will be fine. The final was the peak showdown between the FV team and the FRY team, and the attention was already full before the game. The FV team was not optimistic at the beginning, and was ridiculed by foreigners as naive and noob in the group stage, but they played 2-3 o'clock in the quarterfinals and semifinals, and no one dared to question their strength. As the strongest veteran team in Europe and the United States, the FRY team also made it all the way to the finals. Although they lost 2 or 3 small games, the resilience and strength they showed in the game should not be underestimated. Before the game, the commentators at the official commentary desk of Zhito Company all thought that this would be a well-matched and exciting game, and from a personal standpoint, they obviously supported the FRY team more. It was still the same venue as before, but compared with the quarterfinals and semifinals, today's game was of a higher standard. Before the game started, the Finger Company specially invited a famous European and American rock band to sing the theme song, and there was also a very cool cost performance. Amidst the applause and cheers, the scene quickly turned into a sea of carnival. Qingshan and Zhao Shuming sat in the front row of the audience, with a slightly solemn expression. Qingshan had secretly sent 2 balance engineers from the Finger Company to the FRY team to help analyze the data of the new version and provide tactical support for the FRY team. During this week of preparation, FRY's tactical reserves should have been improved to a certain extent. But no one can say whether they can beat the FV team. Because the current strength of the FV team is a mystery to everyone, they train in a closed manner on the second floor of the internet cafe every day, and no one knows what they are training. The accompanying data team kept their mouths shut, and there were bodyguards guarding the door. It was a daydream to want to peek. Qingshan did not dare to use 2 despicable means, such as asking his engineers to check the game data. After all, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. If the official data of others is exposed, it will be a huge scandal, and Qingshan will probably have to bear the consequences. Sending 2 balancers to FRY secretly to provide them with some tactical support is the limit of what Qingshan can do, and it also takes a huge risk. No one knows what the outcome of this battle will be. Qingshan and Zhao Shuming looked at the confident expressions of the FV players on the stage and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I thought they were 5 weak players, but I didn't expect them to make it all the way to the finals. All the clubs and finger companies in the world combined can't do anything to them. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 848 Score Prediction. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After the wonderful pre-match performance, the 5 players of both teams took to the stage and appeared, and the audience immediately responded with warm applause. The first IOI Global Finals Championship trophy prepared by Finger Company for the champion was placed in the center of the stage, and the camera gave several close-ups. This championship trophy is prominently large and gorgeous. For this global finals, Finger Company can be said to have spared no expense, whether it is the venue or the trophy. It must be better than GOG's Global Invitational Tournament. The previous GOG Global Invitational Tournament trophy weighed 28 kilograms and was 35 centimeters high. It was made of zinc alloy gold-plated material, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and was extremely gorgeous. Finger Company held the global finals to benchmark the GOG Global Invitational Tournament. The show must be done in full. The venue and other aspects have surpassed GOG. If the trophy is made smaller, wouldn't it be a joke? It must be bigger than GOG's trophy. Therefore, the trophy made by Finger Company this time is even bigger than the trophy of GOG, 40 centimeters high, and the entire size is larger. However, considering that if the trophy is still made of the same material, it will be too heavy, and these thin internet-addicted teenagers may not be able to lift it. So some adjustments were made to some of the materials, and the weight was finally 25 kilograms. Although it is still very heavy, at least it looks bigger than GOG's championship trophy while ensuring that the players can lift it. Finally, after a relatively lengthy opening ceremony, the players from both sides took their seats and began to debug their computers. The much-anticipated IOI Global Finals are about to begin. Because it is the final, the commentary desk is also fully loaded, with a total of 5 commentators and 3 former professional players participating in the analysis and discussion of the game. 3 of them are responsible for the commentary during the game, while the remaining 2 commentators and 3 professional players are responsible for analysis before and after the game. The pre-match analysis is mainly to warm up, analyze the current status, preparation, and tactics of the 2 teams, and predict the content of the next game, and the post-match analysis is mainly to review the previous game and point out the turning point and key players of this game. These 3 professional players are all-star players of established European and American clubs. They are strong, have a deep understanding of the game, and are articulate. They were carefully selected from the 6 teams eliminated in the quarterfinals. In short, the specifications of the finals were directly raised to the maximum, giving all the audience a feeling of "I made a fortune by buying the tickets." The players were still debugging the machines and preparing for the game. The 2 commentators and 3 professional players on the analysis desk began to warm up and analyze today's final. Okay, let's take a look at the pre-match predictions for this final. Surprisingly, except for David, all the other 8 commentators predicted that Ferry would win in the end. To be honest, such a one-sided prediction result makes me feel a little uneasy. Then let's discuss why such a pre-match prediction was made. Please ask the 3 professional players to tell us why you made this prediction first. Is it because you were eliminated by FRY? The 3 professional players looked very relaxed. After laughing, the first person on the right spoke first. FRY is our old rival. Although they eliminated us in the semi-finals, which made us very unwilling, I have to say that I think their strength is indeed better than ours, and they are the favorites to win the championship in this finals. On the other hand, although we have not played against FE, from the perspective of style, FE seems to be a team that pays great attention to routines and teamwork. Their performance in the favorable game is indeed impeccable, but I think that the too smooth journey in the elimination rounds has prevented them from suffering too many setbacks and not having much experience in playing against the wind. And FRY is more comprehensive. We all know that they can quickly finish off their opponents after getting an advantage in the early stages. Even if they are at a disadvantage in the early stages, they can still rely on their outstanding personal abilities to drag the game into the mid to late stages and turn the tables. So I think the 2 sides will play all 5 games, and FRY will win in the end. Another professional player took over the conversation. Yes, in terms of team style, FRY is indeed more comprehensive. In the knockout stage, all teams are constantly exploring the version answer. We noticed that from the group stage to the quarterfinals, and then to the semi-finals, the popular heroes have been changing. The heroes that were previously banned and must be selected are no longer on the stage. This shows that the lineup choices of both sides will gradually converge as the knockout stage progresses, and the version will gradually be found. The best solution. After both sides have reached their peak in terms of tactical reserves, the test is the ability to adapt to changes, the ability to deal with adverse situations, and the performance of the players. After all, the North American teams were eliminated. FRY, the only remaining European team, is actually enjoying the home court treatment. Considering their ability to deal with adverse situations and resilience, I believe that the final victory will belong to them. What's more, FRY has many star players. When facing such a big scene, I think the value of star players will be reflected. So I guess FRY will win with a score of 3-1. The last professional player said, I also think FRY will win this game, but my estimated score is different from theirs. I think FRY will beat FV 3 o'clock this time, because our team has played several practice matches with FRY recently. I can't reveal the details, but I have to say that FRY has made great progress compared to the semifinals. They have a better understanding of the version and even completely changed their play style, which caught us all off guard. In fact, they beat us badly, and FV is likely to be unprepared for these new tactics. So I think if FRY can play to their level, they will undoubtedly win 3 o'clock. The others on the official analysis desk all showed surprised expressions, because they didn't know about this. The team of this professional player lost to FRY in the semifinals. If he thinks that FRY has made great progress compared to the semifinals, then his words are very credible. Many commentators smiled, and it was obvious that the speeches of the three professional players greatly boosted their confidence. Although the organizers should be fair and impartial and should not be biased towards either side of the game, they will still subconsciously support the European and American teams. Pei Qian and Zhao Shuming in the audience were not so optimistic. Obviously, these commentators and professional players made their predictions based on the performance of the FRY team. After Pei Qian sent 2 data balancers to the FRY team, it really worked. These 2 balancers, together with the coaching staff, developed a new tactical plan, which greatly improved the strength of the FRY team. FRY once again invited the opponent from the previous semifinals to play a training match, and of course, the opponent was beaten to a pulp. So in the eyes of these professional players, FRY already had the strength to compete for the championship, and now its strength has leaped again, so this championship is of course a sure thing. But Pei Qian and Zhao Shuming, who know some of the inside story of the FV team, are very clear that the situation is definitely not so optimistic. The strength of the FRY team has improved because of the data analysts sent by the official. So, does the FV team have no data analysts? Yes, and the configuration is much higher than that of the FRY team. So, after a week of training and preparation, what is the strength of the FV team now? The blind confidence of these coaches and professional players is because they don't know the real situation of the FV team at all, thinking that the FV team is still at the level of the semifinals and will not improve much. Even they are so arrogant, what will happen to FRY? Zhao Shuming felt something was wrong. After everyone else on the official analysis desk finished speaking, it was the turn of David, the commentator who predicted that FV would win. David spread his hands. Well, it is undeniable that what you said makes sense, but FV team was not favored from the beginning, right? Every team has high hopes before facing them, and is recognized as a strong team, but after playing against FV team, they become weak teams. FV team can always come up with some playing styles we have never seen, and they are more like a whole. There is no particularly dazzling superstar in the team, but if you observe carefully, you will find that in fact, every one of them is very strong. They always appear where they should be, and do what they should do. So I think FV will still beat FRY 3 o'clock and start their dynasty. A commentator laughed and said, "This is a surprising prediction, David. Do you even think that FRY can't get a small point from FV?" FRY also made it to the finals with a strong performance. They are not a weak team. David nodded seriously. Yes, I think so. Let's wait and see. After the commentators' warm-up and analysis, the equipment debugging work of the players on both sides was finally completed, and the big screen switched to the game screen. The 3 official commentators began to enter the official commentary session of the main game. Hey, neither side banned or grabbed the cursed spirit that shined in the semi-finals. Chaos Doom, which was very popular in the group stage, was not banned again. It seems that both sides have found a way to target this hero and are not afraid of the opponent getting it. FRY banned the 3 core heroes that FV played brilliantly in the semi-finals, and FV also banned the opponent's star player's special hero to show respect. Both sides did not ban the popular heroes according to the previous understanding. Okay, FRY on the blue side will choose first. Let's see their first hero choice. Chapter 849, Tactical Game. The coach of the FRY team looked very confident. He held a notebook in his hand, on which was a strong lineup that the FRY team coaching staff and the balancer of Finger Company had worked out together. Without banning any core heroes, the FV team successfully grabbed the global hero they wanted, Blade Wing, in the first hand. The FRY coach was very happy, thinking that the FV team was probably unprepared for this lineup, and that it would definitely be a surprise victory if it was released as a big move. If they got off to a good start in the first game of the BO5, then the next game would be very smooth. FRY was going to play a global lineup with strong momentum. The big move of the mid-lane Blade Wing was a displacement skill that could cover half of the map and could support teammates at any time. In this way, a pressure-resistant combination was selected for the bottom lane, and a top laner who was very strong in laning and good at singles was selected, and the entire lineup would become very complete. The middle lane could gain an advantage through quick support in the early stage, and the top lane was also in an advantageous landing position, which could ensure development. Once the advantage is maintained and the game enters the midterm, both heroes have the ability to split the lane and can easily snowball to victory. Therefore, FRY first grabbed the core of this lineup, Blade Wing, when a large number of popular heroes were out, because this hero's ultimate move is irreplaceable. It was FV's turn to choose. Lao Zhou's expression was still calm, and he commanded his players to take down the Wind God. The coach of the FRY team couldn't help but jump his eyelids, because this was exactly the best candidate for the top hero in their minds. Wind God is a top hero with very strong single-player ability, and it is also the best solution for the top of their split-lane lineup, because this hero has no enemy in terms of laning. Seeing the hero being taken away, the FRY players were a little panicked. The coach of the FRY team hurriedly said, "Don't panic. It doesn't matter if they go out of the top first, anyway, we can still get Death Scythe." Death Scythe is a top hero with multiple displacements. It is disadvantageous to fight against Wind God, but Death Scythe is better at cooperating with teammates to play rhythm, and has more displacement skills, not afraid of being caught, which is a good substitute in this lineup. However, as soon as the coach finished speaking, he saw that the FV team had locked the Death Scythe again. In the first 2 rounds, the FV team directly took 2 top laners, taking the 2 top lane heroes that were most suitable for FRY's lineup. It was FRY's turn to select players, and the coach's mouth opened slightly, and he didn't come back to his senses for a while. What does this mean? Are we going to play or not? What does it mean to take away both of our top laners? Do you have 2 top laners? Is it 1 mid laner and 1 top laner? Or 1 top laner and 1 jungler? FV team directly took away the 2 top laners that were most suitable for FRY's lineup, which made FRY team very disgusted. The key is that FV itself did not seem to get any benefits, because these 2 heroes did not match at all, so that FRY team could not see what kind of lineup they were going to play at all. Time passed by minute, and the coach of FRY team was quick-witted and changed his mind. Since the 2 most suitable top laners have been taken away, let's protect the bottom lane first, and then choose a tool man for the top lane that can cooperate with the jungler. Choose the bottom lane combination first, then the top lane. Consider choosing the Lava Ancient Tree for the top lane. In the early stage, you can mix the line, and the root entanglement as a control skill can catch the opponent's top lane together with the jungler. FRY directly chose a bottom lane combination that is easier to mix the line, and planned to choose a pair of top and jungle that are easier to cooperate with in the last 2 rounds. The top lane is definitely not a strong lane, but as long as you choose a top lane with control and can withstand pressure, and cooperate with the jungler and the mid laner's Blade Wing to kill the opponent's top lane 2 or 3 times, then in the midterm, the mid laner's Blade Wing can still split the lane without pressure, and the tactics can still be implemented. However, when it was FV's turn to select players, they directly locked the lava ancient tree in seconds. Then, FV team selected a bottom lane shooter who was strong in the early stage but useless in the mid to late stage, leaving only the last position unselected. The coach of FRY team was confused. What does this mean? FV team directly got 3 top laners and a shooter. Is there a way to play the game like this? The key is that these 3 top laners and the shooter themselves do not have a good combination of skills. FRY's coach frowned, his whole face wrinkled into a ball, and began to work hard to analyze FV team's split lanes. The Wind Warrior seems to be going to the top lane, and he is likely to be a jungler. If the Wind Warrior goes to the top lane, then the Death Scythe, a top lane hero with multiple displacements, is likely to be a jungler, or it is also possible to hang in the middle lane to mix and support this lava ancient. If there are no first 2 heroes, it must be the top lane, and now, is it a support? If the last choice of the FV team is also revealed, it may be possible to judge which lane these heroes go based on the overall lineup. But now it is the turn of the FRY team to choose. Their lineup comes out first, and then it is the turn of the FV team to choose the last position. This crazy swing instantly shook the coach of the FRY team dizzy. "Coach, hurry up, time is running out," the team members reminded. FRY's coach decisively gave up the analysis. At this stage, the most important thing is not to analyze the opponent's lineup, but to get your own lineup right. The supportive mid laner and the stable bottom lane have been selected. Now you must choose a top laner with strong landing ability and a relatively carry jungler. Because no matter how the opponent shakes, the top lane will definitely be a strong top laner. If you choose a top laner with poor landing ability, you will directly go through the line. Play a hammer. But the problem is that, except for the 3 top lane heroes that have been snatched away by the FV team, the other top lane heroes can only ensure that the landing is not collapsed, but cannot guarantee to take over the game in the middle and late stages. So the jungler can no longer choose a toolman, and must have a certain carry ability, otherwise it will become a shocking 5 protect 0 lineup. If this lineup is selected and loses, the coach will definitely be criticized. The coach of the FRY team immediately instructed the players to follow his own ideas and took a spare top laner who had an advantage in the early stage but was useless in the late stage, and also took a jungler who was relatively weak in the early stage but could take over the game after development. However, the FV team directly chose a hero that had never been seen in this World Finals, the Explosive Craftsman. This hero has no special advantages, but it is fast at pushing lanes and destroying towers. Its development cycle is relatively long, and it cannot deal damage without equipment advantages, so it is a mid to late game hero, and can only play in the middle lane. FRY coach frowned slightly, staring at the screen with confusion. What does this mean? Since the last hero choice can only be used to play in the middle lane, the previous heroes are basically divided. Wind Warrior plays in the top lane, Death Scythe plays in the jungle, and Lava Ancient Tree plays as a support. FRY coach determined the lineup of both sides and felt that his lineup should be able to play. The landing phase of the top lane, the middle lane, and the bottom lane is 50-50. The opponent has an advantage in the jungle, but as long as they can steadily pass the early stage, when their own jungler becomes fat in the middle and late stages, there will be a significant difference in the output of both sides, and then the balance of victory will tilt towards FRY. FRY coach was a little relieved and patted his jungler on the shoulder. "Come on, as long as you hold on in the early stage, we will win in the late stage." Under the attention of the public, the first game of the 2 sides officially began. The spectators could not see the intrigues in the lineup selection of both sides, because the lineups selected by both sides were lineups that had never appeared in the previous quarterfinals and semifinals. Many heroes were unpopular heroes, and they had never had a highlight performance in so many games before, so this final gave everyone a refreshing feeling at the beginning. Most viewers think FRY is a sure thing, because the lineup of FV team seems to be too much of a live-action hero. The mid laner is a slow-growing, short-legged, and dead hero who can be caught easily. His only characteristic is that he pushes the line and tower quickly. The bottom lane shooter is only strong in the early stage, and he can't win if he delays a little. The most ridiculous thing is that in order to destroy FRY's lineup, he grabbed the top 3 and moved the 2 top laners to the jungler and the support position, and the whole lineup is full of glitz. On the other hand, FRY's strategic intention is relatively clear. In the early stage, it develops steadily, and in the mid-term, it relies on the quick support of the mid laner's ultimate to get some advantages by fighting more and less in the mid-term, and then directly crushes the opponent in the late stage to win. The commentators on the commentary platform are all worried about FV Team. It's not that they hope FV Team will win, but they think that FV Team's lineup is too outrageous. They are worried that if they lose too badly, the viewing value of the final will be ruined. On the other hand, the barrage of comments on domestic live broadcast platforms is completely different. Fuck. Isn't this a variation of the demolition style in GOG? Looking at the middle lane, it seems to be true. Let's see how to play it in detail later. Are you really going to play it the way GOG plays? The dirty demolition style restrains the global style? Do you want to directly defeat the opponent through snowballing in the early stage? It's good to watch. This way of playing, either the opponent explodes or you explode. People who don't play GOG don't understand what you are doing. What is the forced demolition flow? Can anyone explain it? Today is the morning of New Year's Eve, which is a legal holiday. Most people are on vacation, and the GPL has been closed, so the IOI Global Finals naturally attracted a large number of viewers. Many viewers are GOG players who came to watch the IOI Finals when they had nothing to do. Players who only play IOI can't tell, but these players who often watch GPL quickly recognized the routine of the FV team. In the GPL League, some teams have tried to use the so-called forced demolition flow to fight against the global flow. And the lineup selection of the FV team, although the heroes are completely different from GOG, obviously fits the definition of forced demolition flow very well. The so-called global flow is the support flow. After quickly reaching level 6, in the middle lane, use the ultimate to support teammates, kill people, take resources, and then quickly snowball. After good development, you can lead the line in the mid-term to put pressure on the opponent's line of soldiers, so as to win the game. In the process of fighting against the global flow, the choices of each team are also different. Some teams choose to use global flow to fight against global flow, you fly and I fly, let's see who can support faster. Some teams choose to invade the lineup or force open the lineup, either directly destroy your mid and jungle in the early stage, or catch the lone person in the mid-term. Chapter 850 Pei's understanding of the game is so terrifying. Update, free. There is another way to play, which is to force the demolition. On the premise that all 3 lanes have advantages and can stay under the tower without being crossed, the team chooses a strong jungler to suppress the opponent's jungler's development and drive the early rhythm. When the opponent reaches level 6 and prepares to capture the whole map, immediately go to the tower and make the opponent unable to find a good opportunity to capture people. Even if they capture people, they cannot further expand their advantage. And the team's mid laner chooses a hero who can quickly push the line and demolish the tower. As long as the opponent's mid laner flies away, the team's mid laner will immediately start pushing the line and demolishing the tower. After the opponent's mid laner supports twice and goes home and goes online again, their mid tower has disappeared. The mid tower has a very important strategic position for map control. As long as the mid tower falls, a large area of the wild area will fall, and the activity radius of the global flow mid lane will be greatly compressed. At this time, the team that forces the demolition will quickly turn the line to continue pushing the tower, and at the same time, the strong jungler will invade the wild area to put pressure, thus continuously snowballing. The FV team obviously took advantage of this style of play, and their lineup selection was perfect. He snatched the opponent's 3 top laners, so that the opponent could not get the most likely dad-level hero to end the game in the late stage. He selected the bottom lane shooter with early stage advantages, and the lava ancient tree with a certain degree of tankiness to ensure the bottom lane advantage. Once caught, the opponent would have no good way to deal with it as long as he was under the tower. Although the jungler's Death Scythe was not the strongest jungler, the opponent chose a jungler that was weaker than it in the early stage to ensure mid to late team battles, which ensured that the early rhythm would be controlled by FV himself. The data and strength of all heroes have been repeatedly analyzed by the data analysis team and repeatedly tested by professional players, and some details have been repeatedly considered. When the FRY team chose to grab the Blade Wing, the coaching staff of the FV team had already understood their intentions, so they could perfectly target them in the BP stage. Those IOI players who don't watch GPL think that the FV team's lineup is outrageous, but almost all GPL players are aware of the style of play that the FV team is about to adopt, and their expectations for this game are completely full. Unknowingly, the game has been going on for more than 7 minutes. The FRY team still followed the standard routine to implement the global flow tactics, protecting the wards, developing steadily in the early stage, and looking for opportunities after the mid laner had a big move to fly. The FV team was not in a hurry either, just pretending to invade once or twice, grabbing 1 or 2 wild monsters, and then catching a bottom lane, but returned empty-handed. Both sides played relatively cautiously. There were occasional frictions in the first few minutes, but no heads were exploded. It was also difficult for the 3 official players to solve the problem. They could only solve the players' last hitting, wild monster grabbing, and blood loss in the line repeatedly. Finally, as the 2 heroes in the middle lane reached level 6, the players instantly got excited. I saw that the Blade Wing in the middle lane of the FRY team cleared a wave of soldiers and began to move to the bottom lane. At this time, the bottom lane of the FV team just slightly pushed the line, and it seemed to be a good opportunity. The Blade Wing of the FRY team spread its wings, and the feathers on the wings were sharp blades. It suddenly flapped its wings and flew straight to the bottom lane. But at the moment when the Blade Wing took off, the 2 players in the bottom lane of the FV team immediately retreated. The Lava Ancient Tree used control skills to fix the opponent's shooter so that he could not keep up with the output. Then when the Blade Wing rushed to the bottom lane, the 2 had retreated to the tower. The FRY team was a little unwilling to hit the opponent, but because the shooter could not keep up and the output was seriously insufficient, it did not cause a threat. FRY team obviously did not intend to give up. When Blade Wing reached level 6, the jungler was already rushing to the bottom lane. Now he has arrived, obviously intending to outflank and kill the 4-2 directly under the tower. However, as soon as the 2 brothers in the mid and jungle walked into the bush, they were hit by the Death Scythe, who was crouching there in advance. Just as they were about to fight back, the Death Scythe of the FV team had already moved 2 stages and returned to their own tower. The 3 people maintained a perfect formation under the tower, and collected the tower knife steadily. The shooter of the FRY team was very unwilling to hit the tower, and there was nothing he could do to these 3 people. The Lava Ancient Tree of the FV team also deliberately took a few skills under the tower, lowering his bloodline by a few points, creating an illusion for the FRY team that it seems that he can kill one by crossing the tower. But FRY hesitated again and again, but still held back. An early shooter, plus 2 strong men with control, for against 3 under the tower is still a very suicidal behavior. This is the finals. If it is not handled well, it will be a chain explosion, and the whole game may be lost. The FRY team had to give up, and snatched a few wild monsters of the FV team to vent their anger, and then went back to their own homes. The Blade Wing of the FRY team could only walk back to the middle lane slowly, but only saw the back of the explosion craftsman in the opposite middle lane leaving gracefully. I looked more carefully. Where is the health bar of my defense tower? Before I left, the health bar of the defense tower was still full. How come it dropped by 1/3 directly? The members of the FRY team were all stunned. This wave of support only ate a few wild monsters and knocked out some of FV's skills, but it caused the team to lose a wave and a half of soldiers in the middle lane and 1/3 of the health of the defense tower. The opponent's mid laner saw Blade Wing leave, and had no intention of supporting at all. He directly used all his skills on the soldiers and the defense tower, and kept doing so until his mana bar was completely emptied and Blade Wing returned, and then he patted his butt and left. Although the mid-lane defense tower only lost 1/3 of its health, the players of the FRY team already felt that something was wrong. On the other side, Pei Qian had just finished breakfast. It was not allowed to look at the phone while eating, so he could only go back to watch the game after eating. Before eating, the two sides were still in a stalemate. Jia kept emphasizing that the FRY team would start to attack after reaching level 6. If the FV team did not respond well, it was very likely that they would be caught. Pei Qian was very happy to hear this, and went to eat breakfast with great expectations. After breakfast, Pei Qian returned to the live broadcast room and found that the game had only started for less than 15 minutes, and the economic gap between the two sides had inexplicably opened up 3,000 yuan. The head count of both sides was 1 o'clock. FRY got one more head, but FV had already destroyed the 3 outer towers on the upper, middle, and lower sides. With the economic advantage of destroying towers in the early stage, a group of strong men from FV were already grouped together to drill into the jungle of FRY. With the early advantage of shooters, Death Scythe with both displacement and control, and Molten Ancient with both tankiness and control, plus the vision advantage due to the defensive tower and economic lead, FRY had no better solution and could only watch their jungle fall. FRY's mid-lane Blade Wing can fly, but where to fly? The opponent has an economic advantage, and the early team fights are fiercer than each other, and the vision is also fully suppressed. Even if Blade Wing flies over, teammates can't keep up. Isn't it equivalent to giving away kills? On the other hand, FV's mid lane is leisurely eating soldiers and developing, with no kills in their eyes, only defense towers. As long as they see a gap in FRY's defense line, they will immediately run over and destroy the tower frantically. In one careless move, FRY's mid lane second tower is almost worn out. FRY is leading 1 o'clock in the number of kills, but 5 people from FV swagger to FRY's wild area to stroll and invade. FV can start a team fight at any time, but they can't find an opportunity, and can only watch. The barrage has exploded. What is FRY doing? So cowardly? All the jungle resources are given away for free? Go and kill them, what are you afraid of? I am going to vomit. Is FRY bot? This is the finals, how can they play so ugly? Unbelievable, I thought this finals was a collision between Mars and the Earth, but what is this? It's even uglier than the semi-finals. Are they going to develop for 40 minutes and then decide the outcome in a team fight? Rubbish, too rubbish. This is not as good as GPL. Keyboard warriors, stop blasting. It's not that FRY doesn't want to start a team fight. Whoever they start a team fight with now will be a gift. All the outer towers are gone, and the jungle is full of FV's vision. Can you win the team fight like this? FV's toolman who has been destroying towers and clearing lines in the middle lane has grown up. Now the damage can't be ignored. The control and output of both sides are not on the same level. How can we fight? FV team's dirty demolition flow is really perfect, it's simply impeccable. This wave is tactical suppression, IQ suppression. In the first game of the final of the global finals, the two sides played for 15 minutes, and the economic gap between them was more than 3,000 yuan. As a result, the number of heads remained at 1 o'clock without changing. That one head was obtained by FRY, who was so angry that he used the top lane tower to forcibly kill the opponent's lava ancient tree. All the economic gaps came from towers, last hits, and wild monsters. This scene is so ugly. If the two sides frequently engage in team fights and FRY loses, then FRY can be blamed for poor operation and inferior skills. But now, FV has not taken a single kill, and has gained a great advantage by just wandering around the map, taking down towers and eating resources. The difference in tactics and IQ between the two sides is immediately apparent. At the game, both Christian and Zhao Shuming looked extremely unhappy. Christian is the most uncomfortable with the current situation. FV team played FRY around without getting a single kill. The difference in tactics and IQ between the two sides was obvious, and it was hard to find an excuse. Moreover, FV team used GOG's tactics to crack FRY's confident global flow. Does that mean that GPL's tactical level is ahead of IOI's global finals? Does it mean that GOG's game design concept is higher than IOI? If the difference in strength between the two teams is in operation, Crate team can still blame FRY team, but in this situation, it can only be said that the balance engineer of the company and the coaching team of FRY team together are not enough to beat the tactical team of Tenda. Crate team himself is a designer of IOI. Seeing the current situation, he knows very well that FRY team's first game is probably over. But he can't do anything except watching from the stage. He can only hope that they can adjust their mentality as soon as possible, change a set of tactical systems, and then win back. Kratin sighed silently. At this time, he was more nervous than the FRY players on the stage. Because the final result of this game is very likely to determine whether he can keep his position as the person in charge of the Greater China region of IOI, Zhao Shuming sighed silently in his heart. Boss Pei, is this your real trump card? To what extent do you understand the game tactics to make such a weak team like FV change so much in such a short time? Chapter 851, There is no way to target him. At this time, in Zhao Shuming's mind, Pei Qian's image became extremely tall, and even made people feel fear involuntarily. Zhao Shuming knew very well what level the FV team was at before. During the domestic qualifiers, although this team successfully won the number 1 seat, it still stumbled and played 10 games to get it. Compared with other domestic teams, its strength can only be said to be on par with other domestic teams. In just over a month, how did the FV team go from fighting each other in the qualifiers to killing Buddhas in the World Championship? The original strength of these 5 players was not weak, but to say that they could suddenly become enlightened by themselves and inexplicably improve their personal strength by a large margin during the World Championship? That is absolutely impossible. The huge change of the FV team must be due to the coaching team behind it, and this coaching team was arranged by President Pei. The coaching team modified some tactics in GOG and directly killed all the opponents in the IOI World Finals, which is enough to show that the game understanding of GOG designers is higher than that of IOI designers, and Mr. Pei is not only the boss of Tenda, but also the number 1 game producer of Tenda. He has many classic works, and GOG is just one of his many games. If you think about it this way, Mr. Pei's understanding and attainments of games are probably several levels higher than FV's coaching team. If you think about it this way, Mr. Pei did not personally go out, but just sent a few men to handle the IOI Global Finals. How terrible is this understanding of games? Zhao Shuming shuddered involuntarily, feeling that this matter could not be savored any more, and the more he savored, the more desperate he felt. Since he was in charge of the operation of IOI National Service, Zhao Shuming has been dealing with Kratin. Kratin is a designer of Zhito Company. It stands to reason that his understanding of games is already very high, but Zhao Shuming can still vaguely feel that Kratin's understanding of games is not comparable to Mr. Pei's. He is always one step slower and has been led by Mr. Pei. Zhao Shuming suddenly had a strong ominous premonition, as if today's script had been arranged by Mr. Pei, and FV would win the cup 3 o'clock. This ominous premonition enveloped him, making him feel a chill on his back and wrapping his suit tightly. But the game was not over after all, so Zhao Shuming could only continue to watch it. At the same time, Pei Qian, the culprit, was anxiously looking at the small mobile phone screen. Compared with the lively atmosphere and the giant screen, the mobile phone screen is pitifully small. But Pei Qian and Zhao Shuming were in the same mood, both were anxious, but had no good solution. Pei Qian wanted to ask, why is this FRY team so bad? Release wild monsters, towers, dragons, resources. You might as well just release your main base. The game is not interesting to watch, but the key is to keep releasing it like this, you will win. Obviously, FRY team is hesitating. They think that if they delay and wait a little longer, as long as FV team reveals a flaw, they will have a chance to seize and reverse the situation. But FV team played too rigorously, with dense vision inserted all over FRY team's wild area. Every time FRY wanted to rush out to find an opportunity, FV team would very cleverly pull away, making FRY team's intention completely frustrated. Previously, it was the FRY team that wanted to split the lane, but now it was the FV team that split the lane. 3 strong men surrounded the explosive craftsman in the front. If they were not careful, the tower would be gone. The wind god was very graceful in eating the minions and wild monsters on the side lane, and his life was extremely comfortable. Finally, the FRY team could not bear it anymore, and the Blade Wing directly used the ultimate move to forcibly catch the wind god who was pushing the lane on the side lane, but the wind warrior, who had gained a lot of resources by taking the single player, was no longer the weakling at the beginning of the game. He was one of the heroes with the strongest single-player ability and good equipment. After symbolically retreating to lure the enemy deeper, he jumped up and hammered at Blade Wing. At the moment when FRY's top and mid went to catch the Wind Warrior, the 4 people in front of FV immediately grouped together and advanced. In front of the well-developed explosive craftsman, the defense tower was like paper, and it would break at the touch. FRY's players were still hesitant to defend the tower, but they were directly attacked by the lava ancient tree. The 4 people of FV pressed on instantly. In the face of the huge economic advantage, the 3 FRY tower defenders had no way out and were quickly killed one by one, only replacing the auxiliary lava ancient tree. On the other side, the Wind Warrior also replaced Blade Wing before he died. FRY's low-health top laner chose to return to the city, but there was no way to fight 3 alone. He could only watch anxiously at the fountain. The FV team, led by the explosive craftsman, directly pierced through in one wave. The final kill ratio between the 2 teams was 3-4. The FV team only got 1 more kill, but opened up a huge economic gap and won the game. The players of both teams left the field. The expressions of the players on the FV side were relatively calm, without too much excitement. After all, this was only the first game. Moreover, after the 2 teams locked their lineups, Coach Zhou had actually emphasized some of the key points of this game in a very short time, so the players had already had sufficient psychological expectations and were not surprised by the development of the entire game. Since the game was played according to the script, there was nothing to be excited about in winning. On the other hand, the players of FRY had solemn expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. What was scary was not losing, but losing so helplessly. When the lineup was selected, both the coach and the players felt that they could play, but when the game really started, the script did not develop as they expected. This was a huge blow to the mentality of all the players. The 2 teams returned to the lounge and began to arrange their own tactics. The screen returned to the analysis desk. Except for David, the faces of the commentators were not very good, and they tried to hide their embarrassment with smiles. Especially the professional player who said that FRY would win the game 3 o'clock, his face was the most embarrassed at this time. What an unexpected match. Even until the end, the total number of kills on both sides did not reach double digits, because both sides were more engaged in tactical games rather than fighting all the time. Although these commentators were very professional, they were really powerless to explain this match and could not make it up, because FRY team has been releasing resources from the beginning to the end, and the last wave of team battles ended the game. Just like a movie, the first few dozen minutes are foreshadowing, and then suddenly it seems to get to the point, the whole play is over. But it still has to be praised. After all, this is the finals. If the audience feels that the game is not good, then there will be a big problem. It must be praised that both sides are strong teams and have no mistakes, so they can play such a wonderful game. The commentators who support FRY team have analyzed the reasons for FRY team's failure. I think FRY didn't show their true level. Maybe they were a little nervous and restrained because of the finals. I hope they can adjust as soon as possible. Indeed, this is not the Fry I know. I think this game was very accidental. The opponent perfectly resolved the attack of Blade Wing to the bottom lane, and their tower was pushed down a lot of health. If the team could think more about the decision, the result of this game might be different. I think there are some problems in the BPFRY mistakenly thought that FV had taken 2 top laners and would not fight for the ancient tree, so they took the bottom lane combination, resulting in all the available top laners being taken away. This time FV's victory shows that they know very well how to play the global flow. Maybe if FRY changes a routine, it will not be as passive as in the first game. The commentators all lean towards FRY without realizing in fact, if the first game was a back-and-forth game with several reversals, the commentators would definitely praise both sides, but FV won so smoothly that the commentators couldn't help but worry about FRY. If FV really won 3 o'clock, would this final still be worth watching? The camera showed the scene in the lounge of the two teams. On the FV team side, the players all sat quietly, listening to Coach Zhou explain the tactics to them, and each of them looked very focused. On the FRY side, the expressions on the players' faces were different. Some were confused, some were impatient, and some seemed to want to say something, but the coach was arranging tactics, so they swallowed it silently. Obviously, everyone has different ideas about the loss in the first game. The FRY coach held a piece of paper. Although the camera didn't deliberately shoot it, it was still possible to see 5 neatly arranged hero portraits on it. That was the lineup that FV team had won in previous games. These lineups have nothing in common, and there is no way to limit them. What's worse is that each lineup seems to be in a very awkward situation. If it is restricted, it seems a bit unnecessary. If it is not restricted, if the opponent chooses it, I really don't know how to win. It's the most uncomfortable to be in the middle. After reading it several times, Coach FRY crumpled the paper into a ball in anger and threw it aside. Look at it, since we can't target them, then don't target them. Let's just try to play our own game. Coach FRY himself was completely unsure, but after all, he was the backbone of the team, so he could only bite the bullet and comfort the players. The opponent was well prepared in the last game, and we lost a little in the routine. Don't take it too seriously. For a big move like this, the opponent can obviously only use it once. Next is a competition of hard power. I believe that everyone will definitely not lose to the opponent in terms of hard power, so everyone must keep a steady mind. This time we choose the red side, let the opponent grab it, and then we will keep the last position for targeting. I believe in everyone's hard power. The lineup in the last game was indeed targeted. This time it's our turn to target them. Come on everyone. Chapter 852, it feels like a different game. Monthly votes requested. However, what Coach FRY didn't know was that this scene was perfectly captured by the camera and broadcast live to all viewers around the world. On the domestic live broadcast platform, the barrage instantly filled the live broadcast room. What is that piece of paper in Coach FRY's hand? I saw it. It seems to be the lineup that Team FV has selected since the quarterfinals. Really? What does it mean that he crumpled the paper and threw it away? It should be that they gave up, ha 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 ha. I just checked the lineup that Team FV had. From the quarterfinals to now, they have played a total of 7 games, and selected 26 different heroes. Almost every game is a different way of playing. This analysis is a hammer. A moment of silence for the coach of Team FRY. I'm afraid he can't think of a way to target him even if he wants to be bald. Don't be arrogant, don't be arrogant. Let's see how Team FRY plans to play in the next game. In the tense mood of Zhao Shuming and Pei Qian, the second game began. This time, FRY deliberately chose the red side and gave the right to choose first to FE. Obviously, it was because they suffered a big loss in tactics before. This time, they hoped to wait and see, let FRY choose the lineup, and then they would target it, at least to ensure that the lineup would not be broken as soon as it was selected. Both sides still banned each other's unique heroes, but although the principles of ban were the same, the effects were different. After FE banned FRY's unique hero, it felt like a huge weakening for FRY, while FRY banned what they thought was FE's unique hero, but it didn't seem to cause any trouble to FE at all. This was very uncomfortable. FRY had just banned the last person, and Lao Zhou had already commanded the team members to directly lock on a hero that was once a must-ban, Chaos Doom. Instant lock, highlighting a powerful momentum. This hero was a hot favorite in the group stage. As long as you get it, you will basically win. Generally speaking, it is a hero that is relatively weak in the early stage, but once it develops, it is very unsolvable in team fights. But when FE played against CEM in the quarterfinals, they released this hero, and then used the unpopular top in jungle to kill him directly over the tower at level 2, and this hero has become a little bit off the altar. Because after that game, other teams were also inspired and knew how to fight Chaos Doom. Once everyone knows how to target him, this hero will not be so scary. The coach of the FRY team was surprised at first, and then showed a happy expression, great. The choice of Chaos Doom was indeed beyond the expectations of the FRY coach, because the FE team prefers to release this hero for the opponent to choose, and then they rarely grab it themselves. The FRY coach took a closer look and found that although FE chose Chaos Doom, the early strong top and jungle heroes that were easier to target Chaos Doom were not banned. Isn't this equivalent to giving it away for free? He immediately asked the players to choose the unpopular top and jungle hero combination that FE had chosen when playing against CEM's Chaos Doom. Why not copy the standard answer? The FRY coach guessed that the reason why the FE team did not ban these two heroes may be because they wanted to ban their own unique skills on the one hand, and because of blind confidence on the other hand. Once Chaos Doom is tower crossed at level 2 or 3, it will definitely be directly blown through, but since this lineup was developed by the FE team, they will definitely let the jungler go to counter camp to protect the development of Chaos Doom. It may be that due to comprehensive considerations and insufficient ban slots, FE team did not ban this pair of top and jungle heroes. But the reason why FRY coach is so confident is that they have practiced this style of play. After analysis, the balancer of Finger Company believed that Chaos Doom was still the T0 choice in terms of data, so FRY team had focused on training around this hero. Even if the opponent's jungler went to protect Chaos Doom, FRY team had other ways to target it and prevent Chaos Doom from developing. This wave was a level higher than FE team in terms of tactics. The BP of both sides continued, and FE team did not seem to care too much about FRY's lineup, but still chose a team battle system around Chaos Doom. And FRY team also chose the lineup they wanted. They did not completely copy the routine of FE team, but made some minor adjustments, but the tactical play was the same: strong jungle and good support mid lane. Chaos Doom was directly abolished in the early stage. If the jungler of FE team does not protect Chaos Doom, then Chaos Doom will die endlessly under the tower. If the jungler protects it, then the jungle will be invaded and compressed. When FE's top and jungle are underdeveloped, FRY can break the deadlock as long as they find a rhythm, and Chaos Doom will still find it difficult to develop. The official commentator learned his lesson this time. Although they are still completely optimistic about FRY's lineup, they did not say it for sure. FRY chose a standard lineup against Chaos Doom, almost writing Chaos Doom must die on their faces. And knowing the opponent's intention, FE did not make much response in the lineup selection. Is this blind self-confidence? The tactics currently used by FRY are the ones first used by FE, but it is obvious that FRY has incorporated its own understanding into this tactic. Is it the master educating the apprentice, or the apprentice defeating the master? Let's wait and see. At the same time, Qingshan, Pei Qian looked at the lineups of both sides and felt that he seemed to have seen this scene before. Isn't this similar to the quarterfinals? Remember that time when Chaos Doom was trained by FE and died from beginning to end? But this time FE took Chaos Doom. Pei Qian vaguely felt that there must be something wrong with the abnormal situation, but he couldn't guess what FE was planning for a while, so he could only continue to watch patiently. The answer was soon revealed. As soon as the game started, the bottom lane duo of the FE team rushed to the top lane without stopping. Seeing this scene, Pei Qian's heart slipped and he instantly felt something was wrong. No wonder FE didn't restrict the opponent's top lane hero when choosing the lineup, because they had already thought about switching lanes, and it didn't matter what hero the opponent's top lane was. You should know that at present, neither IOI nor GOG has a protection mechanism against lane swapping, which means that the initial attributes of the three outer towers in the upper, middle, and lower parts are exactly the same, and there will be no setting of the two towers in the middle and upper parts will reduce damage in the first XX minutes. Therefore, this kind of lane swapping is not uncommon in the game. Many teams do not trust the landing ability of a certain line player, so they will let the team swap lanes to avoid landing pressure. If the conventional lane swap is followed, Chaos Doom should go to the bottom lane to resist pressure alone. In that case, it will be hit by FRY's bottom lane duo and cannot take care of itself, or it will not develop at all. But FE team obviously did not switch lanes in a conventional way. Chaos Doom did not go to the bottom lane at all, but followed the jungler to rush to the opponent's upper jungle area. The bottom lane duo and the middle lane also followed, and instantly 5 people gathered together. The jungler of the FRY team was startled and hurriedly ran away with his head in his hands. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise the first blood would be handed over, and this game would be difficult. However, he did not panic too much and calmed down quickly. After all, we have seen many tricks in the first level group fight. Since the opponent invaded our upper jungle area so ostentatiously, we should go to clear our own and the opponent's lower jungle areas. Swapping jungle areas will not lose too much. FE's first level group invasion did buy Chaos Doom some development time, making FRY's idea of crossing the tower at level 2 fail, but the cost was that the development of their own dual lane was seriously damaged. After the FE duo returned to the city after the first level fight, they would definitely lose soldiers and experience if they returned to the bottom lane. The bottom lane would probably have to hide under the tower for the rest of their lives. If the scenario really develops like this, then FRY will not lose out at all. They can pick up a big advantage in the bottom lane for free, and then find an opportunity to go to the top lane to train Chaos Doom after the jungler finishes the bottom half. The official commentator obviously understood it this way, and they all said that FE's first level fight needs to be considered. Although Chaos Doom's development was guaranteed to a certain extent, the bottom lane duo lost too much and could not even line up. However, FE's behavior was beyond everyone's expectations. After invading the jungle, the bottom lane duo had no intention of returning to the bottom lane, but went straight to the top lane. The shooter hit FRY's top laner all the time, hitting him all over. What's going on? Shouldn't the top lane be two brothers wrestling each other? Why did someone with such long arms suddenly come to bully me? And he brought a bodyguard? FRY's top laner was very depressed, but after all, he played a lot of lane swaps, so he quickly stabilized his mentality. As long as he gets some experience under the tower and uses his skills to make up for a few tower damage, he can still survive. But just as the first wave of soldiers entered the tower, Fe's jungler and Chaos Doom came behind him. Before he even reached level 2, he was surrounded by 4 strong men on the opposite side under the tower. Obviously, Fe had no intention of letting Chaos Doom go to the bottom lane to resist pressure, so he just hung out with the jungler in the jungle. The top laner of FRY team was still level 1, and the jungler went to the bottom lane again. It was like crying out to the heavens and the earth for help, and he was killed after a symbolic resistance under the tower. Then, the jungler and Chaos Doom once again plunged into the jungle of FRY team to develop, and the bottom lane of FV team began to push the top lane defense tower frantically. The official commentators were all shocked. FV team just gave up the bottom lane? They don't want the bottom lane anymore? FRY team's bottom lane is already pushing the tower, and it's obviously faster than FV team's top lane. After all, FV team's forced killing of the opponent's top laner took up some time. In this case, FRY team's bottom lane is very comfortable, and is in a state of development without any pressure, and there is no worry that someone will come to catch. FRY team's jungler can go to the opponent's jungle after clearing his own bottom half jungle area, and it's not a loss at all. Who lost? FRY's top laner lost the most. He died once and now has nowhere to go. He doesn't dare to go to the top lane, so he can only follow his jungler or the bottom lane. If both sides explode, FRY team can still accept it. No, FRY can't accept it, because FE obviously wants to raise Chaos Doom. FE's bottom lane was pushing the tower frantically. After the jungler and Chaos Doom finished the jungler went back to his upper half. But Chaos Doom didn't go with him, but came to FRY's top lane tower, which was already low on health. FE's bottom lane beat the tower to a trace of blood, and then immediately went home, leaving Chaos Doom alone in the top lane, silently waiting for the tower to eat all its own minions, and then slowly knocked down the defense tower and returned to the city. All the tower money was eaten by Chaos Doom alone. After the FE bottom lane duo replenished their equipment, they immediately rushed to the middle lane, while the jungler and the middle lane entered the lower half of the jungle to put pressure. Chaos Doom comfortably came to the second tower of their own bottom lane and steadily caught a large wave of soldiers. The bottom lane duo of FRY team was still in full health after pushing down the defensive tower, but it was a bit too outrageous to rush to the opponent's second tower within a few minutes of the start, and they also needed to produce equipment, so they returned to the city immediately after quickly pushing down the defensive tower. However, this wave of soldiers was not completely cleared, and Chaos Doom finally got the upper hand. On the other hand, the top lane tower of FRY was destroyed, but the defensive tower ate all the soldiers before it was destroyed, so the soldiers still met at the river. The top laner didn't dare to go over at all, because there was no defensive tower. An underdeveloped top laner going to eat the line was simply a walking ATM. The FRY team was stunned. Their top laner had nowhere to go. There was no tower in the top lane, so they didn't dare to go. The bottom lane soldiers were controlled under FV's second tower, and they couldn't eat them either. They couldn't let him eat the middle lane soldiers, right? What would the mid laner and bottom lane do? The head count of both sides was 1 o'clock, and only the top laner on FRY's side died once, and the economic gap was not widened at all. But the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, and FRY's tactical arrangements were completely destroyed, and they couldn't play anymore. In the domestic live broadcast room, the barrage had exploded. Is this the 7 wounds fist? Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own? I've seen lane swaps, but I've never seen this kind of lane swap. Just leaving the bottom lane empty? But judging from the results, FV is making a lot of money. Chaos Doom has developed. FRY chose the top and jungle with early advantages, wanting to train Chaos Doom, but they never expected that their own top lane would be trained. The hero collapsed in the early stage and couldn't develop. What's the difference between this and an ordinary soldier? I have imagined FV's psychological activities. Brother, I'm waiting for Chaos Doom to come out. What are you waiting for? It's so funny, FRY is suppressed by IQ again. How can they fight in a team fight if they keep playing like this? Chaos Doom took the tower money and such a large wave of soldiers, and his development is better than the opponent's top laner. If he gets fatter, he will definitely fight 1 against 5. At this point, even the audience can see that FRY is going to be in trouble. This lineup was originally an early lineup, and they wanted to catch Chaos Doom, but they didn't catch him, and their own top laner collapsed. Although the development of the other 4 people was not affected at all, FRY's lineup was not a teamfight lineup, and if the top laner was poorly developed, there would be a lack of frontline, and it would definitely fall apart in a team fight. How can we play this? The FRY players looked solemn, and they all doubted their lives. They were even deeply confused. Is this still the IOI we have been playing? Why do I feel like I have changed the game? I suddenly don't understand it. This feeling is like thinking that I am playing Go, and I am playing well, but the opponent suddenly connects the 5 pieces into a line, and then the opponent wins. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 853 Heavy Blow. After Chaos Doom ate a large wave of soldiers in the bottom lane without any pressure, the whole game had already entered garbage time. Although the FRY team was still trying to find opportunities, their lineup was not a team-fighting lineup. Even if they tried to find some opportunities under disadvantageous circumstances, it was impossible to change the whole battle situation. After Chaos Doom ate various resources and economy, although the economy of both sides was almost completely equal, they had no chance to fight in the team fight. The FRY team was completely broken at the first touch. In the end, the head ratio of both sides remained at 17-12, and the FV team successfully won the next 2 games. The players of both sides left the field. The players of the FV team still did not have much expression, because they knew very well that from the moment the line was successfully changed, the game was basically over. Since everything was going according to the script, there was nothing to be happy about, and there would be no unexpected surprise of a big comeback. On the other hand, some players of the FRY team had begun to collapse. Especially their top laner. When he stood up and returned to the lounge, there seemed to be tears in his eyes. This game was really difficult for him. According to the original tactical arrangement, the jungler should focus on the top lane, frantically catch Chaos Doom and fatten him up, and directly take over the game in the mid-term. Unexpectedly, FV team's line change disrupted FRY's tactical arrangement. He, who was supposed to take over the game, was targeted at level 1, and then found himself a homeless orphan. On the other hand, the opponent's top lane Chaos Doom ate soldiers, towers, and wild monsters. All the resources that FV team could give to it, and there was no fancy operation in the team fight. Just a few skills were thrown and a lot of heads were taken. The top laner of FRY team was absolutely unconvinced. Just this Chaos Doom operation, isn't it the same for me? Obviously, there is no difference in the operation between the 2 sides, but because of the problem of tactics and teammates, the last one is Super God and the other is Super Ghost. Who can accept this? What's more infuriating is that no one made any particularly serious mistakes in the 2 games, but it just feels that the IQ is suppressed and you can't win no matter how you play. The scene returned to the commentators' seats, and their expressions became even more unnatural. Although they were still using smiles to show their embarrassment and trying to explain the exciting team battles in this game, everyone knew in their hearts that there was no suspense in this game from the beginning, and the few kills that FRY team got were simply insignificant. The goal of the FV team is very clear. It doesn't matter if you kill a few people in the early stage, as long as you can buy time for Chaos Doom to develop. It doesn't matter if you exchange a few heads in the later stage. Anyway, Chaos Doom will harvest them. Although it seems that there is an exchange of heads every time the two sides fight, in fact, the hero Chaos Doom has never died once. That is, FRY still does not pose any substantial threat to the FV team, and it can only die slowly no matter how many heads it gets. Although it is still a one-sided game, the commentators certainly cannot do this, and they still have to help the FRY team round it out. After all, if the truth is revealed, it will be too discouraging for the audience. I think FRY's performance in the second game was obviously better. Compared with the first game, they tried a lot in the second game, seized some opportunities, and once narrowed the economic gap. It was just that the hero Chaos Doom took too many heads in the end and could not be dealt with, so FRY was unable to recover. Obviously, FV's grab of Chaos Doom was a trap. Although the lane-swapping style has appeared in previous games, this style of playing where all four players are concentrated in the top lane and completely abandon the bottom lane has never appeared. Now it seems that this is indeed a good way to protect Chaos Doom's development. Now FV has got 3 match points, which is a huge advantage for them. However, we also noticed that after FV played all its cards, FRY was obviously adjusting and adapting quickly. I believe that FRY will bring us a well-matched and exciting game in the third game. FRY is a very resilient team. They have created miracles in desperate situations many times. Can they come back from 2-0 down and create another miracle this time? Let's wait and see. The atmosphere in the FRY lounge was very dull. This game was a bigger blow to their morale than the first game. Although they got fewer kills in the first game and were giving up resources all the time, FRY was still waiting for an opportunity, and they always believed that as long as they found a better opportunity in the later stage, they would have the possibility of a comeback. The second game was just the opposite. FRY seemed to have fought back and forth on the field, got kills, and changed to a defensive tower, but seeing that Chaos and Doom's equipment was getting better and better, everyone was getting more and more desperate. Because they know very well that the longer it drags on, the less likely they are to win. It is useless to fight back and forth in the early stage. After it drags on, they won't be able to find any opportunities even if they want to. If we use a boxing match as an analogy, in the first game, we were always on the defensive, but the opponent didn't get many points, so FRY still felt that there was a certain hope of a comeback. In the second game, both sides got points, but no matter how hard FRY struggled, the gap in points between the two sides became larger and larger, which was really despairing. Especially the top laner, I feel that I can no longer play this game. On the stage of the finals, both teams have no major shortcomings, and every player is a top player. FRY's top laner is usually very confident, but today's game was poor from beginning to end, which was worse than encountering an actor in the ranking, and it was simply doubtful about life. The coach was no less stimulated than the players. In theory, the players' performance should be fine. The 2 games were lost without suspense, and the coach should take the blame. But the coach also felt very innocent. All the players and the entire coaching staff were suppressed by IQ. Could it be that I have to take the blame alone? The data balancer of the Finger Company came, but it didn't play any role at all. Previously, Finger Company secretly sent a data balancer, and everyone in the FRY team was overjoyed. The 2 data balancers were indeed talented and helped analyze the data of many powerful heroes and prepared several sets of tactics. The strength of the FRY team was successfully improved. They tried to play training matches with other European and American teams, and basically won all of them easily. Therefore, FRY team was very confident before the game started, thinking that even if the opponent played above their level in the final, FRY team would definitely be able to play all 5 games and win. As a result, they were completely suppressed by their IQ when the game started. The tactics made by the data balancer sent by Finger Company did not work at all, and were completely seen through by the opponent. FRY coach also had something to say. If the data balancer of Finger Company was not good, what could I do? Everyone in the lounge was at a loss. Finally, the coach spoke, "Chaos Doom, or ban it." The players looked at each other and agreed. In the first two games, FRY team did not ban Chaos Doom, mainly because they thought that they were not afraid of the opponent's selection and they could handle it. But after the second game, they realized that they really couldn't deal with FV team getting this hero. As long as they insist on this line-changing gameplay, and let Chaos Doom go to the jungle with the jungler, FRY team will not have a good solution. Even if they can use the dual lane to gank the enemy, it will only delay the development time of Chaos and Darkness, which is not very decisive. But if the FRY team wants to grab Chaos and Darkness themselves, they dare not, because they know very well that this kind of line switching is definitely not a tactic that can be learned on the spot. Behind any tactic is very complicated, including the early lineup selection, the preparation of the vision at the beginning of the game, the handling of unexpected situations, etc. It is a very complete system. And the FRY team knows nothing about these details. If they review the second game now, there is no time at all. How can they copy the opponent's play? Moreover, since the Chaos Ryu line switching play was developed by the FV team, who dares to bet that they have no way to counter it? So after thinking about it, the safest way is definitely to ban it. If you don't take it, I won't take it either. However, there is a problem in this case, that is, the special heroes of the FV team that were banned before are going to be released. Which one should be released? We have to think carefully. Finally, the coach made a prompt decision. In this case, let's ban Chaos Doom and Blade Wing. Although the opponent may not play the global flow, we must not take risks again. In the next game, we will play steadily and choose our own special heroes, and compete purely with hard power. The players nodded one after another, expressing their agreement with the coach's point of view. Although the FV team has not played the global flow yet, who dares to bet that they can't play it? The FRY team is not as confident as the FV team in playing the global flow. If they lose the bet, the game will be over. So after being crushed twice in a row, the FRY team decided to change their thinking. Since they couldn't win by playing with their brains, they decided to compete with brute force, ban all the key heroes of the current popular system, and then compete with the opponent in terms of hard power. Although the players of the FRY team suffered a lot and their mentality was not very stable, they had no burden after playing to this point and decided to give it a try. Below the stage, Zhao Shuming was very worried and swiped his phone to check the discussion about the finals on the forum. On the domestic forum, the FV team obviously received one-sided support, and all kinds of posts praising the FV team were all over the board. There were also many people trying to find a way for FRY, but this was not because they stood on the side of FRY, but simply felt that FRY was beaten too badly, so these people put themselves in the position of the weak side, hoping that they could make good adjustments and present a wonderful game. But even keyboard warriors can't analyze the way to win. Chapter 854. I was shaken. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Because when keyboard warriors comment on the game, they must at least catch the war criminals in the game, right? Someone must play poorly, or the entire lineup selection is not reasonable before they can criticize. But there is no war criminal among the 10 people in this final. There is no big problem with the performance of the players on FRY's side. Apart from criticizing them for being cowardly, sleepwalking, and zero effect in the whole game, they can't criticize them at all. As for the lineup selected by FRY, it is indeed not good in retrospect, but this lineup did not feel unplayable after selection, right? Especially in the second game, if it were not for the FV team's spiritual line change, who could have guessed that the script of the game would be like this? Since the key problem cannot be found, there is naturally no way to correct it. Even the imagination of keyboard warriors can't think of how to win, which is outrageous enough in itself. Zhao Shuming sighed silently and closed the page on his mobile phone, but the game had not started yet. The break time this time seemed particularly long. After all, it was already match point, and the official also hoped to give the FRY team more time to adjust, whether it was to stabilize their mentality or discuss tactics, at least to make the game more suspenseful. Zhao Shuming looked at Christian. Do you think FRY still has a chance? Christian's face was not very good. After a long silence, he said, I hope they have some tricks up their sleeves. Zhao Shuming stopped talking. He could see that Christian was obviously at a loss. Finger Company even sent 2 data balancers to help with tactics, but the tactics were still crushed by FE. What could they do? Both of them knew very well what the result would be if they lost 3 o'clock in this game, so they tacitly did not mention it. Although he was a key official figure and had the power of life and death over the entire game, he could only put all his hopes on FRY at this time, which was quite outrageous. Finally, after a break that was obviously longer than the previous game, the game started again. This time, FE took the initiative to choose the blue side, and the red and blue sides of both sides did not change. FRY's coach couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Apparently this was because after the FE team discovered that FRY couldn't deal with the hero Chaos Doom, they took the initiative to choose the blue side and forcibly occupied a ban position for FRY. However, since FRY has already decided to ban Chaos Doom and Blade Wing, it doesn't matter. Moreover, if they are on the red side, they can observe the heroes that the opponent grabs, analyze their lineup, and make targeted moves. For FRY, who has decided to play hard power, their current goal is not to choose the best lineup, but to choose the least bad lineup. As long as they don't let FE get the IQ-crushing lineup in the first 2 games, FRY can accept it. Coach, how to ban? The team members asked. FRY's coach thought about it and decided that Chaos Doom and Blade Wing must be on the ban position, so 2 of the 3 special heroes of the opponent who were banned before must be released. After thinking for a while, he decided to release 2 heroes that no team is playing in the current version. Release Storm Swordsman and Ghost Blacksmith, and ban Chaos Doom and Blade Wing. Storm Swordsman is an assassin-type hero with multiple displacements. It can be said to be a weapon for bullying in the game IOI. But the problem is that this hero's numerical strength is not very high in the early stage. Whether he is playing in the top lane or the jungle, he will be beaten by the opponent. Only when experts use him to bully noobs and gain a lot of economy and equipment to get ahead of the opponent, can this hero be a good gaming experience. The Ghost Blacksmith is a less popular support. It can switch between ghost and physical forms, and can passively add money and experience to a teammate. The ultimate skill is to let a teammate enter the ghost state for a short time, immune to physical damage, reduce the time of being controlled and increase the movement speed. But the problem is that this hero is relatively bulky, has no displacement skills or consumption skills, and his arms are particularly short. As a support, if he goes to the bottom lane, it will be very difficult to line up in the early stage, and he may be directly threatened. These 2 heroes are quite common in the public game, but in the professional arena, because their early strength is really worrying, choosing them means losing the early rhythm, so basically no one plays them. FRY's coach also knew about the FE team before, and knew that these 2 heroes were the unique skills of the FE team, so they were always banned before. Now I think about it, it is too difficult to play if the version heroes are released and snatched away, so it is better to let the opponent have 2 unique skills. FRY's coach estimated that the opponent should not be able to take both, because if they take both, the bottom lane and the jungle will be blown up in the early stage, and the game will basically be unplayable. Even if they are unique skills, they will have to be dragged to the late stage. Even if the opponent gets one, FRY can at least gain an advantage in one lane. As long as there is an early advantage and the lineup is not a big problem, if they lose, they can only say that they are not as skilled as their opponent, and there is nothing to be depressed about. So after comprehensive consideration, they still released these 2 unique skills. As expected by FRY, FE did not grab any of the 2 special heroes, but first took the Molten Ancient in the top lane. This hero has appeared before, with high tankiness and control skills, but it is not worth grabbing no matter how you look at it. After all, it is just a pendant, and it is impossible to build a lineup around it. Do you not want to expose your tactical intentions, so you choose a versatile top lane first? Or is it because Blade Wing and Chaos Doom are banned, so there is no hero worth grabbing? FRY's coach is a little confused about what it means to grab Molten Ancient, because this hero is not a high priority. Once FV grabbed this thing, it meant that FRY could get the two heroes they wanted. FRY coach immediately commanded the opponent to first take down the very confident mid and bottom heroes. These two heroes are relatively versatile and have decent numerical strength. The proficiency of the players is also very high, and they basically have no natural enemies. FV chose a functional shooter and the special hero Ghost Blacksmith that was released before. When the first three heroes were selected, they felt like three tools and I had no idea who would be the boss. Moreover, this bottom lane combination makes people feel that it will be very difficult in both laning and team fighting. Although the unique skills should be respected, it is not polite to say that the numerical strength of the Ghost Blacksmith is indeed not worthy of appearing in the bottom lane. The coach of the FRY team frowned slightly, optimistic and a little worried at the same time. Is the opponent planning to hide the mid and jungle until the end? It doesn't matter. With our current lineup, no matter what they choose in the mid and jungle, there will be absolutely no problem in the early stage. As long as both sides develop steadily, our winning rate in team fighting is at least 50-50. First take the top and jungle, to ensure the integrity of our own lineup. Choose the Wind Warrior in the top lane. Chase the Molten Ancient Tree Hammer in the landing phase. In the later stage, you can split the lane, which is difficult for them to deal with. Choose a strong jungler for the jungle, so you don't have to worry about the opponent's targeting. The last position is left to the support. With the landing strength of the opponent's bottom lane, you can use a strong support to play in the landing phase, or you can choose a roaming hero to cooperate with the jungler to put pressure. The former can directly break through the landing phase, and the latter can help the jungler establish an advantage. No matter how we choose, our lineup is better. The coach of FRY suddenly became confident. The main reason is that FV team forced to choose the team's signature hero Ghost Blacksmith, which resulted in the bottom lane being too weak. FRY could play comfortably whether it was landing or roaming. Moreover, FV team's shooter was a tool man, not the kind that could carry in the late game. Even if Ghost Blacksmith gave it money and experience, it couldn't end the game. After this round of selection, FRY's coach was full of confidence and felt that he had already won half the battle. FV team did not hesitate too much and directly locked a strong support in the bottom lane, and Storm Swordsman. FRY team's coach was still smug in the last second, and the next second he had widened his eyes and looked at the screen, thinking that he had seen it wrong. FV team actually chose two support heroes? Storm Swordsman must be a jungler, so one of these two support heroes must go to the middle lane, but no matter how you look at it, it is very outrageous for these two support heroes to go to the middle lane. One is full of control, but not very tanky and has no damage, and it is useless to eat economy, but Ghost Blacksmith is even more outrageous to go to the middle lane, because it is not good in the line and it is useless to eat economy, and the most important thing is that the passive money-adding effect is wasted. FRY coach paused for 5 seconds. On the one hand, he was more confused and felt that the script suddenly got out of his control, and on the other hand, he was waiting for the other party to call a pause. FV team's lineup most likely clicked the wrong one? The second lock was too fast, and the hand slipped? However, after waiting for 5 seconds, the other party did not mean to call a pause. Coach FRY was very confused. He thought about it and finally only had support left, and there was nothing else he could do. Either choose a strong support to play on the line, or choose a roaming support to set the pace. Coach FRY thought again and again, and felt that FV's Ghost Blacksmith must still be a support. He made a prompt decision: choose a roaming support. We have advantages in the middle, bottom and jungle lanes in the early stage. The support should do more and try to defeat them in the early stage. Shooter, you have to pay attention to saving your life. If you can't do it, hang up under the tower. Anyway, the opponent is Ghost Blacksmith, and it is impossible to do anything to you. The heroes of both sides have been selected. At this time, the barrage in the domestic live broadcast room is already a question mark, because no one can understand what the FV team is doing. This lineup can't win in the line, and it's useless in the team fight, which highlights the confusion. The domestic commentator is still forcing the FV team to explain. I think this lineup puts the support hero in the middle lane to eat resources, so that he can roam more and set the tempo. He has many control skills, and he can work wonders with Storm Swordsman as long as the wind is favorable. And Ghost Blacksmith, mixing in the bottom lane, can make his own shooter develop better, and it is also a good late-game guarantee. Obviously, the domestic commentator did not understand how to play this lineup at all, and could only forcefully explain it based on his own game. However, the next second, the commentator was slapped in the face. Because the FV team directly moved the Ghost Blacksmith to the middle lane, and until the game started, the heroes were not exchanged again. FV obviously planned to play with the mid-jungle combination of Ghost Blacksmith and Storm Swordsman. Now, all the commentators were silenced and could not move. Because Ghost Blacksmith was designed to be an absolute auxiliary hero and could not go to the middle lane. Even if he was forced to go, he would definitely be beaten to pieces by the opponent's mid-laner. This has nothing to do with the player's skills and operation, it is simply that the mechanism of this hero does not allow it. But since FV has been selected and no pause was called, it is obvious that they think it can be played. The audience who originally stood on the side of the FRY team and hoped that they could win back a game, unknowingly leaned to the side of the FV team. Because everyone was very curious about how to play this Ghost Blacksmith in the middle lane. The game started soon. After the FV team went out, they were very cautious and put wards in the river to prevent the opponent's invasion. Although Storm Swordsman is a hero with multiple displacements and is not very strong in single combat, he is still very powerful if both are at level 1. In addition, the Molten Ancient has tankiness and control in the early stage, so the FRY team did not dare to invade rashly, and both sides cleared the jungle. For the FRY team, they were tricked in the previous 2 games, so they naturally did not dare to take risks in this game. The only wish was to start the game smoothly and play a normal game. However, FRY's mid laner soon discovered the problem. Where is the Ghost Blacksmith on the opposite side? He was originally thinking about ravaging the opponent's Ghost Blacksmith, but after a few last hits, he suddenly found that the opponent didn't seem to be online at all. He waited for a while and found that no one came, so he didn't hesitate and started pushing the line directly, pushing the soldiers under the defense tower. However, just as the soldiers entered the tower, they saw Ghost Blacksmith and Storm Swordsman coming out of the jungle, and directly cleared this wave of soldiers with a set of skills, and then turned around and plunged into the jungle again. FRY's mid laner couldn't help but let out a string of question marks. What's going on? Obviously, these 2 people didn't intend to pay attention to him at all. They just used their skills to clear the line and then left. The Storm Swordsman has multiple displacements, and he can move quickly in the jungle, while the Ghost Blacksmith follows him obediently, helping him kill monsters and minions, giving him all the economy, and then using his passive to add experience and economy to the Storm Swordsman. The mid laner of the FRY team stood in the middle lane, in a state of confusion. No one was landing with him, so he had nothing to do except last hitting, but every time he pushed the minions to the tower, the Storm Swordsman of the FV team would come out of the jungle and eat the wave of minions safely. FRY's mid laner wanted to control the lane, but it was useless. As soon as the Storm Swordsman ate the jungle, he would come to the middle lane, slashing at the minions without thinking, and then run away after eating them, without staying for long. Even when the middle tower lost some health, he didn't care at all, as if he only had eyes for minions and wild monsters. Chapter 855 Wild Monster Harvester. The voice of FRY team was full of confusion. The opponent doesn't have a mid lane at all. This ghost blacksmith is a support, and the storm swordsman takes care of both the mid lane and the jungle. What should we do? The storm swordsman takes care of 2 lanes, and the ghost blacksmith's passive gives him money and experience. He can fight 5 people at once. Can the mid lane push the tower? No, the storm swordsman can come back at any time depending on the situation. The wave of soldiers under the tower can be cleared quickly. If you push the mid lane too deep, you may be caught. I'm suppressing the ancient lava tree in the top lane. Don't cause any more problems. Can the jungler help push the mid lane, or can you and the mid and jungle go into the jungle together? No, let's not talk about whether you can win in the jungle. You can't catch up with the storm swordsman even if he wants to run. Besides, there are 2 people who are clearing the jungle together. How can you catch him if he clears it so fast? What if the support goes to roam? No, the bottom lane is too stressful and can't leave. The FRY players discussed several plans, but after studying them, they found that they didn't have a good solution to the current situation. Originally, we thought that Ghost Blacksmith would go to the bottom lane, so FRY chose a roaming support. Unexpectedly, FV moved Ghost Blacksmith to the middle lane and replaced the bottom lane with a strong support. In this way, the pressure on the bottom lane increased suddenly. If FRY forced the support to roam, the pressure on the bottom lane would not be able to withstand, and it might be directly crossed. The top lane didn't want to go either. The Wind Warrior chased the Molten Ancient and hammered it, and it was very comfortable to develop in the lane. If the Wind Warrior went to support his teammates, it would be equivalent to letting the Molten Ancient, a team battle hero, develop without pressure. If the support failed, wouldn't it be useless? The Wind Warrior was originally a relatively independent hero, who needed to eat resources and carry by himself, and it was definitely impossible to leave. Although the mid and jungle on FRY's side were relatively strong, they did not dare to rashly invade FV's jungle in the early stage. After all, it was easy to cause trouble if the invasion was low in level. After the level was high and invasion could be considered, it was found that the level and economy of the storm swordsman had risen. If 2 were 2, it was not necessarily a sure win. Although storm swordsman is weak in the early stage, as long as he leads in economy and experience, he is a powerful weapon for bullying weak players. Moreover, he is a hero that requires a lot of operation. His multiple displacements allow him to play very flexibly. With Ghost Blacksmith as his nanny, it is difficult for FRY to target him. Moreover, Storm Swordsman is FV's specialty hero, so it is impossible to expect operational errors. Therefore, FRY fell into a situation where they couldn't do anything. The mid laner and jungler still took the lane and the wild monsters, and their development was not affected at all. But the problem was that the Storm Swordsman on FV's side developed better. It took the mid lane and the wild area together, and got extra economy and experience. How could it not develop well? FRY's players also felt that the current situation was a bit bad. Although they had never seen it in the game, it was still very common for the Storm Swordsman to fight 5 people alone in low-end games. If the Storm Swordsman really got stronger, coupled with the Ghost Blacksmith's ultimate move, the heroes of FRY might not be enough for him to kill. As long as they were harvested by the Storm Swordsman and their equipment was crushed, they would not be able to play the rest of the game. FRY's team voice began to become impatient. No, we have to speed up. We can't continue to develop so steadily. Otherwise, when the Storm Swordsman comes out, it will be difficult for us to fight. Let's take the top lane. Okay, I'll push the line and go down. FRY looked at it and really had to take the top lane to start. The ancient lava tree in the top lane is both tanky and has control, so it's easy to fail when you're 3-on-3 under the tower. There's no one in the middle lane at all, and the storm swordsman will run away after clearing the minions, and will definitely not fight you. You can hardly catch anyone in the jungle. So after thinking about it, I can only start with the top lane. Although FE's bottom lane is a strong combination, it can still be killed if 4 people are on 2. Moreover, FRY team played a little trick. They deliberately gathered some soldiers in the middle lane and pushed FE's middle lane together, and then immediately moved down. Although FE's storm swordsman has multiple displacements and runs faster, if he eats the soldiers in the middle lane, he will definitely arrive late, and if he doesn't eat the soldiers, he will lose a lot. Ghost Blacksmith and Storm Swordsman are conjoined twins, and it is impossible for them to go to the bottom lane to support by themselves, so this time they are tied to the middle lane and can't come over in a short time. As long as the 4 people of FRY team handle it well, they should be able to kill the 2 people in the bottom lane and retreat unscathed. Sure enough, everything went according to the script expected by FRY. Storm Swordsman was reluctant to give up the experience and money of this large wave of soldiers, and returned to the middle lane to eat the line. FRY's mid and jungle took advantage of the time when Storm Swordsman ate the soldiers to touch the bottom lane and directly decided to cross the tower of FE's bottom lane. The 2 players in the bottom lane of the FE team were obviously mentally prepared. They were trying hard to eat the minions before being surrounded. The support with control all over delayed for a while under the tower. Although both of them died in the end, the minions were almost all taken away by the tower. The opponent's bottom lane was also in average condition. The damage to the defensive tower was limited, and they did not lose too many minions. The FRY team breathed a sigh of relief. No one died on their side, and they managed to cross the tower without any danger. However, someone shouted, "Hurry back to the middle lane." The bottom lane was fighting fiercely before, and none of the 4 people had time to pay attention to the situation in the middle lane. As a result, when they cut the view, they saw that the Storm Swordsman had no intention of coming to the bottom lane to support, but was madly outputting to the defense tower. The Storm Swordsman waved his hands wildly, and the huge blade slashed at the defense tower, and each slash cut off a large part of the health bar. The reason why the Storm Swordsman is so popular in low-end games is not only because it has multiple displacements, can harvest, and can show off, but also because it can steal towers. Moreover, this hero clears soldiers very quickly. If no one takes care of it, a steady stream of soldiers will follow, and it is estimated that the middle tower will be cut down soon. The middle lane of FRY quickly returned to the city and prepared to defend the middle lane. The strategic position of the defense tower in the middle lane is too important. If it falls so early, it means that the team's vision will be restricted and the jungle will fall, and the situation will be very passive afterwards. After seeing FRY's mid laner return to the city, Storm Swordsman calculated the approximate time he would arrive at the tower, and then rushed into FRY's upper jungle area with the Ghost Blacksmith, and began to inhumanely ravage the newly refreshed wild monsters on FRY's side. The jungler of FRY team was ganking from top to bottom, so the wild monsters in the top lane just refreshed when he went to gank the bottom lane. After eating so many resources, Storm Swordsman was almost one big item ahead of the opponent's jungler. Killing wild monsters was just like a lawn mower, leaving no grass wherever he went. FE's strategic intention was very clear. If you want to catch my people in other lanes, just do it. Anyway, the lava ancient tree in the top lane and the shooter in the bottom lane are functional heroes. Even if they die a few times in team battles, they can still play a role. You go to catch people, and Storm Swordsman will frantically destroy towers and eat wild monsters. Let's see who loses more. Although FRY team successfully killed FE's bottom lane, the economy of both sides is still the same, and there is no gap at all. Instead, the economic gap between the jungle positions is getting more and more outrageous. Seeing Storm Swordsman getting into his own jungle area and eating a lot of oil, FRY has no better solution. Forget it, let him take the upper jungle. It's too late to rush over now. I'll take his lower jungle and we'll trade. FRY's jungler simply continued to clear FV's lower jungle. Okay, I'll go to the bottom lane after I finish pushing this wave of lanes. We'll kill them in the bottom lane again. FRY's mid laner also agreed. If they go to catch this storm swordsman now, they are likely to be outdone, so the best choice is to continue training the bottom lane, push down the bottom lane defense tower as soon as possible, and then switch the duo to the middle lane, and everyone will catch the storm swordsman together. FRY's top laner was confused. What should I do? The jungler was silent for a moment. Take care of yourself. FRY's top laner was speechless on the spot. What about the promise that I would carry this time? I chose a wind warrior to fight the lava ancient tree, which was quite comfortable at first, but I don't know why the team went to the bottom half of the area while playing, and I was left alone again. A fat storm swordsman and ghost blacksmith are wreaking havoc in their upper jungle area, coupled with a controlled lava ancient tree. FRY's top laner knows very well that if he is not careful, he will be controlled and killed directly. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 856, The Fear of Being Dominated by a Weak Hero. Losing money to become the richest man from the beginning of the game. There was no choice, he could only retreat and hide between the first and second towers. Because in this situation, even if he stood under the first tower, it was not safe, and the three opponents could kill him easily. So, the four people of FRY started to group up to destroy the first tower in the bottom lane, and the three people of the FV team started to group up to destroy the first tower in the top lane. The bottom lane of the FV team obviously understood, and simply did not go to the bottom lane, and went directly to the middle lane to collect the line. Now that the landing period has passed, the storm swordsman's development has improved. It doesn't matter if the bottom tower is released. As long as it continues to involve and create development space for the storm swordsman, it can take over the game. Although there are only 3 people on the FV side, the storm swordsman destroys the tower too fast, and it is almost the same speed as the 4 people. 1 defense tower on each side was destroyed, and the landing period ended. FRY was ahead in the number of kills, but the economy of both sides was basically the same, because the storm swordsman had too much economy. After this series of operations, FRY's top laner was surprised to find that he had become the most miserable person in the whole game again. He could only hide in front of the second tower in his own top lane and eat some leftovers. Although the opponent's bottom lane was also targeted, he was a tool man, and he didn't need to consume too many resources to play a role. But the Wind Warrior had to be carried alone, and he was a waste without economy. Moreover, with such a fat storm swordsman, how could he dare to carry alone? If he was caught, he would be chased and killed. And the storm swordsman continued to play the fine tradition of eating 4 lanes by himself, and everything that could be seen on the map was eaten up like a mad dog. After all, there were 2 assistants and 2 tools in the team, which was actually 4 protecting 1. Finally, after eating up his own wild monsters again, the storm swordsman returned to the city and took out another large piece of equipment directly. Almost all the economy of the whole team was concentrated on it, and it was directly ahead of the opponent's jungler by 1.5 pieces of equipment. The economy of FRY was scattered among the people in the middle and bottom lanes, ranging from a few hundred to 1,000 yuan, and could only produce a small piece, which was not enough to cause a qualitative change. This time, FV no longer avoided the fight, but instead joined forces and headed for the enemy's jungle. They ate whatever wild monsters they saw and didn't let go of any neutral map resources. Because they judged that the storm swordsman's key equipment was out and he was ahead in level, so they could try to join the fight. FRY's jungler shouted anxiously, "The enemy has entered my jungle, come and help me." FRY's mid laner was furious when he saw FV acting so arrogantly. "We have similar economic power, why are they acting so arrogantly?" Fight them. The support hesitated. Can we fight? Storm Swordsman's equipment is too good. The top laner said decisively, we must fight. I don't want to lose like the first game. All the opponent's economic power is on Storm Swordsman. As long as we restrict him, we can win. The whole FRY team was a little angry. Because in the first game, they lost the game because they were too cautious and gave up all the jungle, which led to a huge economic gap in the end. They felt too cowardly. But then again, in the first game, FV's team fight strength was higher than theirs, and their vision was better, so they might not win. But in this situation, the economies of both sides are obviously equal, and FV's vision is not advantageous. Why can they invade so brazenly? Don't they treat us as human beings? The more FRY thought about it, the angrier he became. If he continued to give up resources, his spirit would be gone, and he would not struggle in the second half of the game. If they don't fight evenly and give up resources, then when the economic gap between the two sides gets bigger, it will be even harder to fight. In the end, they will have to repeat the situation in the first game. I'm afraid they will be criticized. This time, FRY finally stood up and decided not to give up the jungle resources no matter what, but it's not easy to stop them. Storm Swordsman is ahead in level and equipment. With the protection of 4 teammates, it's as easy to grab wild monsters as cutting melons and vegetables. FRY hesitated for a moment, and their wild monsters were eaten clean. Too pretentious, kill them. FRY's players were obviously angry, and they just wanted to ask, why? Why do you come to eat my wild monsters so brazenly when our economy is similar? Don't you treat us as human beings? The lesson of the first game is still vivid. This time, FRY got the heroes they are more confident in. They can't bear it anymore and start a team fight directly. However, FV team is obviously prepared. If you want to take it, then take it. The lava ancient tree and 2 assistants push forward directly, both tankiness and control are sufficient. Although Ghost Blacksmith is a very weak auxiliary and has a relatively useless normal development, it followed Storm Swordsman throughout the game. Although it did not eat the economy, the wild monsters and the mid lane soldiers alone made its level not low, so it is not completely useless in team fights, at least it can be used to support the front. As for FRY, the development of the top laner Wind Warrior is not very good, so the front row is relatively lacking. Although the output is high and the front row of FV is fast, the front row of their side can basically not stand. Wind Warrior did not dare to go around the back at all, because the equipment of Storm Swordsman was too good, and going around the back was equivalent to giving away heads, so he could only fight the front row while slowly pulling. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the Storm Swordsman found the right opportunity and rushed forward. The Ghost Blacksmith used his ultimate skill, and the Storm Swordsman in ghost form directly entered the field with multiple displacements, and slashed at the back row of the FRY team. The FRY team wanted to restrict, but the ghost form greatly shortened the control time of the Storm Swordsman, plus the equipment and level were ahead, and the timing of the cut-in was very clever, so it was impossible to stop. FRY realized that the situation was not right, and fought and retreated, but the Storm Swordsman's pursuit and harvesting abilities were too strong, and the few squishy skins in the back row could not escape at all. Finally, with a triple kill, this collision came to an end. The final result of the team battle between the two sides was 3 for 4, 3 people on the FV side died, but in exchange for the Storm Swordsman's triple kill, FRY only had 1 person left to escape. The Storm Swordsman ate all the wild monsters in the wild area of FRY's side, and then went back to continue to brush his own wild area with unsatisfied intentions. After this team fight, the FRY team fell into a brief silence in the team voice chat. Because from the result, it was obviously a big loss. Although there was only 1 kill difference, the opponent's Storm Swordsman was fatter. Not only did he get the kill, he also robbed the wild monster, which would make it more difficult to fight later. Obviously, the FV team's strategy was very simple. If you want to fight in a team, you fight in a team. If you want to change the kill, you change it. Anyway, the other 4 teammates can die at will, as long as the storm swordsman gets fatter. FRY wanted to kill the storm swordsman once, but FV was not stupid. The storm swordsman was a master, and he had a very good grasp of the timing of cutting in. The other 4 tools all played around it, and it had multiple displacements, so it was not easy to kill it. For some reason, the players of the FRY team seemed to suddenly recall the time when they had just started playing this game. At that time, they were not very good at playing this game. In the match, the storm swordsmen on the opposite side killed their teammates, like cutting melons and vegetables after getting fat, which made people wonder whether this hero had a bug. Later, everyone's scores went up, they entered the high-level segment, joined the professional team, and gradually became the strongest professional players in the world, and the fear of the storm swordsman naturally disappeared. Because everyone knows that this is just a hero who abuses noobs. It is a free gift when selected in professional competitions. There are many ways to make him die 0 to 10. But today, the players of FRY once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the storm swordsman. At this moment, it is just like that moment. The key is that facing the current situation, FRY's players racked their brains and could not think of a solution. The previous team fight was able to win 3 for 4, but it does not mean that every team fight in the future will be like this. As the storm swordsman's equipment becomes more and more luxurious, the gap between the two sides in team fights will only get bigger and bigger. Maybe in a few minutes, this storm swordsman will be able to directly cross the tower and kill 5. FRY's players were desperate, but this was a life-or-death game, and they didn't want to lose. Everyone started to work hard to gain vision and pull, and their spirits were highly tense. Everyone exerted their full potential, always keeping a close eye on the position of the storm swordsman, and trying every way to limit it. But it was useless. Chapter 857, the trophy is a bit light, 7 out of 10 extra chapters for CZ, free. Because the FV team almost played the game openly, they didn't care about the FRY team's split push and pulling, they just went into the jungle without thinking, and ate FRY's wild monsters cleanly. If you come to watch, I will kill you too. If you don't come to watch, I will kill your side laners. The current defense tower is already useless in the eyes of the FV team, because the output of the storm swordsman is too high, and it doesn't matter if other tools die on the tower, he can easily harvest the people under the tower. If the FRY team does not group up, then the single person will be chased and killed by the storm swordsman, and there will be no place to run. If the FRY team groups up, then FV will avoid you to eat the jungle and go to other lanes to push the defense tower. The FRY team wants to start a group, but they can't start the storm swordsman at all, and starting others is like seeking death and letting the storm swordsman harvest. In this dilemma, the FRY team was still struggling, blocking vision, catching people, retreating, exchanging resources. But no matter how hard they tried, the storm swordsman still did not die once, and became fatter and fatter, and the equipment gap became larger and larger. Zhao Xuming and Christian watched from the audience, their faces were very ugly. This FRY team was crushed by IQ again. 3 games, all 3 were crushed by IQ, how can we play this? Even Zhao Xuming, who doesn't play games much, can see that the FRY team is still dying slowly. Although they played more aggressively than in the first game, it was useless. As long as they couldn't kill the storm swordsman, it would harvest them directly, like cutting melons and vegetables. The key is that the current situation is very desperate. Not to mention the players on this stage, even the audience with a god's perspective can't think of how to win. Christian stood up with a dark face, I'll go first. Zhao Xuming opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. Obviously, Christian's understanding of the game is higher than his. He has seen that this is an absolutely unsolvable dead end. The only suspense is how many people the storm swordsman can kill in the end. Zhao Shuming, who has a poor understanding of the game, is still looking forward to a miracle and is unwilling to accept this fact. However, just as Christian turned around and prepared to leave, the commentator's voice suddenly rose several octaves and became extremely passionate. Team FRY should fight to the death. They knew that if they continued like this, they would die slowly, and the gap would only get bigger and bigger, so they chose to steal the Night Dragon when the opponent's Storm Swordsman went back to replenish his equipment. But the FV team had already discovered that the Storm Swordsman was rushing over after replenishing his equipment, and his speed was very fast. The FRY team chose to go all out, because if they withdrew, the opponent would take over, and the game would definitely be over. The FRY team successfully got the Night Dragon, now it depends on how many can escape. The Storm Swordsman entered the field and started killing. Double kill. Triple kill. The Wind Warrior was still running desperately, but it was useless. The Storm Swordsman moved too fast, just hacked to death. Is there a pentakill? Pentakill. The game is over. I'm afraid no one thought the game would end like this. The defense tower was like paper in front of the Storm Swordsman. Obviously FV didn't intend to give the opponent any chance. It drove straight in from the middle and hacked all the obstacles in front of it to the ground. Let us congratulate the FV team for defeating the powerful enemy FRY with a clean score of 3 o'clock and finally won the championship of this IOI Global Finals. Amid the passionate shouts of the commentator, the 5 members of the FV team finally smiled happily, jumped up from their seats and hugged each other tightly. At the same time, the fireworks and golden streamers on the stage were instantly sprayed out, accompanied by the applause and cheers in the venue, announcing the birth of the king. Most of the audiences at the scene were from Europe and America, so most of them naturally supported the FRY team. However, the perfect performance of the FV team in the 3 games of the finals conquered the audience and made them stand on the side of the FV team with conviction. In these 3 games, some games seemed to be a stalemate between the 2 sides, and some games seemed to be one-sided, but in fact, in the eyes of those who can really understand, the FRY team had no chance. In the last game, the FV team even took out the Storm Swordsman, a hero dedicated to bullying, and used the groundbreaking double assist gameplay to forcibly cultivate the Storm Swordsman into a big boss, turning the final game of the global finals into a man-machine game and a bullying game. It was really a show effect. Pei Qian originally wanted to leave early and didn't want to see the heart-wrenching scene at the end, but he didn't expect that the cooperation was not very good in the end. Just as he was about to leave, the FV team ended the game in one wave. He sighed and turned away. Zhao Shuming sat in his seat and fell into confusion for a while. On the main stage, the 5 members of the FV team have come to the championship trophy. Everyone looked at the team's jungler. After all, in the last game, he chose the Storm Swordsman, which was superb and had a pentakill, a true MVP-level performance. However, the jungler looked at the captain Panning, who was in the support position, and said, "You should do it." He knew very well that the reason why he could perform so well was mainly due to the help of tactics, command, and teammates. If his teammates had not sacrificed and willingly served as tools for him, it would be impossible to achieve such data with the Storm Swordsman. Panning smiled with narrowed eyes. Why give up? The championship belongs to everyone. Let's hold the trophy together. Coach Zhou is here too. Everyone held up the championship trophy together, and the flashes of countless cameras lit up to record this historic moment. After raising the trophy together, everyone began to pass the huge trophy in turn so that everyone could feel it up close. Although Panning looked thin, he had actually been working out for a while. Although he felt that the trophy was heavy, he could still carry it. Strange, why is this trophy much lighter than I thought? Panning muttered softly. Then he handed the trophy to Coach Zhou Pengyuan. Lao Zhou took it and said, Really? Oh, it seems a little light. Although it looks bigger than the trophy of the GOG finals, it is still a lot lighter. As he spoke, He lifted the trophy with one hand, and then played with it a little, feeling very relaxed. After Huang Wang and his friends got the GOG trophy, Lao Zhou also went to join in the fun and touched it to feel its weight. But he didn't expect that the IOI trophy looked a little bigger, but it was actually lighter than the GOG trophy. The big screen showed this scene to all the audience, and there was a burst of exclamations from the audience immediately. Because Zhou Pengyuan was not very tall, and his winter clothes were thick, covering his body, the audience did not expect that he could easily lift such a big trophy. But the domestic audience did not find it strange at all. Because everyone who has watched the GOG game knows that Lao Zhou is not only a coach, he is also a member of the first batch of DGE Team 2. Back then, Huang Wang was the captain of the second team and had the most extra training, and Lao Zhou's extra training was second only to him. Since the two DGE teams were formed, Lao Zhou has never stopped working out. He is already a muscular man with clear lines, and there is no pressure to lift this trophy. It's indeed a bit light, but the workmanship is okay. After Lao Zhou finished speaking, he continued to hand the trophy to others. The host has already come on stage, followed by the senior executives of Zhito Company and Dayak Group, all of whom are boss-level figures. Although Creighton is the head of the Greater China region, his specifications are not enough to go on stage to present awards. It's just that the expressions of these big guys are not particularly natural. Because they don't want to give the trophy to the FV team. FV team is Tenda's team, GOG and IOI are direct competitors. Tenda's previous tricky operation also cheated Dayak Group of a large sum of money. These things, the senior management of Dayak Group remember clearly. Especially at the beginning, Tenda also replied with a feckscoff, and the hatred between the two sides was full. As a result, Tenda formed a team and won the championship of the IOI finals. It was enough to take away the trophy, and the huge bonus was also taken away. It was so uncomfortable. But they had no other choice. What else could they do in such an occasion? They could only force a smile to present the award to FV team. Then, several senior bosses of Dayak Group and Finger Company presented medals and championship rings to the players and coaches. These medals and rings were also customized in advance, very exquisite, and out-of-print collections, each of which cost a lot. The championship trophy must be returned after 1 year, but the medals and rings can be kept forever, which is considered a lifelong honor. Now, these medals and rings that cost a lot of money and took a lot of time to make are all cheaply owned by the FV team. After helping all the players put on the medals and handed over the rings, the senior leaders of Dayak Group and Finger Company took a final photo with the players, all of them forcing smiles. Amid the sound of clicking flashes, this scene was permanently commemorated, and the center of the stage was a huge championship trophy. All members of the FV team, including the players, coaching staff and boss Wu Yu, gathered in front of the championship trophy, with medals hanging on their chests and holding the flags and national flags of the FV team. In the sky, golden streamers fell, covering everyone. The senior executives of Dayak Group and Finger Company, who were responsible for awarding the prize, could only stand aside and force a stiff smile towards the camera. Offstage, Zhao Shuming couldn't help but sigh deeply when he saw this scene. For some reason, this scene made him seem to see a microcosm of the fate of the two games GOG and IOI. GOG was like the FV team members in the center of the stage, enjoying countless glory, while IOI could only be like the senior executives of Dayak Group and Finger Company standing aside. No matter how much they paid, they could only make wedding clothes for their opponents. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuming couldn't help but shudder. Could it be, this was all arranged by President Pei? Chapter 858, The phenomenon of pretending to be cool has spread from person to person. And the loss of becoming the richest man started from the game. The trophy was won, the medal was issued, the group photo was taken, and finally, the interview session came. All foreign audiences' curiosity about the FV team reached its peak. Although the 5 players of the FV team are considered to be the earliest star players who play IOI in the eyes of Chinese people, their popularity is limited to China. Because this game was developed by Zhito Company after all, the star players of European and American clubs have always occupied the most exposure for a long time, so foreign audiences basically know nothing about these 5 players. In the group stage, the domestic team did not perform well, so foreign audiences also regarded the FV team as a weak team, and they had no interest in understanding it. After the 2 games in the quarterfinals and semifinals, the official did arrange an interview, but the interview at that time was mainly about some details in the game, without any substantive content. For example, when we interviewed Panning after the semifinals, Panning herself was a bit of an interview black hole. Her answers to questions ranged from 2 words to just a sentence. She gave people the impression that she was good at pretending but lacked substance, and there was really nothing to discuss. Compared to the FV team's official blog, which has been full of liveliness, the players' answers are mediocre. Therefore, for most viewers, FV is still a very mysterious team. Why are they so strong? They won all the games with a score of 3 since the quarterfinals, and the results of the games were basically no suspense, and the opponent had no chance at all. This suffocating sense of oppression forced everyone to admit that the FV team is currently the most dominant IOI team in the world, not only in a class, but also with the runner-up FRY team. The official host of Zhito Company also had many questions to ask. The players of the FV team and coach Zhou Pingyuan stood in a row, each wearing a championship medal, holding their heads high, waiting to be interviewed. The host began to interview the players in turn, from the top lane, to the jungler, then to the middle lane, the bottom lane, and finally the coach. The host first came to the top laner, and after asking him to greet all the audience, he asked a prepared question. In the second game, the team grabbed the hero Chaos Doom for you. What was the tactical consideration for this? What is your understanding of this hero? The top laner thought for a moment and replied, according to the analysis of our coaching team, this hero is basically invincible in terms of numbers in the mid to late game. If you can ensure development in the early game, you will definitely win if you choose him, so I just grabbed him. My understanding of this hero, just having hands is enough. As long as you get along well and roll your face on the keyboard, you can win. After listening to the translation, the host couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just having hands is enough? You are also very confident. Can you evaluate the player you are facing today? The top laner thought for a moment. I feel that his operation is still quite good, but the game win or loss has nothing to do with him. My team is a little better than his team. After listening to the translation, the audience in the audience started to make noises, and whistles were heard one after another. In the semifinals, Panning was also slightly pretentious when he was interviewed, such as 99% of the situations are planned, 3 is not unexpected, it just happens that the opponent's performance is all within the expectations of our coaching team and there is no need to improvise, etc. As a result, it is now discovered that it is not only the captain Panning who has this personality, but the whole team is similar. The top laners, just having hands is enough, you can win even if you roll your face on the keyboard, the opponent is pretty strong also highlights a hint of pretense. The host came to the jungler for an interview. We all know that Stormblade is your signature hero. After the opponent released it, you really won the final victory with this hero, and also successfully obtained a pentakill. How does it feel to get a pentakill? Most people think that this is a hero that bullies weak players, but you still used it on the highest stage of the professional arena and achieved good results. Can you tell me where your confidence comes from? The jungler didn't think too much about it. After listening to the translation, he immediately said, I am still a little happy about the pentakill. After all, my teammates killed people too quickly in the previous few games, and it was not easy to grab a head. But this pentakill is indeed well protected by teammates. I didn't do much operation. I just watched the right time to attack. As for confidence, it actually has nothing to do with my proficiency. According to the analysis of our coaching team, this hero is indeed a hero that can only bully weak players. Normal development is a waste, so I usually don't dare to use it in the game. But the coaching team developed a mid-jungle combination of Storm Blade and Ghost Blacksmith for us, allowing me to use this hero to eat the economy of 2 lanes, so I dare to play it. After listening to the translation, the audience in the world started to make a fuss again. As expected, the jungler has the same personality. My teammates killed too quickly, I didn't do much, I usually don't dare to take it. These words sound funny, but if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. This is the most outrageous. The host came to the mid laner again. In the first game, you decisively chose Blade Wing and Global Flow to deal with it. In the understanding of most teams, this is a relatively weak and unpopular hero. Why did you choose such a hero? If the opponent did not choose Blade Wing, would you still choose this hero? Or would you have other confident choices? The mid lane player is a relatively calm and cautious person. After listening to the translation, he thought for a while before saying, although this hero is unpopular, according to the analysis of our coaching team, its tower demolition ability is actually supermodel in the new version, so it is a good choice to use it to fight against Global Flow. Of course, it also requires teamwork and cannot give the opponent's Global Flow a chance to catch people. If the opponent did not choose Blade Wing, I would definitely take it. This version of Global Flow is still a relatively strong lineup. The so-called supermodel is beyond the template, that is, although Blade Wing seems to have many defects on the surface, it has 2 strong tower demolition ability and has certain team battle capabilities after development, so it has become the core choice to deal with Global Flow. The answer from the mid laner obviously solved many viewers' questions. FE was clearly prepared for both situations by placing Blade Wing. If the opponent chooses it, he can target it. If the opponent doesn't choose it, he can take it himself. The host continued to ask, that means you are also proficient in the hero Blade Wing, right? The mid laner was silent for a moment. This hero should be the most basic hero in the mid lane. It's outrageous if a professional player can't play it. The host came to the bottom laner again. Today, your tactical position in the team does not seem to be particularly high. The tactics of the 3 games were arranged around the middle lane, top lane, and jungle, respectively. The bottom lane often had to choose a team-oriented shooter to cooperate with the team. But under such circumstances, you still played very high output and very good KDA. How did you do it? The bottom lane player smiled, because according to the analysis of our coaching team, the bottom lane in this version is not worthy of being the core, and can only be a tool. If the top, middle, and jungle are smooth, the bottom lane will be smooth. If the top, middle, and jungle are not smooth, the bottom lane will be useless. I don't have any requirements for tactical arrangements. Anyway, it's okay to win. As for output and KDA, they are all mixed behind teammates, and it doesn't matter who comes. Laughter and cheers came from the audience again. This bottom lane player also had the same speaking style as the previous players. It's okay to win, mixed with teammates, it's almost the same who comes, these dirty words are said one by one. The host finally came to the auxiliary player Panning. Panning is also a familiar face to the audience. After all, he was also interviewed during the semifinals. This squinty-eyed interview black hole is the team's commander and captain, and left a deep impression on many viewers. Today, the FE team's teamwork was as beautiful as before, and they easily defeated their opponents 3 o'clock, just like in the quarterfinals and semifinals. From the perspective of the spectators, you played very well as a whole, and everyone seemed to know very well what their teammates were going to do next, as if they were sharing a brain. How did you achieve such perfect teamwork? Chapter 859, How did Mr. Pei transform the bottom-ranked team? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Panning thought for a while, Maybe it's because the coaching team has already explained in detail how to play in various situations, and we have also conducted a lot of targeted training, so everyone knows what to do. I just say a few words, and everyone will understand. So in fact, I didn't do any special command work. The host was very surprised, so, including the exchange of resources in the early stage, the burst of heads, and even whether to join the team, are all arranged in advance by the coaching team? Panning nodded. Although it is impossible to be specific to each wave of team, the comprehensive economic difference between the two sides, the key equipment of the core heroes and other factors can be used to determine whether to join the team. These are all explained in advance by the coaching team. After listening to the translation, the audience were very surprised. Although Pan Ying's words were a bit nonsense, he was not the first player to say so. All members of the FV team, including the top, middle, and bottom lanes and junglers interviewed before, all said that their performance was inseparable from the arrangements of the coaching team. As long as they played according to the plan planned by the coaching team, they could easily win. The host asked again, "So what do you think is the most important thing to win this championship? Is it teamwork? Or trust between teammates?" Panning thought for a while and said, "Thanks to the coaching staff for arranging tactics for us, and the brother team SUG for sparring with us. I think the overall strength of our team is not significantly different from FRY and other teams. We can win because of adequate preparation. Of course, the most important thing is to thank our boss, Mr. Pei, because all of this is arranged by him in the final analysis." The host was a little surprised, because all the players actually spoke in unison and attributed the greatest credit to the coaching staff. This is actually a relatively rare situation. Because at this time, although esports clubs around the world have the position of coach, the status of the coach is far from being the one who has the final say. In China, many players are internet addicts and high-scoring passers-by. They look down on the coach from the bottom of their hearts. They think that the coach, "You are not as high-scoring as me, why should you teach me to do things? You analyze the routines very well, but you can't even handle high-end games. How can you play in the game?" Therefore, coaches of many domestic clubs have become takeaways, and the tactics they have developed are more of a suggestion, and star players have a strong say. In Europe and the United States, the current situation is actually not much different, and is not much better than in China unless a retired senior player changes career to become a coach. The right to speak will be higher, and other coaches are basically equivalent to giving it away for free. It is actually unheard of that the FV team completely obeys the coaching team, and the coaching team can also fully calculate the situation on the field and make arrangements in advance. Finally, the host came to Coach Zhou Pingyuan. "Coach Zhou, the players all attribute the credit of winning the championship to the coaching team. So how did you and the FV coaching team develop these imaginative tactics? The tactics of these three games, whether it is using forced demolition to deal with global flow, using lane switching to protect Chaos Doom's development, or Storm Swordsman and Ghost Blacksmith's father-raising bullying gameplay, are very imaginative." Not only did the opponent FRY team not realize it, even the commentators and the audience on the scene did not realize that the FV team would play like this from a god's perspective. Zhou Pingyuan smiled and said, "Because we have a dedicated data analysis team that has conducted a comprehensive evaluation of the early, mid, and late game values of all heroes after the revision. Through landing practice and training matches, we have discovered many heroes that seem unpopular but can actually be used. We also have a dedicated tactical team that will bring over some classic tactics and turn them into our own tactics." The host was listening carefully, and suddenly the director's slightly nervous voice came from the earphone, "Don't go into this issue any further." The host's face changed. After listening to the director's simple explanation, he realized that these tactics were evolved from GOG. If he continued to talk about it, there would be big problems, so he quickly changed the question. "So what does winning this championship mean to your coaching career?" Do you plan to reach another peak with the FE players in the future? For example, continue the current dominance and strive to win the championship of the World Finals next year? Zhou Pengyuan was silent for a moment and said, "In fact, I was arranged by the boss to serve as the coach of the FE team before the start of the World Championship. For me, this championship is a good episode in my coaching career. As for the future, I'm not sure if I will continue to be the coach of the FE team, because I still have my own team to lead. But it's a pleasure to work with the players of the FE team and other team members. It's hard to say what will happen in the future." The director's nervous voice came again from the host's earphone. "Don't ask this question in depth. He is the coach of the GOG team." The host was a little speechless. What's wrong with this interview? Why is it all a trap? I didn't dare ask any more questions. What if I asked something that I shouldn't? Wouldn't that be a big deal? The entire World Finals had been held without any major problems until now, so what would happen if the interview for the final awards ceremony went wrong? The host hurriedly said, "Okay, thank you again to the FE players for accepting the interview. Let us once again give applause and cheers to the champion team of this IOI World Finals, FE team." Amid warm applause and cheers, the IOI World Finals finally came to a successful conclusion. At the same time, the domestic live broadcast room has exploded. Not only the live broadcast room, but also countless viewers and players in major forums are discussing the last interview. How come these FE players are so pretentious? Everyone has a golden sentence in the interview. Top laner just of hands, jungler teammates kill too fast, mid lane basic operation, bottom lane hang out with teammates, support didn't command much, amazing. That's not right. I've watched these people's live broadcasts of playing games, they don't seem to be so pretentious. Could it be that someone infected them? This answer is outrageous. Everyone feels that they don't carry, they just do their part. Is it a ring hug? There is no big shot in the team, where everyone is a big shot. No, didn't the players say it honestly? The biggest big shot in the team is the coaching staff. Panning said that the coach has already arranged all the tactics and possible situations in the game in advance. Is this true or false? Is it so weird? Fuck, I am impressed by Lao Zhou's interview. Is winning the IOI Global Finals Championship just a small episode in his coaching career? Maybe Lao Zhou thinks coaching DGE is more important. After all, he didn't play IOI before. He led the FE team to the World Championship after coaching for more than a month. I guess he thinks it's not challenging. Indeed, I think Lao Zhou's next goal should be to train the DGE players well, strive to send more potential new players to major clubs, and strive to make himself, the players trained can win more GPL championships. Lao Zhou said that there are special data analysis teams and tactical teams that analyze the IOI version of the game and bring over mature tactics. Aren't the so-called mature tactics the tactics in GOG? For example, the forced demolition flow, which is obviously a tactic that was once popular in GOG. Indeed, and the last game's foster-father flow seems to be an unpopular tactic in GOG. It was not very useful in the IOI competition, but the rules for finishing off the enemy were modified after the revision, so the effect is so good when used. This interview is too short and boring. There are still many key questions that have not been asked. I guess he didn't dare to go into it. If I asked him further, Lao Zhou would say that he had been playing GOG before and had only been studying IOI for more than a month. Is this scene still worth watching? It would become a live broadcast accident. I hope the domestic media will interview the FE team. I feel that they are quite mysterious in Los Angeles this month. They have transformed inexplicably. I never thought that they are the same team as FE, who stumbled in the domestic qualifiers before and got the #1 seed. In short, look forward to the championship team's triumphant return. I can't wait to see them live broadcast. After the FE team won the IOI Global Finals Championship, domestic public opinion was filled with an optimistic atmosphere. From the loss of the other two teams in the group stage at the beginning, to the surprise of the FV team turning the tide in the quarterfinals, to the finals, the overwhelming victory and winning the championship in such a dominant way, the entire IOI Global Finals can be said to be a big drama, which made the audience very excited. Even many GOG players who had no games to watch due to the GPL suspension were all very happy to watch and were sincerely happy for the FV team. After all, this is Mr. Pei's team, and the coach Lao Zhou is a member of DGE, so people naturally feel close to him. In such a joyful atmosphere, a post appeared on the forum and soon sparked heated discussions. The title of the post is, "From the bottom team to the world champion, what kind of magic does Mr. Pei have to make the FV team reborn?" Chapter 860, the time arrangement is perfect. With the FV team easily winning the championship with 3-3:0s, the IOI Global Finals finally came to a successful conclusion. For domestic players, the FV team's amazing performance in Los Angeles has undoubtedly left a strong and colorful mark in my country's esports history, and also left us with beautiful memories that can be remembered for a lifetime. If this scene had not really happened, who would have thought that such a team with absolute dominance was still unknown a few months ago? The 5 main players of the team are wandering around and have no fixed place to live. When the right 5 people come together, they will burst out with energy that will amaze the world. But what I want to emphasize more is, who brought these 5 people together? Who formed the ultimate dream coaching team for FV? In fact, now looking back at the group photo of the FV team when they went to Los Angeles, you will be surprised to find that there are actually many people in it who seem to be unremarkable, but in fact they are very important. Next, let me take everyone to reveal the identities of all the members of this dream team. When I first saw this picture, I was like most people and thought it was a bit exaggerated. The other 2 clubs combined don't have as many people as FV. Does it need a big show to go out and play a game? But after finding out the identities of the people in this photo, I realized what a powerful dream team this is. First of all, there are the 5 starting players of the FV team and coach Lao Zhou. There is no need to say more about this, everyone knows them. Then standing next to them is FV's boss Wu Yu and manager Liu, and next to them is FV's second team, which is a reinforcement based on the original 3 players, and then the entire main team of SUG. Many people broke the news before that the FV team didn't have any training matches, and other teams didn't make appointments with them, but in fact, the second team and SUG have been practicing with them all the time. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that these people who are unknown to everyone are the core members of the FV Dream coaching team. This is Min Jingqiao. He is the current chief designer of GOG, and he is responsible for all numerical and balance designs. This is Yi Zhizhou. He is the chief designer of Shenyang Games. Do you remember that IOI's national service was once represented by Shenyang Games? He was the person in charge at that time. And this guy who looks a bit dark and thin, with a face full of dissatisfaction, is even more famous. He is the famous Traveler Bao Su of Tenda, a veteran member of Tenda who has won the 2nd place in the list of outstanding employees for many times. It is said that he has appeared in several excellent games of Tenda. Moreover, he is not only good at designing games, but also good at playing games. He is a hardcore player in many games. In other words, the tactical team of the FV team includes not only their original coaches and analysts, but also GOG designers and GOG's original tactical masters. No wonder they can use the tactics in GOG in the IOI games so naturally. After this post was published, it immediately caused heated discussions. In fact, this group photo has been posted on the official Weibo of the FV team a long time ago, but at that time everyone's focus was on the number of people, and they did not delve into the specific identities of these people. Now that someone broke the news, everyone realized that the original GOG's chief designer went to Los Angeles in person to do data analysis for the FV team. This is unacceptable. GOG's chief designer, together with Lao Zhou, a former core member of DGE, these two people can be said to have the best understanding of GOG's game. One provides in-game data support, and the other formulates tactics based on the actual situation of the team. These two people combined are definitely in control of thunder and lightning. The most important thing is that they are not fighting alone. The coaches and analysts of so many GPL teams are constantly digging deep into tactics. Lao Zhou has a huge resource library that he can use at will, and Min Jingqiao can also ask other GOG designers to help analyze game data. Now it seems that the FV logistics team has brought all the reserve tactics of the GOG development team and GPL. This is not an expeditionary team at all, but a headquarter attack. As for who sent these people, is there any need to say it? Although Wu Yu is the boss of the FV club, how can he invite people like GOG designers and DGE coaches to do tactical analysis for FV? Obviously, it takes President Pei to make such a thing possible. It seems that this championship should be attributed to President Pei. President Pei has really worked hard for our country's esports industry. First, he organized GPL and introduced various capitals to create a good environment for the development of domestic esports. He also personally sent his chief designer to do tactical analysis to help the domestic team win the IOI Global Finals Championship. Now think about it, if there is no support from President Pei, FV may not be able to win this championship. In fact, these few games, to put it bluntly, are all tactical crushing, and the individual strength of the players is not significantly different from the opponent. If there is no President Pei, then the consequences of this IOI Global Finals are simply unimaginable. Thank you, President Pei. President Pei, the savior of domestic esports. At the same time, Pei Qian, who had just finished watching the game, was browsing the forum and saw this post. He was stunned. FV team won the championship with a 3 o'clock victory, which had already dealt him a heavy blow. And this post added another heavy blow on this basis. What do you mean, FV team can win the championship, it's all my fault? That's ridiculous. Min Jingqiao, Yi Zhizhou, Bao Su. I asked you to go on vacation. Wu Yu can't command you. Why are you so active and spend so much effort to do tactical analysis for FV? Damn it. Pei Qian put down his phone and was so angry that he couldn't speak. FV team won the championship of the IOI Global Finals, and there was a big problem. The prize money and skins of this IOI Global Finals are divided into a lot. The prize pool consists of $3 million plus 25% of the skin sales revenue. The champion gets 50%, and the club will get another 20% after tax deduction. Although this money is not much, it is very unpleasant. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the brand value of the FE club. As the champion team of the IOI World Finals, how many fans will they attract after this game? How many sponsors will come to them? How much will the club's shares increase? Several players have also attracted a lot of fans. If the live broadcast platform signs a contract with them at a high price, the club will also have to take a commission according to the regulations, which is another amount of money. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel desperate. If the FV team only won the runner-up, it wouldn't be so much trouble. After all, there is a world of difference between the second place and the first place. But all this has happened, and it's too late to save it. Pei Qian was feeling melancholy when his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Wu Yu calling from Los Angeles on the other side of the ocean. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he picked up the phone very reluctantly. No need to guess, it must be to tell him the good news. Wu Yu's excited voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Boss Pei. Did you watch the game? We won. Pei Qian praised reluctantly. Well, you played well. After receiving Boss Pei's praise, Wu Yu became more excited. I have to say that your logistical support is too good. Whether it is food and accommodation or hotels, they are all of the highest standards. There are also bodyguards, tour guides, and nutritionists accompanying the team. The players have no worries at all, and of course they can prepare for the game wholeheartedly. And the coaching team is also very important. Boss Min, Boss Yi, and Boss Bao are all dedicated and responsible. The data of each hero is analyzed in great detail. In short, without your planning, Boss Pei, we would never have won this championship. Pei Qian felt a little melancholy and asked, casually, how much bonus can the club get this time? Wu Yu answered truthfully, I just asked the official staff of the finger company. It seems that the skin income included in the bonus pool so far is about $1.8 million. Add to the original $3 million, the champion will get half, and the club will get 20% after tax. It's about $400,000, equivalent to $3 million. But the bonus distribution process abroad is more complicated, and it may take some time to get it. But don't worry, Mr. Pei, although this money is not enough to support the various expenses of our group of people in Los Angeles, after all, we spent $4 million, but a sponsor has come to discuss cooperation just now. As long as we take a few advertisements as a club, this money will definitely be earned back. Mr. Pei, thank you for your trust in us. This $4 million was not spent in vain. Whether it is the money for first-class cabins or accommodation, it will all be earned back after winning the championship. And in the long run, it's a big profit. Pei Qian was speechless for a moment. God, it's a big profit. It's obvious that all my money was wasted. I thought I could easily spend $4 million by sending the FV team to Los Angeles for food, drinks, and entertainment, but now I realize that not only did I not spend the $4 million, but I also made a lot of cash and got a world-famous club as a gift. What is this? What a huge loss. Pei Qian became more and more angry as he thought about it. He thought that he couldn't just let it go. When will you take the flight back to China? Wu Yu was stunned for a moment. Oh, Mr. Pei, the flight is tomorrow afternoon in Los Angeles time. Tomorrow morning, the team members plan to go shopping in Los Angeles and buy some things to bring back to China. After all, it's not easy to come to the United States. I have been training all this time and have no time to go shopping. Pei Qian said, indeed, it's not easy to go abroad. Since you are going abroad, you must have a good time. How about this, you stay there for another week, renew the hotel accommodation and so on, and take the team members to have a good time for a few days. Besides, the places to play are not necessarily limited to Los Angeles, you can also go to other cities more, and the club will reimburse you. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment. Ah? Mr. Pei, this is not good, right? The new year is coming soon, some team members don't care, but some team members have been abroad for so long and still want to go back to celebrate the new year. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Well, that makes sense. The Spring Festival is a traditional festival in our country, and we still have to reunite with our families. Then let's do this, you go back to China first, and after the Spring Festival holiday, the original team will form a group to fly to the United States again to make up for this week's vacation. On the other side, Wu Yu tried to refuse a little, but seeing that Mr. Pei was determined, he just agreed. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei is so open-minded. It's really hard to express my admiration for Mr. Pei. In addition to Mr. Pei, is there such a reliable and good boss in the world? I'm afraid there isn't one. After the game, the players first returned to the hotel, and then all the members came out to eat and celebrate. Everyone was very happy. After all, in Los Angeles for more than a month, everyone was preparing for this game with all their heart and soul, and they all contributed their own efforts. Bao Su and Min Jingqiao were also eating and chatting, with joyful smiles on their faces. For Bao Su, the past month was actually not bad. Although it was a trip abroad, this time was the most relaxed compared to the previous trips. He didn't go out for a long journey to catch up with various attractions, but kept running back and forth between the hotel and the internet cafe. So, Bao Su lived a comfortable life. But no matter how comfortable it was not at home after all. Bao Su couldn't wait to go home and stay at home. At this moment, Wu Yu stood up. I have good news for you all. President Pei was very happy when he heard that we won the championship. He allowed us to return to the United States for a 7-day tour after we return home. I have already set the date for next month. You don't have to worry about not having time to play. We will be back soon. This time, we will let everyone play to their heart's content and visit all the popular cities and attractions in the United States. Pei said that everyone has a share, and no one is allowed to miss it. As soon as Wu Yu finished speaking, everyone applauded and cheered involuntarily. The team members had been training seriously before. Every day, they played training games except for rest and eating. Although they had been in the United States for more than a month, they basically didn't play anything. Now I heard that I can have another 7-day public travel. Of course I am overjoyed. However, Bao Su was stunned when he heard this, and he froze in the air with a piece of steak stuck in his fork. Pei said, "No one is allowed to miss it? Doesn't that mean that they are going to come out again just after returning to China?" This news was like a bolt from the blue, which completely stunned Bao Su. Min Jingqiao, who was sitting next to him, whispered, "Next month." That's not bad, brother Bao, the time should be just right. Bao Su was a little confused. What do you mean just right? Min Jingqiao smiled and said, the annual meeting grand prize travel is just right. Oh, by the way, brother Bao, you don't know yet, right? This year's annual meeting, you won a 5-day tour of any city. We didn't tell you right away, mainly because we were afraid that it would affect your mentality. Now that the game is over, you can tell me. It's just right. Brother Bao, you can use this 5-day tour after the Chinese New Year. When you come back from the 5-day tour, you can seamlessly connect and come to the United States with us. Isn't this time arrangement perfect? Bao Su opened his mouth slightly, and froze in place, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chapter 861 Finger Company's PR Crisis. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. January 24th, the second day of the Chinese New Year. The plane that Zhao Shuming and Long Yu Group took to Los Angeles for an inspection landed at the Magic City Airport. After more than a month, Zhao Shuming stepped on the land of Magic City again, and he felt as if he had been in another world. When he went there, it was Zhao Shuming, Long Yu Group employees and 2 clubs together, but when he came back, there were only Zhao Shuming and Long Yu Group employees. Because those 2 clubs had been eliminated long ago after the group stage, there was naturally no reason to stay in Los Angeles, and they had already taken a plane back. There has been no news about these 2 clubs on the internet for a long time. The reason is also very simple. With the world game being played like this, of course they have to pretend to be dead. It has to be said that the 2 teams pretending to be dead is still effective. Up to now, basically no one on the internet has sprayed them anymore, and even their public opinion environment has improved to a certain extent. On the one hand, it was because the FV team won the championship for domestic players, and everyone was too busy being happy to criticize the 2 runner-up teams. On the other hand, it was because various news during the World Championship was gradually revealed, and most people realized that the failure of the 2 teams could not be blamed entirely on the players, and the reasons for the failure were multifaceted. The pot was divided, and the 2 teams would naturally not be criticized by the concentrated firepower. Therefore, for the 2 clubs, although the trip to Los Angeles did not gain much, it did not lose much either. At least the air tickets and accommodation were reimbursed, and the players went out to play international games, which was not a loss. But for Zhao Shuming, the entire trip to Los Angeles was really terrible. When returning, because there were few people, Zhao Shuming generously arranged for all employees to sit in business class, which finally made up for the frustration when going to Los Angeles. However, he deliberately chose a later flight to Shanghai, because he did not want to run into the group of people from the FV team. Otherwise, everyone will be sitting in business class, and the FV team will be happily discussing the championship on the plane. Isn't this the same as flogging their own corpse? In theory, Zhao Shuming is the person in charge of domestic operations of IOI. It should be a great honor for him if a domestic team wins the IOI World Finals Championship. But the problem is that FV's championship has nothing to do with him. Instead, it is a slap in the face. If the other two teams win the championship, Zhao Shuming will definitely be very happy to take advantage of the popularity and take part of the credit for the championship. Only the FV team won the championship, which Zhao Shuming could not take. You can't say, because I didn't take them to Los Angeles for early training, President Pei paid for the logistics team, so FV was able to win the championship. I did a great deed, right? So, Zhao Shuming could only choose to avoid the FV club and return to the Magic City at a different time. Thinking about it this way, this trip to Los Angeles was a complete failure for Zhao Shuming. I didn't want to take the FV team, but they went at their own expense and ran into them at the airport. I sat in economy class, while they sat in business class. I stayed at the Courtyard by Marriott, while they stayed at the Ritz-Carlton. I booked a small corner on the first floor of the Internet Cafe, while they booked the second floor of the Internet Cafe. I walked to training, while they had a special car to pick me up and bodyguards to escort me. I could only beg for help from my grandparents to find European and American teams for training, while they brought 2 sparring teams, and the training effect was even better. Both teams I supported were eliminated in the group stage, while they won the championship with a score of 9-0 without losing a single small game. This is really an all-round defeat that can be seen with the naked eye. The most annoying thing is that it is the Spring Festival holiday now, and the FV team spent this year in Los Angeles, which is very memorable, while Zhao Shuming spent this year in Los Angeles, which was extremely miserable. Therefore, Zhao Shuming now has only one idea, which is to quickly return to the headquarters to report the work, and then go home to have a good rest and comfort his severely injured heart. After leaving the airport, his subordinates have arranged for Longyu Group to send a business car to pick him up. Zhao Shuming got on the car without saying a word, and after fastening his seat belt in the car, he began to close his eyes and rest, not wanting to say a word more. The flight from Los Angeles to Shanghai took about 12 hours. Business class passengers can sleep and rest comfortably, so Zhao Shuming does not feel physically tired. His fatigue mainly comes from the spirit. The accompanying Longyu Group employees are all core members of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department. One of their important tasks in Los Angeles this time is to visit, communicate and learn at the headquarters of Zhito Company, and naturally they also pay attention to the IOI World Finals throughout the whole process. Others are not as frustrated as Zhao Shuming. After all, they are not the direct person in charge, so they just treat it as a public travel. Before, everyone was sleeping and watching movies on the plane, and their mobile phones were all turned off. Now that they have returned to Shanghai, many people have turned on their mobile phones to surf the internet and check some of the latest news on the internet. Suddenly, an employee said in a panic, "Boss Zhao. It's bad, our company seems to have been criticized and became a hot topic. The PR department is looking for you." Zhao Shuming, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes immediately after hearing this. What? How could it suddenly become a hot topic? What happened during the 10 hours on the plane? Apparently, the fact that he was scolded on the hot search was probably related to the IOI Global Finals. As the head of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department, Zhao Shuming did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check. Sure enough, Longyu Group was scolded on the hot search. Many netizens were madly attacking Longyu Group, especially Zhao Shuming. One of the most representative posts directly brought up the old accounts, dragging Finger Company, Longyu Group and Zhao Shuming together, and spraying them bloody. Let's take a look at the actions of the domestic IOI operator Longyu Group when FE was working hard to win glory for the country. Based on the gossip that has been released so far, we can at least confirm the following points. First, Longyu Group brought the other two clubs to Los Angeles and did not bring FE at all. It was completely different treatment and unfair treatment. If it weren't for President Pei's generous self-payment, FE might not have a training match to play. Secondly, the random changes made by Finger Company and Longyu Group not only exposed the failure of IOI's original gameplay design, but also seriously damaged the interests of all old players. However, they have been using the tactic of procrastination, hoping to cover up this topic with the popularity of the IOI Global Finals. Finally, and most disgustingly, the Finger Company actually privately sent a game balancer to guide the FRY team. I want to ask, when the organizer personally guides the club to play the game, where is the fairness of the game? Obviously, the Finger Company officials don't want the FE team to win the championship, so they came up with such a despicable method. As a partner, Zhao Shuming of Longyu Group, how could he not know about this? He definitely knew. But he didn't stop it. What does this show? It shows that he is guilty. He knows that he will be scolded to death for treating FE differently, so he doesn't want FE to win the championship. In his heart, the national and ethnic honor of the competition is not as important as personal interests. In the past, he is generally called a traitor and a traitor to the country. If the FE team had not been strong enough to win the championship under such circumstances, and if someone had not exposed this matter, I am afraid that the masses who do not know the truth would still be blasting the FE team, while the two culprits, Longyu Group and Finger Company, are hiding in the dark and laughing. From this point, we can also see the essence of the two companies, Finger Company and Longyu Group. Finger Company is not only full of discrimination and prejudice against domestic teams, but also a company that cannot afford to lose. If they cannot win by fair means, they will resort to such petty means. As a large domestic company, Longyu Group is an accomplice to the tiger for its own interests under such circumstances, which is very despicable. When this happens, as a player, the only way is to boycott, besides criticizing online. Players who don't play IOI should boycott because Finger Company and Longyu Group treat our champion team differently. Players who play IOI should boycott even more because Finger Company and Longyu Group have never really respected the rights of players. Zhao Shuming was stunned and his hands and feet were cold. What's going on? How did the fact that Finger Company arranged a data balancer for FRY get exposed? He roughly read all the popular discussion posts on the internet, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. This public opinion is already one-sided and thousands of people are pointing fingers. Whether for Longyu Group or Finger Company, this is an unprecedented public relations crisis. If it is not handled well, the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable. Looking carefully at these topics in the popular speeches, in fact, most of the content has been exposed before. For example, when IOI first pushed the new version, it sacrificed the interests of old players, which caused a lot of condemnation on the internet. At the end of the quarterfinals, someone revealed that FE went to Los Angeles at their own expense and Longyu Group did not take them with them at all. At the end of the semifinals, FE used the tactics in GOG. Some people used this to refute the view that IOI's design is better than GOG's, and believed that GOG's gameplay and tactics are ahead of IOI. At that time, these posts had already had a certain impact on the internet, but the finals had not been played at that time, so the influence was limited and could be suppressed. But now that the FE team has won the championship, these things have naturally been turned up by netizens, and they have begun to settle accounts. And the most critical detonating point among them is the incident reported by foreign media that Finger Company sent a data balancer to help FRY formulate tactics. Obviously, as soon as this news came out, all the hatred accumulated before was directly detonated. Because the previous things seemed very bad to netizens, but they could barely accept it, but this matter was absolutely unacceptable. After all, Finger Company is the organizer of the event. The organizer sent the game's data balancer to guide the FRY team and directly intervened in the finals of the two teams. Isn't this taking sides? Chapter 862 Eric, make a comeback. As a partner, Longyu Group and Zhao Shuming also accompanied them to Los Angeles. It is unreasonable to say that they were completely unaware of this matter. If Longyu Group knew about this matter but did not negotiate or stop it, but instead acquiesced and condoned it, then combined with the various different treatments Longyu Group had given to the FV team before, the nature of this matter has changed. It is no wonder that netizens are blasting Longyu Group as traitors and traitors. Zhao Shuming hurriedly checked the source of this news and found that it came from a foreign media, which was said to be an anonymous report. The evidence submitted was a series of photos. Two data balancers from Finger Company entered and exited FRY's training venue, discussed tactics with FRY coaches, and jointly guided training. These photos are not particularly clear and seem to have been taken secretly, but some people still recognized that these two data balancers are indeed internal employees of Finger Company. As for who made the anonymous report, many people speculated that it was an internal staff of Finger Company or FRY team, but the scope is too large to be located at all.as for the motive. It is also easy to explain. This kind of explosive exclusive report means popularity and traffic. Selling relevant information to the media can make a lot of money. The grassroots employees of Finger Company, or FRY, may take secret photos for this motive. At present, Finger Company has conducted emergency public relations. Their first reaction was to deny it, insisting that this matter was impossible, but after the second wave of revelations released a large number of photos, Finger Company could no longer continue to be stubborn and could only say that the matter is still under investigation. The official position of the event is absolutely fair and just. If any employee's personal behavior is contrary to the official position, it will be dealt with seriously at the first time. The response of Finger Company is obviously to pass the buck, implying that even if there is such a thing, it is all the personal behavior of these two data balancers. They coach the FRY team to make extra money and have nothing to do with the official Finger Company. This is also a helpless solution. I didn't want to admit it before, but the photos have been released, and it is too powerless to deny it. But this explanation obviously cannot calm the anger of netizens. Even the forums in Europe and the United States are spraying wildly, questioning the professionalism of Finger Company. Even if these two data balancers acted on their own initiative to help the FRY team, the Finger Company cannot escape responsibility, which shows that the Finger Company has a big problem with its management. Moreover, most netizens think that this must have been instructed by the Finger Company, and these two data balancers are most likely to take the blame. Of course, the funniest thing is that the official data balancer of IOI helped the FRY team, but they still lost 3 o'clock in the final. The official staff was beaten after the game, which is no different from a joke. Therefore, the current public opinion pressure is very unfavorable to Zhito Company and Longyu Group. Various news were exposed one after another, making them overwhelmed and unable to take care of themselves. The people in the public relations department of Longyu Group have been looking for Zhao Shuming, but Zhao Shuming has been on the plane for the past 10 hours, so they can't find him. The public relations department of Longyu Group is obviously under great pressure. Now Longyu Group's public relations actually does not have many choices. Although cold treatment can solve some problems in many cases, this incident is obviously not something that can be solved by cold treatment. Because no one knows how long this public opinion will last. If Longyu Group does not take the initiative to respond, the initiative will be in the mouths of others. Netizens see that Longyu Group is pretending to be dead and their anger cannot be vented, and they may not dig out any more explosive news. The more things get bigger, the more difficult the public relations will be. But if we respond now, we really can't pass the buck. Because it was Zhao Shuming who treated the FV team differently, and even Zhao Shuming was involved in sending a data balancer to the FRY team. In other words, the online criticism is actually too mild. If he doesn't come forward now, he will be guilty. If he comes forward to take the blame, he will be courting death. If he comes forward to pass the blame, how will he explain to the company? Zhao Shuming leaned back, feeling helpless and at a loss. He originally thought that the nightmare of the IOI World Finals would finally be over after he returned to China, but now it seems that all this has just begun. Zhao Shuming closed his eyes for a long time, then sighed, go back to the company, hold an emergency meeting. He secretly calculated in his heart that this time he might have to spend a lot of words to cover up this matter in front of the senior management. If he handled it carelessly, he might also suffer. At this time, the business car he was riding in also began to drive into the prosperous section of the Magic City. Zhao Shuming suddenly found that the billboard on the roadside was a huge advertisement for Moyu Internet Cafe. Then, he saw more advertisements, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Nifeng Logistics, Sloth Apartment. Most of the physical industries of Tenda Group are all there. The style of these advertisements is all minimalist, with a solid color background and a logo or store picture, which is very different from other colorful street advertisements. But this very simple design highlights a kind of confidence. The cost of the page is the same. Other companies put up a beautiful background, endorsement stars, various product pictures, and slogans all at once when advertising, for fear that the page fee will be wasted. However, these ads of Tenda are just the opposite. They compress the necessary information to the extreme and save as much as possible on key content. Even many ordinary people who don't know these industries don't know what industry this ad is for when they see it. But this also highlights a strong self-confidence, believing that even if the advertisement is made simple, it can still have an excellent effect. And it is completely different from those colorful and coquettish sluts, highlighting a uniqueness. Zhao Shuming's face darkened instantly. How ridiculous. For some reason, it feels like President Pei is writing on my face. And the most absurd thing is that there are obviously not many physical industries of Tenda in Shanghai. Moyu Takeaway, Moyu Internet Cafe, Nifeng Logistics, Managed Gym, Sloth Apartment. Many of these industries have no physical stores in Shanghai, but the ads are still put up. Zhao Shuming was so angry that his face turned blue. He directly lowered the sunshade on the back of the business car, and ignored the Tenda advertisements all over the street. Drive faster. At the same time, in Los Angeles, the global finals have come to a successful conclusion, and all the teams have left. But for the Finger Company, this is not the end. The public opinion storm has just begun. Eric was drinking coffee in his high-end apartment, overlooking the city scenery of Los Angeles. The photos of the two data balancers were, of course, taken by Eric and provided anonymously to the media. In fact, before submitting these photos, Eric had some hesitations. After all, once this news was leaked, there was no turning back. The public opinion storm caused by it was enough to seriously damage the reputation of the Finger Company and even the Dayak Group. But Eric made up his mind after thinking it over again and again. Because if there was no final fatal blow, it could not be guaranteed that Creatine would be replaced by the senior management of the Finger Company. To be fair, this IOI Global Finals was pretty good. Putting aside the results, at least it had both popularity and heat, and it also brought a very good positive impact to IOI. Although the FV teams winning the championship made the Eric Group and the senior management of the Finger Company very unhappy, the FV teams winning the championship was not Creatine's fault. Moreover, even if we take a step back, the heat brought by the FV teams winning the championship is objectively conducive to the promotion of IOI's national service. Therefore, after offsetting the merits and demerits, most senior executives are likely to believe that Christian's series of measures are still effective, and Qingshan may continue to serve as the head of the Greater China region even if some senior executives are not satisfied with Qingshan's performance. There should not be sufficient reason to remove him from the position of the head of the Greater China region. This is intolerable for Eric. Opportunities are fleeting. If you can't seize it this time, then you don't know when the next time will be. Therefore, Eric still exposed the news and dealt a fatal blow to Qingshan. Sending 2 data balancers to help the FRY team formulate tactics was entirely Qingshan's own idea, and he should naturally take the blame. Now, the senior executives of Dayak Group and Finger Company are holding an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. But no matter how much they discuss, this incident is already a foregone conclusion, and someone has to stand up and take responsibility, otherwise it will not be possible to calm the public anger. Just taking 2 data balancers out to take the blame is probably not enough to calm the public anger. It will be a high-probability event to push Qingshan out to take the blame. Eric took this opportunity to submit all the research materials he had done on Tenda and GOG in Jingzhou, and made an in-depth analysis of the pros and cons of the IOI qualifiers and the global finals. Most of them were useful information, but there was also a small amount of private information, suggesting that Qingshan's strategy could not fundamentally change the weak position of IOI in the struggle with GOG. If I want to turn the tables, I have to be on the field, Eric was very confident, because after Qingshan left, there was no one more suitable than him. As for whether Qingshan and others would suspect him, it doesn't matter, even if they suspect, there is no evidence. Eric had been dormant for so long, just for this moment. At this moment, the phone rang. Seeing the incoming call number, Eric's mouth corners slightly raised and he answered the phone. Okay. I'll rush over immediately. Eric adjusted his suit and tie in front of the dressing mirror and showed a confident smile. Mr. Pei, wait, I'll be back soon. I won't give you any chance this time, I will keep burning money until your Tenda Group is exposed. Chapter 863 Settlement. January 31st, Tuesday. After the Spring Festival holiday, it was the second day of work. As the culprit, Pei Qian knew nothing about the turmoil happening in Los Angeles on the other side of the ocean. At this time, he was only thinking about the system settlement of this cycle. At this time, he was in the office, checking the sudden spending during the Spring Festival holiday. Although there were many accidents in the last cycle, the overall fund control was still good. Mission and Choice absorbed a lot of funds, and coupled with the publicity and preferential activities in major cities during the Spring Festival, the system funds were finally almost consumed. Takeaways, internet cafes, gyms, logistics, and other physical industries are also opening branches, which helped Pei Qian relieve a lot of pressure. In addition, the useful app that has been developed was successfully launched a week before the settlement, but this app currently only has the content of poetry, and there is no time to do any publicity, so it did not cause too wide a response. In this regard, Pei Qian was very satisfied and felt that this was the most successful project in this cycle and should continue to develop .as for other projects. Although there are gains and losses, Pei Qian is also very clear that the cost of spending money this month is to transfer the risk of profit to the next cycle. For example, Mission and Choice has a large amount of development funds, and the advertising of various industries has greatly increased its popularity. For example, Yuan Venture Capital's operations around the cold-faced girl have kept those entrepreneurs with ulterior motives away. These have laid hidden dangers for the future. But for Pei Qian, as long as this cycle is stable, the next cycle can be dealt with in the next cycle. Anyway, he can always think of new ways to spend money. In front of Pei Qian, the system screen automatically appeared. Wealth Conversion System 2.0. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 1000 to 1, loss conversion ratio 10 to 1. Settlement to be completed soon. Fixed asset value to be re-estimated soon. System funds, 5.76 million plus 16.32 million. Fixed assets, 163.22 million. Details: 1 commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa, 12 households in Building 1 of City Dawn, 77 households in Shandong Garden Commercial and Residential Building, 16 households in Building 8 of Binhe District, 16 households in Building 9 of Binhe District, and 30 households in Building 5 of Jindi Huading District. Pei Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw the system funds. The heart that had been hanging for a long time was finally put down. Although this number is higher than I expected, it is still acceptable. After careful observation, you will find that the value of fixed assets is also fluctuating. For example, the value of the commercial and residential building has dropped by hundreds of thousands, while the value of the residential building has more or less increased. Now it seems that the Jindi Huading district, that is, the Sloth Apartment 2.0 model, is not much different from what Pei Qian expected. Because the house price itself is relatively high, there was no obvious increase in this settlement, just a little increase. After comprehensive calculation, the amount of this fixed asset is still within an acceptable range. However, Pei Qian himself couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, the value of the fixed assets in his hands, oh no, Tengda's hands, has reached 160 million. Although it brought a burden of 16 million to the system fund settlement, it also means that Pei Qian consumed more than 100 million funds by buying buildings, which is still very cost-effective. If there were no fixed assets, Pei Qian really didn't know where to spend the money. Moreover, most of the money was used to build sloth apartments, which helped many people solve the problem of renting houses, which was considered a good deed. This made Pei Qian feel more accomplished. The system screen continued to scroll. Settlement in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 5.76 million plus 16.32 million. Fixed assets, 163.22 million. Personal property, 3.148 million. Every cycle, if the wealth conversion value reaches more than 800,000, you will receive a significant mysterious reward. Currently unfinished project, mission and choice project, the game must be released and the movie must be released before the next settlement. Seeing that the system funds have been converted into personal property, Pei Qian finally felt relieved. Okay, more than 900,000 have been converted. Although it is a few tens of thousands less than the conversion in the previous cycle, after all, this cycle is only 4 months, and there are no special tasks that can reduce system funds. It is very good to be able to convert so much money. There are some daily expenses, plus skin money and miscellaneous income. It is not obvious with the current total personal property. More than 3 million, personal wealth has reached a new peak again. At this rate, it should be no problem to save up a villa in 1 or 2 years. But looking at the numbers of system funds and fixed assets, why do I still feel a little miserable? Pei Qian felt a little sad when he thought about how he, as the boss of Tenda Group, could make tens of millions of dollars at a time. The company's fixed assets reached 160 million yuan, with several buildings. However, he had to save up for so long to buy a villa. However, he soon came to his senses. It's okay. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. I have passed the beginning stage now. I used to make money frequently, but now I can make stable losses. I can convert 800,000 to 900,000 yuan of personal property every time. This shows that I have figured out the system's temper and have mastered the art of spending money in a rush. In the future, the system will have more and more funds, and the losses will naturally increase, and the money converted will definitely increase. Pei Qian was full of confidence again and clicked to receive the reward for this cycle. The so-called mysterious reward in the last cycle was a random technological breakthrough in the next 6 months. Now it seems that it should be the artificial intelligence technology breakthrough of Xuanke technology. If there had not been this technological breakthrough, the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter would not have made money, and the new system of automobile phone would not have been so well received. It can be said that it created certain difficulties for Pei Qian. But on the bright side, this technological breakthrough wouldn't have a big impact. If the global gaming industry had entered the VR era, communication technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, or cloud gaming had achieved unprecedented development, then Pei Qian might have faced even greater difficulties. So, be content. Although this reward didn't make Pei Qian lose a lot of money, at least he didn't make a lot of money, so he should be satisfied. If future technological breakthroughs are only at this level, then Pei Qian can rest assured and not worry too much. I just don't know what the mysterious reward will be this time. Mysterious reward: you can consume a certain amount of personal property to increase the profit margin of a certain industry, with a ratio of 1 to 100. This reward is a permanent option, but it can only be used once per cycle, and the personal property consumed each time must not exceed 100,000. Pei Qian? He carefully checked the description of this reward. Simply put, Pei Qian can consume a certain amount of personal property to increase the profit margin of a certain industry to consumers. At present, most of the industries in Pei Qian's hands can make profits to consumers through promotional activities. For example, during the 1024 Digital Festival, ROF installation can be promoted at a low price. Similarly, various industries such as Moyu Takeaway and Moyu Internet Cafe can also make profits to consumers under the banner of promotion and expanding market share. However, this kind of profit sharing is limited. The system will conduct dynamic supervision and cannot sell at a loss indefinitely. This new reward rule is equivalent to adding a permanent option. Pei Qian pays 10,000 yuan out of his own pocket, and a certain industry can spend an extra 1 million yuan to give profits to consumers. Pei Qian couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's great. In this way, wouldn't it be easier to spend money suddenly? This rule is obviously to be used when there is a loss. If it is used when there is a profit, then it is a brain water. For example, this time, although the settlement has been successful, there are still more than 5 million system funds left. Pei Qian only needs to pay another 50,000 yuan from his own pocket to return all the more than 5 million system funds to consumers as a profit, creating a loss of more than 5 million. In fact, at the time of settlement, he can make an extra 500,000 yuan. In this way, it is equivalent to using 50,000 to earn 500,000 personal property. Students can calculate that this is a pure profit. Of course, the system also has restrictions on this. It can only be used once per cycle, and it cannot exceed 100,000 yuan, which means that through this method, consumers can only get an additional profit of 10 million yuan. Of course, Pei Qian doesn't know whether this amount will change in the future, but at least it is enough for now. The system light screen continues to roll. Next settlement time, 6 months later. System funds will be replenished soon, target amount, 50 million. System funds 44.24 million replenished. System funds replenished. System funds, 50 million plus 16.32 million, fixed assets, 163.22 million. Personal property, 3.148 million. Every cycle, when the wealth conversion value reaches 800,000 or more, you will receive a significant mysterious reward. You can consume a certain amount of personal property to increase the profit margin of a certain industry, with a ratio of 1 to 100. It can be used once in the current cycle, and the personal property consumed must not exceed 100,000. Currently unfinished project, mission and choice project, the game must be released and the movie must be released before the next settlement. Okay, the next cycle, it's exciting again. Pei Qian felt tough again. The next settlement will be 6 months later, which is July 31st, 2012. For Pei Qian, this time is ample. Although the game Mission and Choice must be released and the movie must be released in this cycle, it also means that Pei Qian can open a new pit and delay the release of the product until the next cycle. Anyway, as long as the stall is big enough, there is no need to worry about not being able to spend all the money. Pei Qian has roughly figured out what to do with the next delayed project: open a new project for the Jingji Hotel. As the saying goes, wonders ruin a country. Since the popularity of minimalist philosophy argument machine when still, haunted house speeding car pendulum when moving, Jingji Hostel and Tengda's many physical industries in Jingzhou have also become popular. Many people who come to Jingzhou to play will stop by Jingji Hostel to experience it. However, even so, Jingji Hostel cannot make back the investment in a short time because of the huge investment. Moreover, it has been half a year, and everyone who is interested has experienced it, and the popularity of Jingji Hostel has gradually decreased. Since it is not so popular, it is almost time to start a new project and spend tens of millions on it. In addition, Pei Qian also has arrangements for other industries. In short, the initial system funds for this cycle have reached an unprecedented 50 million, and Pei Qian just took this opportunity to roll up his sleeves and do a great job. Chapter 864 OTTO Technology's New Mission. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. February 1st, Wednesday. The settlement was just completed yesterday, and today Pei Qian is already full of fighting spirit to start the next cycle of losing money. Of course, it is mainly because he has been at home for a week during the Spring Festival holiday and has had a good rest, and his personal wealth has reached a peak, so Pei Qian can be so active. Today, Pei Qian plans to go to OTTO Technology first. Auto Technology was previously responsible for two main tasks. First, the new system of automobile phones, including better linear animation, the camera algorithm of the imaging laboratory, AEIS smart assistant, etc. Second, it made a fully automatic smart bar lift machine, which sold well. But for Changyu, the previous work results are definitely not satisfactory to him. You know, Auto Technology has already made the popular mobile phone brand OTTO-E1, which sold very well and opened up a certain degree of popularity. This mobile phone was positioned as high-end from the beginning, so its success is even more valuable. After all, if most mobile phone manufacturers want to impact the high-end market, they must slowly raise prices, slowly pile up materials, and slowly accumulate reputation. It may take several models and several years to slowly establish the price level of flagship phones, and if there is a problem in the middle, all the previous efforts may be wasted. Automobile phones have stood firm in the high-end market from the beginning, which is equivalent to standing at the end of many mobile phone brands at birth. No matter how much sales are, as long as you can make money and someone buys it, that's enough. For a newly established mobile phone brand, it is impossible to expect more. Therefore, Changyu is very eager to go further and achieve greater success. Pei Qian is also very clear about this, so he has been suppressing Changyu, asking him to do both imaging laboratories and systems, and he has not released a new mobile phone for a whole year. Now, the work that Pei Qian arranged for OTTO Technology has been completed, and Changyu must be assigned new tasks. If Pei Qian leaves it alone, Changyu will definitely carry out subsequent development according to his own judgment. With the success of OTTO-E1 as a foundation, I am afraid he will make a lot of money. Therefore, Pei Qian must come to arrange some tasks and mislead Changyu's thinking, so that OTTO Technology's new product must not succeed. Boss, Pei, you are here. Changyu welcomed Pei Qian to the conference room with a smug look on his face. Obviously, Changyu has been waiting for Boss Pei to come and assign new tasks to OTTO Technology. He can't wait to show his skills. Pei Qian sat down in the conference room, and Changyu sat down opposite him with a small box. Boss Pei, this is the custom mouse you asked for before, and the sample has been made. Oh? Oh. Pei Qian reached out to take it, and then he remembered the little gadget he had arranged for Changyu to make before. Strictly speaking, this is not a product of OTTO technology, but just a small peripheral made by the OEM factory as Part A. Mainly, after the development of the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine is completed, Pei Qian has to find something for OTTO technology to do, so that they don't have to study moths when they have nothing to do, and cause new accidents. Because this matter is relatively insignificant, Pei Qian didn't take it to heart at all, and almost forgot about it. Now that Yu took out the finished product, Pei Qian remembered it. Open the box, and there is a standard-sized mouse inside. From the appearance, this mouse is pure white, with an LED light strip in the middle, which looks quite technological. Yu said, "Boss Pei, let me introduce its functions to you. This is the no overtime mouse you asked for. During working hours, it can be used normally just like any other wireless mouse. And it has a built-in lithium battery instead of the usual AA battery, so it lasts longer. In addition to longer battery life and a certain counterweight function, lithium batteries also have a crucial point, which is to provide stronger and more abundant power for the mouse. Once it's time to get off work, it will change into another form, just like this." Yu said, adjusting it on his mobile phone. Then, the mouse on the conference table suddenly changed its form. The LED light strip on its back turned from blue to red, and a small tail stretched out from the end. The left and right buttons on the front were originally properly covered on the mouse, but now they stand upright, like two small ears of a mouse. In this form, no one can catch it. Yu said, reaching out to the mouse on the table. However, the moment his hand stretched out, the mouse suddenly moved sideways irregularly and avoided Yu's hand. Yu stretched out his hand again, and the mouse dodged again. No matter how hard Yu tried, this mouse was always one step faster than him, moving around on the desktop, running around irregularly back and forth, and he just couldn't catch it. Apparently, there is a sensor on the back of the mouse, and a small wheel under the mouse. When it senses a human hand approaching, the small wheel will quickly move away. Yu continued, "Of course, it is not ruled out that someone is gifted and can catch it at lightning speed. At this time, it will start the escape program, get rid of the clutches, and send you an alert." Yu carefully avoided the sensor behind the mouse, and then grabbed it. But then, the mouse made a click sound, and a mechanism inside it seemed to be activated. The dark blue mouse body inside and the white shell outside separated and escaped again. At the same time, the two small eyes on the front of the mouse began to flash red, and Yu's mobile phone on the table received a prompt message. Yu adjusted the time on his mobile phone to non-working hours. The mouse with a flashing red light returned to normal again. Yu put the outer shell back on, and it became the original mouse again. "Mr. Pei, all mice bound to the app can set working hours and real-time monitoring, and you will have the highest authority." Pei Qian was very happy, "Not bad. I am very satisfied with this thing. Mass production immediately, and equip all departments." Pei Qian didn't think so much before, just thinking about letting OTTO technology find something to do, and find a foundry to make a mouse that can prevent employees from working overtime. Unexpectedly, it was quite novel. Although overtime work in various departments is very rare now, for President Pei, it is always good to take more preventive measures. Pei Qian put the mouse back into the box and expressed his appreciation for Yu's work. Then, while drinking tea, he asked about the current situation of OTTO technology. Yu said confidently, "Mr. Pei, the overall situation of OTTO technology is good at present. The current sales of Auto E1 mobile phone can be basically ignored, and we have stopped production a long time ago. After all, this is a mobile phone from a year ago, and we have always adhered to the principle of never reducing prices, so there are very few people who will buy it at the original price. But it doesn't matter, because the previous inventory has been almost cleared, and this mobile phone can be regarded as coming to an end. Although the price of the mobile phone has not been reduced, it has affected its sales at the end of its life, but it has also won us a good reputation among old users. On the one hand, it is because they think the mobile phone is very valuable, and on the other hand, it is because we have been continuously updating the system, making them feel that they are valued. And these reputations have laid a solid foundation for us to release new mobile phones. As for the smart arguing machine, it is currently selling very well. Whether in the field of smart speakers or in the field of echo walls, or even in the field of art and decorations, it is a very popular product. So, Mr. Pei, the yuan mobile phone has been released for a year. Is it about time to release a new mobile phone? Chang Yu's eyes were full of expectations. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently and nodded reluctantly. Well, it's almost done. What do you think about the new phone? Pei Qian still used the same routine as before, first asking Chang Yu what he planned to do, and then guiding him in the wrong direction. Chang Yu said confidently, "My idea is this, Mr. Pei. The Auto E1 phone can be said to be a very successful phone. Although its weight and price are disadvantages, players have basically accepted these disadvantages. To sum up the experience, I think a very key factor is that the E1 phone uses relatively mature supply chain technology, so although we are a new manufacturer, the yield rate of the phone is still well controlled. So, I think we should continue to develop the Auto E2 phone, and on the basis of maintaining the characteristics of the E1 phone, make some small updates to the phone chip, camera module, etc., as long as the configuration is not lower than other flagships. After all, our current market share is still very low. The top priority is to keep our basic users, and then slowly expand to the mainstream market. It is not advisable to sell too big a step." Pei Qian shook his head silently. "I don't think so." Chang, you didn't expect that President Pei would reject his proposal so straightforwardly. He thought that he must have made some serious mistakes in judging the situation, so he hurriedly listened carefully. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "The key to the success of the E1 mobile phone is that it is unexpected and unique." When this mobile phone was taken out at the press conference, it immediately gave all consumers a bright feeling, so it was able to take the lead and sell so well. If we only make some routine updates, change the chip and the camera module, although the cost is reduced and the risk is reduced, can it still give everyone a refreshing feeling? If everyone doesn't think it is unique and has a clear difference from other mobile phones, then why do people still buy it? Chang Yu was stunned for a moment, and felt that what President Pei said seemed to make a lot of sense. Then, President Pei, in your opinion, how should this mobile phone be made? Chapter 865 Smart Fitness Clothes Rack, added for CZ8/10. After returning to the company, Meng Chang sat at his workstation, drank a sip of water, and took a rest, and then began to think about the promotion plan for the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack. This month, Tenda has two relatively new products. One is the G1 mobile phone, and the other is the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack, and the promotion plan for the former has been cancelled. In other words, Meng Chang does nothing this month and still gets the basic salary. If he makes a promotion plan for the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack, he will still get the basic salary in the worst case. In this case, Meng Chang is not under much pressure, because even if he fails, he has nothing to lose. But then again, this product is really a bit of a fuss, and it seems that I have a good chance this time. After seeing the real Smart Fitness Clothes Rack and personally experiencing it, Meng Chang suddenly felt that this promotion plan was very promising. Because this product is indeed not a serious product, as an entrepreneur, Meng Chang is obviously well versed in the work process of product managers. For such a product, first of all, it is necessary to determine the target group it is facing and its unique advantages compared with competing products, and then formulate a corresponding promotion plan based on the characteristics of the product. Of course, for Meng Chang, in order to achieve the worst effect of the promotion plan, the advantages of the product should be avoided as much as possible, and the disadvantages of the product should be hinted at instead. Meng Chang created a new document and began to analyze. What is the biggest advantage of this product? First, it can be linked with games, and the characters in the game can be developed through fitness training. Moreover, it also has a built-in artificial intelligence module, which can perform some simple communication. These are advantages compared to traditional fitness equipment, so they must not be mentioned in the promotion. Secondly, its training programs are relatively comprehensive, and the core muscles of the whole body can basically be trained. Moreover, there are games as teaching, and it is very easy to get started. There are also very complete after-sales services for home delivery, assembly, and even moving. Well, these are also its unique advantages, so they must not be mentioned in the promotion. Finally, it has another advantage that cannot be called an advantage, that is, it also takes into account the function of drying clothes. When this fitness equipment is idle, there are many places on the top that can be used to hang clothes. Although it takes up a space, if it is used to hang clothes, this space can still be barely used. Although other fitness equipment can also be used to hang clothes and sheets, they are not convenient to use, and there is no special design for hanging clothes on the equipment. Well, so I should start from this point and promote it in the promotional video. Meng Chang quickly found an excellent promotional direction. Ignore the two biggest advantages of the smart fitness clothes rack, never mention it in the promotional video, and put all the space on the most nonsensical and marginalized function of this equipment. The next is the style of the promotional video. If you want to emphasize the function of the product's drying clothes, then no matter whether the style is serious or humorous, it will eventually become a nonsensical funny style. But as long as everyone laughs after watching it and does not have the urge to buy, then there is no problem. We still need to find a star for this promotional video. Well, who should we find? Meng Chang fell into deep thought. If we follow the normal thinking, we must find a popular young actor, regardless of gender, who must be the kind with a good figure. For fitness equipment, it is convincing to find a spokesperson with a good figure. Just like when a shampoo advertisement is looking for a spokesperson, no one would look for a bald celebrity, right? But Meng Chang was not trying to promote it in a positive way. He wanted to make it as unsellable as possible. So, Meng Chang immediately decided to find a celebrity with a bad figure. But after thinking about it carefully, it is really hard to find such a celebrity because most stars pay great attention to body management. If you want to find a star with a bloated body, you have to find the kind of gold medal extras and special actors, and the number of such actors is relatively rare. What's more, those who do not rely on their looks and body to mix in the film industry are often real powerful actors with excellent acting skills, and there is a certain risk in finding them to endorse. It is better to find a supporting actor with a bloated body and low popularity to play. Meng Chang thought about it for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of a candidate. Lin Jiaqiang. This name is very unfamiliar to many people, but as long as it is mentioned, everyone will know, he is one of Zhang Zuding's best friends. As an out-of-date actor, Zhang Zuding had several good brothers who were the royal supporting actors when he was filming movies, such as Ajian, Xiong, and Jiaqiang, who were all Zhang Zuding's good friends. After these people gradually became out of date, except for Zhang Zuding who could still get some movies with the handsome image of a middle-aged uncle, the other supporting actors were in a miserable situation, and some even fell to performing when the real estate was launched. Among them, Lam Ka Kung was the most miserable one. Because he could not get any roles, he was involved in a contract dispute with his agency. As a result, he lived in poverty and could only rely on Zhang Zuding and other friends for support. President Pei asked them to shoot a set of advertisements for Hot Blood War Song Power-Up Edition. "I am a fried pig's trotter, come and eat me if you are a brother," became a popular online quote. After that, these buddies also shot advertisements and were nicknamed Five Tigers of Hot Blood War Song by netizens. According to the price President Pei offered at that time, it should be quite high, which should greatly improve the living conditions of these people. The more Meng Chang thought about it, the more he felt that this buddy was very reliable. Because Lin Jiaqiang was a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds, and he was out of breath when walking. Asking him to shoot the advertisement for this fitness equipment was exactly what Meng Chang wanted. Thinking of this, Meng Chang immediately arranged his men to contact him. Tenda had no shortage of publicity funds, and Lin Jiaqiang was very short of money. In addition to Zhang Zuding's relationship, he would definitely be able to invite people. After finalizing the starring candidates for the promotional video, Meng Chang suddenly had a lot of ideas, and the general outline of the entire promotional video emerged in his mind. He immediately tapped the keyboard quickly and wrote it out in the document. The video begins with a voiceover. Strong chest muscles. Strong latissimus dorsi. 8 clearly visible abdominal muscles. Powerful biceps. They symbolize the strong hormones of men and are the dream pursued by every man. At the same time, Lin Jiaqiang appears in the camera and follows the voiceover to show the fat on his chest, back, abdomen, and arms. Of course, he will wear a loose sports vest to prevent the advertisement from being too eye-catching. But most people don't have developed muscles, only fat that can't be driven away no matter what. After posing for a few times, Lin Jiaqiang stopped helplessly and pinched the flesh on his belly. Is there a kind of fitness equipment that allows you to have these handsome muscles that you can't buy at home without leaving your house? Of course there is. The fully automatic fitness clothes drying rack appeared on the screen, and Lin Jiaqiang looked at it with a very happy and expectant expression. The smart fitness clothes drying rack supports up to 350 pounds of weight. This is a weight you will never use. Because you may find that you actually hate fitness after trying it once or twice. The camera turned and Lin Jiaqiang was exercising with the smart fitness clothes drying rack, but he soon lost interest and stood up from it with his tongue sticking out. But if you think it will collect dust, you are wrong. This latest equipment not only allows you to exercise at home, but also gives you what you really want: a place to hang clothes. The camera turned, Lin Jiaqiang held a pile of freshly washed clothes, put them on the seat of the smart fitness clothes drying rack, and then picked up the clothes hanger and hung them one by one on the horizontal bar above the smart fitness clothes drying rack. The smart fitness clothes drying rack is tailor-made for the clothes drying needs of urban white-collar workers. It can dry up to 10 pieces of clothes at the same time, and it is also equipped with an automatic blowing function to speed up the drying of clothes. The smart fitness clothes drying rack is already full of clothes, and the ribbons of the air outlet are floating up. All the clothes are bathed in the breeze. Lin Jiaqiang feels the breeze and smiles with satisfaction. Moreover, you don't have to worry about it taking up too much space. Its seat is a very user-friendly folding design. As long as you fold it up, you can get a piece of exclusive clothes drying space. There is also a cup holder for beer or red wine on it. The hidden design allows you to use it to drink a few glasses occasionally. Of course, you can also use it to hold water cups or energy drinks when you recover from training, although I know that scene will never happen. Lin Jiaqiang took out a can of beer from the smart fitness clothes drying rack, raised his head and drank a few sips, and gave a thumbs up. We will also give each customer who orders a set of sportswear for free. It is very comfortable and can be worn as pajamas. What are you waiting for with such a versatile smart fitness clothes drying rack? Order it now. After writing the general outline of the promotional video, Meng Chang read it again and nodded with great satisfaction. Yeah, very good. After this ad is broadcast, no one will buy it, right? This advertisement first gives the audience a very bad psychological suggestion through the image of Lin Jiaqiang, and then it blatantly reveals the fact that even if you buy home fitness equipment, you will never use it to hang clothes. In short, it is completely contrary to the purchasing desire of the target users. Not only that, this advertisement does not reflect the game fitness war that is matched with the smart fitness clothes rack, nor does it mention the smart system on it. The fitness function is even more vague and glossed over. The more Meng Chang thought about it, the more he thought it was perfect. As long as this promotional video is shot and released, combined with the original sand sculpture product positioning of the smart fitness clothes rack, customers will definitely laugh it off, right? Of course, some people will definitely buy it out of curiosity, but this thing is very expensive and takes up a lot of space, so there will definitely not be many people who buy it. As long as the publicity does not have the desired effect at that time, and the smart fitness clothes rack is not sold much, won't the commission be stable? The more Meng Chong thought about it, the more optimistic he became, and suddenly he burst out with passion for work again. Chapter 866, Dual Shoulder Key Gaming Phone. After sending President Pei away, Chong Yu hurriedly called the key staff of the design department together for an emergency meeting. The new phone is the top priority of OTTO Technologies research and development in the future. Whether the success of the previous OTTOE1 phone can be continued depends on this design, and they must not be neglected. Soon, everyone was there. Chong Yu looked around at everyone, and these key employees were obviously full of energy. After all, a lot of year-end bonuses were issued, and the Spring Festival holiday had been a long time. Everyone was eager to make a career. First of all, I have a good news for everyone. We are finally going to make a new phone. Everyone's face showed excitement and expectation. But Chong Yu changed the subject. President Pei made some requirements for the new phone. Everyone nodded, thinking that this was a matter of course. After all, the success of the previous OTTOE1 phone was inseparable from President Pei's guidance. President Pei made a request, and everyone felt more at ease. Chong Yu said, President Pei asked us to adopt a full-screen solution with a pop-up camera and use as many new technologies from the supply chain as possible. In addition, the location of the pop-up camera is quite special. Chong Yu briefly explained Mr. Pei's requirements, especially emphasizing the location of the pop-up camera. Everyone looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Many mobile phone manufacturers are using the full-screen solution with pop-up cameras, but all the models currently under development have pop-up cameras at the top. What does it mean to be placed on the upper left of the long side? Chong Yu's expression was serious, so, the primary purpose of calling everyone together today is to analyze Mr. Pei's intentions and determine the design of the new mobile phone. Mr. Pei is relatively vague about some details of this mobile phone, but he repeatedly emphasized the location of this pop-up camera several times. I think this should be the focus of Mr. Pei's emphasis. Xiao Jiang, you are responsible for the appearance design, tell me your opinion first. Xiao Jiang came with a laptop and quickly drew a simple diagram in the software. He frowned slightly and said, first of all, in terms of appearance, compared with those mobile phones with pop-up cameras on the top, the pop-up camera from the side is more unique and more recognizable. When users hold the phone, they hold the lower part, so the position of the camera will not be blocked by their hands. Moreover, most people use their right hands when taking selfies, and the selfie angle is also suitable, so the camera will not be placed below to take pictures of the nostrils. Whether it is held horizontally or vertically, the photos taken should be more beautiful. In addition, if it is placed in this position, the camera module on the back must be designed in the center, and the back can also be more beautiful. But these reasons are not very sufficient. Since President Pei specifically emphasized that the pop-up camera is placed in this position, there must be some very important considerations. Xiao Jiang made a few points based on the camera itself, but these reasons were obviously not sufficient. He looked at Chong Yu. President Chong, does President Pei have anything else to say about the camera? Chong Yu tried hard to think about what President Pei had said before. Suddenly, he remembered a detail that he had overlooked before. Oh right. I hinted to Mr. Pei before that it was a bit strange to put it in this position. Should we make it symmetrical, that is, put the pop-up camera in the center? But Mr. Pei misunderstood. He actually said that we could add another pop-up camera in the upper right corner or lower left corner to make it symmetrical. But this plan is too outrageous, so Mr. Pei must be joking. Xiao Jiang frowned slightly, upper right or lower left. He quickly operated on the laptop and added a pop-up camera above the long side of the right side of the phone and below the long side of the left side to see the effect. After adding it to the upper right corner, the whole phone becomes a T-shape, and there's nothing special about it. If it's added to the lower left corner. Hey, Mr. Chang, do these two pop-up cameras look like two shoulder buttons? Chang Yu looked at Xiao Jiang's computer screen and saw that on the prototype of the phone, there was a square-shaped protrusion above and below the long side on the left. If you look at the phone horizontally, it happens to be two shoulder buttons. The shoulder button design is a standard design on the console's handle. According to the standard use of the handle, the shoulder buttons and trigger buttons are pressed by the index fingers of both hands. In racing games, they are usually accelerators and brakes, and in shooting games, they are usually aiming and shooting. They are very critical buttons. Chang Yu had an idea instantly. Could it be that Mr. Pei is hinting that we should make two trigger buttons and develop a gaming phone specifically for mobile games? Is it that we should combine the pop-up camera and the trigger button together? No, Mr. Pei said this in a teasing tone, and he didn't specifically emphasize that we must make two pop-up cameras. Besides, no matter what, making two pop-up cameras is meaningless. Xiao Jiang said, Mr. Chang, this is obviously Mr. Pei's hint. The mechanical structure takes up too much space. One front camera is enough. There is no point in making two. But the reason why Mr. Pei mentioned this is obviously that he still hopes to make this kind of symmetrical design. Mr. Chang, do you think this design is okay? The pop-up camera is still at the top of the long side, and we make it into the right trigger. At the bottom of the long side, we make a separate left trigger. Only in a few scenarios, such as selfies and video conversations, will this pop-up camera pop up. In other scenarios, it will retract and only protrude a little bit, existing as a trigger that can be clicked. The left trigger button is not a pop-up camera, just like the right trigger button. The trigger button has the same feel, but is wider than other physical buttons, protruding from the body, can be clicked, has a strong rebound, and has a longer key travel. Give players the best gaming experience possible. Chang Yu nodded suddenly. In other words, this phone is a gaming phone with two physical trigger buttons? Xiao Jiang nodded, yes, and if you think about it this way, many points are all connected. Our mobile phone must use flagship chips, pile up materials to the extreme, and the battery capacity is much larger than that of ordinary mobile phones. Such good performance is definitely a serious waste just to browse the web and chat. It must be used to play games. Other people in the conference room were inspired and began to speak freely. Yes. A key problem with the pop-up camera is that the pixels of the front camera are not particularly high, and male users who like to play games will not care about this. This shows that the pop-up camera solution is more suitable for gaming phones. That's right. Since the full-screen technology is used, the screen of the mobile phone will definitely change from the traditional 16:9 to 19:9 or 19.5:9, that is, the entire screen will become wider. For playing mobile games in landscape mode, the field of view will be wider, which is also an advantage for traditional mobile phones. I think there is another key point. What is Tenda's core business? It's games. When the time comes, we will link with Tenda Games or Shangyang Games to release a racing or shooting mobile game, such as the mobile version of Lonely Desert Highway or the mobile version of Sea Fortress, and then make exclusive optimizations for mobile phones. Doesn't this highlight our advantages? Chang Yu nodded frequently. That's right, it's all right. No wonder President Pei put the pop-up camera in this position. It turns out that he was reminding us to make two shoulder buttons. The pop-up camera already has a mechanical structure. Using this mechanical structure to make a physical shoulder button specifically for playing games is a good use of the material and is more cost-effective than other mobile phones with pop-up cameras. AS for the left shoulder button at the bottom, although it also needs a mechanical structure, it does not need to be as large as the pop-up camera, so it will not take up too much internal space, which is completely acceptable. Coupled with other details, including the full screen and flagship chip, the player's gaming experience will definitely be significantly improved. Chang Yu was very happy. That's right. President Pei must think so. Then let's follow this idea and improve the details. With a clear direction, everyone was not as confused as at the beginning, and began to discuss the remaining details of this phone one by one. Since we have decided to make a gaming phone, why not make it cooler? I think we can make it into a mecha-style back cover with LED lights. After all, the yuan phone also has LED lights, which can be regarded as a continuation of tradition. The battery capacity must be large, and the recent fast-charging technology seems to have been upgraded, so it can be used. Although the new underscreen fingerprint technology is not particularly easy to use, it should be added to increase the sense of technology. For playing games, dual speakers are definitely required. The charging port and headphone jack are moved to the center of the right side of the phone, so that they will not block your hands when playing games in landscape mode. The power button and volume button are also all placed on the right side of the phone to make room for the two shoulder buttons. Since players are used to the weight of our phones, and we also need a large battery, we don't need to make a protruding rear camera. This way, the appearance of the entire phone can be further improved. Everyone talked about it, and soon, the general design plan of this phone was ready. Although there are still many details that need to be carefully considered, the general direction of this phone is very clear. While listening, Xiaojiang quickly recorded the key points of everyone's discussion. Chang Yu was very happy. Okay, then let's decide on this plan. Everyone start preparing immediately. Now that I think about it, President Pei is still foresight and sees much further than me. Before, I wanted to make this phone according to the successful experience of yuan, but now it seems that it is obviously too conservative. I have a hunch that the new phone made according to President Pei's plan will definitely be a great success. Chapter 867, The Structure of the Fitness Clothes Rack. After finalizing the general development plan of the new mobile phone, Chang Yu called Guo Liqing, the person in charge of managed fitness, and Wang Xiaoban, the person in charge of Shangyang Games, respectively, and asked them to come to OTTO Technology to discuss the plan of the smart fitness clothes rack. Originally, Yi Zhizhou was in charge of Shangyang Games when developing new games, but Yi Zhizhou went to Los Angeles on a business trip before, and just finished his adjusted leave, and he had to go to Los Angeles again to make up for the holiday, so the development of Shangyang Games was temporarily in charge of Wang Xiaoban. Although this smart fitness clothes rack sounds a bit nonsensical, Chang Yu dare not neglect it at all. After all, this is the key task assigned by President Pei himself, and it is the linkage of three key departments. If it is not done well, this thing may affect President Pei's future industrial layout. If it is not completed well, I am afraid he will be blamed. Now that the competition between departments is so fierce, Chang Yu does not want OTTO Technology to lag behind and lose face as the person in charge. In the afternoon, Guo Liqing and Wang Xiaoban arrived. Chang Yu led the two people to the reception room and briefly explained what President Pei had told him about the smart fitness clothes drying rack. Guo Liqing and Wang Xiaoban looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What kind of confusing product is this? A clothes drying rack with fitness function? And it comes with a special game? If this is a funny product, it's understandable. Just produce a few for users who like to play with novelty, and then make a funny news. If there is a loss, it's a loss. But judging from what Mr. Pei said, it seems that he attaches great importance to this. In other words, this clothes drying rack is a serious commercial product? Want to mass produce? Since you want to mass produce, you have to think about how to make money, Otherwise, 3 departments work together to make a product, and still make a loss. How embarrassing it will be if this gets out. Changyu looked at Guo Liqing. Coach Guo, you are a professional in fitness. Although this product requires the participation of us and Shangyang Games, it is still a fitness product in the final analysis. Why don't you tell me your opinion first? Guo Liqing rested his chin with his thick arms. The big muscular man looked a little funny when thinking, but his expression was serious and earnest. In fact, in the field of fitness, clothes rack is a common joke. Whether it is a treadmill, spinning bike, elliptical machine or bench press rack, all fitness equipment placed at home often cannot escape the fate of clothes rack. It's mainly because there's no fitness environment and atmosphere at home, and most people are only interested in it for a short time, so it's hard to stick to it. These things take up space, so many people use them to hang clothes and dry sheets, but drying sheets doesn't make them want to exercise, and over time they enter a vicious cycle. If we use this stock as a name, it can actually attract the favor of many fitness users, and it will also be beneficial to our initial publicity. I admire Mr. Pei's reverse thinking. I think Mr. Pei's design is actually using the user's rebellious psychology to achieve the purpose of urging users to exercise. Changyu asked, what do you think this product should look like? So far, Changyu has no clear concept of this smart fitness clothes rack. Should it be a bracket or should it be hung on the ceiling? Should it have folding and telescopic functions? Should we have a small fan or something like that, which can blow clothes and cool users? Because this concept is too vague, and Mr. Pei did not propose some design details, it is difficult for Changyu to imagine the specific form of this product. Guo Liqing is a professional fitness coach who has used various fitness equipment and is very knowledgeable about fitness. He should be able to sort out these messy functions and requirements, and find the most critical product elements. Guo Liqing continued to think seriously. Boss Pei has clearly stated that the use scenario of this smart fitness clothes drying rack is mainly at home. In other words, it is aimed at individual consumers, not commercial gyms. Wang Xiaobin said, well, Coach Guo, this is not necessarily true. Like other departments, Shangyang Games has also been assigned a mandatory fitness quota. As the person in charge, Wang Xiaobin must set an example, so he also has some understanding of fitness. Guo Liqing did not ignore his opinion because he thought Wang Xiaobin was not as professional as himself in fitness, but asked seriously, what do you mean? Wang Xiaobin thought for a while and said, I think Boss Pei's idea should be to take both into account, but the priority is different. As a fitness equipment, commercial gyms are definitely one of our target customers. However, the equipment of commercial gyms is updated very slowly, and the market share of fitness equipment of those big brands is difficult to shake. If we want to sell our fitness equipment to commercial gyms from the beginning, we will definitely encounter huge difficulties and resistance. Of course, except for hosted gyms, but after all, the market share of hosted gyms is still very low. So, Mr. Pei first focused on the scenario of fitness at home. Ordinary people basically won't buy those large commercial fitness equipment, because there is not enough space at home. At most, they will buy treadmills, elliptical machines, bench press racks, and dumbbells. And there is no well-known brand with a high market share for these. Assuming that our smart fitness clothes rack can gain the favor of ordinary people and increase its popularity, then we can naturally sell this equipment to those professional gyms. Guo Liqing nodded, indeed. In other words, Mr. Pei only takes the scenario of home fitness as a starting point. As a smart fitness equipment, as long as it becomes popular, it can still be sold to commercial gyms. But this is also, it does not affect my initial judgment. After all, the home fitness scene is the foundation. If this is not satisfied, the following ones are also empty. If you are considering the home fitness scene, I think the following points are very important. First, safety, stability, and reliability. There is no need to say more about this. Fitness equipment is made of steel wire and iron blocks, Careless use can cause injuries. Not only must the materials be solid and reliable, but all possible safety hazards must be avoided during design. Second, the floor space. One of the important reasons why home fitness equipment is not selling well is that it takes up too much space. Most of those who choose to buy fitness equipment are young people who have high requirements for their body shape, but these people's economic conditions are often not very good. That is to say, most people in our target group do not live in large residential areas, so it is difficult to spare a large area for fitness equipment. This is also a key reason why many people use fitness equipment to dry clothes. Therefore, we have to find a way to make our smart fitness clothes drying rack less space-consuming, and it is best if some of the structures are foldable and retractable. It is best to use the balcony as the main usage scenario for this equipment. Third, sustainability and fun. Fitness is something that is difficult to stick to. One of the important reasons for the success of managed gyms is mandatory. It forces users to reach a certain training time and eat a certain amount of nutrition. A balanced fitness meal. It is precisely because the managed fitness has achieved this kind of mandatory nature that the users who stayed have persisted, so it can achieve such a good fitness effect. But if you exercise at home, it is easy to slack off, without anyone to supervise. Moreover, the family environment makes people want to rest. Once you lie on the sofa, you will no longer think about exercise. Compared with the gym, it is more difficult to stick to it. Therefore, President Pei asked us to make it a smart device and let Shenyang Games develop a special game. It should be to improve the sustainability and fun of exercise in the home scene. Chang Yu and Wang Xiaobin listened carefully and nodded. As expected of a professional fitness coach, he easily analyzed the deep connotation and basic principles behind Mr. Pei's seemingly nonsensical, smart fitness clothes rack so thoroughly. Chang Yu said, "Coach Gua, what do you think the product form of this smart fitness clothes rack would look like if you were asked to design it?" Gua Liqing continued to think seriously. Since it is a family fitness, it cannot take up too much space, and it must be integrated with multiple equipment. And in terms of exercise goals and effects, strength training is definitely better than aerobic training, so our smart fitness clothes rack must focus on strength training. Gua Liqing briefly explained the principle, and Chang Yu and Wang Xiaobin were also doing fitness, so they understood it at once. Anyone who has some common sense about fitness knows that in most cases, fitness is to do strength training first and then aerobic training, so as to achieve the best exercise effect. Strength training is generally speaking lifting weights, while aerobic training is jogging, riding a spinning bike, etc. Of course, everyone's physical conditions are different, and the training methods adopted will also be different. But in general, strength first and then aerobic training is recognized as the best arrangement. The main reason is that doing aerobic exercise first will affect the effect of strength training, while doing strength training first will help the effect of aerobic training. After doing aerobic exercise for a long time, strength training will have a poor performance and cannot fully stimulate the muscles because some glycogen has been consumed. On the contrary, although strength training first consumes glycogen, it will stimulate the body to use fat to supply energy for aerobic training, which will have a better fat-reducing effect. Many girls are worried that strength training will increase muscle, so they only go to the treadmill every time. In fact, this training method is relatively inefficient. If you are thin and just want to use this method to maintain your figure, it is okay. But if you want to lose weight and shape your body, the effect is far less than scientific strength training. That's why Gua Liqing said that the smart fitness clothes rack should focus on strength training. Chapter 868 Product Positioning and Detailed Plan. Gua Liqing continued, for most users, there is limited space at home and they can only have one fitness equipment. If they put a treadmill and a spinning bike, aerobic training is solved, but strength training cannot be done. Because strength training requires at least a bench press and dumbbells, most people can't put a set of strength training equipment at home after the treadmill already takes up space. But on the other hand, if the user has a strength training machine at home, aerobic training can be achieved in other ways. For example, use a yoga mat in the living room to do aerobics, burpees, etc. Since the main purpose of the Smart Fitness clothes drying rack is to do strength training, then the parts we want to exercise must be mainly the core strength muscle groups such as the chest and back. There is no need for too many tricks. After all, people who pursue so many details in strength training will definitely go to the gym. We are targeting ordinary users, most of whom are fitness novices. This machine must be simple, easy to understand, and easy to stick to. First of all, it must be equipment for the chest. The chest muscles are relatively easy to train, and the effect is quick and obvious. You need a chest clamp, which can do 3 modes: butterfly chest clamp, straight arm chest clamp, and reverse arm extension. Then the back is relatively simple. It is enough to make a high back pull trainer on the top of the equipment and a seated rowing machine on the bottom. Then you can use the existing structure to make a pull-up booster. The seat when clamping the chest and pulling the back can be used as a support for kneeling during pull-ups. Then you can do a rope curl at the bottom to exercise the biceps and brachioradialis. You can add more in the middle: a barbell with a rail. You can do bench press while lying on the seat, or you can fold the seat up and stand on the ground to do weighted squats. In this case, the exercises that can be done on this machine include butterfly chest press, straight arm chest press, reverse arm extension, high pullback, seated rowing, pull-ups, rope curls, bench presses, and weighted squats, a total of 9 exercises. Most muscles in the body should be able to be trained. Its size should be not much different from an ordinary gantry. The length, width, and height should be about 2.1 meters, 1.4 meters, and 2.1 meters, and the floor area should be about 3 square meters. Guoliqing took a pen and paper from the side and quickly drew a sketch. Changyu and Wang Xiaobin came over to watch. The main structure is a rectangular frame made of metal, with weights on the back. Except for the barbell, all strength training uses this set of weights. The seat is relatively wide and can be fixed or moved up and down as a knee support for pull-ups. Of course, it can also be folded up without getting in the way. 2 mechanical arms extend from the upper part, which can be used for chest clamping exercises. There are 2 horizontal bars on the top and bottom, which are used for high back pulls and seated rowing. There is a horizontal barbell in the middle, which can be used for bench presses, squats, and shoulders. Although Guoliqing's painting skills are a bit sloppy, Changyu and Wang Xiaobin have fitness experience after all, and they also know how to use various equipment, so they can still understand it. After reading it, Changyu nodded slightly, but his brows were still furrowed. Strictly speaking, this is an upgraded version of the comprehensive fitness equipment, and there must be no problem with the function. But this is obviously different from the smart clothes drying rack that President Pei asked for. Guoliqing nodded. Well, I just designed the most basic functions, and the details must be improved. Changyu stood up and called Xiao Jiang in again. I'll tell you how to change it, and you can draw a simple prototype. Xiao Jiang nodded and began to make changes according to Changyu's instructions. First of all, since it is a clothes drying rack, the current size is definitely not suitable. The columns outside the gantry take up too much space and seriously waste space. I think it should be designed into an I shape, with the main support, including the 2 guide rails of the barbell, concentrated on the central vertical bar. The original structure of the gantry makes people feel like it is a cage, which is relatively closed. After the modification, it will be more open, similar to the feeling of a basketball stand. The 2 mechanical arms of the chest clamp are also made foldable, which can be folded and placed together with the top horizontal bar, and then the barbell is fixed in a position higher. After the seat is folded up, the center of the entire machine is completely empty. It does not affect walking back and forth at ordinary times. Secondly, we have to make some simple designs and functions for the clothes rack. The current shape is more like a normal clothes rack. You can hang clothes on the top beam in a row. And it is layered. The top beam and the lower barbell can hang different clothes, respectively. We will add a few fans to the top, which can not only blow clothes to speed up the drying process, but also cool down the user during exercise. Finally, it is the smart part. In addition to adding artificial intelligence AEIS, we can also install intelligent modules in various parts. For example, by installing a module on the weight mechanism, we can know how much the user's current weight is. By installing sensors on the robotic arm and seat, we can know whether the user's current movements are standard. At the same time, we can also determine whether the user has restored the machine to the standard position after use. Finally, it's the game. Wang Xiaobin took over the conversation. I think this game should mainly be used with this machine. It's a good idea to add an intelligent module as mentioned before, so that we can monitor the player's movements in real time. In fact, the biggest problem with traditional fitness methods is that they are boring and difficult to stick to. The fun of the game is that through pictures, sounds, the combination of gameplay provides users with a certain amount of fun, making it easier for them to stick to it. My idea is to give these fitness movements a game package. For example, if the protagonist is a warrior, the specific fitness movements are his skills, and he defeats monsters through skills. We break down the daily training volume into levels, and players can achieve the purpose of training as long as they complete these levels. In the process of the level, we can add elements such as encouragement from the narration and provocation from the monsters to stimulate the player's fighting desire and make it easier for them to stick to it. Another key point is that we can let the player fill in his height and weight, and measure his heart rate according to the training volume, roughly determine his physical fitness, and fine-tune the training volume to ensure the best training effect. And these data can be interconnected with the fitness data in the Tenda Life app, including daily timed reminders, training schedules, etc., which are all ready-made and can be used directly. Changyu nodded while recording. Well, what is the approximate investment in this aspect of the game? Wang Xiaobin thought for a while. The investment will not be large, 2 or 3 million should be enough. Because the actions, scenes, monsters, and other aspects of the content can be reused, the main workload is still in the level design and details. If the game is sold in a bundle with the equipment, this cost can also be earned back by selling the equipment. Changyu looked at Guoliqing again, then Coach Gua, how much does this device cost, without the smart module? Guoliqing thought for a while. There are some similar fitness equipment on the internet. The price is about 3,500 to 4,000. Our current set needs additional design, door-to-door installation, and after-sales service. The cost should be 4,500. Changyu nodded. Well, in this case, with the smart module and other functions, and considering the bundled pricing of the game, it is more appropriate to set it at around 5,000 yuan. It's a bit expensive. As a home fitness equipment, the current mainstream equipment on the market is priced at around 3,500, and our price does not have much advantage. Although the functions and fun of the machines sold for around 3,500 yuan are far inferior to our equipment, the price difference of 1,500 yuan will still make many people hesitate. Xiao Jiang raised his hand and said, Mr. Chang, I have a different opinion. In fact, for users who are willing to pay for home fitness equipment, the price difference of 1,500 yuan is not the primary factor they consider. They are mainly worried about 2 points. The first is that it takes up space, and the second is that it is difficult to stick to it. Now that housing prices are so high, most people have limited space at home. Even if this equipment is placed on the balcony, it will take up about 3 square meters. If the price is 15,000 yuan per square meter, the cost of occupying the land is close to 50,000 yuan. Compared with 50,000 yuan, what is the difference of 1,500 yuan? If you buy fitness equipment but don't use it, it will just collect dust, and it will be a loss to use it as a clothes drying rack. It will collect dust, take up space, and it is difficult to sell. This is the key reason why most people don't buy home fitness equipment. But the folding design of our product frees up some space. It is more convenient to use it to hang clothes than ordinary fitness equipment. It is also interesting and easier to stick to it. As long as we do well, we will definitely be very competitive. I think we should differentiate ourselves from traditional fitness equipment in terms of appearance. We should not use black, but white, which is more technological. When it is in the retracted state, it should look more like a technological product than a fitness equipment, and be as beautiful as possible. The key to this machine should not be the price, but the popularity. As long as it is well known and there are no competitors on the market, the price difference of 1,500 yuan is not a big problem at all. What's more, our functions are more, the effects are better, and it also comes with a game. Changyu nodded slightly. Well, that makes sense. Thinking in this way, although the smart fitness clothes rack is a bit silly and cannot guarantee 100% success, at least the product positioning is clear. This kind of fitness equipment is originally only bought by young people. In this case, we should try our best to meet the needs of young people and win over all other competing products. And as a supplement to the managed gym industry, the initial losses should not matter. As long as the reputation is stable and the popularity is gradually improved, it will always make money in the future. Pei should also be more tolerant of the initial losses. While everyone was discussing, Xiaojiang had also completed the general appearance design. Compared with other fitness equipment, the smart fitness clothes drying rack looks more beautiful and more technological. The game will be made into a mobile game, connected to the hosted fitness data in the Tenda Life app, and can be played on a mobile phone or tablet, or projected to a monitor. The smart fitness clothes drying rack has a smart module. After connecting to a mobile phone or tablet, it can detect the current status of the device, record user actions, etc., and provide real-time feedback in the game. The three of them compared the plan of the smart fitness clothes drying rack and improved some details. Changyu was very satisfied. Okay, then let's temporarily decide on this plan. Everyone completes their own part, we keep in good communication, and we must complete Mr. Pei's task successfully. Chapter 869 Old friend Eric is back. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. February 2nd, Thursday. Pei Qian was in the office, continuing to consider the work arrangements for each department. The new mobile phone and smart fitness clothes rack directly solved the three departments of OTTO technology, Shenyang Games, and managed gym, and Pei Qian was very satisfied. Especially for the setting of the smart fitness clothes rack, Pei Qian was very satisfied. No matter from any angle, this thing should not be sold, right? When he thought that this idea could solve three departments that might backstab him at the same time, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, the task was still heavy. Because there were too many industries and departments in Tenda Group now, Pei Qian himself basically couldn't take care of them all. But he couldn't take it lightly, because he didn't know which department was brewing something big, and he would be forced to make money if he didn't pay attention. Pei Qian still browsed all the work reports of each department, looking for clues while thinking about which projects that would definitely lose money should be arranged next and let these profitable departments do it. After reading for a while, Pei Qian felt overwhelmed and took out his phone to check the news. Huh? A change in the senior management of Zhito Company? 2 data balancers who had private contact with FRY Club were fired. The former head of Greater China, Creighton, was dismissed and replaced by Eric. Eric is back again? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw this news. Eric, an old friend. Although the IOI Global Finals have ended, the subsequent heat about this game has never subsided. After the FV team won the championship, their popularity and attention have increased unprecedentedly. From an unknown small club, they have suddenly become a world-renowned team. Although IOI's market share in China has been squeezed out by GOG, FE is a domestic team after all. After winning the championship, many GOG players are also paying attention to it, not to mention the world. Foreign players basically know this team and the 5 players. After the game, all kinds of peripheral news about the FE team were dug out. On the one hand, this is because the FE team has always been low-key, and there are many explosive materials to be dug up. On the other hand, because the FE official blog has been constantly active, it has also won a high level of attention for the FE team. Therefore, the FE team was treated differently by the Longyu Group. President Pei provided them with top-notch food and accommodation conditions and logistical support, and the strongest coaching team in history, etc., were all discussed repeatedly. Finally, the news that 2 official data balancers of the Finger Company went to the FRY team to help formulate tactics was exposed, which directly triggered public opinion. Not only domestic players strongly protested, but foreign players also expressed that this was unacceptable. Because of this incident, the FRY team lost even more ugly. It was already ugly to lose 3 o'clock in the finals, and now it was even more ugly to lose 3 o'clock after accepting the tactical guidance of the official data balancer. After such an incident was exposed, foreign players also felt ashamed, so they also put pressure on the Dayak Group and the Finger Company. And within the Dayak Group, people headed by Eric who were eyeing the status of the faction of Cretin also took this opportunity to start infighting. After so much trouble, with the issuance of the official personnel change announcement, it means that the power struggle within the Dayak Group has finally settled. Although there are still many players who are not satisfied with this result, the Finger Company has fired 2 data balancers and removed a senior executive after all, and the posture is considered to be sufficient, and the voices of condemnation have gradually subsided. However, the negative impact of this incident on Finger Company and GOG may not be made up for a long time. Pei Qian did not know what kind of power struggle had happened within Finger Company, but judging from the result, it was not a bad thing for Eric to be the head of the Greater China region again, because Eric is more direct than Christian. Christian likes to play tricks on the gameplay, while Eric prefers to spend money directly, which is more in line with Pei Qian's mind. This time Eric can return to the position of the head of the Greater China region, which means that the senior management of Dayak Group also approves his plan. So, is the real money-burning war about to begin? Suddenly, I am a little looking forward to it. Pei Qian suddenly looked forward to Eric taking over the IOI national service as soon as possible. Come on, spend money with me. I'm worried about having no reason. At the same time, in the Magic City, Longyu Group headquarters, Zhao Shuming smiled and welcomed Eric to the conference room. Hello, Mr. Eric. You have been on a flight for more than 10 hours, you must be exhausted, right? Do you want to have some tea and take a rest first, and then we can start talking about business? Eric waved his hand. No, I am in good spirits now. Let's get straight to the point and talk about the latest cooperation matters of IOI China. Zhao Shuming didn't dare to say anything more, and nodded quickly. Okay, no problem. He didn't say it, but he knew very well in his heart that seeing Eric's high-spirited look, he was probably a new official who had 3 fires when he took office, and he must be careful to cooperate. Otherwise, his situation would be more dangerous. After the public relations crisis was exposed, Zhao Shuming and the public relations department of Longyu Group were exhausted. They did nothing else during the entire Spring Festival holiday, and were all doing crisis public relations. Although the matter was barely suppressed, Zhao Shuming was also warned by the top management. If it weren't for his skill in shifting the blame, he might have been fired along with Cretin. Eric replaced Cretin again, which was enough to show that he had completely won the trust and support of the top management of Dayak Group and Finger Company. At this time Eric must show his strength. If Zhao Shuming dragged his feet, Eric could negotiate with the top management of Longyu Group and replace Zhao Shuming at any time. So Zhao Shuming didn't dare to be negligent. He knew very well that everything now had to be based on Eric's decision. He must not confront Eric, otherwise he would be the one to be carried away. Eric looked Zhao Shuming up and down. Mr. Zhao, I have heard about some things about you. It seems that you have made a lot of mistakes in the process of promoting IOI before. But don't worry, I like to look forward, so I can let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. But I want to emphasize here that Christian and I have two different styles of doing things. I hope you can cooperate with me. Zhao Shuming nodded quickly. Of course, this is my job. He knew Eric's subtext very well. Eric meant that Zhao Shuming was also responsible for the poor promotion, and the responsibility was not small. If Eric wanted, he could replace Zhao Shuming at any time. But Eric did not do so, but continued to let Zhao Shuming serve as the head of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department, obviously hoping that he would be 100% obedient. Zhao Shuming had originally planned to do so, so he naturally did not show any resistance. Eric was very satisfied with this and continued, then, let me briefly talk about the new operation strategy of IOI's national server. Although the changes in the new version have objectively reduced the difficulty of the game, attracted new players, and improved the viewing experience of the game, it has also produced many adverse effects. The biggest impact is that the convergence of IOI and GOG designs allowed the FV team, which used GOG's play style, to win the championship. Many players therefore believe that GOG's game design level and competitive level are higher than IOI. This is difficult to deal with. But it is impossible to change it back. On the one hand, this will give players a bad impression that we are changing orders every day and confused thinking. On the other hand, it will also lead to negative effects such as higher game thresholds and reduced viewing experience of the game. So, we can only make some minor changes to the game content and plan for the long term. But this time I came with a magic weapon to defeat Tenda. That is, spending money. Tenda's trump card is spending money. If you want to defeat them, you must spend more money than them. I have convinced the company's top management to start a price war with GOG on a global scale. Starting from the next version, all heroes of IOI will be free, and the price of all skins will be reduced to 70% of the original price. We will prepare generous in-game rewards for old players, returning players, and new players, and invest a lot of money and resources in publicity. Regain the market share taken away by GOG. This time I got a very high authority and funding quota from the head office. I will keep burning until Tenda's capital chain can no longer hold up. As for Mr. Zhao, your task is to cooperate with me and do a good job of publicity in the Greater China region. Although this behavior will also affect the income of Longyu Group, I believe that Longyu Group can also distinguish between long-term interests and immediate interests, right? If GOG is allowed to continue the price war, IOI's market share will be eaten up sooner or later, and no one will make money at that time. If we can burn money to beat GOG, then our prospects will be infinitely bright. Mr. Zhao, please go and talk to the senior management of Longyu Group. Zhao Shuming nodded quickly. Don't worry, I will take care of it. He knew that Eric's words, please go and talk, were very polite, but in fact, with the strong position of Zhito Company, Longyu Group did not have much room to refuse. Seeing Eric's confident look, Zhao Shuming was a little nervous. Comparing with Tenda Group in spending money? Will it really work? Zhao Shuming was very skeptical about this, but when he thought of the strong financial resources of Dayak Group, Zhao Shuming felt that there should be hope. Anyway, it was difficult for him to participate in this level of fight between gods, so he might as well do his job well and watch quietly from the sidelines. Chapter 870 Rabbit Tail Live. Pei Qian was in the office, continuing to check the recent news. The documentary of the FV team in Los Angeles has been released, which has caused a heated response. During the Spring Festival, the FV team signed a big contract with the live broadcast platform and also accepted many endorsements. Many investors expressed their willingness to invest in the FV team, and the team's valuation skyrocketed. Although Wu Yu has not come to report how much money he has made, Pei Qian estimates that it must be a lot. Back then, Pei Qian spent 3 million to buy 70% of the shares of the FV team. Now, whether the FV team signs a live broadcast platform, accepts endorsements, or sells shares, it will make money for Tenda. In addition, the brand is an important value embodiment of the esports club. FV has achieved results and popularity, and various investors have come to invest. The valuation of the club has risen, which means that the shares held by Pei Qian have also doubled. The shares bought for 3 million can easily increase to tens of millions, and the value has increased tenfold in an instant. Pei Qian was in a dilemma. If he sold it, he would make too much money, which would be painful. If he didn't sell it, the club's profits, dividends, and advertising effects, brought by its popularity, would continue to make money. It was a pain to move forward and a pain to move backward, which made people feel desperate. Pei Qian was feeling melancholy when there was a knock on the door outside the office. He looked up and saw Zhang Yuan. "Mr. Pei, I'm here to report on the GPL sponsors and the live broadcast rights auction I mentioned earlier. The transfer fees for the DGE players have been received, a total of 13 million. The exclusive GPL title was won by Xinhua Mobile at a price of 26 million a year. The cooperation offer for a single type of merchant is 6 million a year, and currently it has been won by computer manufacturers, peripheral manufacturers, sportswear, snacks, and other manufacturers, a total of about 42 million. The broadcast rights were authorized to 3 live broadcast platforms, and each of them offered about 12 million. These funds add up to about 110 million per year." Pei Qian suddenly felt something was wrong. "Wait a minute, why is it higher than the price you mentioned before?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "Yes, Mr. Pei, because I followed your instructions before and asked these sponsors to pay in installments, and spread the money evenly every month. The sponsors are very grateful, which greatly alleviates their financial pressure, so the bidding has become more intense. In addition, there are some cooperations under negotiation. If successful, it should not be a problem to get another 10 or 20 million sponsorship." Pei Qian froze. "The installment payment makes the sponsors very grateful. Is it okay if the bidding becomes more intense?" "You totally misunderstood. I just want to spread the funds so that I can spend more money more calmly every month." After listening to Zhang Yuan's report, Pei Qian felt a little tired and nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Seeing President Pei's expression, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, he is President Pei. The GPL League has only been held for less than half a year, and it has already made more than 100 million yuan. As a result, President Pei feels ordinary and is not excited at all. Of course, more than 100 million yuan is not a big number for President Pei, but this money is earned by the GPL League after all. Looking around the world, most esports competitions are still in a state of spending money to buy popularity. There are very few esports leagues, and it is unique to be able to get so much sponsorship and make so much money by holding an esports league. Such a historic progress, President Pei was not surprised at all, nor was he excited at all. It seems that President Pei should have greater expectations for GPL. "Well, I have to keep working hard." Zhang Yuan silently encouraged himself in his heart, decided to follow President Pei's example and continue to make GPL better, and then left. After Zhang Yuan left, Pei Qian was a little restless. He stood up and walked around the office twice. "No, this is too much money, and the existing methods may not be able to spend it all. We can't spend any more money on mission and choice. If the progress is slowed down and the settlement is affected, it will be troublesome. Although the Terrorin has decided to do a new project, it has already reserved a separate fund. This kind of project is inherently time-consuming. If we add more money, the construction period may not be guaranteed. We have to think of a way to spend money quickly and not affect the settlement. Well, in this case, let's arrange the live broadcast platform. At this critical moment, we still have to rely on Lao Ma, our loyal minister. Pei Qian immediately sent a message to Ma Yang, asking him to come to the office. In fact, Pei Qian had planned to spend money on the live broadcast platform a long time ago. The main reasons for not taking action are twofold. First, the live broadcast platform requires a lot of funds to start. Tenda had other ways to spend money before, so it is not easy to squeeze out extra funds to build a live broadcast platform. Second, the live broadcast platform is currently a new industry. Although major live broadcast platforms are also spending money, the battle situation is still unclear. Pei Qian was afraid that if he created a live streaming platform that became popular, he would have an advantage in the early stages of the live streaming war, and it would be difficult to lose money. Therefore, Pei Qian planned to wait until several live broadcast platforms had almost divided up the market share before slowly entering the market, and quietly follow these major platforms to burn a little money, which was safer. Now Tenda has a large amount of funds that cannot be spent, and several major live broadcast platforms have almost divided up the anchors and viewers. Small live broadcast platforms have begun to fail to hold on and have closed down one after another, and the situation of the live broadcast war has gradually become clear. For Pei Qian, this is a perfect opportunity to enter the market and lose money. Therefore, Pei Qian finally made up his mind and called Lao Ma to take charge of this matter. Not long after, Ma Yang arrived. "Brother Qian, is there anything I can do to help you? Does the company have any new products that need me to promote?" Ma Yang's long face was full of expectations. Pei Qian raised his hand, "No need." Pei Qian asked Ma Yang to promote the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine before, but he never expected that the lifting machine would become even more popular. Therefore, Pei Qian would never take risks again and did not want Ma Yang to promote any Tenda products again. However, Pei Qian did not blame Ma Yang too much for this matter. Even if he had to share the blame, the first blame should be placed on Chen Yufeng, who was responsible for writing the article. After all, Ma Yang did his best and talked about the shortcomings of the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter throughout the whole process, but the audience just wanted to buy it, so what could be done? Pei Qian asked Ma Yang to sit down and said, "This time I have a very important task for you. I told you before that when the time is right, we will also set up a live streaming platform and you will be the CEO. Now, the time has come." Ma Yang's eyes lit up. "Really? Brother Qian? That's great. To be honest, I have made great progress in the past few months of live streaming. As for the position of CEO of this live streaming platform, whether in terms of experience, qualifications, or ability, it must be me. Leave this to me, Brother Qian, you can rest assured." Pei Qian nodded. "Well, I also believe in your ability. So, don't get too excited, I will tell you briefly how this live streaming platform works." Ma Yang's expression immediately became serious, and he listened carefully. Pei Qian sorted out his thoughts and said, "First of all, the name of this live broadcast platform. The current live broadcast platforms are mainly divided into two categories. One category is such as YY Live and ZZ Live, and the other category is such as Mauer Live and Langya Live. The former are mainly some old live broadcast platforms, but these names are obviously a bit out of date. The name of the live broadcast platform should not only be easy to remember, but also have a clear reference meaning. For example, Mauer Live, the mascot is a cat, and the gifts are cat food, cat cans, cat sticks, etc., which will make users feel more intimate. Also, the name should be a little cute, so that it fits the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere of live streaming. So, we have to come up with a second name. Ma Yang nodded vigorously. "Yes, Brother Qian, I agree." Pei Qian continued, "I decided to call our live streaming Rabbit Tail live streaming, the mascot is a rabbit, and the gifts are vegetables, carrots, and the like. Ma Yang's long face showed a trace of confusion. Brother Qian, why not call it MOU live streaming? This also meets the requirements of the name, and our MOU Internet Cafe and MOU Takeaway have already gained a certain degree of popularity. Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to remember it if it was called MOU live streaming? Pei Qian said in his heart, haha, it is precisely because MOU Internet Cafe and MOU Takeaway have already gained a certain degree of popularity that I don't want to call it MOU live streaming. Anyway, no matter what industry, as long as it is related to Tengda's existing industries, the chances of success will be greatly increased. Pei Qian was afraid that MOU live streaming would become inexplicably popular, so he decided to call it rabbit tail live streaming, and try not to let users associate this live streaming platform with Tengda as much as possible. Moreover, the real meaning of rabbit tail live is the rabbit's tail cannot grow long, implying that this live broadcast platform will not last long and will go bankrupt due to insufficient income, which is Pei Qian's good wishes. But these reasons must not be told to Ma Yangming. Pei Qian coughed twice. There are too many live broadcasts called X-fish on the market now, such as swordfish, shark, salted fish. There are so many of them. If we continue to fight with fish, the name will not be recognizable and it will be easy to be lost in the crowd and buried. And there is no live broadcast platform on the market that has chosen a rabbit as its mascot. Calling it Rabbit Tail Live Broadcast is more memorable. Ma Yang nodded. I see, what you said makes sense, Brother Qian. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Ma Yang was easy to fool and less troublesome. He continued, there are a few key points you must keep in mind about Rabbit Tail Live. First, we do not force anchors to stay, nor do we force anchors to stay. All anchors are free to come and go on our platform. We do not set any time requirements for all anchors. They can broadcast as long as they want. Second, the platform does not make any false data. The number of people in the room is the number of people, and the amount of money for gifts is the amount of money. Guilds are refused to settle in, and no false popularity or negotiated gifts are given. Finally, strictly abide by relevant laws and regulations, and those who play by the rules, verbally abuse and cause adverse effects, and have incorrect value orientation will be severely punished.